After returning to my office, I began to study the booklet that Korolev had handed me. The information had been published by the Central Aerohydrodynamic Institute. 22. It contains speeches by leading American scientists and directors of operations in the field of astronautics. I have held onto this material, and now, after rereading it, I am convinced that one could accuse the Americans of striving for global space hegemony to a greater extent than us. I cite excerpts from the closing remarks based on the results of NASA's work in 1963. It is important that space missions be discussed in the government, in industry, in universities, and in scientific communities in order to make the most sensible decisions for the future. More simply put, the goal of the United States is to achieve superiority in all the most important fields of space exploitation and conduct the space program so that our expertise in scientific, technical, and operational matters related to space become evident to the whole world. To win supremacy in space, we must conduct research over a broad range. For superiority in space, we need to have leading-edge technology that will make it possible to insert ever greater payloads into orbit around the Earth and to execute flights to the Moon and other planets. We need to perfect technology to transmit larger amounts of data at enormous distances. Moreover, American supremacy in space requires the know-how to launch spacecraft at a precisely designated time. It also requires the ability to increase payloads launched into precise orbits. We need to study the mechanics of maneuvering in space and rendezvousing with other large objects. We need to master the procedure for making a precise landing on the Moon and planets and returning to the Earth at ever-increasing high speeds. And finally, superiority in space means that we need to learn how to manufacture, assemble, test, and prepare spacecraft and components that are capable of effectively operating in space not for months, but for years. Logic requires that we strive to expand cooperation between governmental scientific research organizations, flight testing centers, industrial organizations, and universities while carrying out space research. The activity of each of these organizations and their joint efforts must be aimed at achieving a common goal: the superiority of the United States in space. To achieve the superiority of the United States in space, it is necessary that we conduct research on the Moon before the end of this decade. As President Kennedy noted, this will not simply be the flight of American explorers. The entire nation, every American must make a contribution to the successful performance of this flight. It is appropriate to recall that 90% of every dollar is spent in industry or through contracts, or in cooperative programs between industry and universities. Space dollars penetrate into almost every realm of the U.S. economy through subcontractors. Thus, space exploration is truly a national mission. 23. We assiduously followed what was going on in the United States, not only in the open press, but also in secret communiques that were provided to Korolev without mention of the source. He, in turn, was authorized to share them with his inner circle. In our news media, it was difficult to track down the history of the first years of American astronautics. I feel compelled to very briefly recall this history for the reader. American operations had a very strong effect on our plans. American historians of astronautics assert that our successes were the primary reason why the United States converted its space programs into a top priority, nationwide challenge. The German roots of American astronautics ran considerably deeper than in Soviet cosmonautics. In May 1945, Wernher von Braun, who had headed the large group of missile specialists evacuated from Peenemünde, surrendered to the Americans. During the operation codenamed Paperclip, German specialists were interned by the U.S. Army, and then transported to Fort Bliss near El Paso, Texas, on the Mexican border. Meanwhile, in 1945, Alexei Isaev and I were setting up Institute Rabi and gathering up crumb by crumb what was left after the successful American operation to seize the best German specialists. The Americans first transported abroad 118 leading specialists, headed by Wernher von Braun. 24. After that, supplemental staffing continued. According to information from the American press, 492 missile specialists and 644 of their dependents arrived in the United States from Germany. They soon comprised a genuine brain trust. The peacetime prisoners lived behind barbed wire, free to move about within their living quarters. Many Americans had mixed feelings about them. The Nazi scientists were met with skepticism or open hostility. The press published horrible photographs of the Dora camp and said that prisoners of concentration camps had mass-produced the V-2 missiles under conditions that took more lives than the 3,500 missiles launched against such targets as London and Antwerp. The German specialists worked under the supervision of American officers. The main work was preparing and launching captured models of V-2 missiles at the White Sands test range. For months the Germans translated and edited documents from the wealth of Peenemünde archives that had fallen en masse into American hands. The U.S. military finally grew tired of holding the Germans as semi-prisoners. To make them U.S. citizens, they arranged for the Germans to take an excursion into Ciudad Juarez, the neighboring Mexican city. They crossed the border on foot, and once they had returned to U.S. territory, having officially become legal immigrants, they had the right to obtain American citizenship. In April 1950, the U.S. Army decided to set up the development of missile weapons at the Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. Von Braun's entire team was first assigned to the Ordnance Rocket Center, which was part of the Army Ordnance Command. 25. This command was responsible for the entire Army missile program. Soon, the group that von Braun headed in Huntsville obtained department status and was called the Rocket Ordnance Research and Development Division. In 1956 it was renamed the Department of Operations Development in the Army Ballistic Missile Agency. During this time, independent of the Army, the Air Force and Navy were attempting to create their own Missile Research and Development Division. However, the Army had advantages over its competitors in the field of missile technology, having the German brains of von Braun's team at its disposal. In Huntsville, this team was rapidly supplemented with U.S. military specialists and more than 100 specialists from General Electric. The first missile developed in the U.S. under von Braun's supervision was the Redstone. The first successful launch of this missile took place on August 20, 1953. I recall that at that time we had put the R-1 and R-2 missiles into service and were getting ready to test the R-5, which had a range of 1,200 kilometers. Officially, Major General John Bruce Mederis from the Army Ballistic Missile Agency was in charge of the missile program in Huntsville. He increased the missile staff in Huntsville to 5,000. According to directives issued in 1956, ground troops were limited to surface-to-surface missiles with a range up to 200 miles. The Air Force was responsible for ground-based surface-to-air missiles, while the Navy was responsible for ship-based air defense missile systems. Officially, the United States had no plans for work on an intercontinental missile before 1955. Von Braun designed the Jupiter C missile, the 1956 version of which was a three-stage updated stage of the Redstone rocket. The Jupiter C missile was developed despite the Pentagon's restrictions on flight range, and on September 20, 1956, the first three-stage Jupiter C missile equipped with a mock-up fourth stage, in place of a real stage with a satellite, flew 3,300 miles. The United States' first plans for an artificial satellite of Earth were announced in December 1948. 26. In 1955, information emerged about U.S. intentions to launch a satellite for the International Geophysical Year, which lasted 18 months from mid-1957 until the end of 1958. 27. On October 4, 1957, after hearing about the launch of the Soviet Sputnik, Wernher von Braun told Secretary of Defense Neil H. McElroy, "We knew that they were on the verge of producing this. We can launch our satellite in 60 days. Just give us the green light and those 60 days." 28. The era of the United States self-confidence had ended. The first Soviet satellite had profoundly shaken millions of Americans. The dogma about U.S. technical superiority had crumbled. Prominent Washington Post columnist Chalmers Roberts ranked the importance of the launch of the first satellite on a par with such 20th-century events as the October Socialist Revolution in Russia and the splitting of the atom to achieve a nuclear chain reaction. The Eisenhower administration was subjected to severe criticism. Senator Lyndon B. Johnson issued a statement. "Control of space means control of the world, far more certainly, far more totally than any control that has ever or could ever be achieved by weapons, or by troops of occupation. From space, the masters of infinity would have the power to control the Earth's weather, to cause drought and flood, to change the tides and raise the levels of the sea, to divert the Gulf Stream and change temperate climates to frigid." 29. The United States plunged into a battle for space, stoked by jingoistic fervor and military hysteria. On October 1, 1958, President Eisenhower created the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Preparation for the launch of the first American satellite was conducted in an atmosphere of hysteria and anxiety. Disputes between the branches of the armed forces escalated sharply. Independently of one another, all three branches of the armed forces were striving to save America's prestige. The first attempt was made with the Vanguard rocket on December 6, 1957. The 72-foot-long, three-stage rocket lifted 5 feet off the ground, sat back down, and exploded. After the failure of the Vanguard rocket that the Air Force had prepared, von Braun's German team was entrusted to launch the first U.S. satellite. 30. The Jupiter C rocket developed by the Germans was used for this. 31. Explorer 1, the first U.S. satellite, was inserted on orbit on February 1, 1958. 32. In the first half of 1958 alone, the U.S. attempted to launch a total of 6 satellites using the Vanguard rocket. Only one was successful. 33. The Soviet Sputnik had provided the impetus for the United States to create a governmental science organization. During the presidential election campaign of 1960, John F. Kennedy skillfully used the U.S. lag behind the Soviet Union in the field of space exploration to criticize the Eisenhower-Nixon administration. After the first Soviet Sputnik, the flight of Gagarin was the second psychological and political shock for the American public. Immediately after Gagarin's flight on May 25, 1961, President Kennedy spoke before a joint session of Congress and said, "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. No single space project in this period will be more impressive to mankind, or more important for the long-range exploration of space, and none will be so difficult or expensive to accomplish." 34. The first U.S. piloted space flight seemed primitive to us. However, under the intense press of party propaganda, we underestimated President Kennedy's famous speech, and did not match it in the near future with an equivalent national goal. The Apollo project focused national efforts on space, and served to a certain degree as the standard for U.S. achievements in this field. The leaders of the U.S. space program acknowledged that this project would help to achieve the capability to carry out a broad range of operations in space to satisfy the potential needs of national policy. The Mercury project and later the Gemini project were subordinate to the main Apollo program. Beat the Russians in the race to the moon and at the same time occupy the minds of average Americans with something grandiose. As for expenses, the Americans and our expenses actually exceeded what had been planned at first. For the Mercury program, $334.5 million was allocated, while $384.1 million was actually spent. The Mercury program was supposed to have been the United States' strong response to the Soviet Union's space successes. Inserting a human being into orbit was a natural sequel after reliably mastering the technology for producing and launching automated satellites. The Air Force showed the first initiative in the United States for the production of a piloted space system. They were counting on the winged design of the X-15 rocket plane, which they had begun developing as early as 1954. The launch of the first Soviet Sputniks upset their apple cart. In 1958, the US did not have a launch vehicle capable of inserting a piloted spacecraft into space. Striving to eliminate the organizational mess and remove the military from the human spaceflight programs, President Eisenhower delegated leadership to the newly created federal civilian NASA. NASA did not have a title similar to our chief designer. Wernher von Braun actually performed these duties, but only for launch vehicles. His team was not involved with the development of spacecraft. From the very beginning, NASA specialists were geared toward the flight of one individual in a spacecraft of minimum volume and weight. The vehicle, which was named Mercury, was called a capsule. Compared to our Vostoks, it really was a capsule. In February 1959, the McDonnell Aircraft Corporation won the contract to develop it. Therefore, the head of this company, James McDonnell, who personally oversaw this project, can be considered the chief designer of the Mercury capsule. 35. 12 Redstone rockets were used just for the flight development tests of the systems for the Mercury program out of a total number of 37 launched for flight development tests on the rockets. The Mercury Redstone launch vehicle had a launch mass of 29.9 metric tons, a height of 24.4 meters, and a diameter of 1.78 meters. The rocket was an elaboration of the V2 liquid oxygen and kerosene served as the propellant. The control system and propulsion system were substantially modified. The combat version had a separable warhead and load-bearing fuel tanks. The thrust of the liquid oxygen rocket engine was 37.7 metric tons. A solid propellant rocket engine was used for separation. In our quest to be the first to send a man into space, we had a fundamental advantage over the Americans: the secrecy of our program. Although brief TASS reports gave American specialists a certain idea about our developments, they were confident that, if not a full-fledged orbital flight, they at least had a hop in the form of a high-altitude ballistic flight with several minutes of weightlessness in the bag. The Mercury Redstone launch vehicle was declared ready for piloted flight on March 24, 1961. The preparation and the last launches of the flight development testing program had been conducted with press and television coverage. The VPK had notified Korolev that the Americans were prepared for a piloted launch no later than April. That is why he was in such a hurry with the Vostok. Alan B. Shepard, Jr. executed the first suborbital flight on May 5, 1961. Despite Gagarin's worldwide triumph, U.S. television and mass media spared no effort or expense to generate enthusiasm among the American public. The flight lasted just 15 minutes 22 seconds. This was the world's first suborbital piloted flight and the first manual control of a spacecraft. The launch was postponed several times for various reasons. Shepard had to sit in the capsule for more than 4 hours. He complained that his bladder might burst. His spacesuit provided no toilet facilities and he was granted permission to relieve himself in his pants. The first American astronaut touched space with wet pants. Before the launch, classes in schools and work in companies were stopped, and traffic on the streets came to a standstill. As many as 70 million viewers watched the live televised coverage. 36. Touchdown took place according to the program in the Atlantic Ocean, but the capsule overshot the touchdown site by 11 kilometers. A rescue helicopter delivered the capsule and astronaut to the deck of the USS Lake Champlain 25 minutes after their launch from Cape Canaveral, Florida. The second U.S. piloted space flight was also suborbital. Liftoff took place on July 21, 1961 after being delayed 3 times for various reasons for 80 minutes. Pilot Virgil I. Gus Grissom was in flight for 15 minutes, 37 seconds. The capsule came down in the Atlantic Ocean 486 kilometers from its launch site, overshooting the design touchdown site by 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers from the aircraft carrier USS Randolph. Hindering each other, teams of rescue helicopters managed to pick up Grissom a second before it seemed he would go under. 37. Miraculously, Grissom was saved. In 1965 he flew as commander of the Gemini 3 spacecraft and might have become the first human being on the Moon. In January 1967, he perished in a fire on the Apollo spacecraft. 38. The Mercury capsule that Grissom had flown was not recovered and sank to a depth of 4,890 meters. In 1985, Kurt Newport, an undersea explorer and remote-controlled submarine expert, began to develop the idea of hunting for and raising the capsule. He succeeded in raising the legendary capsule on July 20, 1999 and delivered it to Port Canaveral on July 21, the anniversary of Grissom's launch. Despite the large stockpile of Redstone launch vehicles, the Mercury program managers decided to conduct the third piloted flight using the Atlas D launch vehicle. The Convair company began developing the Atlas rocket as early as 1946. 39. The Atlas was conceived as a 1.5-stage rocket. During liftoff, 5 engines fired simultaneously: 2 liquid propellant booster engines, 1 sustainer engine, and 2 control thrusters. After 2 minutes the side-mounted liquid propellant booster engines were ejected and the rocket continued the powered portion of flight by dint of the thrust from the sustainer engine and 2 control thrusters. The engines of the Atlas intercontinental missile operated on oxygen/kerosene propellant components. Its launch weight fully loaded for different modifications was 117 to 120 metric tons. While its launch mass was slightly greater than that of the Redstone, for prospective space plans, the Atlas in its combat version was a light-duty launch vehicle. Flight development testing of the Atlas launch vehicles began in June 1957, just 2 months after we began similar tests with our R-7 rocket. The first space modification was the Atlas D for the Mercury program. The hybrid control system combined an autonomous inertial unit and Doppler tracking and precision speed measuring radar. In general, the Atlas contained many design concepts that were surprisingly similar to the R-7 rocket. But no one had stolen ideas from anyone. For the intercontinental missile, they were in the ether, and Soviet and American engineers came up with the designs absolutely independently. The Soviets, headed by Korolev, were the luckier of the two groups. They were ordered to produce an intercontinental missile for a payload with a mass of 3.5 metric tons. No one made such a demand on the American engineers. The Atlas D rocket did not go into service in the U.S. Air Force until September 1959. German Tidov's 24-hour flight on August 6, 1961 crushed the American hopes of celebrating the breaking of Yuri Gagarin's record. It wasn't until February 20, 1962 that John H. Glenn, Jr. lifted off in the Mercury capsule on the Atlas D launch vehicle. His flight lasted 4 hours, 55 minutes, 23 seconds. This was the United States' first full-fledged orbital space flight. During the flight, the automatic attitude control system failed. Glenn controlled the capsule manually for 2 orbits. After Glenn, the Atlas D launch vehicle inserted a piloted Mercury capsule 3 more times. On May 24, 1962, M. Scott Carpenter completed a flight lasting 4 hours, 56 minutes. On October 3, 1962, Walter M. Schirra, Jr. achieved a flight duration of 9 hours, 13 minutes, 11 seconds. L. Gordon Cooper, Jr., who lifted off on May 15, 1963, was the first U.S. astronaut to spend more time in space than German Titov. Cooper's flight lasted 34 hours, 19 minutes, 49 seconds. We received this information when we were at the firing range during the flight of Bykovsky and Tereshkova. I took the opportunity to go public with my discovery. 15 May, that's our lucky date, anyway, and now it's the Americans' lucky day, too. Korolev demanded that the ballistics specialists give him a precise quote on the flight duration by which a Vostok surpassed the Americans' latest achievement. It turned out that Bykovsky set the Vostok duration record on June 19, 1963. He outstripped Cooper's flight duration record by 85 hours, 47 minutes. However, the Americans beat our records for the amount of time a human being had spent in space after they began their Gemini spacecraft missions. In August 1965, astronauts L. Gordon Cooper and Charles Pete Conrad completed a flight on Gemini V lasting 7 days, 22 hours, 55 minutes, 14 seconds. The advantages of Gemini spacecraft over Vostok's and Voskod's were obvious. Our first Soyuz vehicles had only just appeared in the factory assembly shop. After Khrushchev's fall, we were all worried about the attitude of the new party and government leadership toward our previous space schemes that Khrushchev had approved. Based on the comments of our people in the Central Committee and VPK bureaucracy, new Council of Ministers Chairman Alexei Kosygin was a humorless individual who had not previously been enamored with propaganda and space spectacles. Kosygin's front-burner concerns were with the national economy in general and its reorganization. It was rumored that he had conceived a reform that would establish new procedures in industry and agriculture. His relations with Ustinov were far from warm. He intended to economize on the army, which since Khrushchev's departure had pinned its hopes on restoring the former might of the air and naval fleets. The All-Union Council of National Economy was phased out. 40. Its chairman, Ustinov, was transferred to the coveted post of Central Committee Secretary for Defense Matters. After becoming General Secretary, Brezhnev was obliged to show his gratitude to the party leaders of the oblasts and republics that had put him in power during the plenary session in October 1964. They had not forgiven Khrushchev for his anti-Stalin campaign, which had undermined the influence of Communist Party leaders on the masses and had risked unpredictable intra- and extra-party complications. At first, the new General Secretary didn't put together his own strong faction of loyal people. He needed to exercise caution. It was high time that we developed a concise and convincing program of space activity, first and foremost, for defense purposes, and then for scientific and political ones. We needed to come out with this program first, before Chelomy or Yangel got ahead of us. The Central Committee and VPK bureaucracies insisted on developing such a combined long-range program, but they also believed that, like it or not, it was necessary to pay off prior debts. OKB-1 was left with large debts. Above all, these were the projects for the spacewalk, then the soft landing on the Moon, and the Venus, Mars, and Malnya. Operations on the N-1 launch vehicle were still in a state of disarray. At the same time, we still hadn't gotten the R-9 missile into shape and were already tackling a new solid propellant missile. The Soyuz program clearly failed to meet its deadlines. This was generally the prevailing mood about us that we found in the offices on Old Square and in the Kremlin, i.e., in the Central Committee and the VPK bureaucracies. VPK employees received information about the United States space activities before we did. They could tease us with the US programs, asking questions to which they already knew the answers. In addition to open US publications, detailed information was coming in via special channels about the development of a series of two-seat Gemini spacecraft that were intended for the experimental development of systems and the training of astronauts for the Apollo program. The first unpiloted Gemini spacecraft had already completed a 3-day flight in April 1964. One more automated flight was scheduled for 1965 and then 5 piloted flights. By placing 2 astronauts in each spacecraft, the Americans overtook us in terms of the number of piloted launches and the number of cosmonauts. It seemed that in the propaganda of space achievements our mass media were unrivaled. However, reading the so-called White TASS and other materials from the US, we found that the Americans had outdone us in terms of fanning the military hysteria and persuasively campaigning to get the American public's backing for space expenditures. 41. They had spent a long time looking for a concept that would integrate pure space science with the ambition to prevent the Reds from taking over in space. Appeals to develop the perfect space weapon outnumbered publications about the peaceful uses of space. A deliberate campaign was being waged for the development of a government strategy for the military uses of space. One must give credit to influential U.S. politicians. They immediately appreciated the organic connection between fundamental science and the goals of future weapons systems. To the joy of scientists, it was shown that an assessment should be made based not on actual current achievements, but looking far into the future. Support for science was necessary because the knowledge accumulated over a certain period would lead to revolutionary transformations in future weapons systems. Senators who supported increasing appropriations for space reasoned that, sooner or later, moving forward would pay off. They said, "Today it is impossible to precisely list all the benefits from space exploration. Columbus was looking for a route to India, but discovered America, and this discovery surpassed all expectations." Back in 1959, a well-respected academic journal wrote, "Projects to send a man to the Moon or Mars perhaps do not fit under the heading of purely military endeavors, but from the standpoint of their military implications, the realization of these projects might be by far more important than all the work of the general staffs." 42. While our propaganda trumpeted each Soviet space success as a new victory in the struggle for world peace and as evidence of the superiority of socialism, decadent capitalism was certainly not thinking of surrendering. The arguments for increasing appropriations for space were public and clear to any average American. Britain's dominance at sea had enabled her to achieve military superiority and to reign supreme in the world for centuries. Superiority in the air had guaranteed the Allied victory during World War II. If the United States achieved superiority over the Soviet Union in the acquisition of space flight technology, then it would confirm its supremacy on Earth. The expansion of the United States military might require that the U.S. expand its fundamental scientific knowledge and explore the new ocean of space. It was far-sighted politicians, rather than the chiefs of staff of all the branches of the U.S. Armed Forces, who argued that fundamental research opening up the boundaries of knowledge would enable the United States to become a world leader through supremacy in space. One should not cut back expenditures on science. The answers that science provides are always broader than the questions asked of her. This is what those politicians whom our propaganda considered to be lunatic aggressors were saying and writing. 30 years later, in the 1990s, there were no politicians or generals to be found in Russia who grasped these truths. The Russian science that the U.S. senators had so feared had been defeated without using any of their new weapons. Assessing our first successes in space, American experts assumed that they could be achieved only by freezing the program for the production of combat missiles. It now seems to me that this assessment was not far from the truth. It is curious that our thoughts on the conservative views of distinguished old marshals sometimes coincided with the initial positions of U.S. senators. They accused their military men of intellectual stagnation that prevented them from making sufficient military use of the capabilities acquired through NASA. In this regard, it was proposed that the Pentagon order special military spacecraft that would be in a constant state of combat readiness, whose launch sites would be classified, and whose crews would undergo preliminary training in space. Having become well known for his anti-Soviet and anti-communist intransigence, Senator Barry Goldwater made the following axiomatic pronouncement: "He who controls aerospace will rule the world." He called for the United States to move ahead of Moscow and be the first to occupy the driver's seat in the carriage of future world events. He also called for the United States to put such weapons systems into space that would make it possible to wipe any country off the face of Earth in a matter of seconds. Goldwater believed that all human space flight projects should be military and should also be implemented by the military. Attacks of the American hawks on their own government affected both the Apollo program and its first phase, the Gemini spacecraft. By September 1963, the Gemini project was 18 months behind its original schedule and its actual cost threatened to be almost twice what had been anticipated. This time lag enabled us to be the first to perform a spacewalk. Astronaut Edward H. White II performed an egress from Gemini 4 in June 1965, 2.5 months after Alexei Leonov. In the House of Representatives, there were speeches alleging that the U.S. was allowing the Soviets to walk unhindered down the path to attaining military supremacy in near-Earth space, while the U.S. was occupied with the project to send a man to the Moon, which was of no practical importance. In their attacks on the program initiated by President Kennedy, the American militarists intentionally exaggerated our achievements. We surprised ourselves when we were able to launch 3 at once on the former Vostok. But we were even more surprised when we found out that Goldwater had called our Voskhod a prototype of the Soviet space battleship. If only he had been right. Studying the materials about the Gemini spacecraft and the program of planned flights, we saw that in the coming year the Americans might bypass us both in terms of technology and in the number of piloted flights. The Gemini spacecraft weighed just 3.8 metric tons. The Vostok weighed almost 1 whole metric ton more, and the Voskhod 2 weighed a little less than 2 metric tons more than the Gemini. But the Gemini outperformed the Vostoks and Voskhods across the board. It was equipped with a special forward compartment containing radar for search and rendezvous with other spacecraft. Behind the forward compartment was what we guidance and control specialists dreamed of, the attitude control system compartment, and behind it, the instrument compartment, which separated before re-entry into the atmosphere. The headlight-shaped descent module was designed for a guided descent taking advantage of its highly aerodynamic features. Soft landing engines were not needed because it was designed to touch down in the ocean rather than on land. Both astronauts were seated in ejection seats. Our Vostoks had the capability to eject only one cosmonaut. Oxygen-hydrogen fuel cells provided electric power for the Gemini. Water generated in these electrochemical generators was used for drinking. An inertial unit that had its own electronic computer served as the basis for the control system. 43. We had ordered the development of fuel cells and a computer, but no provision was made for them, even for the Soyuz. The Gemini computer made it possible to conduct autonomous navigation using a manual sextant, to process information using new principles, and to warn the pilots of critical modes and errors that they committed. The Gemini propulsion system made it possible to execute various in-orbit maneuvers. Vostoks and Voskhods did not have such capabilities. It wasn't until the Soyuz vehicles that we provided the widest range of maneuvering capabilities. But Geminis were already flying, and we hadn't even tested our circuitry yet. After all the modifications, our R-7 launch vehicle made it possible for us to insert the future Soyuz spacecraft weighing 7 metric tons into near-Earth orbit. The Titan II inserted spacecraft half that size. Nevertheless, the Gemini enabled the Americans to do a lot more than we could do on the Voskhods: long-duration flight, various experiments involving rendezvous, and even a spacewalk without using an airlock directly from the main hatch. This was, in our opinion, a risky decision. But, why did everything come easier for them? More than anybody else, Sergei Okapkin was outraged by the excessive weight of the systems delivered to us. He was a designer who had been brought up in the weight-conscious aviation culture, and he let our excess weight affect him very emotionally. He admired the simplicity and daring that the Americans resorted to when dealing with complex situations. They entrusted a great deal to the individual, whereas we installed heavy trunks full of all sorts of triple redundant automatic controls. 10 years after the flight of Voskhod 2, when the Americans became acquainted with our technology during the joint Apollo-Soyuz experimental flight, they were astonished at our ability for complete automatic control without using a computer or human intervention. 44. Korolev had promised Khrushchev that we would amaze the world by having a cosmonaut perform a spacewalk from a spacecraft. Now no one at the top was rushing us at all, except for Korolev himself and the US Gemini program. The Americans had announced that the first piloted flight of this program would take place in March 1965. My colleagues and I calculated that we could manage to launch the Voskhod 2 in February 1965. It made no sense for us to repeat a 24-hour flight with 3 cosmonauts, and the Voskhods were not designed for lengthier flights. In addition to the 3-seat Voskhod, the government decree of June 14, 1964 had called for the solution of one more earth-shaking problem: a spacewalk by a human being. The spacecraft designed for this was referred to variously as either Voskhod or Voskhod 2. The latter name became the accepted one at Korolev's insistence. Lead designer Feoktistov had been busy training for his flight on the Voskhod and did not get seriously involved in work on Voskhod 2 until November 1964. Korolev promised Khrushchev that the flight of Voskhod 2 and coverage of the human spacewalk could be broadcast to the entire world thanks to television. To speed up the television operations, I had to visit NII 380 in Leningrad a couple of times. The institute director, Igor Rosalevic, and the leading space television specialists already had experience working with us, and they tackled this new task enthusiastically. In addition to the narrow band system that had already flown and which transmitted just 10 lines at a speed of 10 frames per second, they developed a 100-line broadband system, also with a 10-frame operating speed, as opposed to the broadcasting standard of 25 frames per second. Image credit, RKK Energy Ya. The Voskhod 2 spacecraft during assembly. Note the accordion-like airlock in stowed position affixed on the descent module. The most complex problem proved to be developing a soft airlock chamber and spacesuit for the extravehicular activity. This work fell primarily to Gay Ilyich Severin. Affable, possessing a good sense of humor, and quickly finding his way around in technology, space medicine, and our clannish politics, Severin immediately fit into our community. He was the only one in our company who reached a professional level in alpine skiing. His face always had an alpine suntan, even in the off-season. The first contacts and the first business-related arguments that my comrades and I had with Severin were over the umbilical electric power supply technology and the setting up of two-way voice communications with the cosmonaut during his extravehicular activity. All types of support would have to be fed into the spacesuit from the spacecraft via a special tether. Back then, there was no feasible technology in terms of size and mass that would enable a cosmonaut to operate autonomously in a spacesuit. The airlock complicated the egress process and made the spacecraft heavier, but it also made it safer than the Gemini. In its stowed state, it was secured to the external surface of the descent module. During the first orbit, the spacecraft commander activated airlock pressurization and monitored it as it was set in the working position. The airlock had two hatches, one connecting it with the descent module and one for a spacewalk. Unlike the Gemini, the availability of two hatches made it possible to maintain the pressure integrity of the descent module during the cosmonaut's egress and return. After the cosmonaut's return, the airlock was ejected, but the frame to which it had been secured remained on the surface of the descent module. All operations involving pressurization, opening and closing the hatches, releasing pressure, and jettisoning the airlock required a strict sequence. Our electrical engineers developed a special control panel for all of these operations. Backup of the commands controlling airlock pressurization, opening and closing the internal hatch, the subsequent release of pressure, and jettisoning of the airlock was provided from the ground via command radio link. The reliability of these operations and the airlock's pressure integrity needed to be tested on an unpiloted Voskhod 2 test model. Its launch took place on February 22. 45. The flight proceeded without any serious glitches. During the checkout procedure on the new television radio link, an unusually clear image of the airlock appeared on the screen of the receiver installed at the command post. Everyone present was thrilled and began to congratulate the television specialists. Only after the spacecraft had left the coverage zone did they shower Severin with congratulations. Without telemetry they had seen that the airlock was functioning normally and the wind wasn't blowing it away. Korolev had a knack sometimes for fanning tension when there was no need for it. He demanded that Colonel Bolshoi immediately send explicit instructions to General Karas in Moscow to keep the televised image of the airlock classified until a special State Commission decision was issued. 46. The television image from Voskhod 2 was broadcast only over our territory. There were receiving stations in Moscow, at the firing range, and in Simferopol. Not a single TV viewer was able to receive the image because the radio link did not conform to any broadcasting standard. Nevertheless, the instructions were passed on. The airlock image broadcast during the second orbit was also enthusiastically received in Moscow. The Phoscode 2 test launch had already been announced as Cosmos 57, and Smirnov had briefed Brezhnev on the successful experiment. However, at the beginning of the third orbit, in the coverage zone of NIP4, NIP6, and NIP7, Cosmos 57 disappeared from all communications channels. The TRAL and FACAL systems fell silent, as did the television and telephone simulation. When anti-ballistic missile assets were called on for assistance and provided with target designations, they were unable to find anything similar to our spacecraft. On the fourth orbit, no facilities were able to detect the spacecraft in space. The State Commission and enthusiasts shaken by the loss of the spacecraft gathered at the command post. I venture to guess that such a thing could only have happened if the spacecraft had been blown up by the APO system. But what would have triggered it? Korolev seized on this idea and pounced on me. Most likely, you overlooked something there. Tell your people to look into this immediately. Tyulin disagreed. He proposed that an official commission be appointed under the chairmanship of Kirim Kirimuov. The commission began working to determine the operating logic of the APO, the reliability of its protection against false actuation, and the possibility of receiving false commands. They quickly learned that the APO actuates in the event of an off-nominal descent when there is the danger of landing on foreign territory. Nat Sakanian rescued us. After analyzing what commands were used for transmission on board via his command radio link, he and his specialists determined that if one of the airlock control commands was sent simultaneously from two ground stations, it was converted into a descent cycle command. If this happened, it meant that the TDU had fired, and the APO detonated during the unauthorized descent and destroyed the spacecraft. We very quickly found the guilty parties. By midday on February 25, the Accident Investigation Commission had unequivocally determined that the triggering of the APO had been caused when Kamchatka stations NIP6 and NIP7 issued two identical overlapping commands number 42. The onboard decoder interpreted the two superimposed commands as a single command No 5 descent. Nat Sakanian and Bolshoi briefed the commission. Both confirmed that only NIP6 was supposed to have issued command number 42. NIP7 was supposed to have been silent, but took the initiative because it had no explicit prohibition. Tapes from experiments at NII 648 and tapes material evidence delivered from the posts confirmed the validity of the theory involving the superimposed commands and the transformation of two harmless commands into one catastrophic one. Now Korolev criticized Nat Sakanian and me, and I must admit, rightfully, for the failure to protect such a crucial command as descent. Besides determining the causes, the Commission made a special ruling demanding the protection of particularly crucial commands in Nat Sakanian's radio link. March at the Cosmodrome began with damp, dreary weather. The low clouds were sometimes loaded with wet snow and more often with fine drizzling rain. The steppe was covered with patches of dirty snow living out its last days. The launch of YES-6 vehicle number 9 was scheduled for March 12. This time I ended up being an observer at IP-1 along with former and future cosmonauts. My perpetual preoccupation with information and reports after the spacecraft entered its intermediate orbit kept me from getting a look at the new cosmonauts. The State Commission's business session began on March 16 at 1 p.m. Korolev gave a very detailed readiness report. Next, as tradition had it, all the chiefs and firing range chief Zakharov gave presentations, and Kirillov reported on the spacecraft and rocket test results. On behalf of the Air Force, Kamenin reported on the readiness of all the post-landing crew search and rescue services. The State Commission accepted Korolev's proposal for rollout on March 17 and launch on March 18. After the official portion of the meeting, I reminded everyone that on Paris Commune Day the launch should be successful. 47. That evening, also in keeping with tradition, the State Commission approved the Air Force's proposal for the crew. The primary crew, Lieutenant Colonel Pavel Ivanovich Belyev with Major Alexei Arkhipov Leonov performing the spacewalk, and backup crew, Major Dmitry Alexeyevich Zakin with Major Yevgeny Vasilievich Kronov performing the egress. A meeting took place at the launch site on 17 March. A get-together for the crew, launch control team, and everyone involved in launch preparation. About 500 people gathered. During these occasional meetings, when we had the opportunity to observe the 4 new aspiring cosmonauts, Leonov stuck in my memory more than the others. He has some of Gagarin's daring, I confided in Ryazansky. He has observant eyes, they don't skim over the surface, they linger. Ryazansky agreed with me and added that, besides everything else, Leonov stood out by dint of some natural refinement. The future showed that we had been right. Among other things, Leonov had an artist's eye. On launch day, March 18, the weather was lousy. There was a low cloud cover and intermittent drizzling rain. This was the second year that Voskresensky wasn't at the launch site due to heart disease. Voskresensky had a talent for making the difficult hours at the launch site pass by with witty jokes that were always apropos. It was like adding a spicy sauce to bland food. Korolev entrusted technical supervision of operations at the launch site to Shabarov, and according to all indicators he coped. Image credit, from the author's archives. Yuri Gagarin, Alexei Leonov, and Pavel Belyaev at the pad area in March 1965 before their flight on the Voskhod 2 spacecraft. When the time comes for the fueling process, all bystanders leave the launch pad in front of the rocket. In the white clouds of vapor that formed as the oxygen vented, more than anyone else, one caught glimpses of Barman's hulking figure. During the fueling of the rocket with the spacecraft and cosmonauts at the top, Barman did not leave the launch pad. Again and again, his controllers in charge of various operations came up to him with their reports. Korolev was also usually strolling about, inhaling the oxygen-enriched air, and did not retreat to the bunker with Shabarov and Kirillov until T-15 minutes. The bunker was my workstation during all the pre-launch tests. I was involved with the analysis of the results and monitored the coordination of the preparation of all the intricate interface between the onboard and ground-based spacecraft systems. At T-30 minutes I climbed out of the bunker, reported to Korolev, and then drove to IP-1. This time I set out earlier to stop by at the MIC. I wanted to see with my own eyes whether the television picture that Bratslavets had reported about from the command post to the bunker was really going via the new broadband link from the spacecraft. After emerging from the bunker onto the launch pad, I saw Korolev standing in the distance on the access road to the parking lot rather than in his usual position by the rocket. As I met up with Shabarov, he said, "It's better not to approach SP right now." Keldysh and Barman were standing with Korolev. Korolev was saying something and gesticulating dramatically, which he rarely did. Keldysh stood hanging his head like a delinquent little boy. Barman was smiling. When I drew closer, Barman was walking toward me and also warned me, "Don't approach them now." Image credit, Asif Siddiqui. Korolev bidding farewell to Voskhod 2 Commander Pavel Belyaev on March 18, 1965. Image credit, from the author's archives. Meeting with cosmonaut Alexei Leonov at the launch site on March 15, 1965 R, from left to right, IU. Lukko, Yuri Gagarin, IG Kermanov, Anatoly Kirillov, V.S. Belyaev, Yevgeny Shabarov, and A.I. Yatsushko. I went to my car and drove away. I learned from Barman what the three of them were talking about after Korolev had passed away. After the cosmonauts had been strapped into the spacecraft during the fueling operation, Keldysh was suddenly called away from the launch site to site number 2 to talk to Moscow. Mikhail Sislov was waiting for him on the high-frequency line to the Central Committee. Expressing no interest in the status of affairs at the Cosmodrome, Sislov ordered Keldysh to fly to Moscow immediately to conduct a general assembly of the Academy of Sciences, during which they were supposed to condemn the behavior of academician Andrei Sakharov and perhaps even rescind his membership in the Academy. 48. Instead of objecting, Keldysh returned to the launch site and requested that Korolev quickly let him have our airplane to depart for Moscow. When Keldysh explained what was going on, as Barman recounted, Korolev flew into an absolute fit of rage. At that time, Barman was the third academician on the launch pad. Korolev and Keldysh stepped out of the way of the scurrying launch preparation teams, and Korolev shouted at him that he was not going to hand over any airplane even for the Academy. Such a question is a disgrace. He would not allow Keldysh to leave the firing range. He was prepared to talk with Suslov himself and tell him that for the next 2 days it would be impossible for the president of the Academy of Sciences to leave. It all ended when Korolev asked the theoretician of cosmonautics to withdraw to the bunker, stay there until the spacecraft was in orbit, and check the text of the communiqué that Ishlinsky prepared one more time. As far as I know, 1965 was only the beginning of Sakharov's dissident activity. In view of the subsequent space triumph, with which Keldysh was so directly involved that he couldn't even leave the cosmodrome, he was forgiven for his failure to follow Suslov's instructions. Sakharov, however, was not forgiven. I grant that the episode at the launch site served as a warning for Keldysh, after which Sakharov's expulsion was never questioned at the Academy's General Assemblies. The rocket carrying Phoscode 2 lifted off normally and quickly disappeared, leaving behind a perceptible hole in the blanket of clouds. On the tralscopes, all the green columns quivered within the acceptable ranges. Reports came into the bunker over the loudspeaker that everything was normal. Just when the reading 5:30 appeared on the screens, everything began to jump, but the spacecraft had already become an independently monitored object. The flight of Phoscode 2 went down in history twice. In the first official, open version, everything was said to have gone splendidly. In the second version, which unfolded gradually and the details of which weren't published at all, there were at least 3 incidents. Leonov was observed via television, and the image was relayed to Moscow. During his egress from the spacecraft to a distance of 5 meters, he waved his hand in open space. Leonov was outside the airlock for 12 minutes, 9 seconds. But it turned out that it was easier for him to exit than to come back. His spacesuit inflated in space and refused to squeeze back into the airlock. Leonov was forced to release pressure to get skinnier and make the spacesuit softer. Nevertheless, he had to crawl back in head first rather than feet first as stipulated. We didn't learn about all the vagaries of the return to the spacecraft until after the cosmonauts had landed. Image credit, Asif Siddiqui. These 3 stills are from the external movie camera on the Soviet Phoscode 2, which recorded Alexei Leonov's historic spacewalk on March 18, 1965. Leonov's EVA made him the first human ever to walk in space, giving the Soviet Union yet another space first. The second incident was an inexplicable drop in pressure in the cabin pressurization tanks from 75 to 25 atmospheres after Leonov's return back into the spacecraft. They would have to land no later than the 17th orbit, although Grigory Voronin, chief designer of this part of the life support system, assured everyone that there was enough oxygen for another 24 hours. The third incident caught us completely by surprise. The automatic solar orientation system malfunctioned, and consequently the braking engine unit did not fire. The spacecraft waved at us, stayed in orbit, and entered its 18th orbit. It was recommended that the crew land the spacecraft manually during the 18th or 21th orbit. Image credit, Dave Woods, 1983. Diagram of Alexei Leonov's historic spacewalk from Phoscode 2 in March 1965. Note the extended airlock, which was jettisoned before re-entry. For 4 hours at the command post it was unclear what had happened in space. Korolev completely wore out Bykov, Kamenin, and Bolshoi, asking for communications. There was no direct contact with the spacecraft. There was only indirect data. Radars of the air defense troops pinpointed the spacecraft's entry into the atmosphere and its descent over central Russia. One of the shortwave receiving stations supposedly picked up the telegraph dispatch VN, which stood for all normal. 49. Finally a report came in from a search helicopter. It had discovered a red parachute and 2 cosmonauts 30 kilometers southwest of the town of Bereznyaka. The dense forest and deep snow prevented the helicopters from landing near the cosmonauts and there were no populated areas nearby. The landing in the remote taiga was the last incident in the saga of Phosphode 2. The cosmonauts spent the night in a northern Ural forest. All the helicopters could do was fly overhead and report that one is chopping wood and the other is making a campfire. The helicopters dropped supplies to keep the cosmonauts warm and provide them with food, but they weren't able to pluck Belyaev and Leonov out of the taiga. A group of cross-country skiers including a physician made a landing about 1.5 kilometers away. They reached the cosmonauts over the snow 4 hours later, but did not take it upon themselves to bring them out of the taiga. Image credit, from the author's archives. The Phosphode 2 cosmonauts debriefing in the cabin of an airplane following their mission. From left to right are Sergei Anokhin, Alexei Leonov, I.G. Borisenko, Pavel Belyaev, and Yevgeny Karpov. A real competition developed for the rescue of the cosmonauts. The firing range service, warmed up by Tyulin and Korolev, sent its own rescue mission, headed by Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Belyaev and foreman of our factory Yuri Iligin, to Perm. From Perm they flew by helicopter to an area 2 kilometers from Phosphode 2 and were soon exchanging embraces with the cosmonauts. Air Force Marshal Rudenko forbade his rescue service from evacuating the cosmonauts from the ground to a hovering helicopter. They remained in the taiga for a second cold night. True, now they had a tent, warm fur clothing, and sufficient food. The matter had gone to Brezhnev. They had convinced him that it was dangerous to lift the cosmonauts up into a helicopter hovering above the ground. Brezhnev agreed and endorsed the proposal to cut down the trees in the vicinity to prepare a landing area. On March 21, cosmonauts Pavel Belyaev and Alexei Leonov made their way to an Mi-4 helicopter over a ski track laid down by Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Belyaev from the firing range. They transferred from that helicopter to a heavy Mi-6, which took them to Perm. 2 days later, after landing 70 kilometers from the oblast center, the cosmonauts had the opportunity to report to the General Secretary that they had fulfilled their assignment. That's the kind of communications technology we had in those days. Standing in the taiga next to the descent module, it was impossible to communicate even with a hovering helicopter. This was our major defect. We learned a good lesson, but subsequent events during the Soyuz flights showed us once again that setting up reliable communications with the crew once it is on the ground, a problem that even the technology of the 1930s could handle, was even more difficult 30 years later than it had been during the time of the Papanin expedition. 50. Otherwise, everything went according to the best traditions. On the evening of March 21, all the active functionaries of the town of Leninsk, including the young pioneers, gathered at the firing range airfield for a celebratory reception. 51. On that warm evening, it was strange to see Belyaev and Leonov emerge from the airplane in winter boots and fur coats. They were given 24 hours to rest, and on the morning of March 23, they flew to Moscow on an Il-18 for a jubilant reception there. Image credit, from the author's archives. Cosmonauts Pavel Belyaev and Alexei Leonov returned to Baikonur after their space flight. The newspapers were filled with the traditional proclamations to the peoples and governments throughout the world, with congratulations to the scientists and designers, engineers, technicians, and workers, and with news stories about the conversation of the leaders of the Communist Party and Soviet government with the Phosphode 2 crew. During the flight, a direct radio communication session had been held between the cosmonauts and the party and government leaders assembled in the Sverdlovsky Hall at the Kremlin. Up until the flight of Phosphode 2, all cosmonauts had reported from space directly to Khrushchev. Now they addressed a collective leadership. Image credit, from the author's archives. Cosmonauts Pavel Belyaev, Vladimir Komarov, Alexei Leonov, and Yuri Gagarin. The reception at Vnukovo Airport was every bit as good as in the past. Just the list of those in attendance took up a newspaper column. The last name on that list was Academy of Sciences President M.V. Keldysh. Foreign diplomats were mentioned, but the scientists whom the Central Committee and Council of Ministers had so triumphantly referred to, not a single one of them were mentioned. It was March 1965, not April 1961. Nevertheless, Once again Red Square was filled with thousands of Muscovites. In old photographs of that day, I see on the people's faces sincerely joyous smiles, nothing false, no feigned elation. That's how it really was. After their flight, Belyaev and, especially, Leonov gave speeches dozens if not hundreds of times. But that day, March 23, 1965, on Red Square, Leonov really spoke from the bottom of his heart, in the true sense of these words. I want to tell you that I was simply astounded and spellbound by the picture of the depths of space that I saw, its grandeur, its immensity, the clarity of its colors and the sharp contrasts between the velvety darkness and the blinding radiance of the stars. To complete this picture, imagine that against this background I see our Soviet spacecraft illuminated by the bright light of the sun's rays. When I went out of the airlock, I felt a powerful stream of light and heat that reminded me of a welder's torch. Above me was black space and bright, unblinking stars. The sun appeared to me like an incandescent, fiery disk. I felt a sense of vastness and lightness, it was bright and good. Image credit, from the author's archives. An official portrait of the Voskhod 2 crew taken after their mission shows Pavel Belyaev and Alexei Leonov. The evening reception at the Great Kremlin Palace was in keeping with the best traditions. At this reception, Katya set out on an unescorted voyage and hit the jackpot. At home now, as a precious relic, we have kept a brochure news coverage of the flight signed by Gagarin. To Yekaterina Semyonovna, Chertok, Galakina, and including the autographs of Andrei Tupolev, Dmitry Ustinov, Sergei Korolev, Alexei Leonov, Pavel Belyaev, and Kalki from Arbut as Nikolai Golinsky signed his autograph. 52. Before the obligatory post-flight press conference, a heated argument flared up: should the cosmonauts tell the truth about the flight? Was it necessary to say that there were difficulties during the return into the airlock, that there was a failure of the automatic orientation system and consequently an emergency landing in the taiga, overshooting the calculated landing site by 368 kilometers? It is astounding and incomprehensible why, but Keldysh demanded that the cosmonauts say nothing about the failure of the automatic system, and they asserted that the spacecraft had landed at the calculated site and they had not spent 2 days in the taiga, but had been resting at the cosmodrome under the observation of doctors. Korolev strongly objected to such lies and said that he would speak with Brezhnev. Kamenin, who also felt that they should tell it the way it happened, supported him. More than 1,000 people were assembled for the press conference in the auditorium at Moscow State University. I was not at this press conference. But after hearing the accounts of friends who were there and reading the report, I understood that they were not given permission to tell the whole truth. Keldysh's introductory speech was unusually short and ended with him awarding the cosmonauts Tsiolkovsky gold medals on behalf of the Academy of Sciences. In his speech, Belyaev, who had been promoted to the rank of colonel, stated that the spacecraft had landed successfully in the vicinity of the town of Perm on March 19 at 1202 hours. Poor Belyaev. They forbade him from telling the real truth and made him say something that sounded plausible. It turned out that the cosmonauts had longed to use manual attitude control to execute the de-orbit maneuver. And when, during the process of preparing for landing using the automatic descent cycle, they noticed certain irregularities in the operation of the solar orientation system, this made them very happy. Now they had the opportunity to execute a landing manually and thus discover one more remarkable capability of Soviet-piloted, now in the full sense of the word, spacecraft. It turned out that the cosmonauts had asked the ground for permission and had feared that they would not be permitted. The manual landing system operated flawlessly, and we landed approximately where they had calculated we would, but we overshot the landing site slightly due to the newness of this type of landing. In conclusion, Belyaev congratulated American astronauts Grissom and Young, who had completed a flight on the Gemini spacecraft on the day our cosmonauts returned to Moscow. 53. Leonov devoted his speech entirely to the colorful description of the novelty of his impressions during his spacewalk. He happily alluded to his painting hobby, saying that for those who are familiar with a paintbrush and easel, it is difficult to find a more magnificent picture than the one that opened up before me. Thus ended the phase of Vostoks and Foscodes, which took up 5 years of truly heroic labor in our history. With all the new problems, and despite the imperfection of the technology and the risky decisions, all 8 piloted launches had a happy, and one might say, triumphant ending. A 2-year break in our piloted launches was coming. Image credit, from the author's archives. Cosmonaut Alexei Leonov making his post-flight report to the members of the State Commission in 1965. Sitting on the left is Major General Nikolai Kuznetsov, the director of the Cosmonaut Training Center. In September 1965, the 16th Congress of the International Astronautical Federation took place in Athens. The chief scientific representative of the Soviet Union at this Congress was the indefatigable academician Leonid Sedov. The main attractions of the Soviet delegation were cosmonauts Belyaev and Leonov. The Americans were very open, and they were not afraid to send, as a delegate to the Congress, the technical director, or in our terms, chief designer of the not yet flying, but already famous, Saturn rocket series, Wernher von Braun. The European press had published a lengthy article by the father of the V-2 missile, German scientist, naturalized U.S. citizen, Wernher von Braun. One must give credit to von Braun. The article, which described the state of cosmonautics at that time, the immediate plans of the United States and a prognosis for the future, is still a very interesting read 30 years later. Von Braun describes the primary features of the Saturn IB and Saturn V rockets, compares their capabilities for delivering payloads into near-Earth orbit and the costs of possible piloted flights into near-Earth orbit and to the Moon. In this article, and in subsequent interviews, he stated that a flight to the Moon will take place no earlier than 1969 and no later than 1975. Von Braun's prognosis turned out to be accurate. Under his supervision, all 6 American expeditions to the Moon were carried out during the period from 1969 to 1972. But with regard to other expeditions, von Braun was too optimistic. He wrote, "The first manned missions to Venus could take place in 1975, if enough funds are allocated and if all the industrial facilities are used to this end. We'll need to wait until the 1980s for the first landing on Mars or on one of its moons. Traveling to the Moon under the Apollo program is simply a reconnaissance mission, similar to what an army does before it penetrates into unknown territory. After the Apollo program, the real conquest of space will begin." Von Braun went on to discuss the problems of nuclear power sources for space transport, reusable systems, astronomical observatories, and orbital hotels. In the Soviet Union, research and projects on that subject were classified top secret. The things that were published in popular literature by incompetent journalists were so watered down and far from the actual technology and its problems that specialists considered them to be the kind of pap written for elementary school children. Von Braun didn't just write and tell stories. He brought to the Congress a model of the lunar vehicle, a 360-foot Saturn V rocket, and dozens of various slides. The newspapers wrote that the still youthful, but gray-haired Dr. von Braun leads an army of 300,000 men. Only by laying all of our cards on the table can we hope to motivate the Russians to tell us what they are doing, von Braun told the correspondents. The Americans were not bluffing when they spoke about their space plans. They really did lay their cards on the table. This placed our delegation in an awkward position. Other than cosmonauts Belyaev and Leonov, our delegation did not include any genuine qualified rocket scientists or the creators of spacecraft. But we could shine, having shown the design of 3 Semyorka models and at least a general view of the UR-500. 54. Assessing the closed nature of our society at that time after 30 years, one can assert that it could not be explained by common sense, or by ideology, or by real concern for security. Even Khrushchev had been unable to overcome the stagnant bureaucratic system of the most powerful party administration in the world, which operated on the principle hold on and don't let go. In response to the numerous questions regarding a landing expedition on the Moon, the Soviet scientists at the Congress refused to confirm or deny reports that they were getting ready to send a piloted flight around the Moon. According to the instructions received in the Central Committee before departing for Athens, the members of our delegation answered, "Wait, and you'll see for yourselves." 55. But our delegates weren't able to avoid meeting with von Braun. Sedov met and talked with him, and Believ and Leonov had an hour-long conversation with him. In this regard, a secret scandal flared up in our midst, which I indiscreetly referred to as a tempest in a teapot in a conversation with Tyulin over the direct line to the Kremlin. After reading a TASS news flash about the events in Athens, Pylyagin called me on the Kremlin line. He was agitated. "I'm perturbed that Sedov is mixing and mingling with that fascist, SS officer von Braun. I want to persuade Keldysh and Sergei to investigate his behavior in the Academy Presidium. You gathered materials in Germany about the atrocities in the underground V2 factory. 56. Thousands of people died there with von Braun's knowledge. You've got to help me." "How am I going to help you?" "Punish innocent Sedov for von Braun's sins. In my opinion, it's more than unjust, if anything, it's even ridiculous. He did not have the right to talk with von Braun. Remember, Nikolai. In 1945, when we were in Bleakirode, we tried to arrange the kidnapping or enticement of this same von Braun from the American zone to our Institute Rabi. And we certainly didn't want to get our hands on him to punish him for being in the Nazi Party, but rather to make use of his experience and knowledge for our country. If we had succeeded, I am certain that not just we, but also ministers would be associating with him. Incidentally, you've sat at the same table with former Nazis like Dr. Rule more than once. You've worked successfully with them, drank coffee and even 60-proof corn liquor. Realizing that we didn't see eye to eye and that I did not share his indignation with Sedov's behavior, Pylyagin slammed down the phone in a fit of anger. I was also perturbed, but for a completely different reason. 9 years had passed since the 20th Party Congress. 57. Everything that had come to light then after Khrushchev's secret report was horrible. After this, the rehabilitation of the many tens of thousands of ordinary people, very famous military figures, party workers, writers, and scientists had raised hopes for political change. People hoped that no one would ever have to fear falling into the category of enemies of the people, being accused of worshipping Western science, or simply of being acquainted with a foreign scientist. After Khrushchev's visits to the United States, there was a confidence that efforts would be made on our side to lift the heavy Iron Curtain. The Americans had given von Braun U.S. citizenship and trusted him to manage the enormous national space program. 58. They permitted him not only to fly to Athens, but also to report on projects that, according to our conventions, would have to be classified top secret. Many of us naively assumed that now we would have the derogatory stamp prohibited from travel abroad lifted from our passports, especially for those of us who had never been repressed, been on trial and under investigation, or had not lived during the war in territories that were temporarily occupied by the Germans. 59. But the party bureaucrats schooled under Stalin could not bring themselves to such liberalization, even under Khrushchev. Alexei Adzubi, in his memoirs Those 10 Years, writes, Korolev, Glushko, Keldysh, and Kurchatov, together and separately, were often at Nikita Sergeevich's dacha. His vast assortment of business did not deter Khrushchev on his day off from waiting for them with delighted impatience to join him for dinner. In general, he valued people of science and engineering work, and placed them, so to speak, higher than scholars. Behind scientific and technical discoveries, his mind instantly searched for the material benefit, the way to move forward and, most important, the social effect. 60. Only Kurchatov was permitted once to travel to a scientific symposium in England. 61. Who kept Khrushchev from taking Korolev out of the shadows and putting him next to himself on the stand during the reception for Gagarin or the other cosmonauts? Why didn't it even occur to Korolev or a single one of the chief designers to request permission to speak or simply attend the International Space Congresses? The cleansing wind of the 20th Party Congress was still unable to dispel the stagnant atmosphere of fear that Soviet citizens who traveled abroad would see something that would make them waver, change their convictions, or who knows, on top of that, some enemy intelligence service might recruit them. Khrushchev discovered America for himself and his family. Nevertheless, the scientists that he really valued so much were unable to participate in this discovery. After Khrushchev's removal, the bureaucracy of the administrative system of power formed by Stalin breathed a sigh of relief and undertook a complete overhaul, patching up breaches that had been made in the Iron Curtain. Barely 1 hour after my conversation on the Kremlin line with Pylyagin, Korolev called me directly from his office. "Boris, what materials did Nikolai ask you for about von Braun?" I told Korolev that I had no compromising materials on von Braun. There's a book called Secret of Huntsville, in which the author, a German journalist, tells the story of Mittelwerk, the anti-Nazi underground, and very briefly writes about how the Americans pampered the German rocket specialists, including von Braun, who in the author's opinion should be considered a war criminal. 62. The author's description of the V2 in this book is very brief and lacking technical details. Let Nikolai have that book. He wants to talk Keldysh into bringing a vote of censure against Sedov for associating with von Braun. I'm not about to get mixed up in that game and advised him not to. I was annoyed with Keldysh, Korolev, Pylyagin, and myself. To vent my feelings, I called Tyulin. Now he was our deputy minister, but I had remained on good terms with him. 63. I asked him to advise Pylyagin to forego his aggressive actions against Sedov. At the same time, pretending to be a naive simpleton, I chastised Tyulin. As the new deputy minister, you should have raised the question in the Central Committee, or wherever, so that they would send the real creators of our technology to those congresses, and not second-rate bureaucrats from the VPK who have nothing to do with the work of prominent academicians. Then we wouldn't have this tempest in a teapot. Tyulin would not accept my admonishments. You understand full well that I can't change anything in this matter. Especially now. I advise you not to get involved in unnecessary conversations on this subject anywhere. Go enjoy your good health. Many years later, when Korolev, Pylyagin, and von Braun were no longer alive, I met up with Leonid Ivanovich Sedov at one of our academic gatherings. I asked his opinion about von Braun. He was a very pleasant, intelligent, and even charming individual and conversationalist. Of course, he was fanatically devoted to his work. During 1988-89, our NPO Energia, together with the Academy of Sciences Physics Institute and the European Space Agency, developed the design for a spacecraft equipped with a 30-meter parabolic antenna that was supposed to be inserted in orbit more than 1 million kilometers from Earth by the Super Heavy Energy rocket. A radio interferometer would be formed in conjunction with large ground-based antennas. This made it possible to study the most remote corners of our universe. The design was daring and in terms of engineering beautiful. Once the spacecraft was just 1 million kilometers from Earth, humankind would be able to find out what was happening at the last frontiers of creation on the very edge of the universe. Our leading specialists, designers Yuri Denisov and Yakov Kolyakov, and one of the authors of the project, astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev, and I participated in defending this project at the International Symposium in the Netherlands in the town of Noordwijke Research Center of ESA. According to tradition, after 3 days of arguing and discussing, the director of the center arranged for a friendly dinner that was held in a restaurant with authentic Indonesian cuisine. Although the restaurant was on the shore of the Atlantic Ocean rather than on the fabulous islands of Indonesia, the Netherlands' former colony, everything, even the wait staff, acted as though we were there. By European standards, the dinner was absolutely exotic. The rocket scientists, astronomers, and physicists of Europe, the United States, and Japan felt free and easy. An elderly American physicist took a particular liking to me. I convinced him that I could match the pirates of Treasure Island when it came to drinking Dutch gin. He became completely relaxed and expressed thoughts that also tortured me. Now we are friends and like-minded people. Together America, Europe, and Russia are capable of creating a system for great scientific discoveries. Separately, each of us had already created part of the system. You built an outstanding rocket, we are working on supersensitive instrumentation, and here in Europe, they are creating the antenna to be deployed in space that is unique in terms of the precision of its surface. Together we have yet to develop the unique electronics to control and transmit the measurement data. We meet freely, exchange ideas, and even sit together in a restaurant and understand that each of us can't solve this problem in isolation in our own country. 6 or 7 years ago we couldn't even dream about associating freely. The Cold War separated us. Now these barriers have been removed. But it's too late. If we had begun this work 10 years ago, together we would have made a system that would have surpassed the moon landing in terms of scientific value. But then we were separated by distrust. Both we and you received large amounts of money so that we scientists could create systems of mutual annihilation. We were very successful. So were you in Russia. Now they aren't necessary. But we still won't achieve anything together. Science unites us, but commerce separates us. Neither the United States nor Europe will give as much money for this work as is needed. This isn't a weapon, and it's not a machine for packaging cigarettes. And you and I are cut off once again, remaining friends in our common poverty. We don't yield profits. The American was right. We had attained the freedom to travel abroad and to associate with scientists from any nations. It turned out that while money doesn't buy happiness, it does give you a sense of freedom. But freedom without money doesn't give us much. In the early 1990s, after receiving, as it were, all the types of freedom that we had dreamed of, we had lost the freedom of the Russian revolutionary élan in scientific work. Russian revolutionary élan did not get along with the ideological principles of the new Russian regime. Concerning the other side of the Leninist slogan about Americans' practicality in business, it only got in the way of the new powers. The project that we dreamed about that evening required about $1 billion to be implemented, split roughly evenly among Russia, Europe, and the United States. It turned out that this was beyond the power of both Russia and Europe. American scientists obtained funding for the very expensive Hubble Space Telescope project. They no longer cared about our concerns. But all of that was a long time after the Vostoks and Voskhodies. Belyaev and Leonov were the last cosmonauts that Korolev managed to monitor in space and meet on Earth. The Soyuz series came next, but that happened without Korolev. Chapter 10. Radio Engineering Digression. Radio engineering systems and equipment played a decisive role in the development of 20th-century missile technology and cosmonautics. I believe that without introducing the newest achievements of radio engineering into the rocket and space endeavors of humanity, these efforts simply make no sense. The snowballing process of space exploration stimulated new radio engineering developments. The achievements of radio engineering accelerated the process of rocket testing and experimental development. Intertwining a purely rocket system with various radio engineering systems at all stages of its life cycle not only increases its effectiveness, but often leads to discoveries that were not always predictable. For many years I have been teaching a course to students at the Moscow Physical Technical Institute and the Bauman Moscow State Technical University that I provisionally call Large Rocket Space Systems. 1. In one of the first lectures, while describing the structure and makeup of one such large system, I list the primary functions performed by the radio engineering systems in present-day rocket technology and cosmonautics. During my more than 60 years of work in the rocket space field, I have found that a good radio engineer working in the rocket space industry soon grasps the nuts and bolts of rocket science. He begins to understand the principle of rocket flight, the structure of the rocket engines, the rocket production and operating process, and the fundamentals of cosmonautics. By contrast, the mechanical engineer who creates the rocket itself, or the spacecraft that we refer to as the article as a whole, simply does not grasp the basic fundamentals of radio engineering. That is why I thought it would be a good idea to begin this chapter by providing a list of the basic functions that radio systems fulfilled during the creation of various rocket space systems, adhering to a historical stage-by-stage approach to the greatest extent possible. Radio systems have allowed us to measure flight speed and issue commands for rocket engine shutdown to ensure a precise target hit in terms of range. Monitor deviations of the rocket from the assigned direction and introduce corrections into the control system to reduce lateral dispersion. Provide radio telemetry, i.e., monitor parameters characterizing the processes on board the missile or spacecraft and transmitting them to the ground. Provide radio monitoring of the missile flight trajectory and determine spacecraft orbital parameters. Provide command radio link, making it possible to transmit flight control and operational commands for various onboard systems from the ground to the spacecraft. Provide two-way radio telephone communications for piloted spacecraft systems. Provide one-way or two-way television communications. Create systems for establishing mutual coordinates for spacecraft rendezvous and docking systems. Provide radar and television observation of Earth's surface and transmission of results to the ground via radio link. Provide relay of radio telephone, television, and other forms of information. Create special radio systems for planetary and deep space exploration. During the first decade of the missile era, no more than 2 organizations were commissioned to develop systems to perform these various functions. As demands grew in scope and complexity, many tasks required that new organizations be brought in. A creative radio rocket competition developed. The history of Russia's domestic rocket space radio engineering is very closely linked to the history of international radio engineering and radio electronics, the progress of which in the 20th century has largely determined the level of modern civilization. In the history of technology, it is usually considered that humankind's practical use of radio began with the inventions of Alexander Stepanovich Popov and Guglielmo Marconi. In my lectures to students, I contend that the birth of radio should begin with Michael Faraday's discoveries and the fundamental works of prominent mathematician James Clerk Maxwell. In the 19th century, science developed very slowly. Maxwell published a dynamical theory of the electromagnetic field in 1864. But it wasn't until 1887 that Heinrich Rudolf Hertz experimentally proved Maxwell's theoretical conclusions. It is not surprising that the first message Popov transmitted over the radio was Hertz's name. The first transatlantic radio link was not established until 1901. 100 years later, the data transmission range had been increased by a factor of 1 million. At the beginning of the 20th century, the rate of progress in radio communications technology sped up thanks to the development of a fundamentally new invention, vacuum tubes. But it would require another 6 years to successfully transmit speech using vacuum tube radio transmitters. From that moment on, radio technology began to develop by leaps and bounds. It is surprising that Marconi did not see the need for some other use of radio besides the wireless telegraph using Morse code, particularly during the time when technology for transmitting and receiving speech and music had surged forward at irrepressible speed. In all sectors of technology involving transmission and reception of radio signals, success was achieved by further enhancing electrical circuits using vacuum tubes, small ones for receivers and kilowatt-power ones for transmitters. Thus, Lee de Forest's triode was followed by the tetrode, pentode, and even more complex tubes. 2. The field of radio broadcasting absorbed the long wave and then the medium wave range one after the other. The development of the shortwave ham radio movement led to fundamental discoveries in the field of radio wave propagation. Both amateur and government radio operators began to exploit the 10 to 100 meter shortwave range, thanks to the wave's reflection off the ionized layers of the upper atmosphere. Inventors of military communications and remote control systems also mastered the 1 to 10 meter very high frequency range. This range of radio waves opened the way for an avalanche of developments in the technologies of radar and television. Of the aforementioned radio systems, which are integral parts of a rocket space complex, motion control systems were the first to be created. The Germans had developed them to reduce the dispersal of V-2 missiles. Lateral radio correction and radio range control were part of the R1, R2, R5, R5M, R7, and R9 missiles. These systems were much improved and, in their latest edition, were a far cry from their German ancestors. The R9 rocket was the last to require radio control. For all subsequent generations of ICBMs, autonomous inertial control systems alone provided the requisite target striking accuracy. During the first years designing the zero generation of ICBMs, the R7 and R7A in the USSR and the Atlas and Titan I in the U.S., no particular importance was attached to problems of launch site vulnerability and the amount of time a missile stood on duty after being fueled. The main criteria that generated the fiercest debates were maximum range, warhead yield, and firing accuracy. For the R7 and R7A, the developers and military customers somehow quickly came to an agreement on the first two criteria, because in this design the missile carried a warhead with a maximum yield, the mass of which had been determined at Artemis 16, and that was as good as if God had pronounced it. The mass of the entire warhead was the factor that determined range. The control system determined 90% of the accuracy, or circular error probability. Here, room opened up for many alternative variations. Ever since our work in Germany, we had been aware of the fact that autonomous inertial systems without radio correction were not capable of providing a high degree of accuracy. Both calculations and the experience gained on medium-range missiles showed that for the R7, without radio control, the SEP might reach tens of kilometers. During the 1950s, the developer of the radio control systems for our missiles was NII 885 of the Ministry of Communications Equipment Industry. 3. However, for the sake of historical accuracy, NII 20 of the MPSS should be considered the cradle of Soviet radio control systems. Mikhail Ryazansky, Yevgeny Boguslavsky, and a number of other radio engineers from that institute joined me in Germany at the Institut Rabi. In 1946, Ryazansky headed a group of specialists in radio engineering, radar, and radio navigation who were transferred from NII 20 to NII 885. Ryazansky was named chief engineer of NII 885. That same year, Boris Konoplev, who had remained at NII 20, received the assignment to develop a radio control system for the R3 missile with a range of 3,000 kilometers and began studying control systems for missiles with ranges up to 10,000 kilometers as part of the N3 scientific research project. 4. The harsh lessons of World War II were not lost on the nation's top political leadership. Even at the level of a single ministry, it was considered beneficial to conduct backup studies on complex systems. They did not try to cut the budget on that. I had not seen Boris Konoplev since 1937, when the search for Lavanovsky's crew had ended. 5. After that he had been a student in the physics department at Moscow State University and laboratory manager at the Academy of Sciences Institute of Theoretical Geophysics under academician Otto Yulyevich Schmidt. During the war, Konoplev had developed automatic radio-meteorological stations for the Arctic. In 1943, he was transferred to NII 20, where he developed a precise aircraft radio navigation system, which was put into service. For this he received the Stalin Prize in 1946. 6. At NII 20, Konoplev organized research work on a large scale on precise radio guidance systems for missiles. I ran into him at Kapustin Yar in 1948. At that time, Pavel Tsybin came out with a ditty aimed at Konoplev that began, "To analyze the plume effect. To us has come Mr. Konoplev." Despite of all the fun poked at him, for several years Konoplev conducted investigations that helped in the selection of the optimal radio wave ranges for our future radio systems and in determining the sites for the placement of ground radio facilities. In 1950, Konoplev and a group of co-workers transferred from NII 20 to NII 885. There he took on the management of all developments for long-range missile radio control systems. Two warring teams, those of Yevgeny Boguslavsky and Mikhail Borisenko, were transferred to his management. They had been fighting for the exclusive right to do the most prestigious work. With his will and authority, Konoplev quashed both, briefly easing the situation for Ryazansky, who had taken on the role of peacemaker. In 1953, Konoplev successfully completed the development of a radio control system for the R5, updated it in 1954 for the R5M, and then set about his main task, developing a draft plan for the R7 radio control system. This design involved a series of fundamentally new concepts: multifunctional pulsed radar for trajectory measurements and transmission of commands, lateral radio correction using differential distance measurement, and command coding. The scale of operations was such that the NII-885 pilot plant was completely loaded down with Konoplev's orders. At the height of equipment manufacturing operations, fundamental disagreements arose between Konoplev and Pilyagin. I was on good terms with each of them. Through me or directly, each of them tried to convince Korolev that they were right. When I had to find out how much work NII-885 would be faced with at Tyuratam in order to bring the R7 radio control system up to PAR, I came to the conclusion that with these complex, although very smart radio systems, we would have no time to deal with the missile itself. I voiced my misgivings to Korolev. His response was calm: "It may be that we will have to decide to launch regardless of whether the radio system is ready. If the radio experts are going to be last in line, we will start flying without them. We have enough problems of our own. And don't even think about talking about this. We're going to require that everybody be ready exactly according to the schedule. And you and Pilyagin keep thinking how to make the autonomous system even more accurate." At NII-885 itself, a fight had heated up over priorities in research and production between Pilyagin and Konoplev. Ryazansky, who had consulted with Korolev, sided with Pilyagin. Konoplev took offense and threatened to leave NII-885. But it wasn't a matter of hard feelings. Konoplev was smart enough to understand that in the future, ballistic missile control systems should move away from unwieldy and complicated radio systems. He first expressed these thoughts in Leningrad, when we visited NII-49 together. We had commissioned the Shipbuilding Industry Institute to develop a gyro-stabilizing platform with air suspension. Vyacheslav Arafyev was in charge of a young staff. He made the case that if he succeeded in achieving the parameters set forth in the inertial system design for the platform and for the accelerometers installed on it, then theoretically, it would be possible to achieve the required SEP without a radio system. At that time, the manufacturing process for our gyroscopic technology would not yet allow us to take advantage of this simple approach. Besides improvement of the gyroscope electromechanics, fundamentally new electronics were also needed. The time of onboard digital computers had not yet come for our rocket technology. The Americans fully realized the advantages of an inertial system combined with an onboard digital computer to the full extent on the Titan II and Minuteman I missiles in 1962. i.e., before we did. On the earlier Atlas and Titan I, striving to attain a high degree of accuracy, the Americans used radio systems, just as we did. One time Konoplev let it slip to me that, if it had been up to him, he would have completely redone the system developed and put into production for the R7. In 1955, Konoplev did leave NII-885 after all, slamming the door behind him. Then in 1959, he was named head and chief designer of OKB 692 established in Kharkov. By that time, a logically explicable metamorphosis of Konoplev's worldview had taken place. Having become the chief designer responsible for the entire R-16 missile control system, he abandoned radio control and developed a purely autonomous system. Konoplev was killed on October 24, 1960 in the Netherlands disaster. 7. He would never know that the R-16, the first domestic ICBM without a radio control system, had a SEP of 2,700 meters at a range of 12,500 kilometers. This was just 700 meters more than the SEP of the R-7 missile, which had a very complex radio control system developed by his successors at NII-885, chief among whom was Yevgeny Boguslavsky. By early summer 1956, the development of the radio flight control system for the first R-7 intercontinental missiles had for the most part been completed, and the agonizing stage of manufacturing the onboard equipment and the very bulky ground-based equipment had begun. The onboard portion of the system, including the antennas, weighed more than 200 kilograms. Despite its great mass, the onboard equipment was not very reliable. During launch preparation of the first R-7 missiles, the reliability of the radio system created a lot of headaches for the developers, testers, and State Commission. The onboard radio transmitter was particularly notorious. At that time, a powerful transmitter could be built only using radio tubes, but the tubes got warm, as they were supposed to. The transmitter turned into a powerful electric oven. There was no external cooling, and during prolonged testing at the engineering facility or launch site, it often malfunctioned. Replacing the transmitter turned into a separate problem. Considerable precautions had to be taken to remove the black box, which weighed 60 kilograms, from the instrument compartment. 4 soldiers transferred it to the laboratory for subsequent diagnosis and repair. Local quipsters badmouthed the transmitter and nicknamed it the radio coffin. A multi-channel pulse communications line operating in the 3 cm wave range used coded signals to measure the motion parameters and transmit control commands to the missile. The system had 2 control posts, a primary and a mirror, located 500 kilometers from one another. A straight line connecting the 2 posts was supposed to be perpendicular to the direction of flight. It was precisely this dispersion by 250 kilometers to the right and left of the launch pad that proved decisive in selecting the construction site for the pad and the entire NIIP-5 firing range, the future Baikonur Cosmodrome. For lateral correction, the difference between the distances from the missile to the primary and mirror control posts was measured, and signals corresponding to the missile's lateral displacement and lateral velocity relative to the firing plane were generated. These signals entered the stabilization controller developed in Pylyagin's department, and after being processed, differentiated, amplified, and added to commands from the gyroscopes, the signals went to the control surface actuators, turning the control thrusters to the required angle. That is how yaw control was carried out. Range control was executed using a special computer located at the primary control post. When the missile attained both the calculated value for the final velocity and the coordinates that satisfied the function determining the flight range, the computer uplinked the preliminary and main commands to shut down the second stage engine. In 1957, the radio control system ground equipment was contained in 15 military trucks. Soon thereafter, brick buildings called control stations were built. The equipment and trucks were moved into permanent buildings. Hundreds of kilometers from the launch site, in the barren steppe, it was necessary to build not only buildings to house equipment, but also barracks, dining halls, and power plants. Creature comforts needed to be provided for the military contingent and the civilian radio industry specialists. The unwieldiness and vulnerability of the radio control system were obvious. It wasn't easy living and working at Site No. 2, but it was much more difficult at the garrisons lost in the desert by the control stations. Unlike the industry guys, who were absorbed with straightening out their complex and unpredictable radio equipment, the soldiers and young officers really suffered. From those times, soldiers' folk poems remain, describing the mood at those small garrisons forsaken in the semi-desert. In summer no clouds grace the sky. Not a blade of green grass do I see. Nature has only created dry thorns and the saxaul tree. Plants wither and writhe in the sun, beseeching the heavens for rain. But heaven does not hear their prayers. They wait for cool droplets in vain. A wicked wind roams o'er the dunes. The whirlwinds howl as if insane. And sand drifts engulf our youth, which we never shall regain. 8. However, the semi-desert of Kazakhstan would not be the only place from which our Semyorkas would lift off. The great missile pad construction had also begun in the north in Arkhangelsk Oblast. By 1962, the Plesetsk firing range was supposed to have 4 Semyorka launch sites. The 500-kilometer-long radio mustache for 4 launch sites did not fit in the green taiga sea of Arkhangelsk Oblast. 9. There were intensive operations to simplify and increase the reliability of the radio control system. Pylyagins and Kuznetsov's teams labored to increase the accuracy of the primary command instrumentation and entire autonomous system. The radio specialists looked for ways to do away with the 2 equidistant stations and convert the system into one that relied on a single control post. When we made the transition from the R7 to the R7A, a new system had already been developed. The autonomous system, which we called the Pylyagin system, ensured that the lateral dispersion met the operational requirements. Meanwhile, the radio system was relieved of its lateral correction duty, retaining only the accurate range control function. True, for autonomous range control, instead of 1 longitudinal accelerations integrator, the Pylyaginists put in 3, and they introduced an apparent velocity control system. 10. We and they tried to demonstrate that pretty soon we would be able to do without radio control. But the flight tests showed that in measuring the main parameter determining flight range velocity at the end of the powered flight phase, the radio system was an order of magnitude more accurate than the autonomous instruments of that day. A new, substantially simplified radio system was created for the R-7A missile. All ground-based range control facilities were concentrated at one post located near the launch site. Instead of 2 pre-programmed rotating antennas, a single non-rotating antenna was installed on board the missile. But the upgrading of radio control methods did not stop there. While developing the pulse differential ranging method, which limited the ability to shift the direction of flight in real time, NII-885 was also developing a single command post-phased system. The control station was supposed to be located near the launch site and provide unlimited target selection in terms of direction. Work on the system began in 1959 for its use on the R-9 missile. Mikhail Borisenko was the direct head of operations for the development of phased radio control systems. My memories of Borisenko in his white sheepskin coat went all the way back to the cold autumn days of 1947 in Kapustin Yar. He had come to missile technology from the airborne troops, having passed through the grueling school of the war. A rather coarse wisecracker, not intimidated by the brass, he mastered the technology of lateral radio correction. 11. First, he worked on the German Victoria system, and then he managed the team that developed its own brake system for the R1 and R2. Building on the experience of developing lateral radio correction systems for the R1, R2, and R5 missiles, Borisenko came out with a proposal in 1956 to develop an alternative system in the centimeter radio wave range using phased measurement methods. This system would have broader applications and be more compact, more accurate, and simpler to operate than the pulse system developed for the R7 and R7A. In the system that Borisenko proposed, for the first time, transistors were used in place of vacuum tubes in flight equipment. This was a qualitative leap, but the reliability of transistors in those days was not much different from that of vacuum tubes. During the R9's first flight tests, the ground control post of the missile radio control system was located at Site No 1A at a distance of 1.2 kilometers from the launch site. The ground unit included 5 standard all-purpose truck trailers packed with equipment. 12. The control post also had 12 parabolic antennas, 2 for transmitting and 10 for receiving. To simulate the operation of the onboard equipment, a remote checkpoint with a horn antenna was set up 150 meters from the launch site in a dugout. This facility was intended to perform the pre-launch adjustment of the antenna systems, i.e., check the electrical and geometrical axial alignment of the antenna patterns. At Borisenko's request, when the equipment was put into operation, antenna adjustment was conducted from a tethered aerostat. It had equipment simulating onboard equipment, electric power sources, and a radio for communication with the pilot installed in its basket. This operation seemed so exotic that jokesters suggested that we refer to the aerostat pilot as the tethered cosmonaut. The new, single-post radio control system developed for the R9 undoubtedly represented cutting-edge radio engineering achievements. However, it made the operation of the combat missile substantially more complicated. The aspirations of the new chief designers to produce combat missiles with purely autonomous control systems were understandable. Borisenko openly criticized the Konoplev-Boguslavsky system, the development of which Ryazansky had supported. Technical disagreements worsened the personal relationships between Borisenko and the Ryazansky-Boguslavsky duo. Borisenko capitalized on the failures that had occurred due to the radio systems during Semyorka launches to demonstrate the flawed nature of the path that Boguslavsky had chosen and the advantages of the system that he was proposing. On January 2, 1959, the radio control system failed to issue the primary command to shut down the engine of our moonshot rocket. An investigation determined that the antenna of the main control post radio direction finder had been erroneously set to communicate with the launch vehicle using one of the secondary lobes of the antenna pattern rather than the main beam. During powered flight, the rocket deviated from the design trajectory. Luna 1 flew past the Moon and was declared a new planet of the Solar System and named Mekta. 2 years later, during the first piloted launch on April 12, 1961, due to the erratic operation of the radio complex power converter, the radio command to shut down the engine was not issued at all. The engine was shut down by a command from the autonomous system integrator, which had been set for a velocity exceeding the design velocity for the radio system. That is why the first Vostok overshot the predetermined landing area and landed in Saratov Oblast. As a result of the failure of the radio control system during Gagarin's flight, the decision was made not to use it during piloted flights. This was a severe blow to the prestige of NII-885 and to the standing of Ryazansky and Boguslavsky. But competition bore fruit. 2 radio links were used in the R9 radio control system, a continuous wave link to measure the radial range and a pulsed one to transmit control commands on board. When the launch silo was built for the R9, the radio control system was also sheltered underground. The antennas were placed in special silos and required special remote-controlled systems to raise them and point them after the protective roof rolled back. From 1961 to 1965, a standardized radio control system was produced for Kilome's UR-100 and Yangel's R-36 missiles. But both missiles were put into service just with inertial guidance and control systems. An onboard computer processed the information from sensitive command instrumentation installed on gyrostabilized platforms. This made it possible to take procedural errors into consideration and implement optimal control algorithms. In the mid-1960s, the development of radio control systems was halted. A new explosion of ideas and developments for radio control systems occurred in the late 1970s. These were autonomous radar systems for guiding multiple warheads using digital ground maps. By that time, completely different people were developing these systems. Boguslavsky switched his energy to producing radio telemetry systems and spacecraft control systems. He died suddenly on May 18, 1969. For several more years, Borisenko attempted to develop compact all-purpose radio control systems, but soon realized that it was useless to compete with inertial systems in terms of simplicity and reliability. In 1974 he left NII-885 for an institute that was developing special communication systems. NII-885 was subsequently renamed the Scientific Research Institute of Space Device Engineering. The radio systems developed in recent years in this NII comprehensively solve problems of radio control, telemetry, television, and radio telephone communications. Radio flight control systems for combat missiles and space rockets left behind a body of scientific work that was used in the development of radio flight trajectory monitoring systems. Fierce competition continued in this field. The young OKB-ME, with its new original developments, was crowding out the main institute, NII-885. During flight tests on the R-2 missile during the summer of 1952, all the missiles were equipped with indicator D equipment. The idea behind its development belonged to Vladimir Kotelnikov. At that time, future academician and OKB-MA director Alexey Fedorovich Bogomolov served as radio control system deputy chief designer for the first time. Beginning in early 1953, series production of ground and onboard equipment got underway at radio factories number 304 in Kuntseva and number 567 in Kazan. In late 1954, the radio trajectory monitoring system developed at MA went into service. 13. Since that time, virtually no long-range ballistic missile has passed through flight tests without this system. During 1955 to 56, test models were developed and manufactured, and in early 1956, during launches of M5RD missiles from the Kapustin Yar firing range, a precise angle measuring phase direction finding system was tested as part of the Irtish D station and Fakal onboard responder. The OKB-MA team surpassed other domestic organizations in the mastery of the new element base via the practical use of semiconductors, or transistors. Series production of Rubin transponders at the Kazan radio factory began in the summer of 1959. One after the other, command and measurement complex ground telemetry stations were equipped with the Kamaic radar, created using the latest radar achievements. Not only missiles, but also spacecraft were equipped with new special coherent onboard transceivers. In view of the refusal to use NII-885S radio control systems as standard equipment on combat missiles and launch vehicles, OKB-MA monopolized trajectory data output for each launch virtually without a fight. But the real competitive battle for a place on missiles and spacecraft was flaring up in the field of radio telemetry systems. Image credit, from the author's archives. Academy of Sciences President Mstislav Keldysh and Chief Designer Alexey Bogomolov. I have already written that in 1948, future academician Vladimir Kotelnikov headed a small group of scientists and engineers at MA. Independently from NII-20 and NII-885, this group very boldly tackled work on trajectory measurement and telemetry systems for the first ballistic missiles. Kotelnikov's successor, Alexey Bogomolov, transformed the group of enthusiasts into a powerful modern OKB. He headed OKB-MA for 30 years and became a full member of the USSR Academy of Sciences. At times Bogomolov irritated radio system fundamentalists at NII-885 and other reputable firms by the fact that he took on work that distinguished firms in respected ministries had rejected. OKB-MA began a veritable assault in the battle for radio flight monitoring and telemetry systems in 1955. Beginning with the third Sputnik, the first space laboratory, it became essential to uplink radio commands from the ground to execute the flight program. In essence, precisely such a command radio link system enables a human being to participate in the control loop. That is why modern-day flight control centers are called control centers, in that they are actively involved in the processes on board spacecraft. Despite the general crisis in the Russian radio electronics industry, the OKB-MA staff has retained its performance capacity, and to this day its developments cover almost the entire spectrum of radio-related space projects. Despite its collegiate origins, in terms of the importance of its contribution to domestic rocket space radio engineering, OKB-MA is undoubtedly second only to NII-885. The first 2 decades of the missile era were marked by the turbulent development and subsequent complete termination of developmental operations on radio flight control systems for all types of long-range ballistic missiles. However, at the same time there was a sharp increase in the need to enhance the data transmission capacity of telemetry monitoring systems and passive trajectory monitoring systems. A government decree dated May 13, 1946 specified a single-head organization responsible for the development of radio systems, NII-885. However, this institute did not hold onto its monopoly in the radio field for long. During the second decade of the missile era, by 1967, there were already 7 scientific research institutes developing radio engineering systems for the new industry. This is not counting the series production factories. Each chief designer of rocket space systems Korolev, Yangel, Chelomy, and later Mikhaev, Reshetnev, Kozlov, and Polakin started up their own departments of radio engineering and antenna feeder systems. 14. As a rule, the Ministry of Defense operated the entire ground portion of the following three systems: radio telemetry, trajectory measurement, and command radio link systems. The Command and Measurement Complex, which was a primary component of Military Unit 37103, was a very powerful organization with hundreds of highly qualified radio engineers. This body of military radio specialists worked closely with developers from industrial organizations. Located on the border between Earth and space, military engineers, with their operational experience, made a great contribution to improving the reliability of radio systems. From its very beginning, World War II stimulated the development of radar and radio navigation. These areas of radio engineering developed independently of rocket technology, which had yet to gain recognition. Unlike the areas listed above, radio telemetry was born and developed in the form of a radio electronic system that was essential for rocket technology. The firing rig is essential to the creator of a rocket engine. The radio telemetry system is essential to the developer of a rocket, its engine, and the control system. And that's not all. A test pilot can observe everything that takes place during an airplane's flight tests. If he returned alive after a flight, he could report all requisite information in detail to the airplane's creators. The test pilot not only controls the airplane, he is also a sort of medium for stored information. In case the pilot dies, black boxes were invented in the late 20th century. They need to be retrieved from among the airplane's wreckage, and after the recorded flight data is analyzed, the cause of the catastrophe is learned. Since the early days of its creation, a missile has been an automatically controlled unpiloted flying vehicle. During missile flight tests, observing its flight from the ground did not provide information capable of elucidating what was happening on board during deviations from the flight program. A system to track the processes taking place on board was essential. While developing the first long-range ballistic missile, the V-2, the Germans also developed and broadly used the first radio telemetry system in the history of radio engineering, the Messina 1. This system was developed simultaneously with all systems necessary for control and flight. The Messina 1 was not involved with flight control. It monitored in real time and transmitted to the ground only four of the most important parameters describing the operation of the engine and missile control system. Soon after the organization of the Institut Rabi in 1945, while hunting for missile instrumentation left behind in Thuringia after the Americans departed, we found several radio instruments with vacuum tubes, the purpose of which we could not immediately discern. Wernher von Braun's former deputy in the field of radio electronics, Helmut Grottrup, who had crossed over from the American zone, helped us out. Right away he determined that these were instruments from the Messina 1 telemetry system. Considering the importance of the discovery, I quickly set up a laboratory in the semi-basement of the military commandant's office in Bleaky Road. I put Captain K.A. Kirimuev, who had just arrived from Moscow, in charge of it under the scientific supervision of Major Engineer Boguslavsky. One could say that that was the beginning of the victorious march of future General Kirimuev, who for many years was chairman of the State Commission on Space Flight Programs. 15. Experienced radio engineer G. N. Degtyarenko, who had come from NII-20, rendered real assistance to Kirimuev in studying the German Messina. According to the unwritten laws of missile technology, no useful initiative goes unpunished. Therefore, after the historic decree of May 13, 1946 was issued, NII-20 received the assignment to reproduce the Messina system using domestic parts. The Messina used the principle of frequency division multiplexing, i.e., a separate sub-range of frequencies was allocated for each channel, which enabled information to be transmitted continuously from sensors that converted physical processes into electrical signals. The bandwidth capability made it possible to transmit changes in the monitored parameter as frequently as every 2 kHz. The first telemetry system had a total of 4 channels. On the ground, the information received from the onboard transmitter was recorded onto the thermal paper of an oscillograph. The domestic 8-channel system was given the name Brazilianate. Flight tests of the German V-2 missiles in 1947 and of their domestic analog R-1 missile in 1948 showed that Brazilianate's limited capabilities did not allow for a full-fledged analysis of the processes that occur in flight. Chief designer of engines Glushko demanded that he be given 4 channels to monitor the propulsion system parameters. Pilyagin required at least 9 channels. During those first years as deputy chief engineer at NII-88 and chief of the guidance and control department, I was responsible for channel allocation, the measurement circuitry, the antenna feeder system, and development and actuation of the primary sensors of the telemetry system. At that time a decision was made quickly. As early as May 1948, a telemetry laboratory was set up in my department number 16 and given responsibility for everything: ordering new systems, developing and ordering sensors, developing a measurement program, overseeing the production of ground-based recording equipment, and processing measurement results. In late 1948, NII-88 issued a design specification for the development of a new telemetry system to 2 organizations at once: NII-885, where Yet Boguslavsky was in charge of the project, and the Special Operations Sector, where V.A. Kotelnikov was in charge at that time. Both organizations, as well as other missile specialists, were working at a wartime pace. In 1949, just a year later, Boguslavsky proposed a new Stock 1 radio telemetry system under the code name Dawn. The equipment was ready for delivery in time for the second phase of flight tests on the R-1 missile. The Dawn system used the principle of time pulse modulation. The channels were divided according to time rather than frequency. Each parameter received its own window when it was polled. A poll was conducted at a frequency of 62.5 times per second for each channel. The system had 16 measurement channels with a total data transmission capacity of 1000 measurements per second. An electronic switch switched the channels. The system's onboard complex consisted of 4 units. Power supply and output signal lines comprising the telemetry system's onboard cable network extended from the distributor unit to each sensor in every nook of the missile. The Dawn receiver station was located in a truck trailer. Information was recorded onto movie film directly from the cathode ray tube. At the center of the main console was a visual monitoring screen. All 16 channels were displayed as columns, whose height corresponded to the current amplitude of the parameter being measured. The Dawn system became the backbone for missile technology up until development of the R-7 ICBM began. Korolev could not come to grips with the fact that telemetry information, the eyes and ears of a missile tester, was organizationally outside his administrative power. In 1949, with my consent, he set up a telemetry data processing and analysis group in my department at NII-88. Young specialists N.N. Zhukov, A.I. Ostashev, V.V. Chernov, and O.A. Nevskia comprised the group and were later joined by N.P. Golinsky. I feel compelled to name each of them because these young engineers, who had just arrived from Moscow Aviation Institute, made an invaluable contribution to the procedure for testing missiles and telemetry systems. 16. The front of operations on telemetry systems was expanding by leaps and bounds. New missile organizations wouldn't even think of testing and verifying the reliability of a system without using the latest advances in radio telemetry technology. In late 1952, a government decree created a new specialized organization for the development of high-speed telemetry systems, SKB 567. Yet, Skubenko was named chief designer. In 1954, having studied the experience of all preceding radio telemetry systems and in an effort to consciously meet the requirements of the chief designers of missiles, the young team at OKB-ME, which A.F. Bogomolov headed after Kotelnikov's departure, began to develop its own trial radio telemetry system. They made skillful use of the revolution in electrical engineering. Transistors replaced vacuum tubes. The TRAL system used time pulse code, which ensured maximum interference immunity. Successful circuitry designs ensured a high degree of reliability and accuracy of measurements. The TRAL had a data transmission capacity of 6,000 measurements per second, which was 6 times greater than the DON in service at that time. Each of the 48 channels had a polling rate of 125 per second. The DON and TRAL systems could not be used to measure the vibration process. This blind spot was covered by the RTS-5 system that SKB-567 developed in 1955. Flight tests on the R-7 missile required such a volume of measurements that a single set of the new TRAL system was not enough. Considering the decisive importance of radio telemetry during flight tests on the first ICBM carrying a thermonuclear warhead, the VPK created a special commission to select a system. 2 systems were competing, the TRAL, developed by OKB-ME, and the RTS-7, developed at SKB-567. After heated arguments, the Commission recommended the TRAL system. For many years it was the backbone not only for the Semyorka series of combat missile and space launch vehicles, but for other missiles as well. The Ministry of the Radio Industry lost the competition for the telemetry spot on missiles. After modifications, the RTS-7 system began to be used extensively in the aviation industry for airplanes and anti-aircraft guided missiles. The R-7 required the installation of at least 3 sets of TRAL telemetry equipment to monitor almost 1,000 parameters. The total amount of labor required for missile tests rose sharply because of telemetry systems. As onboard equipment became more sophisticated, the ground telemetry system followed suit and became many times more complicated. Each tracking station required a ground installation capable of simultaneously receiving data from 3 onboard telemetry transmitters with proper backup equipment. The Ministry of Defense used its resources to build and put into operation 2 tracking stations at the firing range and 4 tracking stations along the flight path all the way to Kamchatka for the first R-7 missile launches. Each tracking station required not only technology, but also highly qualified specialists to operate the sophisticated radio complexes, perform real-time analysis of the data, and transmit it to the control center, which back then was located right at the NIIP-5 firing range and at NII-4. Military manpower constructed a command and measurement complex that extended over the entire country. Almost all the officers commanding the tracking stations were war veterans and approached their new duties with the same sense of accountability with which they had carried out combat missions. Image credit, from the author's archives. Veterans of the Soviet Ground Tracking Network, known as the Command and Measurement Complex. Seated from left to right are, V.F. Stamberg, Georgy Tyulin, and Armen Natsakanian. Standing are Boris Pokrovsky, Pavel Agadzanov, and E.M. Kogan. Natsakanian was chief designer of rendezvous systems for Soviet-piloted spacecraft. After the Ministry of General Machine Building was formed in 1965, the organizations that developed radio electronic systems for missiles and space technology were transferred under its authority. OKB-ME was an exception. Bogomolov decided to remain independent, figuring that the trajectory, orbit, and telemetry monitoring systems that his staff had developed had found such broad application that missile technology and aviation could not endure without OKB-ME. However, officials from the Ministry of General Machine Building skillfully used revolutionary foreign breakthroughs, especially in American electronics, to limit the opportunities of the intractable OKB-ME in the competitive war with NII-885, SKB-567, and NII-648. Despite the improved reliability of vacuum tube instruments, their size and the demand for electronics during the late 1960s made it impossible to meet the avalanche of requirements in terms of the radio telemetry system's data transmission capacity, their weight, size, and reliability. The new designs of the Super Heavy rockets Proton and N1, and of new spacecraft, required a data transmission capacity of up to 100,000 measurements per second. After our specialists met with Americans during the implementation of the Apollo-Soyuz program and had learned about the Space Shuttle project, there was talk of systems that had a data transmission capacity of up to 1 million measurements per second. The revolution in electronics demanded brand new, enormous capital investments in new production technologies. The transistors that had replaced vacuum tubes turned out to be just the beginning of an historic electronic revolution for humankind. Single-body transistors were followed by integrated circuits and very large-scale integrated circuits. In lieu of being wired, instruments were now produced from printed circuit boards. The brand new mass production of super-miniature components was emerging. In the 1970s, an event took place that brought significant changes to all areas of radio electronics. Without exception, the microprocessor was born. The age of digital electronics had begun. Developers of radio electronics systems for rocket space technology, competing in terms of basic performance indices, were eager to make broad use of integrated circuits. Unfortunately, our electronics industry had fallen far behind the US in terms of rates of integration and methods for manufacturing micro and hybrid circuits. The US mastered the mass production of highly integrated circuits, mainly for consumer goods, televisions, communications devices, and portable computers. Elements that showed the greatest degree of reliability in consumer goods were used in military programs. For us it was just the opposite. The most cutting-edge developments were classified and used above all for defense purposes. The result of this was that sometimes military acceptance cleared no more than 5 to 10% of the total number of manufactured integrated circuits for use. Manufacturers encountered great difficulties in obtaining permission to freely sell to the civilian sector the microelectronics parts that the military had rejected. Though belatedly, the revolutionary process in technology took hold of our design bureaus and factories one after the other. Instrument designs changed radically thanks to the development of film and ceramic media for chips. Large and super-large fully digital multilayer hybrid circuits came on the scene. Instead of being wired, extremely complex circuits were printed on multilayer boards that provided a high degree of packing density that couldn't even have been anticipated in the 1960s. In the production of integrated circuits, integration lines 3 to 4 microns wide became common, and in prototype models they were as small as 1 to 2 microns. Electron beam lithography became a primary factor in the manufacture of photo templates with micron line width for the manufacture of large-scale integrated circuits. The newest advances in microelectronics technology were classified in the Soviet Union. The various branches of the defense industry were not able to order that same quantity of components, whose production in the United States had ensured a high degree of reliability. This was the Achilles heel of our radio electronics industry. Chapter 11. Star Wars. Young people of the early 21st century associate the concept of Star Wars with televised science fiction thrillers in which a superhero actor, with the help of a beautiful starlet, saves earthly civilization from an extraterrestrial invasion. For this, usually, they used a wonder weapon that was a modification of Engineer Garen's Death Ray, the brainchild of writer Alexei Tolstoy back in the 1920s. 1. The concept and term Star Wars appeared in the 1960s outside the realm of science fiction. The U.S. mass media referred to the scientific, technical, political, and diplomatic competition between the Soviet Union and the United States to produce space-based missile defense systems as Star Wars. 2. Air defense or anti-aircraft weapons appeared in the early 20th century, and during World War II they were of vital strategic importance. 3. By the 1960s, using the achievements of missile, radar, and electronic technology, domestic air defense had achieved outstanding results. Beginning in 1955, if a massive bomber attack had taken place from any direction, not one of them would have managed to drop a bomb on Moscow or Leningrad. However, air defense systems were powerless against ballistic missiles flying through space. Powerful nuclear-tipped missiles as an independent branch of the strategic forces appeared in the 1960s. Scientific schools established during the development of anti-aircraft missile systems were the basis for the development of space-based missile defense systems. The solution of missile defense problems required the creation of 3 different systems: a space monitoring system, a missile attack early warning system, and even a space defense system, the latter to defend against an all-out attack, not by missiles, but by potential enemy spacecraft. 4. All of these systems were supposed to be developed regardless of the type of physical principle used to destroy ballistic missiles launched from the ground or from submarines. Wide-ranging missile defense activity was underway in parallel with larger projects for the creation of a nuclear missile shield and diverse rocket space technology. Projects dealing with all types of missile defense were more highly classified and secretive than everything associated with strategic missile technology and cosmonautics. Many thousands of teams were involved in producing the most sophisticated military technology systems and putting them into service. Truly outstanding results were achieved in radar, computer, optical, and laser technology, as well as in programming, data transmission, and processing. Despite every imaginable international agreement between the United States and Soviet Union calling for the reduction of activity on missile defense systems, work continued in various areas on anti-ballistic missiles, their control systems, and special space-based surveillance and monitoring technology. During his presidency, Ronald Reagan took the initiative, replacing the concept of Star Wars with his Strategic Defense Initiative. 5. This did not change the substance of the matter. I was not directly involved with the development of air defense and anti-ballistic missile systems. I do not pretend to pass on to future generations the invaluable experience of the creators of these systems. Their path was no easier, and was at times more difficult than the one we were on as creators of rocket space technology and the notorious nuclear missile shield. I recommend that those who are interested in the heroic story of the creation of modern air defense and missile defense systems look into the following publicly available works written by individuals directly involved in the development of air defense and missile defense systems: K.S. Alperovicius, How a New Weapon Was Born, G.V. Kisenko's Secret Zone, and military journalist and writer Mikhail Pervov's major work, How Space-Based Defense Systems Were Created. 6. And nevertheless, I thought it necessary to include a Star Wars chapter in my work. Why? I was directly involved with the establishment of rocket space science and technology in the Soviet Union. Casting aside the remnants of modesty, I shall venture to include myself among its founding fathers. With regard to air defense and missile defense systems, I consider myself to be an eyewitness, whose testimony might be of interest as far as the history of the times and the personality traits of the leaders who courageously took responsibility for solving what was seemingly impossible. I shall begin with evidence of complicity. From 1940 to 1945, I worked at Aviation Factory number 293. Which should be considered the alma mater of air defense jet fighter planes. I wrote about the development of the BI aircraft, its creators, and my own involvement in that project in Volume I of Rockets and People. 7. Isayev, Brezhnev, Mishin, Melnikov, Busheyev, and I, future heroes of socialist labor and winners of numerous awards, were graduates of Bokhofatinov School Factory number 293, located on a small piece of land in Khimki. This piece of land occupied by factory number 293 suffered through a period of obscurity while awaiting the advent of the missile age. In 1953, Petr Dmitrievich Grushin arrived at the factory to serve as chief designer. On November 20, 1953, Special Design Bureau number 2 was set up using the facilities of the pilot production plant of factory number 293. Incomprehensibly, for a short time, it became part of the Atomic Ministry of Medium Machine Building. Petr Dmitrievich Grushin was appointed chief designer of OKB-2. After many changes in affiliation to various high-ranking government agencies, Factory number 293 came to be referred to as the Fakal Machine Building Design Bureau. 8. From 1953 through 1991, a period of 38 years, the chief and general designer of Fakal was future academician and twice decorated hero of socialist labor Petr Dmitrievich Grushin. 9. OKB-2's first anti-aircraft missile was put into service for the air defense troops in 1957. OKB-2 was awarded the Order of Lenin for producing this family of missiles. Grushin was awarded the title Hero of Socialist Labor, and in 1958 Nikita Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev both came to the factory to present him the award. Grushin's 1D missile was the first in the world to strike an actual enemy aircraft, the U.S. Lockheed U-2 reconnaissance aircraft piloted by Francis Gary Powers. He was shot down near Sverdlovsk on May 1, 1960. While giving Grushin his due, it bears mentioning that his missiles were part of the larger S-75 system, the general designer of which was Alexander Andreyevich Rasputin. 10. Both Grushin and Rasputin became academicians that year. Having interacted with them in various academic and semi-academic situations, I must say that they were distinguished, extremely talented engineers, gifted with organizational skills and trailblazing enthusiasm. Grushin's missiles in Rasputin's S-75 system destroyed hundreds of American airplanes during the Vietnam War. They were an important factor in the U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam. In 1961, a unique problem was solved for the first time. Grushin's V-1000 missile, guided by Kisenko's radar and computer system, struck the warhead of an R-12 ballistic missile launched from Kapustin Yar. 11. Not long before Gagarin's launch, after a hot day at the firing range in Tyuratam as we were taking a stroll, Isaev remarked apropos Grushin's missiles, "Just think, those Americans were shot down by missiles that were developed at the place where we first began to understand what a liquid propellant engine was." Isaev had every right to be proud. Grushin's missiles, which had downed American airplanes, had Isaev's engines. Grushin passed away in 1993. He can be credited with producing more than 20 models of anti-aircraft and anti-ballistic missiles. Rafael Borisovich Vanikov, whom I met in Germany, was the most actively involved in the development of anti-ballistic missiles. At the rank of major, he was one of the first organizers of the Special Purpose Rocket Brigade. 12. Beginning in 1947, Vanikov, the NII-88 senior military representative, was in charge of the military acceptance of missiles in Podlipki, and in 1953, he was appointed regional engineer at OKB-2 and managed the acceptance of anti-aircraft and anti-ballistic missiles. Now, retired Colonel Rafael Vanikov, deputy chief designer of MKB Fakel, never fails to remind me about all the rocket space anniversary dates and continually extends invitations to visit the former factory number 293. But I keep putting it off. Alas, with age a loss of curiosity is already showing. The contribution of the Moscow suburb Khimki to missile defense systems was not limited to the development of anti-ballistic missiles by Grushin's firm. Georgy Nikolaevich Babakin, who at my suggestion in 1949 began working on control systems for surface-to-air guided missiles, began developing, in 1967, the USK spacecraft for the Missile Attack Early Warning System as the chief designer of the OKB at the Lavochkin factory. The first experimental spacecraft produced at Lavochkin Scientific Production Association for the developmental testing of the USK Early Warning System, Cosmos 520, was not inserted into a high elliptical orbit until September 19, 1972. 13. Academy of Sciences corresponding member and hero of socialist labor Babakin died suddenly a year and a half before this event. 14. Sergei Kryakov, the former deputy of Korolev and later of Mishin, became the chief of the Lavochkin OKB, responsible for developing the spacecraft for the missile early warning system. For 7 years Kryakov managed the factory's broad spectrum of space-related projects. The Lavochkin factory became NPO Lavochkin in 1974. Kryakov's departure from Korolev's old OKB-1 was not a career move. Differences of opinion with chief designer Mishin made it impossible for him to continue working there. In 1978, Kryakov left the anti-ballistic missile field and returned to missile projects. On August 1, 2005, leaning on my cane, I plodded home from his funeral at Ostankino Cemetery to Academician Korolev Street. It wasn't so easy to arrange with the Moscow cemetery authorities to set aside a patch of ground in the Ostankino cemetery for Sergei Kryakov's burial. Of course, this was beyond his family's power and pocketbook. His former organization, now named for SP Korolev, helped. A great deal has been written and said about the development of Soviet atomic weaponry and missile and space technology. Considerably less is known about the work of our scientists in the field of defending against air and missile attack. In this regard, the development of Moscow's unique air defense system, which was unequaled in the world at that time, is very illustrative. I am trying to fill this gap with brief episodes from this great story. In the spring of 1953, the Korolevian Council of Chief Designers and the entire body of the missile elite had gathered at the State Central Firing Range in Kapustin Yar. 15. We were conducting flight tests on R-5 and R-11 missiles. We considered everything that happened in the area from Kapustin Yar to Vladimirovka, which had a major Air Force NII located nearby, to be the sphere of interest of the missile industry and the Ministry of Defense. Colonel General Vasily Ivanovich Voznyuk was the generally recognized and actual boss of the firing range and all the surrounding areas. Contending with his hard-nosed personality was an issue not just for the servicemen directly subordinate to him, but also for the chief designers, including Korolev. The staff of testers, especially the launch control team, consisted almost equally of military and civilian specialists. Korolev was very particular when it came to assigning these staffers to the most responsible positions and operations. This sometimes led to conflicts with Voznyuk, who justly believed that the placement of military personnel was his prerogative, and certainly not that of civilian chief designers, even if it was a chief such as Korolev. This time it became apparent that the reshuffling among military personnel took place against, rather than at, the will of the all-powerful Voznyuk. One major point of contention was when Major Yakov Trugub, the officer in charge of the launch control team, was transferred from the tight-knit group of testers to the third main directorate of the Council of Ministers. 16. Back in 1952, during one of the meetings of the Council of Chiefs, Korolev had complained, "Our former chiefs are in charge at the third main directorate now. They know everybody like the back of their hands and will lure away good people." I did not learn what the third main directorate was until later, but I will tell the reader the history of how it came to be now. 17. In 1948, Stalin personally demanded that reliable air defense be set up over Moscow using up-and-coming anti-aircraft systems. He gave supervisory responsibility over all the projects involving this problem to Lavrent Beria, who had already proven himself to be an excellent project organizer in the nuclear field. The first main directorate carried out the nuts and bolts organization of the work for the development of atomic weaponry. 18. Boris Lvovich Vanikov, who reported directly to Beria, was in charge of the PGU. Stalin signed a decree of the USSR Council of Ministers calling for the development of an anti-aircraft missile system to protect Moscow against an air attack with the resolution that we must have an air defense missile within a year. The decree spelled out the main requirements, stating that the system must be capable of simultaneously destroying up to 1,000 aircraft flying from different directions. Placed in charge of developing the enormous and highly complex system was KB-1, the chief designers of which were Professor Pavel Kuksenko and Lavrent Beria's son Sergei. A new governmental agency, dubbed the Third Main Directorate of the USSR Council of Ministers, was created to manage the development of the system. The TGU was set up using an organizational structure that had already been used for the atomic project. Ustinov's former deputy, Vasily Ryabykov, was appointed TGU chief. Lavrent Beria instructed chief of the first main directorate Vanikov to render Ryabykov all the help he could, first and foremost, with staffing. Vedoshkin was named Ryabykov's deputy. Both had a very good idea of which of the missile specialists, both civilian and military, it made sense to recruit for the new assignment. Before his transfer to TGU, Vedoshkin had been in charge of the 7th Main Directorate of the Ministry of Armaments, i.e., the ministry's missile directorate. We were all annoyed that we had been deprived of two good bosses. Not only had both been competent specialists, but they had been very decent, kind human beings and wise managers. It is extremely rare that one encounters people of integrity among high-ranking officials. Now we found out that on Vetoshkin's advice, Major Trugub had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel and transferred to TGU as firing range chief engineer for tests on anti-aircraft missile complexes. This firing range was located in the vicinity of Kapustin Yar. Military servicemen at this new firing range were not subordinate to Voznyuk and outside the sphere of authority of the Ministry of Defense. We used our own home airfield, Konstitutsiya, to fly into and out of Kapustin Yar. No one could ever explain how it got that name. Now this small airfield on the steppe had become overloaded, serving not just us, but also the anti-aircraft missile firing range that the top brass frequented. During April and May 1953, the first full-scale Berkut anti-aircraft missile complex was tested at the new firing range. The system, which included V-300 missiles, was designed to create an impenetrable missile shield protecting Moscow against an attack of aircraft from any direction. For firing tests against real targets, two Tu-4 airplanes took off from the Vladimirovka airfield. One airplane was supposed to be the target, while the other went along as an escort. When the aircraft reached the turning point for its bombing run, the crew of the target aircraft parachuted out of the airplane, leaving it on autopilot. The escort aircraft reported that the crew has bailed out of the target and departed from the path of the bombing run. In all, 5 airplanes were fired on and brought down by missiles. From our firing range, I observed this operation, which involved the destruction of the best bombers of World War II, with mixed emotions. On the one hand, I felt sorry for those good airplanes, and on the other, I was pleased with the synthesis of radio engineering, automatics, and missile technology achievements. I couldn't help recalling our naive attempts at solving a similar problem during the war using makeshift means. After Lavrent Berya's arrest, his son Sergei was barred from working at KB1. Alexander Rasputin was named chief designer of the S-25 system. Semyon Lavochkin was the chief designer of the anti-aircraft guided missile for the system. I wrote about my first acquaintance with the V-300 missile in an earlier volume. 19. At that time, I did not yet know that the system that included Lavochkin's missile was called Berkut, from the initial syllables of its chief designers Berya and Kuksenko. That is why the Berkut system was renamed S-25 after Berya's arrest. Military missile specialist Yakov Trugub was appointed chief engineer of the test firing range, Petr Kirillov was chief designer of the missile's autopilot, Vladimir Barmin was chief designer of the ground-based launcher, and TGU deputy chiefs Valery Kalmykov and Sergei Vetoshkin were the general leaders of the testing process. 20. Ryabykov and Vetoshkin dropped in on us at the firing range as guests and together enjoyed observing one of the R-5 launches. Vetoshkin was in excellent spirits and told us that even before tests were concluded on the Berkut, the construction of 2 missile defense rings around Moscow would be completed. Stalin's assignment calling for the creation of an impenetrable air defense system around Moscow was fulfilled. 21. Under Cold War conditions, a system had been created that was extremely powerful for those times and had unique combat performance characteristics unequaled in the world. Alexander Rasputin deserves a great deal of credit for this. 66 multi-channel anti-aircraft missile systems were deployed in 2 rings placed 48 and 90 kilometers from Moscow. Each system could fire 20 missiles against 20 targets. Target acquisition radars located the airplanes and were subsequently switched to target tracking and anti-aircraft missile control mode. In the vicinity of each missile emplacement were missile preparation facilities, residential areas, and all the necessary auxiliary facilities. Moscow's air defense anti-aircraft missile systems were interconnected by 2 concrete ring roads. Access to these roads was permitted only with special passes. Forbidden fruit is always sweet. Korolev instructed his deputy for security, KGB Colonel Grigory Mikhailovich Yakovenko, to provide the managerial staff of his OKB-1 with passes to these forbidden roads. Thus, we obtained access via excellent roads to the best forests for mushroom picking in the area surrounding Moscow. System 25 was in service for more than 30 years. The potential capabilities built into the S-25 made it possible within a brief period of time to develop the S-75 and S-125 anti-aircraft missile systems. Chief designer Petr Grushin's OKB developed missiles for these and many subsequent air defense systems, and then for anti-ballistic missile systems as well. On May 1, 1960 near Sverdlovsk, the S-75 system shot down the high-altitude U-2 reconnaissance airplane piloted by Gary Powers. The Americans had considered this aircraft to be invulnerable. During the Vietnam War, S-75 systems posed a threat to the Americans' newest B-52 bombers. The successes of microelectronics and computer technology and the development of the theory and design of phased antenna arrays made it possible to solve problems on a new technical level for the development of effective anti-aircraft missile systems. A new generation of systems appeared in the 1980s. The S-300 and S-300 PMU anti-aircraft missile systems were demonstrated at exhibitions of the latest weapons systems. The chief designers of these systems had long ago abandoned the liquid propellant rocket engine and switched to using only solid propellant missiles. System 25 missiles had a range of just 25 kilometers and could shoot down airplanes at altitudes no greater than 18 kilometers. S-300 systems have a kill zone as great as 100 to 150 kilometers. Within this zone, they are capable not only of shooting down aircraft, but they also can strike ballistic missiles during the descent portion of their trajectory. The historical irony of the super-secret S-300 system is that, after proving itself to be one of the best such systems in the world, it has now gone on sale on the international open market. The Russian Ministry of Defense has no funds to pay for the further development of such costly systems. The creative teams established by academicians Rasputin, Bunkin, and Mintz, which were unique in terms of their intellectual potential, are now struggling to survive. 22. A German company that deals in plants and flowers, toilets, construction materials, and kitchen appliances is comfortably ensconced in the once top-secret, legendary building of KB1 located at the junction of the Leningrad and Volokolamsk highways. The signboards of banks and some corporations adorn the main entrance on the other side. Companies from those same rich and prosperous nations with whom we waged the Cold War for so many years now lease thousands of square meters here. The new Russians, acquiring custom fixtures for their bathrooms in these once top-secret premises, have no idea what their fellow countrymen created within these walls several years ago. 23. When I became familiar with the technology of System 25 and later with its modifications, I couldn't help recalling wartime projects such as Germany's attempt to develop an aviation impermeable missile defense using Wasserfall missiles. It took humankind 2,000 years to go from a wooden shield covered with leather to the concept of Wasserfall. And to go from the Wasserfall concept, which was still imaginary in 1945, to System 25, an actual missile shield protecting an enormous city, took just 10 years. A missile shield against aircraft had been created for Moscow. Now the time had come to protect the nation, or at least the capital, against ballistic missiles. The anti-aircraft system had to be supplemented with an anti-missile missile system. Surface-to-air missile systems had to be modified to practically solve the problem of a missile-to-missile hit. At first, this seemed completely unrealistic, even to air defense specialists. But the Cold War allowed scientists to be presented with tasks that, until recently, had seemed fantastic. During the hot war years, it had been impractical to propose to heads of state inventions or ideas that required several years to be realized. During the Cold War, it was possible to relax and allow scientists to work on projects with a production cycle of 5 to 7 years or more. Usually, to begin with, the producers promised it would take 3 to 4 years, and then they requested at least 2 more years. 2 years later, it became clear that if funding were increased 2 to 3-fold, then the promised problem would be solved in 5 years. Thus, an 8 to 10-year production cycle for large complex systems was gradually established. It was the General Staff that took the initiative for the development of a missile defense system. Rather than turning to scientists, 7 marshals turned to the Central Committee of the VKP. 24. Upon receiving the marshal's letter, the Central Committee assigned to the very same KB-1 to develop a draft design of the missile defense system. In 1955, at KB-1, a division was created to work on the missile defense system. Grigory Vasilyevich Kisenko, a 36-year-old doctor of science and electrodynamics specialist, was appointed division head. He began by setting up proof-of-concept experiments. They were necessary to prove that, at distances of 1,000 kilometers and more, it was possible to see a target, a warhead that had separated from a missile, and distinguish it from the missile hull. I met future missile defense system chief designer Grigory Kisenko for the first time in Kapustin Yar. He flew out to the firing range in 1954 to familiarize himself with the warhead container of the R-5 missile as a radar search object. Korolev assigned Voskresensky to deal with Kisenko, and he told Kisenko that radar issues were my purview. On February 2, 1956, full-scale tests were conducted on our R-5M missile carrying a real nuclear warhead. 25. Now the opposite problem was posed. They needed to prove that a missile warhead could be struck and knocked out of action with high-velocity fragments from an anti-ballistic missile, which would explode in its path before or during entry into the atmosphere. Our factory number 88 manufactured R-5M warhead containers ordered by Samvel Koker-Yants, who was chief of KB-11 at Artemis 16 and chief designer of the nuclear device. The experiments were conducted under the supervision of academician Yuli Kuretin. Kuretin was surprised that it wasn't so easy to damage an atomic bomb with fragments. The hull of the R-5M missile warhead container proved to be surprisingly sturdy. It was necessary to develop a more effective warhead for the anti-missile. The atomic scientists proposed testing our warhead container at the nuclear firing range near Semipalatinsk. It was interesting to test the effects of the shock wave of a nuclear explosion. What we had in mind was a scenario on the principle that one atomic projectile needs to hit another atomic projectile. A Council of Ministers decree calling for the development of a missile defense system came out on August 17, 1956. A month after the first domestic strategic nuclear missile went into service. 26. In our circle, Korolev was the first to find out about top-secret decrees being issued. Over lunch in the small cafeteria where we tried to learn from him the latest news that we were not officially supposed to know, he leaked the following: "I'm afraid that these boys are going to fall flat on their faces." Sergei Ivanovich was complaining that out there at Sokol they haven't come up with the kind of tight-knit team that we have. Sergei Ivanovich meant Vetoshkin, and Sokol meant KB-1, which Korolev referred to by the name of the nearest metro station. The station, in turn, had gotten the name Sokol from the small pre-war town in this area, half of which was occupied by dachas. 27. The intensive development of anti-ballistic missiles in the USSR began concurrently with the development of offensive strategic missiles, i.e., missiles armed with nuclear warheads. In this field, we were ahead of the Americans. The team located in Khimki on the premises of what had once been Factory Number 293 developed the first V-1000 anti-ballistic missile. As I have mentioned earlier, I began working at Aviation Factory Number 293 in 1940. The factory's chief designer at that time was Viktor Bokhovatinov. Now the chief designer of the first anti-ballistic missiles here was Petr Grushin, the former deputy of Semyon Lavochkin. He was involved in the development of the anti-aircraft missiles for System 25 and System 75. The great amount of experience from developing anti-aircraft guided missiles was used in designing anti-ballistic missiles. There was a single chief designer, Alexei Isayev, for the engines of all of the following: anti-aircraft guided missiles, the new anti-ballistic missiles, RR-11 short-range ballistic missiles, and the submarine-launched strategic ballistic missiles. In 1962, we got together once again, celebrating the 20th anniversary of Bakhkovandzh's first flight in the By-1. 28. He asked me, "Do you remember how Sasha Berezniak and I talked you into developing a search and guidance system for our plywood by to use against German bombers back in 1941? What a bunch of naive blockheads we were. Back then we thought that a guidance system was a trifling problem, that the main thing was the engine. Now, when conferences are held on this new system A, they don't even remember me, my engine, and even Grushin's missile. It turns out to be a minor detail. The crux of the matter is the enormous guidance system." With his typical razor-sharp wit, Isaev very passionately told me about his participation in various conferences and scientific councils on the missile defense problem. When it comes to the guidance and control system, or in essence, the whole eternal problem of interception, passions always flare up. Sometimes it seems to me that the anti-ballistic missile itself simply gets in their way. The main issues here are over-the-horizon radar, computing the enemy missile's trajectory, and prolonging our own missile's trajectory. If you could see what they're building at Saryshagin. 29. Indeed, the interception and destruction of a ballistic missile's warhead by an anti-ballistic missile was an extremely complex problem. It required the creation of a special organization to design and test a system that included a ballistic target early warning radar, an anti-ballistic missile pinpoint navigation radar, an anti-ballistic missile control radar, stations to transmit control commands to the anti-ballistic missile, a command computer center, radio relay communication lines between system facilities, and, finally, the anti-ballistic missile launch facilities. Our nation's first experimental system was called System A. The design, production, and testing of the system was conducted under the management of general designer Kisenko. The chief designer of the ground-based launcher was Vladimir Barmin. Radar systems were produced jointly with academician Alexander Mintz Radio Engineering Institute, and one of the first Soviet computers, the system's electronic brain, was developed at academician Sergei Lebedev's institute. 30. On March 4, 1961, for the first time in the world, System A intercepted and destroyed the payload of one of Yangel's R-12 missiles. Subsequently, V-1000 anti-ballistic missiles were launched against the payloads of R-5M and R-12 missiles. In so doing, we verified the destruction reliability of missile warheads. A modified V-1000 anti-ballistic missile with a heat-seeking homing head and onboard computer was developed to increase accuracy and effectiveness. Full-scale tests showed that it was possible, in principle, to intercept and destroy ballistic missile warheads during the descent segment of their trajectory. System A had great scientific, technical, and strategic political significance. It cleared the way for the production of missile defense systems and, most of all, for the creation of a missile shield to protect Moscow, much like the earlier System 25. But, oh, what a difficult journey it would be. In his previously mentioned memoirs, corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences G.V. Kisenko describes some of the peripeteia of this grandiose project, which our Cold War opponents subsequently rated very highly. The author of The Secret Zone gives a very harsh and subjective assessment of the actions of certain scientists and leaders. I cannot agree with his descriptions of Rasputin, Mintz, Kalmykov, and Chelomy. Nevertheless, Confessions of a General Designer confirms that in the early 1960s, we were ahead of our Cold War opponents in realizing the principles of a missile defense system. Developments in air and missile defense systems in the first decade of the Cold War were taking place at such a rapid rate that in this radio engineering field we were leaving the Americans in the dust. We had in fact been the first to begin implementing a program in the 1950s that the Americans later hailed as the SDI in the 1980s. 31. We had examined many of the ideas widely touted in the Americans' SDI program quite some time before. It is illustrative that the Americans did not succeed in repeating our attempt at destroying a ballistic missile warhead with an anti-ballistic missile until 1984, 23 years after the Kisenko-Grushin experiment. 32. However, on no account should we underestimate those American accomplishments which used new scientific principles for systems which were part of the extremely broad concept of SDI. There was a reason, after all, why the American propaganda machine referred to SDI as the Star Wars program. The anti-ballistic missile boom started in the US after the first Soviet satellites appeared. The first American missile defense project was the Nike Zeus system. It was supposed to involve approximately the same set of elements as our analogous system. However, a fundamental difference from the Soviet system was the use of a three-stage solid propellant Nike Zeus missile with a thermonuclear warhead. The use of an anti-ballistic missile with a fashionable thermonuclear warhead substantially reduced the demand for guidance precision. It was assumed that the effects of the nuclear explosion of the anti-ballistic missile would neutralize the warhead of a ballistic missile even if it was 2 to 3 kilometers away from the epicenter. In 1962, to determine the effects of a nuclear burst, the Americans conducted a series of high-altitude nuclear tests, but soon thereafter work on the Nike Zeus system was halted. However, in 1963 development began on the next-generation missile defense system, the Nike X. It was necessary to develop a missile defense system that was capable of protecting an entire region, rather than a single installation, against Soviet missiles. The Spartan missile, with a range of 650 kilometers and a 1 megaton yield nuclear warhead, was developed to destroy enemy warheads while on long-range approaches. 33. A warhead with such an enormous yield would create a guaranteed intercept zone of several warheads and possible decoy targets in space. Testing of this anti-ballistic missile began in 1968 and continued for 3 years. In case part of the enemy's missile warheads managed to penetrate the space protected by Spartan missiles, the missile defense system contained shorter-range Sprint anti-ballistic missiles. These missiles were designed for use as the main instrument to protect a limited number of installations. It was supposed to hit targets at altitudes up to 50 kilometers. Unlike their Soviet counterparts, American designs in the 1960s used powerful nuclear weapons installed on anti-missile missiles as a feasible way of destroying enemy warheads. The abundance of anti-ballistic missiles did not guarantee the protection of all the areas to be defended, and if they were used, the entire territory of the United States was threatened with radioactive contamination. By the late 1960s, the United States had deployed an experimental system based on the Thor missile. These missiles were also equipped with powerful thermonuclear warheads. It was assumed that in the event of a conflict, these anti-ballistic missiles would destroy Soviet reconnaissance satellites. 34. Despite using the most state-of-the-art radio systems for detection, tracking, and guidance that were available at that time, all anti-ballistic missile weapons systems developed in the US in the late 1960s were designed to cover only small areas. The interceptions and destructions of enemy ballistic missile warheads were supposed to take place during the descent trajectory at a relatively low altitude over US territory. Systems developed in the Soviet Union at that time were also able to detect and destroy warheads only during the final descent trajectory. The A-35 system was supposed to carry out these tasks. The system's general designer, Kisenko, had demonstrated the possibility of striking a target missile with an interceptor missile back in 1961. Kisenko's team separated from KB-1 and became the independent OKB-30. This organization was also supposed to protect Moscow against a nuclear missile attack, much the same as System 25 had protected it against an air attack. However, this task was thousands of times more complex. Chelomi came up with a sensational anti-ballistic missile project, the Taran. The first time I, and most likely also Korolev's other deputies, heard about Taran was when Korolev came back very agitated from one of the conferences that Khrushchev held rather frequently on various types of weaponry. Usually Korolev spoke respectfully about Khrushchev's conduct at such conferences, being careful not to joke or be critical toward him, even when he was not happy with the decisions that were made. This time Korolev was indignant that Khrushchev had approved Chelomi's proposals without any serious examination. In May 1963, a Central Committee and Council of Ministers decree was issued calling for the development of a pre-draft plan for the THIRD system. 35. To assist General Designer Chelomi, Academician Mintz had been appointed head of development of the pre-draft plan. Korolev seethed as he told us this. Chelomi wants to be the missile defense general designer. That's why he's proposing that they use his UR-100 missile. Great. But the system is supposed to be designed by Mintz, and for missile defense, the system's the main thing. Is the missile for the system, or is the system being designed around a ready-made missile? After all, there's also General Designer Kisenko. He's making a system, and Grushin is making the missile for his system. That's how it should be. Vladimir Nikolaevich hasn't yet proven that his Sotka is the best intercontinental missile in the world, but now he's found another job for it. Don't you see, he's claiming that it can also be an anti-ballistic missile. If a 10-megaton warhead is put on it, and it's launched toward American warheads, then when they meet at the trajectory apogee, so as not to damage the eyesight of the Soviet people, 100 Sotki will make such a nuclear bonfire that supposedly not a single warhead will break through it. 36. It turns out that when all American missiles have decided to attack the Soviet Union, their trajectories pass through a small area of space that is a convenient place to intercept them. Super-powerful nuclear charges detonated in this area are capable of destroying tens, and perhaps hundreds of warheads flying toward us along with all the decoy targets. I was talking with Keldysh, continued Korolev, and his guys estimated that, given that the Americans are not the fools that Nikita Sergeyevich is being told they are, it will be necessary to use up at least 200 Taran anti-ballistic missiles at 10 megatons each to destroy 100 Minuteman warheads of 1 megaton each, a total nuclear irradiance of 2,000 megatons. But Chelomi has already solved the main problem. The first Sotka has yet to fly, and already plans need to be made to produce thousands. Is indeed universal. 37. To calm SP down, I remarked that in the case of a nuclear missile attack, all problems could be solved a lot more simply than Chelomi, Mintz, Kisenko, and the other anti-missile specialists suggest. Okay, Boris, let's hear it. What have you got? SP coaxed. Armenian radio is asked, what should one do in the event of a nuclear missile attack? Armenian radio answers, quickly roll yourself up in a white sheet and slowly walk to the cemetery. But why slowly? So that you don't cause a panic. 38. My joke did not prompt the merry laughter that I expected. Korolev himself rarely told jokes, but he encouraged comrades who knew how to tell them. However, I noticed that during any conversations in which megatons were mentioned, his mood became somber and he didn't react to those jokes. When conversation turned to the prospects for nuclear missile war, many lost their sense of humor in Korolev's presence. This time Busheyev commented on the situation, citing the top-secret analyses of atomic medical specialists, with whom he often met regarding piloted programs. So, he said, they've calculated that if just 1/5 of the 50 Titan II missiles that the Americans are putting on duty now break through to the Soviet Union, then a minimum of 35 million people will die. The Taran system caused quite a stir in the offices of ministers, the Central Committee's Defense Department, and in the General Staff. Despite the support of First Deputy Minister of Defense Marshal Andrei Grechko and Chief of General Staff Marshal Matvey Zakharov, the office of the Central Committee started to forget about it after 1964. 39. The matter did not go beyond a pre-draft plan. In 1973, when Chelomi was no longer so all-powerful, at his initiative, as he described it, 3 highly confidential meetings took place in Rudov. 3 people participated in the conversation that I am recounting: Chelomi, Busheyev, and I. For some reason, Chelomi's first deputy, Gerbert Yefremov, who had met us and flung open the door to his boss' office, was not invited to join our conversation. I had the opportunity to ask Chelomi why it had been so easy for him to abandon the Taran in 1964. Well, you see, the radioman let me down. They had assured me that it would be very simple to detect each individual missile coming at us, to extrapolate its trajectory, and calculate the place and time that the UR-100 anti-ballistic missile would intercept it. But it turned out that it was child's play for the enemy to blind or even destroy all these massive early warning antenna systems beforehand. And without them, the problem could not be solved. 10 years later, the Americans were also studying the feasibility of such a defense, but they rejected it, and now they are designing a 3-echelon missile defense system. They correctly believe that interception needs to be initiated during the boost phase with strikes from space, using space-based systems to destroy warheads that have survived during the mid-course phase, and if one of them breaks through, finishing it off during the terminal phase. But all of these systems are a thing of the future. And it's not just us who will need decades, they will, too. That's why we need to collaborate to create space systems that make those systems simply unnecessary. They stole my satellite destroyer, the IS, but never mind. 40. It's already obsolete now. I hope that if we keep good track of each other, then we'll only be launching rockets into space rather than at Earth. Before we wage war in space with the Americans, concluded Chelomi, we need to make cosmic peace among ourselves at home. After establishing parity between the US and the USSR in strategic weaponry, the threat of the nuclear militarization of space resulted in a certain easing of the arms race in the field of missile defense systems. The Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty was signed on May 26, 1972, and a protocol to that treaty reducing the number of anti-ballistic missile system deployments was signed on July 3, 1974. However, the prospect of a thaw in the Cold War conditions did not dovetail with the interests of the most reactionary circles and the true masters of the military-industrial complex. Along both sides of the Cold War front, ideas began to accumulate and be realized in two directions. The developers of ballistic missiles took into account the possible threat to their formerly absolute weapon from anti-ballistic missiles and began to forge a missile sword capable of breaking through a future missile shield. Shield ideologues switched to developing super systems consisting of several independent subsystems to destroy enemy missiles during various trajectory segments, from the moment of launch until entry into the atmosphere in the target area. For the Soviet economy, this next turn in the Cold War, during which it was necessary to concurrently produce new generations of strategic missiles and anti-ballistic missile systems using new scientific principles, was beyond its strength. However, the scientists and engineers drawn into this race were enticed by the possibility of implementing what seemed to be absolutely fantastic ideas. This maelstrom sucked in the leading rocket space organizations. RTSKBEM under Mishin's leadership, Kilomi's TSKBM, and Yangel's KB Yuzhnoye plunged into it. 41. In the field of anti-ballistic missiles, projects in the Soviet Union were running more or less on par with the achievements of the missile specialists in the United States. In the field of anti-ballistic missiles, we had more than enough ideas, but we had far fewer resources than the Americans to convert those ideas into real systems. The Americans began to spend actual billions of dollars. We could squeeze out billions for anti-ballistic missile systems only if we cut back on modernization programs and programs to develop new strategic missile systems. Intelligence about American methods for overcoming our anti-ballistic missile systems determined the structure of our systems. On the other hand, the internal civil war between the schools of Yangel and Chelomi resulted in a competition to produce missile system structures capable of withstanding an enemy nuclear strike on the ground and overcoming the enemy's missile defense system while en route to the U.S. 42. Due to these internal and external factors, the debates over the development of land-based and submarine-launched ballistic missiles resulted in similar flight pattern structures for almost all long-range ballistic missiles. In the late 1960s, the U.S. put missiles with multiple independently re-entry vehicles into service. In the Soviet Union, Yangel was the first to respond to this challenge and began to update the R-36 missile, converting it into a multiple warhead missile, while at the same time improving the launching silos, introducing the so-called mortar launch, and equipping the missiles with means to overcome anti-ballistic missiles. Chelomi was not to be outdone by him. The same factors were in effect when it came to Makeyev submarine-launched missiles. At times we had successes of our own, updating our RT-2 solid propellant missile. In the end, a sort of missile trajectory world standard from launch to target was formulated. A missile's flight pattern can be divided into 4 phases in time and space. The first phase is an initial boost phase that begins the moment a land-based missile emerges from the silo under the effect of the powder gases, or the moment a submarine-launched missile breaks the surface of the ocean. The second phase is a boost phase when the engines of the first, second, and if there is one third stages operate in sequence. Characteristic of this trajectory phase is the intense radiation of the engine's flames in the visible and infrared portions of the spectrum. Space-based monitoring systems are able to verify missile launch based on this radiation. The third phase begins after the engines of the last stage shut down and the re-entry vehicle containing independently targetable warheads and decoy targets separates from the launch vehicle. The control system in this vehicle consecutively launches each warhead on its own target according to a program loaded into the onboard computer. As Pylyagin once expressed, bragging about the control system developed at his Scientific Research Institute of Automatics and Instrument Making, we're delivering payloads to their individual addresses. The final verification of the address was loaded into the memory of the warhead's guidance system in the form of a digital map of the terrain, a sort of portrait of the target. The fourth and last phase is the re-entry into the atmosphere and flight of the warheads to their individual addresses. Comparing the actual radar picture with its digital map of the terrain, each warhead rushes toward its target over its own trajectory. As the warheads home in on their targets, decoy warheads and infrared radiation sources fly toward various targets, hampering the work of the missile defense system, if it is getting ready to counter them. Kuretin, Kokoryants, and Zababakin each formed his own school in nuclear technology, as did Korolev, Yangel, Chelomi, Makeyev, and Naderadze in the field of missile technology. 43. One can argue at great length, tracking down the achievements and mistakes in the development of missile systems made by each of these chief designers during their lives and posthumously by their schools, but one thing is beyond dispute, that they were in charge of scientific and production teams that, together with hundreds of other organizations in the late 1970s and early 1980s, countered American science, technology, and industry with a nuclear missile force in no way inferior to the one that was hanging over us. All the major missile specialists, with the exception of Naderadze, were merged into a single Ministry of General Machine Building and single department of the Academy of Sciences. They relied on the same chief developers of engines, control systems, and land-based launching systems. Looking back, I can say with a clear conscience that there was a lot more that united them than separated them. When they created and produced new systems, they possessed real power that no ministry or high-ranking official standing over them would dispute or attempt to take away from them. It was quite a different case with our anti-ballistic missile technology. Our anti-ballistic missile system succeeded in creating a shield that only partially covered Moscow during the terminal flight phase of nuclear warheads. In the USSR, the Vympel Central Scientific Production Association, subordinate to the Ministry of the Radio Industry, was established in 1970 to bring organizational order into this field. This organization brought together dozens of the nation's most powerful radio engineering teams, who had experience developing large-scale radar systems for various applications. The development of the hard kill systems themselves, the anti-ballistic missiles, their warheads, and possible space-based systems to kill enemy missiles using particle beam or laser beam weaponry was not part of Vympel's scope of work. As before, the Ministry of the Aviation Industry was in charge of the missiles for air defense and missile defense systems. The Ministry of the Defense Industry was in charge of time fuses and kinetic energy weapons, and the Ministry of Medium Machine Building was in charge of all types of nuclear warheads and problems related to particle beam weapons. The new NPO Astrophysica, headed by the son of Minister of Defense Ustinov, was created in the Ministry of the Defense Industry to develop a laser death ray weapon. 44. Teams of top-notch specialists worked on dozens of different Central Committee and Council of Ministers decrees, VPK resolutions, ministers' orders, and also on their own plans. When the issue at hand is the development of new systems using all the scientific discoveries to date, the freedom of creativity that a scientist needs has to be severely restricted, especially in terms of fundamental scientific research. But no matter who had authority over the scientific team, these restrictions cannot be placed in the hands of an administrator, even if he is well known as a good organizer, or has access to the offices of ministers and support from the supreme powers of the bureaucracy. I cannot pretend to be a judge in the history of the competition between the Soviet and US missile defense systems. Too often I feel like a dilettante. Let's turn once again to Grigory Kisenko. He composed an epigraph for the last chapter of his memoirs The Secret Zone. There is no sadder tale on this earth than that of the Soviet anti-ballistic missile. The term Star Wars in the context of missile defense systems acquired a special ring after President Reagan proposed the SDI program in March 1983. The American SDI program called for the development of systems that varied in terms of structure and operating principle, each designed to knock out a ballistic missile during one of the four characteristic phases of its trajectory. The Americans had clearly beaten us. We were no longer capable of funding systems on a scale comparable to Americans. After many years of high-level negotiations, the hype surrounding Star Wars quieted down. Despite all manner of international agreements calling for the suspension of large-scale operations on missile defense systems, scientists were allowed to work on this problem. An effective system making it possible to destroy the missiles themselves or their warheads before they reached Earth was first developed in the Soviet Union. In any event, through the efforts of Soviet scientists and hundreds of scientific and industrial enterprises in the late 1970s, Moscow became the only capital in the world to be surrounded not only by an anti-aircraft, but also by an anti-ballistic missile shield. Moscow's first A-35 anti-ballistic missile system, produced under Kisenko's leadership, was put into service in 1972. The updated A-35M system was produced after Kisenko's removal when the anti-ballistic missile field was transferred from scientists to frequently replaced administrators. After various organizational experiments, general designer Anatoly Basistov began to take hold of the field. By the early 1990s, the new generation A-135 missile defense system had been set up around Moscow. 45. It seemed that now the beloved city may sleep soundly. 46. Neither airplanes, nor even missile warheads could penetrate its defenses. The Moscow A-135 missile defense system was designed to intercept and destroy warheads during trajectory phases 3 and 4. Our scientists were ahead of their time and the Americans in these developments. The Americans did not yet have a similar system. Anti-ballistic missile firing complexes were positioned around the capital along a radius of about 100 kilometers. Each complex was a small, heavily guarded town with operational, technical, and residential zones. The technical zone consisted primarily of powerful radar, a super high-speed computing center that executed rendezvous and control tasks, anti-ballistic missile launch systems, and the anti-ballistic missiles themselves, capable of destroying an enemy nuclear warhead with its own nuclear charge. Hundreds of engineers in officers' uniforms were on duty around Moscow in the missile defense bastions that were packed with special-purpose radio engineering complexes. The very well-furnished residential zones of these towns had all the necessities for the tranquil life of the servicemen and their families. Ballistic missile early warning centers using gigantic antenna systems, or arrays, were erected in the Moscow region, Latvia, and Armenia. They were also erected near Krasnoyarsk but never went into service. All the launch complexes and early warning centers were linked by the most state-of-the-art communications system, over which a single command center controlled this massive and once unique system. I was briefly involved in missile defense developments for NPO Energia in the early 1980s. In 1981, Yuri Semyonov was named both first deputy to general designer Valentin Glushko and chief designer of the Buran spacecraft. He replaced Igor Sadovsky, who for some reason did not always see eye to eye with Glushko on prospective programs. One such program was the payloads for the super heavy-lift energy rockets. Boris Gubanov had been named chief designer of the already conceived energy rocket. 47. Neither Glushko, nor Semyonov, nor Gubanov had recommended using the energy rocket for our Star Wars program. As I recall, Sadovsky was the first to come up with this initiative. Having been relieved of responsibility for the future Buran spacecraft, Sadovsky, with his inherent passion for cutting-edge and challenging problems, attempted to breathe new life into strategic space systems projects. Mishin had started feasibility studies for the development of space systems capable of striking ballistic missiles and military spacecraft at NPO Energia back in the early 1970s. However, the organization's primary subject matter had very much overshadowed these projects. Sadovsky proposed involving the various departments and uniquely specialized control systems and computer science experts subordinate to me in the process of designing the military spacecraft. When I began to go over the proposals of Sadovsky's conceptual designers, it turned out that he had already personally contacted academician Anatoly Isavin, who was in charge of TSNPO Kometa, one of the leading organizations involved with missile defense programs. 48. Military space stations inserted into various orbits, including geosynchronous ones, formed the basis of the new programs. The stations would be equipped with facilities for round-the-clock surveillance of Earth's entire surface. One station or another was supposed to detect the launch of any missile or the insertion into space of any spacecraft and immediately transmit this information to the command post. In the event of the outbreak of Star Wars, the stations were equipped with various means of knocking out missiles during the boost phase, and if they didn't succeed, then they started hunting for warheads. When commands were received from the ground, military spacecraft were also supposed to be destroyed. It was proposed that platforms be equipped with powerful laser weapons and self-guided rocket projectiles to strike ballistic missiles and spacecraft. 49. Rough calculations showed that the guaranteed destruction of the enemy's primary missile forces, after they had been successfully launched from silos and submarines, would require the continuous alert status in space of as many as 20 heavy-duty military stations. In addition to the ground control complex for these stations, the launch vehicles, and all the miscellaneous equipment, a missile defense system would be needed that would be many times more expensive than the entire nuclear missile shield in terms of volume of production and potential expenditures. Realizing the lack of economic feasibility in creating such a system in the next 20 years, I switched my foreign policy activity to the development of super-powerful space communications systems as a payload option for the energy rocket. While general designer Glushko was still alive, I proposed using the new energy launch vehicle to create global space communications and surveillance systems. 50. Only the energy was capable of inserting into geosynchronous orbit the heavy space platform required for such a system. Yuri Semyonov, Glushko's first deputy at that time, actively supported this project. After Glushko's death, Semyonov, having become general designer, pushed the project through to obtain a positive decision from the Soviet Union's Defense Council. With the support of the Ministry of General Machine Building and the Ministry of Communications, a decree of the USSR Council of Ministers was prepared and cleared with all interested agencies and Union republics. Chairman of the Council of Ministers Nikolai Ryzhkov did not manage to sign it. The Soviet Union collapsed, burying many promising projects under its own rubble. The Cabinet of Ministers of the new Russia showed no interest in such projects. We had spent 3 years developing the Space Communications System project, which should have more than met the needs of every human being for fully integrated telephone communications in any populated area, on an airplane, in an automobile, on a seagoing vessel, in the desert, or in a megalopolis. We managed to interest the leading missile defense development NIIs and KBS in this project. Economic reforms forced the managers of these organizations to seek work for their uniquely qualified personnel in keeping with the well-known slogan from satirists Ilf and Petrov, "Saving drowning men is up to the drowning men themselves." 51. During this period I became closely acquainted with many of the people who had developed the now legendary missile defense systems. The head organization that developed missile defense systems was the Scientific Research Institute of Radio Instrumentation. 52. THIRD Chief Engineer Boris proposed that I visit one of the anti-ballistic missile launching complexes on the outskirts of Moscow to discuss the feasibility of using its large antennas and all of the radio engineering equipment as a control post for the future global communications system. THIRD was actively involved in the system's design process. What I saw in the approximately 20 square kilometers of forested restricted area made a double impression on me. As a specialist, I was delighted with the facilities, which were the result of the colossal, intensive labor of many thousands of Soviet people. As a citizen and patriot of this nation, the senseless, unpunished devastation of this unique system depressed and humiliated me. The residents of neighboring villages could now drive into this once highly restricted area and select home furnishings to their liking, from toilets to parts from large computer systems. The missile launching units still remained, now overgrown with weeds. 5 years have passed since then. The grandiose missile defense systems, capable of providing protection with information and force against ballistic missiles for Moscow, and in theory any other regions of the country as well, had been destroyed without a single shot being fired. There's an old saying, once your head is off, it's no use crying about losing your hair. If we suffered an overwhelming defeat in the Cold War, is it worth it to grieve over the missile defense system? History teaches that in all times there has been a close dialectical link between the offensive and defensive weapons of opposing sides. In the process of developing strategic nuclear forces, a balance was established between the two superpowers, referred to as mutually assured destruction. Maintaining the offensive strategic assets of both sides, the US and Russia at this point would have guaranteed peace if both sides had not begun broad-scale operations on missile defense systems. Now the balance has been disrupted. We have virtually stopped developing and testing new assets. Russia runs the risk of irretrievably losing the very rich intellectual potential capable of developing such unique systems. By ruining the missile defense system that was created by the self-sacrificing labor of the entire nation, we are losing our shield and now must pin our hopes on the retaliatory strike of our missile sword. According to information available from overt and covert sources, the Americans have not halted operations on Star Wars systems. The standoff between Russia and NATO is no longer as acute as it once was. But where is the guarantee that 10 to 15 years from now, effective offensive nuclear missiles will not end up in the hands of some other aggressive nations? In 1933, in one of the most democratic European nations, authority ended up in the hands of the criminal Nazi regime that unleashed World War II. No systems analysis using the most state-of-the-art methods for modeling and forecasting human social development can prove that something similar will not happen in the 21st century somewhere in Asia or South America. Whether we like it or not, the United States continues to develop strategies and technical systems for the direct protection of its own territory against nuclear weaponry. Ballistic warheads with target-seeking guidance systems and beam weapons developed using new energy principles remain the basis of these strategies. The term Star Wars gradually disappeared from the vernacular of politicians, diplomats, and journalists. But work on the actual armaments continues. I must confess to the readers of my Rockets and People book series that Russia's termination of broad-scale operations on missile defense systems has indirectly contributed to the original publication of these books. The fact is that young, enterprising specialists at THIRD, which had been left without government funding, began to seek out other fields in which to apply their expertise. The creation of Space Communications Systems Closed Joint Stock Company was the result of this activity. 53. COS used its wealth of experience in producing large radio engineering systems to develop a unique communications system using small low-orbit satellites. The chief designer of this communications system, Igor Dunauyev, and his close colleagues took the risk of providing the financial backing to the Mashinostroyeniye publishing house so that my memoirs and musings might see the light. It seems to me that this kind of conduct on the part of the cost directors unusual in our time is a testimony to the fact that the people who toiled on the domestic Star Wars problems were not only talented, highly specialized individuals, but they were also people who thought big and held on to their dreams and optimism. 9 years have passed since I handed over to the Maszynostrojenije Publishing House the manuscript of my third volume of Rockets and People, which contained a chapter called Star Wars. During this period, a semblance of warm or partnership relations has developed between the presidents of the United States and Russia, and businesslike, and even amicable cooperation, has been established between their space agencies. A burst of controversy reminiscent of the supposedly extinguished Cold War proved to be all the more surprising. In its March 2006 issue, the influential American journal Foreign Affairs published an article by two respected experts comparing Russian and U.S. nuclear potentials and missile defense technology. 54. The authors compared the latest data on the status of Russian strategic nuclear assets with the near-term plans for the development of U.S. strategic programs. The American scientists' analysis shows that the U.S. continues to successfully improve its strategic nuclear triad at the same time that Russian assets are rapidly degrading. In view of the obvious disruption of parity, the nuclear deterrent policy will soon play no role. If the U.S. is the first to launch a nuclear strike, then in the best case Russia will be able to respond to it with individual ballistic missiles, which the U.S. missile defense system will be able to intercept. Regarding the articles of the American scientists, the Russian press published the thoughts of respected Russian specialists. The thrust of the response was to confirm that if the US destroyed almost all of Russia with a first strike, then the intact remains of the nuclear arsenal would still be sufficient for a worthy retaliatory strike. In this very grim discussion, there was no answer to the question that I would ask the American and Russian strategists. Why would the Americans take this risk? In terms of scale, the collapse of the Russian economy and the degradation of Russia's high-tech industries, and consequently, of the entire military-industrial complex, already correspond to the losses that the nation would suffer in the event of a nuclear strike. True, in the latter case there are not millions of fatalities and future generations will not be able to accuse the US strategists of committing the most heinous crimes in the history of humanity. The Russian elite has already committed a crime against its people, having consistently conducted a policy of bringing Russia down to the role of no more than a source of raw materials for other industrialized nations. Such a source has no need for either fundamental or applied science. The military power of the strategic nuclear armaments that rely on those sciences will fade away of its own accord. Chapter 12. Spying from Space. The USSR and the US came up with the idea of using space for the purposes of reconnaissance almost simultaneously, just 2 years after the launch of the first Sputnik. In 1959, an automatic spacecraft obtained photographs of the far side of the Moon for the first time. It would seem that photographing any area of Earth's surface would be far easier. It turned out that taking a photograph of Earth's surface that would have practical military, scientific, or economic value was not all that simple. During the years of the bitter Cold War, there were periods when it verged on a hot one. World War III. The lessons that we, our military, and political leaders should have drawn from the experience of World War II called for us to obtain credible, objective information about a potential enemy's readiness for war. It is astonishing that neither the Minister of Defense nor the General Staff was the first to demand that space be used for strategic reconnaissance. The initiative originated, if not from Korolev personally, then, at any rate, from his entourage. At this point, it is difficult to say with any certainty who came up with the idea first. Even before World War II, the development of military technology gave rise to new service branches and a new type of armed forces aviation. After World War II, nuclear weaponry on missiles and aircraft carriers fundamentally altered the scale of warfare in time and space. The scientists, designers, and military-industrial leaders who had actually created this technology had overtaken career military leaders in the development of a strategy for using the newest scientific achievements for the purposes of war. Scientists found support, first and foremost, among the country's top political leadership. And only after career military leaders, heroes of the past war, had received instructions from the top would they get involved in the organization of the new armed services. Theoretical works of military science, citing classic statements of Clausewitz, maintain that strategy is the domain of the Armed Forces Supreme Command. 1 The history of atomic and then missile and rocket space technology makes it possible to contend that the development of post-World War II strategy has been defined by the leaders of science and technology rather than great military leaders. They have borne the responsibility for creating new types of weaponry, the very emergence of which required them to be directly involved in the development of a strategy. Having been skeptical about rockets, many military strategists cited convincing examples of the Germans' use of V-2 long-range ballistic missiles, which had the strategic objective of knocking Britain out of the war. 537 missiles reached London, killing 2,700 people. The German missile attacks did not demoralize the British. They withstood them. The new vengeance weapon did not save Nazi Germany from a crushing defeat by the Red Army. 2 Consequently, many generals believed that we should not repeat the Germans' mistake by giving priority to missiles at the expense of other types of weaponry. The demands made in past wars for leadership qualities were now made to the fullest extent on those who were at the leading edge in creating military technology. These qualities included a wealth of ideas, the ability to intuitively interpret the situation, mental flexibility, the ability to penetrate into uncertainty, a talent for making decisions despite a lack of basic data, erudition enabling one to make a sober assessment of internal and external circumstances, and the ability to remain steadfast in the face of setbacks, catastrophes, and the attacks of hardliners during the Cold War. More was required from them than from the great commanders. On their shoulders, they carried not only the burden of developing the principles behind the new types of weaponry but also of creating fundamentally new branches of industry. Based on the experience of World War II, the highest-ranking officers of the armed forces of the Soviet Union and the United States were unenthusiastic about missile technology until a missile was capable of carrying an atomic warhead. Their attitude changed radically after 1956. It would take the two missile powers' defense departments another 2 years to realize that a missile was not just capable of carrying strategic weapons of mass destruction, but it could also serve as the launch vehicle for a strategic reconnaissance spacecraft. Just 2 years after the launch of the world's first artificial satellite, it was rocket scientists in the Soviet Union and in the United States, not the ministries of defense, who proposed using space for strategic reconnaissance. Enthusiastic professionals at the General Staff's main intelligence directorate supported the proposals. 3 Reconnaissance from space promised many advantages. The violation of national borders on land, at sea, and in airspace for the purpose of intelligence gathering was called espionage. Spies could be killed on entirely legal grounds. There were, however, no international agreements concerning national borders in space, and there are none to this day. Any vehicle whose speed exceeds 7.9 km per second becomes an artificial satellite, and according to the laws of celestial mechanics, is not capable of honoring national borders. By its nature, space activity is global. Depending on its inclination angle, a satellite is capable of flying over any nation and over any top-secret area on the territory of any country. Artificial satellites opened up fundamentally new opportunities for legal strategic reconnaissance. The impunity of this activity was guaranteed. The GRU chiefs appreciated these qualities. Korolev skillfully combined the military's interest in developing reconnaissance capability from space with his dream of a piloted spacecraft. With the aid of Keldysh, Rudna, Ustinov, the Ministry of Defense's missile faction, and the individual most interested in the newly discovered capabilities of the GRU, General Kostin, the objectives for the development of reconnaissance spacecraft and a piloted vehicle were included in the same space program decree. 4. In the early 1960s, when the US was overtaking the USSR in terms of spy satellite launches, our UN representative announced a proposal to prohibit the insertion of spy satellites into space. However, After we had developed our own Cosmos spy satellites, we made no more attempts to place restrictions on space surveillance and monitoring technology. Khrushchev, who had initiated the Prohibition campaign, wrote the following statement in his memoirs on that subject: "I recall the uproar in 1960 when the United States U-2 spy plane flew into our airspace and we shot it down. We were outraged that our sovereignty had been violated. Times have changed. Now this sovereignty is not violated, even though US satellites trace the globe, photographing anything they want. These are also intelligence gatherers, even better intelligence gatherers than the U-2 airplanes, but we don't protest. We have satellites just like theirs flying over the US, also taking photographs, and reporting to the military. America doesn't protest either because for the time being there is no way of combating these satellites and there's no sense in protesting. Moreover, this is a reciprocal opportunity, which each side is getting. For the time being there is no agreement on sovereignty in space." 5. By the beginning of the 21st century, in addition to the US and Russia, at least 10 more nations had managed to get spy satellites. 6 After the destructive reforms of the 1990s, Russia has been forced to rebuild its space-based remote sensing, surveillance, monitoring, and reconnaissance systems using the latest achievements of radio engineering and optical electronics it has to if it wants to be considered a great power. To realize his dream of piloted spaceflight, Korolev needed the support of the military. And not just for piloted spaceflight. During the 1950s and 1960s, any space program required decrees from the Central Committee and Council of Ministers. But such a decree could not be issued without the approval of the Ministry of Defense. The decree issued in May 1959, coordinated with Korolev, made the production of a photo reconnaissance satellite an urgent defense task. The launch of a spacecraft with a human being on board at that time was still not considered a priority, and the Ministry of Defense showed no initiative at all on that front. At the initiative of the GRU, on December 10, 1959, a decree was issued calling for the separate development of satellites to perform photo and radio reconnaissance, navigation, and meteorological missions. On June 4, 1960, at the insistence of the GRU, but prompted by our conceptual designers, who were photo reconnaissance enthusiasts, one more decree was issued calling for flight development testing of photo and radio reconnaissance systems. In contrast to our hyped-up peace propaganda and our silent military, American strategists did not hide the fact that, in the military use of space, priority should be given to intelligence-gathering systems. They developed MIDA satellites for photo reconnaissance and SAMA satellites for radio reconnaissance. 7 According to the sketchy information that we received, the Americans were not satisfied with the initial results and were designing new satellites for all types of intelligence gathering from space. 8. The Krasnogorsk Optico-Mechanical Factory was designated the main developer of photographic equipment for our future reconnaissance systems. This factory had a lot of experience in producing equipment for aerial photography. Our requirements called for the photographic equipment to be installed in a descent module whose window guaranteed an airtight seal without frame distortion. The filming and film advance process needed to be fully automated and the film needed to be preserved in a special cassette for descent and landing that could withstand up to 20 Gs. The first reconnaissance camera produced at the Krasnogorsk factory was called Feeder. This provisional name stuck for years. Camera chief designer Bishanov and his co-workers required that our conceptual designers and designers create special conditions for the optics of the cameras. One of the most difficult conditions was that the lens be maintained at a constant temperature deviating by no more than 1 degree Celsius, while the rate of change was not supposed to exceed 0.1 degrees Celsius per hour. A slight difference in the temperatures on the panes of the window altered their curvature. This caused distortion of the image for the camera's telephoto lens. We were supposed to input flight velocity and altitude data into the camera. They were used in the film advance mechanism to compensate for the shifting of the image. The specified photo resolution could be ensured only if the deviation from the specified speed of the film's compensating motion did not cause the stopped image to shift by more than 0.01 mm during exposure. All of these problems, and a whole lot of other ones, seemed to be solved in calculations and ground tests, but what would happen in flight? The ground would issue commands to control the selection of light filters and the exposure, and would select the coordinates where the photo session would begin and end, as well as the number of frames. The Granite onboard sequencer was loaded with a detailed program controlling the photographic process via radio link. Isaac Sosnovic and Nina Kwiatkowska labored over its development in Shustov's radio electronics department. Conceptual designers Yevgeny Ryazanov and Yuri Frumkin coordinated the ideology of feeder's operation with Granite's capabilities. There was also a real-time photo reconnaissance version, making it possible to receive information immediately in flight without having to wait for the descent module to land, hunt for it, and then recover, deliver, and develop the film. The special Baikal photo television complex was developed for this. Immediately after a photo session, the film went to a developing unit right on board. After development, fixation, and the drying process, the film was pulled frame by frame in front of a video camera and transmitted via the Kalina television channel to the ground. NII-380 in Leningrad developed this complex device. When I visited NII-380, publicly known as the All-Union Scientific Research Institute of Television, I received a very warm and responsive reception, and not only because I came as a wealthy customer armed with Decrees. 9, NII-380 was the country's most qualified and prestigious organization in the field of television. Institute Director Igor Alexandrovich Rosalevic and the young enthusiasts of television technology who worked under his leadership did not need to be persuaded. They themselves had been striving to bring television technology into space. The first piloted Vostok spacecraft and Zenit 2 reconnaissance satellite were equipped with television equipment and a radio link that transmitted video from on board that were developed at NII-380. Image credit, from the author's archives. Layout of the Zenit 2 reconnaissance spacecraft. The legend from top left is, descent module, balls for the attitude control system, instrument compartment, telemetry system, antennas, braking engine unit, solar orientation sensor, vertical, radio link antenna, radio reconnaissance system antenna, imaging equipment. Right off the bat, the testers at the firing range renamed the Baikal system, which occupied a lot of space in the descent module, the Bath and Laundry Trust Co. or BPK for short. 10 and for good reason. During the very first tests, it leaked fluids and spewed out steam. All in all, its flight preparation caused a lot of headaches. Its young developers were forced to endure many criticisms and wisecracks. For radio reconnaissance, i.e., detecting the locations of radar systems and searching for the opportunity to intercept radio communications, Institute No. 108 developed a complex radio system called KUST. The KUST system collected its information on a special recorder that was also supposed to return to the ground in the descent module. It was much more complicated to control the Zenit 2 space reconnaissance satellite than the Vostoks. A rather complex program for control from the ground via special command radio link was devised to ensure that the necessary targets entered the camera's field of vision. The Vostoks and the Luna, Venera, and Mars spacecraft used one-time commands and settings to perform control functions, i.e., they used a specific numerical value for a limited number of parameters. In comparison, the amount of information that needed to be transmitted to the Zenit was 10 times as great. Each photo session required its own individual program. 2 program command radio links were developed simultaneously for the Zenits, the first at NII 648 and the second at NII 10. Yuri Kozko's development at NII 648 came out ahead. It ended up on the first Zenit. The story behind the selection of the command radio links and the entire ground-based command and measurement complex is quite interesting. While preparing the government resolution for the beginning of operations on the first artificial satellite, the Ministry of Defense was against being saddled with work outside its purview, namely the development of a ground-based command and measurement complex. The need to be involved in space exploration never dawned on the generals who were still analyzing the triumphant end of World War II. In their opinion, this was purely the business of the Academy of Sciences. You've got to give credit to the directors of NII-4, especially A.I. Sokolov, G.A. Tyulin, and U.A. Mozorin. Risking their military careers, they stubbornly insisted on the Ministry of Defense being directly involved in developing satellite monitoring and control systems. Disputes over these issues were heated and continuous until Minister of the Defense Industry D.F. Ustinov appealed directly to Minister of Defense Marshal G.K. Zhukov. Marshal Zhukov appreciated the potential for using space on behalf of the nation's defense earlier than the generals in the General Staff. He gave all the necessary instructions. I recall that Zhukov was named Minister of Defense in February 1955 and relieved of this post on October 27, 1957. During Zhukov's tenure as Minister of Defense, organizational and personnel reforms took place that fostered very close collaboration, scientists on the cutting edge of the scientific technological revolution. If you sum up the comments of my military friends, they viewed Marshal Aryat Malinovsky's appointment to the post of Minister of Defense as a transfer of initiative for military advancement from the Ministry of Defense directly to Khrushchev. 11. It wasn't until September 1960 that the Third Directorate of Artificial Satellites and Spacecraft was formed within GURVO. Colonel and Engineer K.A. Karamuov, whom I knew very well from Germany and Kapustin Yar, was appointed chief of this directorate. Colonel and Engineer V.I. Shchulov, also a close acquaintance from Kapustin Yar, was soon appointed as his deputy. The actual formation of the first specialized military space units did not begin until 1961. Strategic Rocket Forces officers comprised the command and engineering staff of the space units. They had undergone good missile training at all levels to the point of launching ICBMs. In addition, generals and officers from GURVO, scientists from NII-4, officers from the Space Communications Telemetry Center, and officers from military missions and the testing directorates of firing ranges passed through the good training of working jointly with industry. The military space forces had been obliged to analyze the potential capabilities for the practical use of space for military purposes before we industrial engineers did. However, the priority that Khrushchev personally gave to the prestigious scientific space goals compared with the secret defense projects in the 1960s meant that the Soviet Union developed space-based reconnaissance, remote sensing, meteorological, and communications systems at a slower rate than the U.S. The Americans were the first to launch the Atlas Score military communications satellite, the Tyros weather satellite, the transit navigation satellite, and in late 1960, beat our Zenit 2-based photo reconnaissance and cartography program by more than a year and a half. 12 OKB-1 began to develop the first generation of reconnaissance and cartographic systems working in direct contact with GRU specialists rather than with the official space technology customer in the Rocket Forces system. At Korolev's own initiative, the Zenit 2 borrowed the Vostok descent module to bring back to Earth the photographic equipment and film with the results of 7 to 8 days of observations. At OKB-1, Sector Chief Yet F. Ryazanov was responsible for both the actual conceptual design of the spacecraft, and for selecting and ordering the photo surveillance equipment. Initially, his sector had been part of Department No. 9, headed by M. Tikhonravov. As the project developed, the sector was converted into Department No. 29, which Yet F. Ryazanov headed, while U. M. Frumkin became chief of the Zenit 2 conceptual design sector. I managed, with great difficulty, to break away from the turbulent stream of Vostok and R9 problems to devote the necessary attention and guidance to designing the systems for Zenit 2. The managers directly involved with the development of the onboard systems B.V. Roskenbach, O.I. Bobkov, I. Yet Urasov, V.P. Legosteyev, Yet A. Bashkin, D.A. Niazev, U. S. Karpov, B.V. Nikitin, V.V. Krayushkin, and A.G. Melikova found themselves in the same situation, hemmed in by problems. Image credit, from the author's archives. Yevgeny Fedorovich Ryazanov was a department chief at OKB-1 who played a major role in the development of the Zenit-2 reconnaissance satellite. Intelligence officers who had experience interpreting aerial photography explained that the information would be of value if we could ensure a resolution of 10 to 15 meters. As a result, we needed to determine performance data of the photographic equipment during the first launches. We also needed to develop a new command radio link from the ground, as opposed to the very basic one we had used on the Vostoks. A new command radio link, codenamed KUB, was developed per our specifications at NII 648, the director and chief designer of which at that time was Armen Sergeyevich Natsakanian. Independent of our order, the military had also ordered a new KRL for their space projects from NII 10, the director of which was Mikhail Pavlovich Petelin. After the first Zenit-2 was assembled and sent to the test facility for electrical tests, I received an unexpected phone call from Yevgeny Ivanovich Panchenko at Gurovo, who gave me a friendly heads-up, letting me know that the military was categorically opposed to using KUB and demanded that Podzneznik radio systems developed per their specifications at NII-10 be installed on the Zenits. I was often at NII-10 on gyroscope business and Director Petelin had alerted me that they were developing the Podzneznik radio system, but they wouldn't be ready for delivery until late 1961. And we were planning to launch the first Zenit-2 at the end of 1961. Replacing the radio equipment of one command radio link with another required a large number of changes in the onboard electric systems and the instrumentation of the onboard complex control system. 13 Consequently, all the ground tracking and control facilities would have to be retrofitted with new control stations. I responded that replacing the radio complex would require that the dates for the beginning of the Zenit flight test be pushed back by at least 1 year. About 3 days after my talk with Panchenko, Korolev telephoned me and demanded a detailed report. He said that the next day he and I were supposed to be at a meeting in the office of Commander-in-Chief of the Rocket Forces Marshal Kirill Moskalenko. To defend the military's stance, some heavy artillery were attending the Marshal's meeting: General A.I. Sokolov, Chief of NII-4, General A.I. Semyonov, Chief of Gurovo, his deputy A.G. Mrikin, and yet I. Panchenko, who was the most knowledgeable of them all about radio engineering. To put it mildly, Marshal Moskalenko could not understand our differences with the military. Korolev took the floor first and began to explain in layman's terms the tasks of the radio link and how things stood with the preparation for flight tests of the first reconnaissance satellite. The Marshal listened attentively, but was puzzled as to what they wanted from him. Why were we all there? Mrikin suggested that we listen to the Gurovo proposals that Major Panchenko was presenting. Korolev knew all of our opponents quite well and did not understand why they were putting on such a show in front of a distinguished combined arms marshal, who in recognition for all his service during World War II, had been named Commander-in-Chief of the Rocket Forces for inexplicable reasons and was supposed to know his way around radio engineering, to boot. General Semyonov said that Major Panchenko would present all the technical arguments. I was feeling intensely uneasy. Of all people, Yevgeny Ivanovich Panchenko understood full well that if Korolev was promising to deliver the first reconnaissance satellite to the firing range in 6 months, he needed to mention that installing it instead of the KUB would require pushing back the beginning of flight development tests. Considering the advantages of the Podzneznik radio link, in particular its resistance to jamming and the number of commands, the customers were in agreement with that. But Panchenko, who had received a preparatory pep talk from his commanding officers, raved about the Podzneznik, but kept quiet about the dates and the amount of work required to modify the vehicle and the ground facilities. Korolev nudged me. I took the floor and said that we were in complete agreement with the arguments about the advantages of Podzneznik, and moreover, we had already begun developing documentation for a version of the Zenit with the new radio link. However, it was advisable to begin flight tests on the first Zenits using a radio system that has already been proven in service in order to check out the primary objective, the descent module's photographic and recovery system. Mrikin asked the following question: and who is going to guarantee that the Americans don't interfere with control and issue a command for the module to land on their territory? The Americans don't have a KUB ground system capable of transmitting the whole series of landing commands in the proper code. If they manage to affect the onboard receivers with their interference generators and any landing commands are issued outside our territory, then the emergency vehicle destruction system will actuate and the spacecraft will be destroyed. Korolev couldn't stand it and turned to the Marshal, Kirill Semyonovich. I promise to install the Podznesnik system beginning with one of the next Zenits. Please instruct Gurovo to coordinate this proposal with us and submit it to you for approval, but the beginning of flight tests should not be delayed. And moreover, we will work on and preclude the possibility of a safe landing on U.S. territory. Moskalenko listened appreciatively and looked at Semyonov. Without consulting his advisors, the latter hastened to announce, I believe that we can agree with Sergei Pavlovich's proposal. We will work out a specific decision and report to you for approval. So, we have an agreement. I thank you all. When we had left the meeting, Korolev could not stand it any longer and vented at Mrkin and Sokolov. Why was it necessary to get the Marshal involved in this particularly technical matter? It's our duty to find a solution. Did you want to shift the responsibility from yourselves to the Commander-in-Chief? In the future, please arrange it so that we can resolve such issues without getting the brass involved. As we drove back, Korolev told me, and your friend Panchenko is a fine fellow too. Why couldn't you have made some arrangement with him beforehand? Over the course of 2 years, 13 Zenit 2 spacecrafts were launched. In 1964 the Zenit 2 complex was put into service with the Podznesnik radio link. I have to say that during 2 years, we and all those assisting us had made so many changes that the Zenit 2 that was put into service was quite different from the first Zenit 2, which was launched on April 28, 1962, but flew just 3 days instead of the planned 7. The early return to the ground was not the Americans' fault, but the result of a large number of glitches in the operation of the primary photographic equipment, the photo-television system, and the attitude control system. Now that I've provided this long introduction, let's get back to my instructive history of the launch of the first Zenit 2. Through 1960, Roskenbach's entire team transferred to us from NII 1.14. This group was significantly strengthened by our regulars and the former Grabonite electronics engineers, circuitry specialists, and designers. After this, early 1961 saw the production of the instruments they had developed, which constituted the motion control complex that has been called Chaka since the days of the system used to photograph the far side of the moon. For newer spacecraft they developed new motion control and navigation systems called Chaka 1, Chaka 2, and so on. Modern Soyuz spacecraft carry the Chaka 5. The innovations that went into subsequent versions of the Chaka were given their first trial run on the Zenit 2. First and foremost, this included the infrared vertical, which kicked off the whole orientation process, the gyrorbitant, and the not always reliable ionic course orientation system that replaced it. 15. The requirements for orientation accuracy were very high compared with the Vostoks. Equipment left over from the Vostoks was of no help here. Roskenbach's staff members Toker, Legosteyev, Niazev, Brainase, and Komarova were occupied with these new problems. The motion control system was supposed to maintain triaxial orientation in the orbital coordinate system for practically the entire flight. In this system, one of the axis points along the local vertical while another would do the same along the spacecraft's line of movement. Deviation from the assigned orientation by more than 1 degree drastically reduced the image quality. The operational lifetime in orbit, based on the reserves of film and propellant for orientation, was 8 days. The only way to maintain operation of all the systems during this time was to use the sun to replenish the electric power reserves. Swiveling solar arrays needed to be developed. The full automation of all onboard processes with continuous ground monitoring and intervention by a program command radio link required the development of an onboard complex control system operating on new principles. Karpov and Chavilev, the main gurus behind the onboard complex, were loaded down with Vostoks. They assigned the actual development of the system to the two electrician brothers Alexander and Nikolai Petrosian. Since they weren't constrained by the constant micromanagement of supervisors, they really became absorbed in their work and developed a centralized power distribution and program logic control system for the entire onboard complex. The Petrosian duo could quickly trace all the intricate paths of electrical commands through a multi-page schematic electrical diagram and answer the question, what will happen if there's a break here, and a minus to the frame there? Image credit, from the author's archives. Yuri Stepanovich Karpov was one of the engineers responsible for development Zenit 2's onboard systems. The Zenit's return to Earth also differed from that of the Vostoks. We couldn't rely only on solar orientation, which provided a very limited number of dates and times for landing at a specific firing range. Before executing the deorbit burn, the IKV helped orient the spacecraft with one axis pointing toward Earth, and using the gyrorbitant, the vehicle turned about this axis so that the nozzle of ISAF's TDU was pointing along the orbital velocity vector. After selecting the most suitable orbit for executing a landing on the given day, a program was uplinked in one of the coverage zones. Next, the Granit ran it, issuing all the necessary commands for orientation and engine startup. All the onboard processes were not only strictly regulated in time, but they also had to be precisely synchronized with Earth time. A special high-precision clock, the Liana, was developed for the Zenit 2. A man by the name of Begun, the chief designer at one of the electronics NIIs in Leningrad, produced the Liana. Consequently, when the Liana on board started acting up, there was a spate of jokes that Liana had begun to run fast, or begun to run down 16. Besides ours, more than 20 organizations, each with their own chief designers, were involved in producing the Zenit 2. And there were some who got offended. Ryazansky got miffed at me and then complained to Korolev that the orbital monitoring equipment from NII 885 wasn't being installed on the Zenit 2. Actually, we had made a collegial decision to install the Rubin responder for orbital monitoring and the TRAL to transmit telemetry data. Bogomilov's team at OKB had developed both systems. Korolev was annoyed by the failures of Bogomilov's equipment on the launch vehicles, but his response to Ryazansky was, "If you want to propose something better, I will immediately give the order to throw Bogomolov overboard." But at that time NII 885 had nothing better to offer. Having received no assignments for the Zenit 2, Pylyagin viewed this as a potential threat to his monopoly on the development of inertial systems. This was actually the truth. What's more, a very large portion of the work had been handed over to Viktor Kuznetsov, with whom we had started working directly on developing motion control systems. The draft plan of the Zenit 2 had been drawn up, discussed, and approved during the gap between the flights of Gagarin and Titov. Working drawings of the entire structure and instruments were released into production even before the draft plan had been approved. After returning from the firing range in August following Titov's flight, I discovered that Turkov, having been raked over the coals by Korolev, was sending the entire spacecraft to the monitoring and testing station for tests without waiting for it to be completely integrated. It wasn't until we were at the KISS and had connected all the instruments with hundreds of cables into a single system that we realized that we should not be reassured by the vows of the most reliable electricians that all the circuits had been reviewed dozens of times on paper and checked by independent inspectors. The very first activation at the KISS showed such a number of errors and absolutely inconceivable circuit tangles that we felt like starting the design process all over. But we shook off that idea and began to forge our way through the morass of our own errors. Having hurriedly tested the Zenit 2 at the KISS, Turkov sent it to the engineering facility at THIRD-WORLDISM. After Korolev assigned me to be technical director of testing at the engineering facility, I sent lead designer Boris Rublev to the firing range, and stayed behind to make sure that everyone involved in the operations from my organization and cooperating organizations managed to fly out. Korolev sent Pavel Tsybin to the firing range as the main representative on vehicle design. 17 The decision to transfer all further Zenit projects to Kubyshev had not yet come to fruition, and various signs seemed to indicate to us that SP intended to appoint Tsibin chief designer of Zenits in the event the project stayed with us for a long time. Image credit, from the author's archives. Korolev at a reunion with his friends from his glider flying days in the late 1920s. From left to right are Korolev, unknown, Kalutin, Sergei Anokin, and Pavel Tsibin. I arrived at the engineering facility on the cold, dreary Saturday of November 11th, and settled into the well-lived-in cottage number 3. The next day, despite its being Sunday, a cycle of so-called test firings and partial programs was already underway at the MIC. Only here did we discover how much various and sundry electrical trash in the form of all kinds of interference was wandering through the common power buses. Interference was penetrating from the TRAL radio transmitters to the input of the command radio link receivers and was blocking the passage of commands. Yuri Kozko, the command radio link developer from NII 648, and Mikhail Novikov from OKB-ME had set up a study of systems interference using a double-beam oscillograph and were experimenting with various filters. Bashkin realized that the amplifier in the ionic system needed to be changed. Kaznachayev found a wiring error in the rhythm event controller. There was a minus in contact with the frame in the command radio link transmitter. In addition to exact time tags, the Liana was feeding some sort of inexplicable noise into the power supply network. The guaranteed service life of the infrared vertical instruments had expired, and they needed to be completely rechecked for flight clearance. Baikal was interfering with KUST, and so on. In one day my notebook was filled with dozens of glitch notations. On November 19th, we began to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We fixed Baikal by modifying Kalina. The noise in the Liana disappeared after we installed feed-through capacitors. We resoldered dozens of cables to correct mistakes, and we put together the entire electrical system and moved on to the next task. On November 21st, we began integrated test cycles. 2 more days were fraught with dozens of glitches. Once again we found instruments that needed to be modified or replaced. By the morning of November 25th, we had assembled and closed the instrument compartment and moved the entire object onto a wooden rig so that foreign metal would not affect the tuning of the antennas. During the most stressful period of the Zenit 2 launch preparation, we were notified at the firing range that the Minister of Defense and Marshal of the Soviet Union Rodion Yakovlevich Malinovsky would be coming for a review of rocket space achievements. From 1956 to 1957 he had been Commander-in-Chief of the Ground Forces. In military circles it was said that he was not ambitious and hadn't at all been striving to become the Minister of Defense of a nuclear superpower. Nevertheless, in late 1957, at Khrushchev's initiative, his candidacy for that high post was approved. The time had come for Malinovsky to become familiar with rocket space technology. In the autumn of 1961, a rumor swept through the firing range that Nikita Sergeyevich would accompany Malinovsky, but soon it came to light that Khrushchev would not be coming. In view of the VIP visit, almost all officers and soldiers were taken away from testing operations and thrown into a rush cleanup job. During this time, I was responsible for Zenit deadlines and preparation quality and tried to protest against this diversion of personnel, having voiced my indignation to State Commission Chairman Kirim Kirimov and Chief of the Firing Range's 1st Directorate Colonel Anatoly Kirilov. Smiling, Kirimov had replied that the firing range command knows which side its bread is buttered on and said that they would not listen to him anyway. Kirilov didn't pass up the opportunity to give a sermon. You civilians respect your ministers, but you aren't afraid of them. If one offends you, you go work for another under even better conditions. Your ministers have primarily a psychological authority over their people. It's a completely different matter with us military types. In the army, the authority of the Minister of Defense is barefaced and absolute. One can be booted out without recourse for dirt on the road and disorder in the barracks and even be evicted from his military lodgings. We can have no respect for leadership, we can despise it, but we simply must fear it. Korolev was preparing to fly to the firing range, figuring that Khrushchev would show up there. When it became clear that only Malinovsky would be coming, he sent Mishin there with instructions to set up an exhibition of our achievements and prospective developments in the MIC. SP called me and ordered me to help Mishin in every way possible in this undertaking and not to balk at meeting with the Marshal. Malinovsky's appointment replacing Zhukov as Minister of Defense in 1957 happened so suddenly that it shook up not only military circles, but also all of Soviet society at that time. As recently as December 1956, Zhukov had been awarded his fourth Hero of the Soviet Union Golden Star Medal on the occasion of his 60th birthday, and in early 1957 he was made a member of the Central Committee Presidium. For the people of the Soviet Union, the name Zhukov was directly associated with victory in the Great Patriotic War. He was universally recognized as a great military leader. He commanded the highest authority not only in his own country but also throughout the world. After he became Minister of Defense, he established working relationships with the scientific and technical circles of the military-industrial complex. He demanded that military cadres pay attention to scientific technical progress, the development of military science, and, consequently, the restructuring of the armed forces. Zhukov's growing authority and popularity had frightened Khrushchev. He insisted on convening a plenum of the Central Committee, which accused Zhukov of violating the leadership principles of Lenin's party. Zhukov was charged in absentia. At that time he was on board the cruiser Kirov conducting an official visit to Yugoslavia and Albania. The Central Press and radio regularly reported on the enthusiastic receptions for the great Marshal of the Soviet Union, the greatest military leader of World War II, being given abroad. And suddenly, 18 military officers whom I knew from work and all the civilians involved in the military construction work were stunned. They all had the same response: Nikita got scared. At the 20th Communist Party Congress, Khrushchev had showed courage and dispelled Stalin's cult of personality, but just 4 years later he decided that the Soviet people must have only one idol, himself, Khrushchev. What if Zhukov got it into his head to carry out a military coup? Zhukov had every chance of becoming a second idol. He needed to be removed before it was too late. Docile and harmless Malinovsky was named to the post of Minister of Defense. Afterward, if we are to believe Khrushchev's memoirs, he felt very sorry for Zhukov, but held him in exile at a dacha. About 3 days before the VIP visit, a personal cook and service staff arrived. The latter prepared the dining hall at site number 10, where the Marshal's residence was, and our deluxe dining hall for the chief designers at site number 2. Malinovsky arrived on the evening of November 27 together with Strategic Rocket Forces Commander-in-Chief Marshal Moskalenko. After meeting with them, Firing Range Chief Zakharov and Gurvo Chief Smernitsky tried to persuade them to go rest for a while. However, contrary to what one might expect, the 60-year-old Marshal declined to rest and demanded that we show him the launch of the R-7A intercontinental missile that had been put in service. The launch had been in preparation for 3 days at site number 31. Everything was going well until T-30 minutes when the cavalcade of vehicles escorting the Minister of Defense appeared. Image credit, Asif Siddiqui. A detailed model of a typical R-7 type launch pad shows a mock-up of a launch vehicle being moved on rails to the pad. This model is on display at the Tsiolkovsky State Museum of the History of Cosmonautics in Kalyuga. Mishin was at site number 31 at that time representing the chief designer. I had stayed at site number 2 and was relaying reports from the launch site to Korolev in Podlipki via the high-frequency communications channel. They explained to Malinovsky that they were at T-20 minutes in the countdown. He did not get close to the missile. He withdrew to a specially dug reinforced clean trench on the crest of a hill where an icy wind was blowing. Right away the Bobiks, well-known manifestations of the visit effect, started. The valve assembly feeding liquid oxygen had been installed askew and an oxygen leak appeared. A 30-minute delay was announced. When the time came to remove the trusses, through an oversight, the cable of the tank fueling gauge broke. Once again a delay was announced, this time for 1 hour. When Korolev heard about this, He asked me to pass on the order to drain the oxygen. Make note of the team's disgraceful work. Replace the cable. The marshal had been freezing in his trench for 2 hours now. He became incensed and said, "It's more like T-12 hours. You have already wasted 3 days. Now it's 2,300 hours. Tomorrow at 1,100 hours, I want to see you people work." On the way back, we wanted to bring him to our dining hall for a bite to eat. The best restaurants in Moscow would be proud of the dinner they served there. Malinovsky turned down dinner at site number 2 and departed for his residence, having given warning that early in the morning he would be at site number 41 where preparation was underway for the launch of Yangel's R-16. But the streak of bad luck also extended to Yangel's launch site. The onboard self-activating batteries produced reduced voltage and needed to be replaced. The launch was postponed for several hours. Malinovsky was livid and ordered the firing range supervisors and directorate chiefs to stay at sites NOS 41 and 31 to monitor launch preparations. He promised to return soon to verify. Then, accompanied by Moskalenko, he drove over to our area to see site number 1, the exhibition in the MiG, and an R-9 launch. At site number 1 Malinovsky walked up to the edge overlooking the moat-like gas venting ditch. Leaning heavily on the railing, he asked Moskalenko, "How high does the gas come up?" Marshal Moskalenko didn't know what to say. One of Barman's colleagues, who happened to be standing nearby, kept his wits about him, "Up to that notch, Rodion Yakovlevich." The Minister of Defense looked around disgruntled. Why did some random civilian answer me instead of an officer? For show they rolled out the 8K-72 three-stage launch vehicle with Vostok No. 5 to the launch site and demonstrated how it was erected in the launcher. They wanted to show one of the future cosmonauts in a spacesuit. They rehearsed the report for this show for about 3 days. But all Malinovsky said was, "Why all this fuss when it's freezing cold?" Without lingering, without a word of thanks, he climbed back into his car to drive down to the lower-lying R-9 launch site. Mishin just managed to meet him there and begin his report explaining what a great future intercontinental missile this was and what supercooled oxygen was. When Malinovsky interrupted his report, Colonel General Ivanov was here. He sized everything up and gave me a report. "Don't waste time. I've been briefed on everything." The R-9 launch was postponed, and the Minister of Defense departed for the military builders base. There, when all available soldiers had been hastily assembled and were standing in formation, he asked an unexpected question, "Men, you are pioneers, volunteers. How is your work going here?" The soldiers fell out of formation and crowded around the minister, showering him with complaints. The marshal's escorts managed with some difficulty to extricate him from the crowd and drove him back to Yangel's site number 41. There, it turned out that today's launch had been postponed. Another 24 hours was needed for preparation and the correction of glitches. "You've covered yourselves in shit," said Malinovsky in the heat of the moment. "If this is the way it is with you, what in the world is going on in the combat units? Where is your head at, Kirill Semyonovich?" This question was directed at Commander-in-Chief Moskalenko. But what could a dyed-in-the-wool infantry marshal say? It was agreed that the following day 2 launches would take place, the R-16 from site number 41 at 1000 hours and the 8K-74 an hour later from site number 31. On the frosty, overcast morning of November 29 at site number 41, once again there was a delay. Malinovsky drove over to site number 31. This time our Semyurka and the launch crew did not let us down. They worked precisely. The flight proceeded normally. Wanting to please their VIP guest, the local command overdid it. During the flight, they raised the volume on communications so high that the immediate vicinity resounded not only with information about the flight status, but also with top-secret performance data. You would have invited foreigners to the show. You should only launch cosmonauts, not missiles. After the successful launch of the 8K-74, the launch crew was assembled in formation on the launch pad. It was the tradition to give a brief report on the results of the launch and for the command to express its gratitude. Netherlands had started this practice, and it had been continued under Michaelenko. The formation tensely waited for at least 2 or 3 words from the Minister of Defense. However, the frowning Malinovsky began to walk behind the formation rather than along its front line where a colonel was standing erect ready to give his report. Next came the command about face. Now Malinovsky was before the front line of the formation. But he continued to slowly amble to the parking lot without raising his downcast head. The dismissed command was not given, but the formation fell out of its own accord. The insulted officers watched in bewilderment as the marshals departed. The resilient Anatoly Kirillov cheered up the dispirited launch crew officers. The most pleasant sight at any military review is the dust kicked up as the brass drives away. The same is true for a rocket technology review. After this first successful launch, Malinovsky drove over to us in the MiG. The most senior among the officers he met was Kirillov's deputy, Colonel Bobilev. Standing bolt upright, he began his report, Comrade Marshal of the Soviet Union. This is the assembly and testing building. Preparations are carried out here. With the wave of his hand, the Marshal halted the Colonel's subsequent oratory. I don't need you to tell me what's what. You already take me for a complete fool. Instead, why don't you tell me where the latrine is around here? The Colonel was crestfallen, but obediently led the Marshal to the restroom, where providently for the last 3 days a lieutenant had been specially posted to fend off unauthorized personnel at all costs. Relieved, the minister walked around looking at the posters on display, clearly having no desire to watch and listen. Paying no attention to the behavior of this high-ranking guest, Mishin went on the offensive and began a loud and effusive briefing on the global missile. In 2 to 3 years, conventional missiles will be ineffective. Only our global missile, developed on the basis of the R9, will be capable of performing any missions. The Americans do not yet have any similar development. 19. At these words, it seemed that Malinovsky emerged from his funk, pricked up his ears, and started to listen. Observing him, I decided that he was tired or ill and that it was difficult for him to stand in his marshal's overcoat and sheepskin hat and listen to a briefing on the new missile's flight profile. We had placed tables and chairs by the display stands, figuring that both elderly marshals would take a load off their feet and attentively listen to the briefings, quenching their thirst with mineral water. We even remembered to have a coat rack with hangers. But Malinovsky did not take off his coat and sit down. This was his way of showing his displeasure not only with current missile technology, but also with future technology. However, during the briefing he asked 2 questions: why were there 3 stages, and where would the first 2 come down? Then, he asked why it was necessary to brake during the 3rd stage, where this would happen, and how. Mishin gave a very straightforward explanation, and the Marshal seemed to understand. Posters also displayed pictures of Desna and Dolina, the future silo-based missile launching sites for R9 missile complexes. I had just begun my very eloquent presentation about the Zenit reconnaissance spacecraft when an adjutant arrived and informed us that T-1 hour had been announced at site number 41 and it was time to drive over there for the R-16 launch. Malinovsky snapped back, "Never mind, they'll have another delay of 2 hours or so, and then it will be called off again." I even managed to describe the photographic equipment and suddenly he asked, "Do you change the focus in flight?" He clearly liked Zenit and my presentation about its prospects. But when I said that we had the capability of detecting the concentration and movement of armored formations, the Minister of Defense remarked reasonably, "While you develop the film, figure out where your and the enemy's troops are, or else while you're giving your report, the tanks will already be long gone." He was right. More than 30 years have passed since that time. Our television technology enables us to transmit intelligence data directly from space in real time, without returning film cassettes to the ground. The Marshal left Zenit and returned once again to the R9 lying on the transport trailer. Pointing to the engine nozzle, Malinovsky asked, Is this where it burns? Meeshin confirmed this, but he was careful to say that the burning takes place higher up in the combustion chamber and the gases produced by combustion exit through those nozzles. Why did they take a new motor? That one next to it has been tested. Glushko told me that it's a very reliable motor. The marshal was pointing for comparison at the 8K-74 cluster lying nearby. Evidently the morning launch of this rocket had made an impact. Without waiting for Meeshin to finish his long response, the marshal, smiling for the first time, thanked us and shook everyone's hand. So, you're staying after all. And you, the military intelligentsia? Or is there another chief designer there and that launch doesn't concern you? Finally, after many rechecks, the R-16 launch also proceeded normally. Considering the experience of the preceding launch at site number 31 and to avoid an embarrassing situation, the decision was made not to have the launch crew form up. Having received word of the successful R-16 launch, we headed to the dining hall. After 2 such difficult days, the marshal really should also check out the operation of the marshal's dining hall. That morning at breakfast, we had been notified that if the marshal stopped in for lunch, it would be a special one. Despite this psychological preparation, we were stunned. In front of every place setting lay a leather-bound menu. To us it read like a fairy tale: fresh red salmon caviar, sturgeon in aspic, cold smoked barbel, cured sturgeon fillets, back of Siberian salmon with lemon, sprat with lemon, crab with peas in mayonnaise, roast beef, ham with horseradish, chicken salad, mushrooms with onions, radishes with sour cream, farmer's cheese, sour cream, borscht Moscow style, homemade noodles, sturgeon soup, Polish-style pike perch, braised veal, stewed chicken, steak with French fries and cornichons, chicken Kiev. Crepes with jam, crepes with sour cream, black coffee, coffee with milk, tea with lemon, tea with jam. Crystal bowls sat on the table, mounded with fruit: oranges, apples, and grapes. There were all sorts of mineral water, including Yessentuki, known for its healing properties. We began a competition to see who could try the most dishes. Someone expressed regret that the menu did not contain certain items beneficial to our work. While the marshal is here, no way. We are under a strict prohibition policy for the time being, warned the military exchange officer. Marshal Malinovsky never graced our dining hall with his presence. I tried to do justice to the most enticing zakuski and dishes by squirreling some away, but I simply couldn't spend more than 3 rubles on the whole kit and kaboodle. Someone boasted that he had eaten an entire 5 rubles worth of dishes. By today's standards, the prices were really fantastic. The price of the most expensive appetizer, caviar, served as a standard of comparison. A decent-sized portion cost just 47 kopecks. 20. After such a lunch, it was impossible to eat dinner. We didn't show up at the dining hall until the next day for breakfast. The fabulous splendor had vanished. Instead of Muscovite beauties, we were met by our old, familiar waitresses. Nevertheless, we believed that the nourishing diet of the last 2 days was fine compensation for the high anxiety that came with the inspection. Sorting through my archives, I found a yellowed document, which upon closer inspection turned out to be the menu for November 29, 1961 of Deluxe Dining Hall No. 5 at Site No. 2. I had snatched the menu as a souvenir 36 years before. My younger comrades felt that the document was of great historic value because it was authenticated by the signatures of the dining hall manager, the accountant, and production manager. Marshal Malinovsky's departure brought no relief for the testers. They had to dismantle the instrument compartment to replace a failed memory unit, look for a fault in a temperature sensor, and correct 5 more glitches. 21 They corrected the glitches, assembled the compartment, and reconnected it to the test panels. While they tinkered with the instrument compartment, we sent the descent module sphere into the pressure chamber. On December 3, we finally performed the mating operations, and for the first time we fully assembled the entire reconnaissance spacecraft. After assembly, we began to activate the systems and discovered the power in the command radio link transmitter dropped catastrophically. Again we began dismantling, replacing, and repeating pressure chamber tests. On December 8, all the retesting, resoldering, and replacement operations were completed. The braking engine unit was mated and attached. The Chaka tanks were filled with nitrogen. I had known General Karamuev, chairman of the State Commission for Zenit II, for a long time. In 1945, when he was a captain, he had been my subordinate at the Institute Rabi. We easily found common ground, especially since there were no higher UPS capable of driving a wedge between us at the firing range at that time. Having sized things up in a very serene State Commission, we scheduled the launch for December 11. That morning there was a heavy fog, a rarity for that area. From the bunker, the launch site 150 meters away could not be seen. The periscopes were useless. All hope was pinned on information from Arkady Ostashev, who had been sent to the first tracking station with instructions to plant 4 eyes at each telemetry screen and report everything to us in the bunker in real time. At 1240 hours the fog surrounding the periscopes filled with a thunderous roar and went from gray to pink. The launch proceeded normally. We tensely listened to the reports from the ground tracking stations. The first one had already reported that everything was going normally. Yeniseisk and Sarishagen made contact. The third stage engine fired and was operating. Now if it could only hold on for 690 seconds. That's when separation was calculated to take place. Ostashev's calm, confident voice broke almost into a scream. 410 seconds into the flight, pressure drop in the chamber. Pressure at 0. There were 2 seconds of tense silence. The bunker packed with testers and developers was still. And then came a report that dashed all hope, reception terminated over all lines. So much work had been invested and so many hopes had been tied to this first reconnaissance spacecraft, and we had been betrayed by the very same Semyorka to which we were entrusting the lives of cosmonauts. 22 We gave the usual commands to immediately deliver the trial films to the MiG for development. We would have to immediately brief Moscow on the causes of the failure in Block Yet. A silent throng gathered at the exit to the surface. Nikolai Petrosyan slowly climbed up the steps ahead of me. At the very top of the steps exiting the bunker, he covered his face with his hands, and leaning up against the cold cement wall, began to sob bitterly. No one tried to console him. 3 hours later we heard the results of the film analysis. The trousers, the gas lines from the gas generator to the turbo pump assembly burned through. Thrust dropped, the stage lost control, and the emergency engine shut down. End contact tripped. This signal was transmitted on board. There, the emergency vehicle destruction system received and analyzed it. The logic programmed into the system prohibited landing outside authorized territory. The APO operated correctly and our first reconnaissance spacecraft self-destruct, blown up by 3 kilograms of TNT. The APO system developers were the only ones to gain satisfaction. Its failure-free performance was confirmed right off the bat. My conversation via the high-frequency communications channel with Korolev was very difficult. The failure was a double whammy: first, the loss of our new spacecraft, and second, the shattering of our confidence in the reliability of the launch vehicle while preparing for the piloted launches scheduled for 1962. He ordered us to forget about flying home and immediately start working around the clock to prepare the next Zenit and launch it before the new year. Tsiganov grabbed the telephone away from me. He tried to convince Korolev that the working class, the entire factory brigade, had been on site continuously for 12 to 16 hours a day, without a day off for 60 days straight. He requested at least 1 week's respite in Podlipki. We asked Turkov to send us a replacement team, but he refused, complained Tsiganov to Korolev. Tsiganov picked the wrong time to appeal to Korolev. The latter exploded, "You want to go home? You want to spit on the government decree? If necessary, you won't just work 60 days, you'll work an entire 80 days. If you don't feel like it, get the hell out. Tsiganov's face fell, he threw down the phone and left. It was an awkward moment for everyone who witnessed the exchange. Why such threats toward the work crew, who were in no way to blame for what had happened and were really working on all the projects selflessly and unfailingly? Here at the firing range, on more than one occasion, my temper had flared up under stress, and I resorted to strong language with my co-workers and even outsider engineers. But never once did I raise my voice to factory machinists and assemblers. About 5 minutes later, while we were silently digesting what had happened, Korolev telephoned back. Now he wanted to talk to me. Why are you letting everyone there slack off? Stop all the talk about flying home. If necessary, you'll ring in the new year there. Is there something you're lacking? Tell me, and I'll send everything you need. If you can't reach an agreement with the people, I'll send Voskresensky to you. We really need a good launch, understand? I promised to straighten out the conflict and report in 3 days about the normal course of operations with the next Zenit. After convening our technical council, we decided to restructure the work. We divided all testers and systems specialists into 2 groups. Each would work 24 hours, receiving an assignment for a realistic volume of work to be completed in that time. As early as 5 days later, it was clear that round-the-clock continuous work, plus our previous experience, infused confidence in the feasibility of a launch before December 30th. We received affirmations, final statements, and signatures for each system, and the opportunity arose to move the launch to 27 or December 28th, so that even Leningraders would have time to get home for the new year. Then, along came a new order: the spacecraft must be prepared for long-term storage, put under guard, and everyone must return home. It turned out that the investigation of the incident in Blokya had resulted in such modifications of the propulsion system that the third stage of the launch vehicle would not be ready until January. That set off a hubbub of departures. The flight detachment did not let us down, and after bidding farewell to the firing range military testers who had nowhere to rush off to, we boarded our IL-14. This time we were not returning as victors. The first Zenit 2 had perished without going into orbit. But during the process of developing and preparing it, we gained valuable experience in systems design, production, and testing. An interdepartmental team of like-minded people had formed. Among them, over the course of 2 months toiling at the firing range, that informal sense of camaraderie and kinship of interests had emerged that was so necessary when working on large and complex systems. Image credit, from the author's archives. Preparing a Zenit 2 spacecraft for mating with its launch vehicle. Surprisingly, the group departing the firing range for Moscow to ring in 1962 was not dispirited. On the airplane, under the din of the engines, even Kirim Kirimuov, whom one would expect to be taking the unsuccessful debut harder than the others, gladly accepted my offer to have an off-the-record discussion of our approach to the upcoming Zenit operations on the airplane. As technical director, I laid out my personal testament. The demise of the first Zenit 2 through the fault of the launch vehicle was a disaster, but if we honestly analyzed the probability of the equipment's reliable operation after orbital insertion, then we had to be grateful to the launch vehicle for not hauling that Zenit into space. The probability of delivering quality photographs to Earth had been very low. The chances of receiving information from the Baikal via the television channel had been even lower. And after all, this is Earth. America is not the far side of the moon. And if we show cloudy pictures instead of clear photographs, no references to the fact that this is a world's first event would absolve us. The calculations show that if everything is executed per design, the resolution of feeder with its 1 meter focal length will be at least 10 meters. We must confirm this. We cannot allow unjustified risk in the Zenit program. We have been in too big a rush and wanted to shine with one more achievement after the triumph of Gagarin and Titov. If there had been failures in the first flight preventing the execution of the main mission, the very idea of space reconnaissance could have been compromised. We are grateful to Petr Timofeyevic for his constant support, but we understand that not all generals in the Ministry of Defense are such enthusiasts as he. Just think, we really lucked out that they decided against launching the second Zenit at New Year's. You all felt how rushed our work was and how many undiscovered Bobeeks remained on board. Now each one of us has the opportunity to analyze everything in each system, to think things through, and check things out. Judging by the launch vehicle, we will have about 2 more months for thorough preparation. There were about 15 people attending this impromptu conference on the unheated IL-14. Busheyev, for some unknown reason, had been temporarily removed from piloted launch preparation by Korolev, and didn't feel very confident in our group. Tsibin had been appointed deputy technical chief, that is to say, my deputy. He carried out all of Korolev's orders without complaining, but sometimes he suddenly bucked and allowed himself to take exception. He wanted more time to devote to human flights. Both Busheyev and Tsibin supported me. Only my second deputy Arkady Ostashev disagreed with my thesis that we had supposedly lucked out. We would have gained, even in the event of the most serious failures, the kind of experience that we could never gain on the ground. However, all the chiefs of the primary special purpose systems agreed with me. Phrasing it in various ways, they acknowledged that they had given in to the general hype about the deadlines and signed the certificates for the systems and equipment, knowing full well that they contained defects. Our in-flight conference once again clearly showed the unity of the views and interests of the actual creators of the hardware. Even our general customers, Colonels Viktor Shchulov and Yuri Kravtsov, both endowed with a sense of humor atypical of their ranks, promised to do everything in their power to delay the acceptance of the launch vehicles until we were confident of the reliability of the spacecraft and all of its systems. We assured Zenit lead designer Boris Rublev that, within 2 weeks of our landing at Vnukovo Airport, each of us would give him a list of operations that absolutely had to be performed on each system before the next launch. When everyone had given some thought to it and worked on it for a while, it turned out that these operations, modifications, and arrangements amounted to an entire 3 months' worth of work. After holding the final session of the review team and State Commission in late March, it was decided to conduct the second Zenit 2 launch no later than April 25 when ready. In mid-April, everyone involved with the Zenit project gathered once again at the firing range. April at the firing range is a marvelous month in terms of weather and a lucky month in terms of events. We remembered April 12 of the preceding year, now declared Cosmonautics Day. This time, despite the gathering of the brass, everything was proceeding rather calmly until we started sorting things out in the bath and laundry trustco. The chemicals for the Baikal's photo developing and fixing process should have been delivered from Leningrad before the very last flight-ready equipment was fueled. By the designated date, all they found on the airplane were waybills that had arrived on the right day at the right time, confirming that the photo processing chemicals were in Moscow, received from Leningrad, and forwarded to Vnukovo 1 airport. Further investigation showed that the case containing the chemicals had been loaded into a vehicle headed to Vnukovo 1. But the vehicle had stopped by one more shop at factory number 88, where it finished loading up. When they were loading the last cargo items, the case containing the chemicals was in the way. They removed it temporarily and forgot to put it back. The waybills, however, arrived on time. With the Air Force's assistance, Korolev arranged for a special express flight for the Baikal, and the case arrived a day late. There were more reprimands given out for that incident than during the Zenit's entire history. The second launch of Zenit 2 took place on April 26, 1962. The 3-day flight of the second Zenit 2 was not publicized. However, this was the very satellite, announced as Cosmos 4, that opened the most important era of space activity, effective strategic reconnaissance, and the multi-purpose study of Earth. After the first pictures were developed, General Kostin invited Korolev into the GRU laboratory where the pictures were being processed and interpreted. Korolev was pleased and, right then and there, arranged for Tsibin, Ostashev, and me to also admire the landscapes of America provided by our Cosmos 4 so that we might be inspired. In confidence, SP told us that the pictures had already been shown to Khrushchev, who expressed the desire for a few more reconnaissance spacecraft that would keep track of our enemies a bit longer. We reveled in our leader's delight but still noted our own errors. Due to glitches in the attitude control system and program discrepancy, the cameras sometimes took pictures of the sky. There were also simple malfunctions in the mechanics. There was no comparison between the quality of the Baikal's photo television information and that of the images on film developed after returning to the ground. GRU operators scanning the film with a beam spot maintained that, by their estimate, the resolution of the camera with a 1-meter focus approached 5 to 7 meters. And our assignment had been a resolution of 10 meters. We surpassed the requirement twofold. It was still difficult to distinguish a truck from a railroad car, but a good beginning is half the battle. The next Zenit 2, or Cosmos 7, went out on a 4-day cycle on July 28, 1962. Now we already had experience. Various photographic modes, including short series and extended runs under various degrees of illumination and positioning of the sun, were tested. The GRU of the General Staff turned directly to Korolev, arguing the need to increase the frequency of Zenit 2 launches and correct noted defects. At one of the regular State Commission meetings while discussing flight test programs after the successful Cosmos 7 launch, General Kostin said that, although the current program was called Flight Development Tests, in actual fact during each launch we obtained intelligence material of exceptional value for the nation's defense capability. We assured the general and his specialists that we and our subcontractors could make everything much better if another decree were issued. But he was a level-headed man. He thanked us for our efforts in upgrading and asked us to quickly prepare and launch what was on hand. When we pointed out defects in the equipment and systems that required substantial modifications, the officers reassured us. During one 4-day flight, as part of the flight testing program, we obtained photographs of regions with a total area of 10 million square kilometers with an average resolution of at least 10 meters. The entire area of the United States is 9.36 million square kilometers. We already had the effective means to keep America under observation. True, due to cloud cover and not always choosing the right time for photos, we sometimes had annoying losses of information. But that was all the more reason to increase the frequency of launches. The summer of 1962 was a hot one, and not just in THIRD-WORLDISM. With every passing day, the international situation heated up. Space reconnaissance was a very good thing, but we also needed ICBMs. We had not managed to put either the R-9 or the R-16 into service. Preparations were underway to launch 2 piloted Vostoks in August. After these, launches to Venus were scheduled in late August and Mars in October. Flight testing of the solid propellant RT-1 began in Kapustin Yar after a substantial delay, but for the time being the result was not good. In July Kaldish's expert commission completed its work on the N-1 launch vehicle, and the VPK prepared a decree calling for flight testing to begin on it in 1965. At the firing range, we kept a close watch on the construction of the assembly plant and the future massive launch facilities for the N-1. Unable to conceal his skepticism in my presence, Voskresensky told Korolev, "Sergei, you shouldn't agree to begin N-1 flight tests in 1965. They're only just excavating for the Big Mick, and they haven't even thought about the launch site yet." Korolev was in a foul mood. The situation involving the N-1 was such that, in meetings with Khrushchev and in the expert commissions, it was impossible to back out of old, ill-considered promises. Voskresensky had already been guilty of pouring salt in the wound. 23. Now, analyzing Korolev's behavior in this complex situation many years later, I consider his decision to speed up the transfer of the reconnaissance satellite projects to Dmitry Kozlov at our Kubyshev-based branch number 3 to be the correct one. But in 1962, carried away with our first successes and with the praise of the military officers, all the Zenit creators at RKB and at the factory felt this idea was like demanding that a family give its favorite child to a faraway orphanage. After several educational explanations with Korolev, I realized that further wrangling was useless. He made the decision once and for all. He was too carried away with the N1 and R9. Busheyev was up to his ears in work with the piloted flights. Tsibin said that honey is sweet, but the bee stings, and it's just no use arguing with SP. Feoktistov had a great influence on Korolev during that time. He was a vocal advocate of unburdening OKB-1, so that it could increase its activity on piloted flights. As a result of the arguments over whether to transfer the Zenit projects to branch number 3 in Kubyshev, Korolev agreed to retain the development of the new Zenit 4 reconnaissance spacecraft for us. He gave in to Roskenbach, Ryazanov, and me, who had insisted that we keep the program. After 3 successful Zenit 2 launches, we had gained experience showing that the actual capabilities of intelligence gathering from space exceeded the initial expectations. The photographic film removed from the descent modules was considered top secret. The film cassettes were delivered from the landing site under armed escort directly to the GRU laboratory. There I had the opportunity for the first time in my life to see how a real map of Earth, not one that has been drawn, looks from space. The frames varied in format and quality. The short focal length camera held 500 frames of 18x18 cm format film. According to the assessments of the military officers, who very painstakingly and meticulously studied the photos and compared them with maps and other materials of theirs, the resolution was from 30 to 50 meters. If cloud cover didn't interfere, the pictures contained details that geographical maps did not. The long focal length camera held 1,500 frames of 30x30 cm format film. It aggravated me when they pointed out a highway and told me that it was possible to make out the cars on it. I couldn't count the cars, try as I might. But the specialists assured me that when the pictures were developed properly, the resolution was as high as 7 to 8 meters. And what will it take to get the resolution down to 1 meter? In response came a long to-do list. First, it would be nice to have fine-grain film that was more sensitive, like what the Americans have. If we had good film suitable for the lens, and then if the focal length were increased, right off the bat this would give us a resolution of 3 to 5 meters. That issue's not our concern, I told the officers. Tell the VPK to issue special decrees for the photochemists and opticians at the Krasnogorsk factory. What else do you need? Second, it turned out that orientation needed to be more accurate. Angular oscillations needed to be eliminated, and we needed perfect synchronization with Earth's motion so that there would be no blurring. This was now our concern. We had to develop a more accurate control system that precluded angular shifting. Korolev signed off on the design of this new reconnaissance spacecraft, which was called Zenit 4, under one condition, that the military develop detailed operational requirements taking into consideration the experience of the Zenit 2 flight tests. In September 1962, we finished preparing the fourth Zenit 2 at the engineering facility. It was difficult for my comrades to come to terms with having to relinquish a piece of engineering work that they had loved so much, and to which we had all become so close. Not only the high-ranking managers, but also the young fledgling engineers understood that we were developing a completely new field of cosmonautics. Perhaps these satellites, codenamed Cosmos, were much more necessary at the time than the piloted flights that our propaganda widely publicized. Not in the distant future, but right then, that day, the day after, in the next few months and years, we would be capable of providing the superpowers' top decision-makers with ever more accurate information needed to make military, political, and economic decisions, to conduct long-term planning, and to rapidly react to critical situations in any region of the planet. We finally caught the Firebird, and SP is making us give it up, said Urasov, expressing what everyone felt. While I privately agreed with Urasov's position, as one of the first deputy chief designers, I did not have the right to dispute a decision that Korolev had already made. To boost morale, I took advantage of an opportunity to hold a closed stag party, so that my comrades and I could speak our minds. Urasov, Ostashev, Kozko, Bashkin, Karpov, and another 3 or 4 guys who were vehemently against transferring the Zenits to Kubyshev accepted my invitation with unconcealed enthusiasm. I was temporarily registered in cottage number 3 at site number 2 with Viktor Kuznetsov, Vasily Mishin, and Leonid Voskresensky. None of them had flown in this time. Shabarov had been put in charge of launch preparations. Since I was the only lodger, I invited my comrades to spend the evening with me at the cottage for a festive dinner. The table was set with cans of sprats, tomatoes, a huge watermelon, and bottles of Narzen mineral water. The carafe of pure alcohol looked quite humble. When we had had a good long talk, discussing our immediate prospects and draining the carafe with Narzen chasers, Yuri Kozko asked for permission to play Voskresensky's guitar. "Let's switch from physics to lyrics," said Kozko. It turned out that he had a pure and powerful voice. There's a reason that the wind blew, and the storm clouds filled the skies with a peaceful, secret light. Someone slaked my thirsting eyes. The blue haze of my grief dispelled by a gentle touch of spring. No more sorrow for the earth. This foreign, enigmatic thing. The Milky Way does not oppress. The mute stars cause no fear. For I love the world and endlessness. As my parents' hearth so dear. 24. The words, the masterful performance, the alcohol, the combination gave rise to rousing applause. Yesenin had no fear of stars and eternity. "Do you think it's worth it to get so upset about handing over the Zenits?" said Kozko and switched to another repertoire. Back then, Kozko was irrepressible in his creative research. He didn't get along very well with his official superiors and openly disputed official bureaucratic procedures controlling how scientific research was conducted. His subordinates adored him, and his superiors were rather afraid of his talents, while envious people schemed against him. 33 years later, as I stood by the coffin of Doctor of Technical Science, Professor Yuri Anatolievich Kozko, I recalled that evening at the firing range. Besides command radio links, Kozko developed original methods of radar reconnaissance. He was one of the first to utilize the very broad capabilities that were revealed during the computer processing of radar images. The pinnacle of his creativity was a precision guidance system for MIRVED warheads. He developed a technique for creating electronic digital ground maps. These unusual maps were stored in the memory of onboard computers. The onboard computer, like a navigator, compared the digital map loaded into the memory with the terrain that the onboard radar was scanning below. Everything did not pan out immediately. And more than once, Kozko reported to the Ministry Collegium, explaining that something else needed to be done and some very difficult problems remained to be solved for this navigation system to be just as standard for strategic missiles as an optical sight is for guns. 25 He eventually achieved full success and recognition. But under the terms of the SALT II Treaty, the Americans demanded the destruction of specifically those MIRVED warheads that were equipped with this system. 26. Then the reforms began. 27 He feverishly sought ways to keep his unique staff, which had mastered radio electronic technology and ensured the most critical part of nuclear missile parity. This proved to be much more difficult than creating the most complex systems in the not-so-distant past. His heart stopped without giving multiple prior warnings. But let's return to THIRD-WORLDISM. Beginning in September 1962, the Zenit 2 tests were conducted with the active participation of the young specialists of Branch No. 3. They had plunged into this brand new field with such enthusiasm that the actual developers of the Zenit 2 were convinced that our Zenit 2 would also be a favorite child in Kubyshev. But bitter disappointments could not be avoided. After the Baikal complex processed the film and transmitted the images via radio link to the ground, the image quality was poor. At the recommendation of the military officers, beginning with the 4th Zenit 2 flight, we removed the Baikal and in its place installed 2 upgraded cameras, each with a 1-meter focal length. Thus, beginning with Cosmos 10, there were 4 cameras installed on board each reconnaissance spacecraft. 28 3 of them with a 1-meter focal length photographed a path 180 kilometers wide. It was possible to photograph the path in a series of varying lengths. Using program turns, it was possible to photograph regions located to the side of the flight path. The joint processing of the photographs made it possible to obtain a 3-dimensional image of the terrain, mapping, and precise photographic referencing. In 1962 there were 5 successful Zenit 2 launches. The results of reconnaissance photo interpretation were so positive that the wise military officers at the General Staff, ignoring our understanding that those were still test flights, demanded that launch frequency be increased. In the factories and at the firing range, preparation and launches were no longer considered experimental. This was work. In early 1963, factory director Chertok asked me to speak at a meeting of his shop foremen and to tell them to the extent allowed about the results of the launches in 1962 and about the strategic importance of the Zenit 2 to boost morale at the factory. After my brief report, addressing those assembled, Chertok said, "You have not forgotten how we all worked during the war. Now the Cold War is going on. Zenits are now more important than cannons. The plan for 1963 calls for the production of 5 units. The Progress factory in Kubyshev is already setting up series production. We must honorably complete this work, which is vitally important for our nation. Keep in mind that for each of you no assignment is more critical until we deliver these articles to the firing range right on time according to schedule." Over a 3-month period in 1963, from March through May, we conducted 4 successful launches. 29 The 12-day flight of Cosmos 20, launched on October 18, 1963, was the last in the experimental series. The reliability of the reconnaissance spacecraft and all of its systems had been proven. Image credit, from the author's archives. Assembly and checkout of a Zenit 2 spy satellite before launch. The robotic Zenit 2 and the piloted Vostok 3A shared the same basic design, with a spherical descent module and a double cone-shaped instrument compartment. The latter was equipped with a retro-rocket engine for deorbit. 13 Zenit 2 spacecraft had been launched since December 1961. Of these, 10 had fulfilled their missions and 3 had been lost through the fault of the launch vehicles. In TASS reports our reconnaissance spacecraft were referred to as Cosmos 4, -7, -9, -10, -12, -13, -15, -16, -18, and -20. The flight development test phase was over. On March 10, 1964, by government decree, the Zenit 2, the launch vehicle, and all the experimental equipment went into service. 30. This was the first instance of a complex spacecraft being accepted into service. The flight development test cycle had lasted less than 2 years, and just 5 years had passed since the launch of the world's first primitive satellite. Our mass media had labeled the American reconnaissance spacecraft spy satellites. We called our spacecraft for all types of reconnaissance Cosmos spacecraft. Our interplanetary spacecraft and automated Soyuz spacecraft which were unsuccessfully inserted also went by the same name. Over time, the number of satellites in the Cosmos program, which first began in 1962, surpassed 3,000.31. The huge number was the result of artificially combining various unrelated endeavors for the purposes of secrecy. While a satellite is in space, it does not violate anyone's sovereignty or criminal code. Consequently, in principle it cannot be a spy. A spy who has penetrated the territory of a foreign country with the intention of gathering intelligence can be arrested and tried. An aircraft that has violated a country's airspace can be shot down, and a ship that has entered foreign territorial waters can be sunk. But it is against international law to harm or destroy a satellite. In space there are no state boundaries. The very same satellite has the right to conduct scientific photography of a volcanic eruption, a missile base, forest fires, urban plans, and to conduct surveillance of hundreds of natural and economically important objects. In 1963, keeping Korolev's promise that we would remain the creators of future reconnaissance spacecraft, we began intensive development of the Zenit 4 design. It was assumed that cameras with a focal length of up to 3 meters would be installed on the new reconnaissance spacecraft series. An autonomous orbital stay time of at least 1 month was specified. This significant broadening of tactical capabilities required the development of a fundamentally new energy-conserving attitude control and navigation system. Calculations conducted jointly by the conceptual designers and photo reconnaissance specialists resulted in very stringent requirements for precision in these systems. The new control system would have to ensure the following: accelerated attitude maneuvers in the roll plane at angles up to more or less than 35%, subsequent triaxial stabilization in this position while maintaining the specified accuracy, and feathering the solar arrays at optimal angles for the most effective illumination of their entire area during flight outside Earth's shadow. The main ideas and assignments for the subcontracting organizations came from Yevgeny Toker, Vladimir Brainaz, Larissa Komarova, and Stanislav Savchenko. Our traditional subcontractor for gyroscopic technology, chief designer Viktor Kuznetsov, had a glut of work on ballistic missiles, and I was unable to entice him with the prospects of developing a fantastic gyro complex. Try to persuade Gordyaev and Farmakovsky in Leningrad. The orders for the Navy are getting scarce these days. Maybe you can tempt them with space issues. I telephoned Farmakovsky in Leningrad and reminded him of our pre-war activity. In 1936, at the Elektropriber factory he had developed a vector sight for the long-range DBA bomber. Back then I had convinced the airplane's chief designer, Viktor Bokhovatinov, to visit Leningrad in person and familiarize himself with the unusual sight. This sight was developed and installed on the first experimental DBA airplane. It had to be removed when the airplane was modified in an Arctic version for a transpolar flight to the United States. I wrote about this tragic flight in a previous volume. 32. The space debut of Vladimir Gordyaev and Sergei Farmakovsky culminated with the development of the Sphinx gyroscopic system. This was a system that could be corrected using infrared signals. It contained a dual-rotor gyroorbitant and gyro horizon. Elektropriber delivered the first Sphinx to us in 1965 along with a triaxial stand for simulation and testing of the attitude control system. Unfortunately, the stand was soon abandoned. It wasn't until 15 years later that we managed to reproduce this unique work of gyroscopic technology when the necessity arose. Boris Medvedev at OKB Geophysica developed a scanning infrared vertical with a changing cone apex scanning angle for an orbital altitude range of 200 to 400 kilometers. But the most revolutionary innovations for that time were the electric motor flywheels used as precision attitude control actuators and the electric motor for programmed rotations. This continuously operating system generated control moment, replacing low-thrust reactive gas engines. The latter were used only during the spacecraft's initial settling phase and to desaturate the electric motor flywheels. Electric motor flywheels did not exist before the development of the Zenit 4. Andronik Iosifyan, Nikolai Sheremetyevsky, and Naum Alper, my old friends from the pre-war days of electric engineering, had been enthralled with the problem of powered gyro stabilization. The work was not developed to the point of flight units, but a leap was made from daydreams to the execution of one of cosmonautics' most critical tasks. At the All-Union Scientific Research Institute of Electromechanics, a group was formed that soon developed a control moment gyroscope for the Malny-Ya-1 communications satellite, a spherical gyroscope for the Almaz, and then the most world-famous control moment gyroscopes Gyrodynes, which provided non-propulsive attitude control for the Mir orbital complex for 15 years. 33. Work undertaken to develop the Zenit 4 control system at OKB-1 ended in 1964 when the technical documentation was issued and the test units were manufactured. Korolev insisted on handing over all the accumulated equipment to branch number 3. You have to give credit to the team at that branch, which later became the Central Specialized Design Bureau, the primary developer of reconnaissance spacecraft. They did not waste our equipment and nurtured the friendship that we had developed over the years with the main subcontracting groups of the creators of the first reconnaissance spacecraft. Thus, many years later, Korolev's strategy for freeing up OKB-1 for the sake of piloted flights had worked out. Larissa Komarova's candidate's dissertation on control dynamics was a notable event in the history of the Zenit 4. She defended it brilliantly. The first woman to have defended a dissertation in the Academic Council of our Central Design Bureau of Experimental Machine Building, as OKB-1 was called at that time, had to put the finishing touches on our work on automated reconnaissance satellites. 34 Komarova attained the academic degree Doctor of Science and the title of Professor for work on piloted spacecraft systems. Modern reconnaissance spacecraft, both ours and the Americans', can study Earth with a resolution that makes it possible to regulate street traffic. At the height of the Cold War, defending the assertion that supremacy in space was essential, the American hawks boasted that the United States' cutting-edge reconnaissance spacecraft already made it possible to determine the number and size of the stars on our officers' shoulder boards. The most revolutionary development in space reconnaissance technology in recent years is the capability to transmit color images in real time. Today, the great achievements of modern video technology are used to monitor the airplanes on the deck of an aircraft carrier, the movement of tanks in local military conflicts, and the position of the heavy hatches on strategic missile launching silos. In the office of Vladimir Peshekhanov, the general director of the Russian Scientific Production Center of NII Elektropriber and a corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Professor Farmakovsky directed my attention to the enormous map of St. Petersburg that was hanging on the wall. This had been a gift from the TSSKB in Samara to NII Elektropriber in St. Petersburg. The map was a snapshot of St. Petersburg from space. On the map, you can literally make out each individual building. I knew the actual state of affairs in Russian scientific organizations that had fostered the creation of true technological wizardry, making it possible to see any nook on the globe. It was frightening to think, is it possible that all of this will be devoured by the criminal chaos of the Russian reforms? At the General Assembly of the Russian Academy of Sciences on October 29, 1996, one of the academicians stood at the podium and read the draft of an appeal to the President and Government of Russia. I shall quote the last two paragraphs of that appeal. One must clearly understand that in the 21st century only those nations that develop and use their own high technology on the basis of strong fundamental and applied science will enjoy real independence and security. If the policy regarding science is not changed now, then the judgment of history will be plain and simple: this policy will be branded as criminal. As if in confirmation of this gloomy prognosis, in 1996 the press reported. On September 28, over the southern Pacific Ocean, the Russian Cosmos 2320 reconnaissance satellite burned up in the atmosphere. It burned up having completed its service life. Russia has no more electro-optical reconnaissance satellites. Meanwhile, this is the only means for monitoring compliance with the strategic arms agreements. The satellite was developed at TSSKB Progress in Samara. Its camera resolution was several dozen centimeters. It obtained digital images. Due to financial difficulties, beginning in the summer of this year, Russia has been forced to resort to the unprecedented sale to the CIA of its films from the GRU archives. 35. Reading such reports, veterans of space reconnaissance have every right to weep, just as the developers of Zenit 2 cried after the loss of their first spacecraft in 1961. Chapter 13. The Hard Road to a Soft Landing. On February 4, 1966, the whole mass media of the Soviet Union broadcast the latest sensational TASS report about the extraordinary new achievement of Soviet science and technology. On February 3, 1966, at 21 hours, 45 minutes, 30 seconds Moscow time, the automatic station Luna 9, launched on January 31, performed a soft landing on the surface of the Moon in the vicinity of the Ocean of Storms, west of the Rainer and Marius craters. The next day, a salute from the Central Committee, the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, and the USSR Council of Ministers to the scientists and designers, engineers, technicians, and workers, and to all the employees and organizations involved in the creation of the Luna 9 automatic station, was published. The salute stated that the execution of a soft landing on the moon was a notable victory of Soviet science and technology, which, after the launch of the first artificial satellite, the first piloted space flight, and the first spacewalk by a cosmonaut, was a crucial phase in space exploration. Image credit, from the author's archives. The first panorama of the moon transmitted by Luna 9 on February 3, 1966, received at Simferopol. After that, Moon Week began, which swept over the entire world and ended with a press conference in the House of Scientists in Moscow, at which Academy of Sciences President Keldysh, Professor Lebedinsky, and academicians Vinogradov and Mikhailov delivered speeches. 1 As usual, the real designers and creators of Luna 9 were not included among the speakers at the press conference. Image credit, from the author's archives. Press conference in 1966 devoted to the first panoramic photos of the lunar surface. Speaking is USSR Academy of Sciences President Mstislav Keldysh. Along with a sense of triumph, my comrades and I also experienced grief and hurt. Grief, because Korolev was no longer with us. He had missed seeing the panorama of the lunar surface by less than a month. He had waited so long for a successful soft landing, had pinned so many hopes on this work, and had invested so much passion in the Yes-6 program, and yet his name wasn't mentioned at the press conference or in reference to the flight program, lunar station, and launch vehicle. As soon as those of us who had been involved in this work realized that, after many failures, the 5-year endeavor had ended in a brilliant success, there was an impromptu proposal to send Moscow a message about dedicating this work to the memory of the chief designer, academician Korolev. Georgy Babakin, Keldysh, and I came out with this idea. True, right off the bat Keldysh had his doubts as to whether our proposal would find its way into the text of official communiques. Babakin and I stood our ground and persuaded Georgy Tyulin to telephone VPK chairman Leonid Smirnov in Moscow, hoping that this proposal would appear in the official TASS announcement. However, the offices of the Central Committee, which had composed for us the phrase "thanks on behalf of the workers for the congratulations," had their own idea. Rather than dedicate the success of Luna 9 to the memory of Korolev, it was dedicated, on behalf of all the organizations involved, to the 23rd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The party ideologues reasoned that Korolev's funeral in January had been on such a grand scale that it was quite sufficient. And if Luna 9 were to be dedicated to a declassified Korolev, who was no longer around, then for the sake of fairness it would be necessary to report who actually had accomplished this extraordinary new triumph of Soviet cosmonautics. Luna 9, which we referred to as Yes-6 Vehicle Number 12 or Yes-6M Vehicle Number 202, was a project of considerably smaller scale than the grandiose N1L3 program. 2 But such an experiment was essential before conducting a landing expedition on the moon. Photographing the lunar surface from the closest possible range during an approach or from a low-orbit lunar satellite could not provide adequate information about the properties of the ground or reliable data about the surface, which were needed to design future vehicles executing a piloted landing. In 1959, both we and the US almost simultaneously came up with the idea of developing an automatic station to execute a soft landing, survey the lunar environment, and transmit to Earth television images of moon rocks, data about the temperature, radioactivity, and makeup of the lunar strata. Despite our enthusiasm in our quest to be the first to accomplish difficult things, we spent 6 years from the practical beginning of the design work until the sensational flight of Luna 9, which for the first time showed humankind moon rocks from a distance of several meters. We were prepared to overcome difficulties, but did not imagine that they would prove to be many times worse than the greatest skeptics had predicted. Nevertheless, we performed the first soft landing before the Americans. Image credit, from the author's archives. Partial panorama of the lunar surface, transmitted for the first time by Luna 9 in 1966. At Korolev's initiative, on December 10, 1959, Khrushchev signed a Central Committee and Council of Ministers resolution calling for the soft landing on the Moon of an automatic station equipped with special television equipment and scientific instrumentation, making it possible to determine whether it would be feasible to travel over the lunar surface. One hypothesis held that there was a thick layer of fluffy dust on the Moon, in which any earthly structure might sink. Well-known astronomer and science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke, in his short novel A Fall of Moon Dust, published in London in 1961, very graphically described the process of a lunar rover carrying tourists sinking in a sea of moon dust. 3. In Tikhonravov's department, the spacecraft design was entrusted to Gleb Maximov's section, where Nikolai Boris's group performed the main design work. The spacecraft and the entire soft landing program were assigned the working designation Yes-6.4. Korolev himself exercised conceptual leadership during all the initial stages. As the projects evolved, he handed over supervision of this project to Busheyev, his deputy for design matters. Due to the crucial nature of control problems in this program, Korolev saddled me with the real responsibility for its implementation. Control issues were so organically intertwined with ballistics, the selection of landing principles, spacecraft structure, and the spacecraft launch vehicle interface that very close cooperation with conceptual designers, design engineers, Korolev's main deputies, and at least 10 subcontracting organizations was inevitable. Korolev appointed his old pal from the RNII, Arvid Palo, as lead spacecraft designer and appointed junior engineer Alexander Lugovoy to assist him. At first, this work was not a priority. The design engineers who had issued the working drawings, and then the production engineers at our factory, brushed off the S6 team leads like pesky flies. Korablo Sputniks, then the Vostok, Mars, and Venera vehicles, and combat missiles, all these hot items pushed S6 to the end of the line. When it came to the selection of design concepts and the development of a control system, I found no eager beavers among our specialists. New decrees were coming out one after another. Everyone was so caught up with other programs and occupied with day-to-day troubles that no one wanted to get saddled with one more complex problem. The spacecraft design, the control concepts, and flight program weren't determined until late 1961. A soft landing on the Moon was one of cosmonautics' most difficult technical problems. A small and relatively simple automatic station would have to conduct the experiment. To avoid crashing into the lunar surface, braking would have to be accomplished before landing using a single rocket engine. This made it necessary to have a supply of fuel on board that comprised more than half the mass of the spacecraft before braking. Before the braking session, the control system had to orient the spacecraft along the lunar vertical, determine the moment to begin braking, and control engine thrust so that descent speed was reduced to zero immediately before contact with the lunar surface. Before the beginning of the braking session, the control system was supposed to maintain spacecraft orientation using optics. After this, the lunar vertical was established, and the distance to the Moon was measured using a radio altimeter to determine the moment to fire the braking engine. In addition to technical problems, organizing the joint work of the myriad of project participants demanded a lot of attention. From the first to the last days of the S6 program, keeping the weight of all the hardware and the structure to a minimum was a determining factor in the selection of concepts and layouts. Everyone involved was obliged to develop their design so that there would be enough mass to fulfill the main objective for the automatic equipment left on the Moon to transmit images for at least 24 hours. The three-stage 8K-72 launch vehicle, which we used for the lunar expeditions in 1959, was capable of delivering no more than 325 kilograms to the Moon. According to the most stringent calculations, the S6 required at least 1,500 kilograms. Right off the bat, this pointed to the need to use the new four-stage 8K-78 launch vehicle, which had already begun flying for the Mars and Venus exploration programs and was expected to be used for the Malnya-1 communications satellite. However, its capabilities were also insufficient for the Venus-Mars program. The search was on for new ideas as to how to reduce the weight of the service systems. The S-6 vehicle called for a radio-controlled trajectory system, an astronavigation system, and an onboard equipment control system, which at the proper moment, upon receiving a command from Earth, could activate the correcting braking engine unit to adjust the trajectory. 5 The radio engineers were given the opportunity to simulate the main concepts under actual conditions before landing a man on the moon. NII-885 was selected as the main designer of radio systems, but in practice, the new orders fell to Ryazansky and Boguslavsky. Boguslavsky proposed developing a single multi-channel radio complex that would receive radio commands from Earth, exchange trajectory information, transmit telemetry parameters, and carry out the main task: transmit images of the local environment after landing. However, the meter-range radio system proposed by Boguslavsky did not provide a high degree of precision in the measurement of motion parameters. For the interplanetary automatic stations created for the Mars and Venus exploratory missions, SKB 567 developed a decimeter-range radio system. But its workers missed their deadlines so badly that entrusting them with the lunar project in addition to the other one was out of the question. While searching for precision navigation systems, the idea arose to resurrect the astronavigation principles that we had begun developing at NII-88 with Israel Lisovich back in 1947. The astronavigation system after this was developed and implemented on Semyon Lavochkin's Beria. NII 923 Department No. 1, which started out as Lisovich's laboratory, which I had created, now worked within the Ministry of the Aviation Industry System. Aircraft astronavigation systems were being developed there. 6 The chief designer of that project, Valentin Morichevsky, enthusiastically received my proposal to develop a precision astronavigation system for a moon landing. Disputes over who would be responsible for developing the autonomous control system, including selecting the gyroscopic system, ensuring stability during engine operation, and developing the logic for interaction with the astronavigation instruments, were resolved in favor of assigning the work to Pylyagin's group. He was named chief designer of the control system. Pylyagin also took on the development of the gyroscopic complex, assigning this crucial and new problem to Vladimir Lapygin. For Pylyagin's specialists, this was their first spacecraft control project. Until now, they had only developed control systems for combat missiles or launch vehicles. It can't be that hard, Pylyagin's deputies Fanajeyev and Kitrik assured me. They packed all the control elements and logic into a device weighing no more than 80 kilograms, which they called the I-100. To achieve this, they eliminated the individual housings for each unit, the interblock cables, and the connectors. Striving to improve the weight margin, Pylyagin's developers combined in this unit the control tasks of the launch vehicle's third and fourth stages and of the spacecraft. The experience that we had gained at a heavy cost on the 8K-78 rockets for the Mars and Venus exploration programs was not used. By the time the S-6 launches began, the 8K-78 launch vehicle had already performed 10 launches for the Mars-Venera programs. 7 During the preceding 2 years of those 10 launches, only during one attempt did all 4 stages operate normally. This was during the Mars launch in 1962. 8 The other 9 launches suffered 5 failures through the fault of the 4th stage, 2 through the fault of the 3rd stage, and 2 failures during the 1st and 2nd stage boost segments. Pylyagin's team would also have to gain experience on a new integrated system that combined the tasks of controlling the 3rd stage, the 4th stage, and the flight path all the way to the moon. They really improved the weight in the combined system, but they would have to start all the experimental development and verification from square one. According to the last design weight reports, the total mass of the vehicle racing toward the moon was 1,580 kilograms. We had been forced to relinquish weight to the television system and complex radio technology. In those days, on piloted spacecraft, wherever we could, we increased reliability at the expense of instrument or system redundancy. In the S-6 program, due to rigid weight limitations, it was virtually impossible to use the principle of redundancy and backup. From the standpoint of modern design concepts, this was a fundamental design flaw, but our lack of experience made us more daring. It remained for the specialists of my departments to develop antenna feeder units, to handle the overall coordination of the flight program, and to ensure the compatibility of all the systems. This was where I had my fill of trouble. None of our department supervisors wanted to delve into the fine points of the S6's electronic equipment. The most patriotically inclined department supervisors frankly said, "UNSP gave this whole project to Pilyagin, now you need to pay the piper." With the active assistance of Urasov and Ostashev, I began to sort out what exactly the staffs of the various enterprises that had first worked on the project had done, and to pay the piper for the mistakes of others. Keldysh considered the S6 to be a very important project. To assist our ballistics experts, he involved Dmitry Okhotsymsky's group from the Academy of Sciences Department of Applied Mathematics. 9 at OPM. This problem was assigned to the young theoreticians Mikhail Lidov, Ephraim Akim, and Alexander Platonov, who later became well-known scientists. Keldysh also did a thorough study of the problems associated with determining the flight trajectory, lunar landing precision, and astronavigation. The optimal trajectory and flight program were calculated through the joint efforts of OPM and OKB-1 theoreticians. During the first flight phase, the launch vehicle, with its 3 stages, inserted the S6 together with the 4th acceleration stage Block L into Earth orbit. Out of coverage from Soviet territory, during the second phase over the Gulf of Guinea, the Block L fired, bringing the spacecraft to escape velocity and aiming it at the calculated rendezvous point with the Moon. On the way to the Moon, during the third phase, the trajectory had to be thoroughly monitored and corrected using the KTDU to ensure a landing in the previously selected area. During the fourth phase, braking occurred and a soft landing was executed. A vehicle with a mass of 500 kilograms, including the mass of the KTDU, descended to the Moon. ISAF developed a special propulsion system with pump feed and 3 operating modes. The KTDU was one of the systems whose reliability I had faith in. ISAF jokingly pretended to be offended that, before the actual landing, his KTDU was cast away and ended up out of the station's field of view. He so wanted to have a look at his group's creation lying on the Moon's surface. But the station was supposed to separate and descend clear of the spot where the still-hot KTDU landed. The shock absorber's rubber bladders that were pressurized before landing and softened the impact at the moment of contact with the lunar surface were an ingenious innovation on the spacecraft. At our factory, 4 YES-6 stations were put into production. The first of these was a developmental mock-up. The flight program began with YES-6 number 2. On March 23, 1962, the Central Committee and Council of Ministers issued a new decree regarding the YES-6, which authorized the already established cooperation and set the date for the beginning of launches to 1963. The decree and ministerial order that followed accelerated activity on the YES-6. At first, I was only involved with control problems. But in 1963, a vacuum formed in the program's management. Korolev himself withdrew almost completely into piloted spaceflight matters. After a brief harangue, SP obliged me to head the entire complex of MV and YES-6 operations. At the firing range and in the state commissions, I acted as deputy technical chief. Arkady Ostashev was my de facto deputy for testing at the firing range. Together with Maximov's lead conceptual designers, ballistics experts, and representatives of the main subcontractors, we formed a small administration, which tried to make up for the 2 years that had been lost according to the official schedules. The first flight version of the YES-6 wasn't fabricated until December 1962. All the participants in the first YES-6 launch rang in the new year of 1963 at the firing range by conducting the last phase of testing. During those sleepless nights, we never gave any thought to the low probability for complete success on the first attempt at a soft landing on the Moon. Using the fundamental concepts of probability theory, it was easy to calculate that the probability of a successful landing and subsequent transmission of images to Earth was no greater than 10%. Our optimism was based on the reliability development method over the course of a series of launches. The more rockets we launch, the more defects are revealed, and ultimately, after 20 to 30 launches, the rocket begins to fly. This was the reliability development procedure inherited from the artillerymen. The first launch of a Y-6, vehicle number 2, took place on January 4, 1963. The two new stages of Rocket 8K-78 and the spacecraft to be delivered to the Moon had been manufactured and tested in less than 1 year using documentation that was still raw and hadn't been debugged. During the launch, the 3 stages of 8K-78 launch vehicle worked normally, but the engine of the Block L acceleration stage failed to start up in the southern latitudes over the ocean. This was not the first mysterious instance in which the Block L engine failed to start up outside the coverage area of telemetry reception stations from Soviet territory. These failures had been one of the reasons why the Mars and Venus launch program had been disrupted during the previous 2 years. The numerous accident investigation commissions created after each latest Block L failure developed all kinds of theories. Among them was one theory that removed the blame from all designers and guidance specialists in advance. Someone from the Academic Institute of Chemical Physics proposed the oxyliquid theory. Supposedly, during flight in intermediate orbit, oxygen vapors accumulate in the compartments of Block L. If these vapors mix with fuel vapors when the engine fires, it causes an explosion and the destruction of the block. After the first 2 Blocks L stages went missing over the ocean, the Council of Chiefs announced at the State Commission that, it can't go on like this. We must have information. We need to send a ship with a telemetry receiving station into the area of the Gulf of Guinea. The Dolinsk was immediately equipped with a telemetry station and set out from Odessa after taking on board engine specialist Ivan Raykov and experienced telemetry interpretation specialist Konstantin Samagin. If Block L flew over the Gulf of Guinea, they would transmit information via radio telegraph to the Black Sea Fleet's Odessa Communications Center. It was forbidden to communicate in clear text, so they were limited only to indicating the causes of the failure in heavily encrypted form. Receiving these telegrams, once again we racked our brains, but nevertheless, we learned to guess something or other. It was a month or 2 before the tape of the telemetry recording, which they had on the Dolinsk, reached us by diplomatic pouch. During the launch attempt on January 4, 1963, a Block L failed for the 6th time. The Dolinsk, which had been on duty in the Gulf of Guinea, finally helped unravel the mystery of the Block L failure. There hadn't been any explosion of oxyliquids. This time telemetry identified a failure in passage of the electrical commands from the control system to start up the Block L engine. After long and heated arguments, developer Andronic Iosifyan's PT500 current converter was named as the root cause. It was installed in the I-100 instrument container, which had been filled with dry nitrogen back at the engineering facility. In such an atmosphere, the carbon brushes of the manifold can rapidly deteriorate. Laboratory tests confirmed this. Iosifyan was indignant, but in the absence of other viable theories, the failure was chalked up to flashover on the manifold, resulting in a short in the power circuit. To verify the dry nitrogen theory as the cause of the PT500 converter failure, Iosifyan set up round-the-clock experiments at his institute, which used up the entire supply of flight-ready converters. They were not able to prove the complete validity of the theory. The converters malfunctioned after a considerably longer period of time than they operated in flight. Nevertheless, the State Commission accepted this model as the most reliable one. The main measures taken to increase reliability were to humidify the nitrogen and add a small amount of oxygen to the container where the PT500 was located. On February 3, 1963, a second attempt was made to send a Y-6 spacecraft to the Moon. This time it didn't even make it to the 4th stage startup flight phase. The telemetry recordings and trajectory monitoring system indicated that the rocket had veered sharply, pitching toward Earth. After tracking the trajectory further, we realized that the 3rd stage, the 4th stage, and the lunar spacecraft had re-entered the atmosphere in the vicinity of the Hawaiian Islands. Usually during testing of the R-7A and R-9 intercontinental missiles at full range, TASS issued official warnings about upcoming launch vehicle launches in such and such an area of the ocean. During space launches, there were no preliminary announcements. Only through indirect signs, and from radio and photo reconnaissance information, did the Americans guess that we were preparing for space launches. The Americans had learned to pinpoint our launches if the rocket stages fell into their radar coverage zone. When something inexplicable again entered into the atmosphere of the Americans' beloved Hawaiian Islands, a mild fuss was raised in the foreign press, and we stubbornly kept quiet. In the State Commission, even Keldysh was incensed by the categorical prohibition against reporting failures. This restriction came from the Central Committee: we cannot have space failures. And that was that. The causes of the second YES-6 failure were ascertained rather quickly. The new I-100 installed on the spacecraft also controlled the third stage of the launch vehicle. It turned out that the initial orientation of the gyroscopes in the I-100 was set up with a large error relative to the base coordinate system of the third stage. Right from the start, the third stage was pointed at the ocean. True, a large error in the floating gyroscope also caused the trajectory of the third stage to diverge from the design trajectory in terms of altitude and velocity. As hard to swallow as it was for Piliagan and his deputies, they accepted the blame. Image credit, from the author's archives. Engineers poring over the first photographs of the lunar surface transmitted by Luna 9, on February 4, 1966 at Simferopol. Sitting is academician Mstislav Keldysh. The two men standing on the right are Boris Chertok and chief designer Georgy Babakin. During those dark days, I watched the hostility between two chiefs, Viktor Kuznetsov and Nikolai Piliagan, who had once been on friendly terms, with great sadness. Kuznetsov was very pained by Piliagan's attempts to organize his own production of gyroscopic instruments. Kuznetsov chalked up the failure of the YES-6, for which Piliagan had taken the blame, to the incompetence of Piliagan's gyroscope specialists. And in a private conversation, Viktor hit me with this admonition: "It's your fault that Sergei agreed to this cooperation. This isn't the last spacecraft you're going to mess up." But, thank God, I don't have anything to do with this program anymore. Once again, for 2 months, we worked day and night to prepare the next YES-6 launch. In the State Commission for the YES-6 program, which Georgy Tyulin had chaired from the very beginning, Piliagan delivered a speech with a solemn declaration that all the trouble spots in the I-100 had been thoroughly analyzed and the necessary measures had been taken. 10 All the wiring had been coated with a special lacquer, and the tests were made more stringent to reveal possible defects back at the factory. On April 2, 1963, we made a third attempt to go to the moon. At last, on Launch Vehicle 8K-78, all 4 stages functioned properly. We were flying to the moon. We found out about this at Tyuratam via high-frequency communication from Moscow 2 hours after the launch. In its communique, TASS announced to the whole world that, on April 2, 1963 in the Soviet Union, a space vehicle was launched toward the moon. The launch vehicle was carrying automatic station Luna 4, weighing 1,422 kilograms. The automatic station Luna 4 will reach the moon in 3.5 days. No mention was made in the official report about the station's actual purpose to make a soft landing. There had been very heated arguments over this. The majority of those involved with the YES-6 project, who had devoted not only their intellect, but also their heart and soul to this program, grumbled and at times sounded off vociferously at meetings over such communiques. Having joined forces with Ryazansky, I expressed our shared opinion to Tyulin and Keldysh that this kind of information belittles the real significance of the space program and generates doubt among the public as to its practicality. We also sniped about the last words in the official statement: "A special telemetry complex on the territory of the Soviet Union is tracking the station's flight, determining its trajectory parameters, and receiving scientific information." We had every reason to be proud of the large 32-meter parabolic antenna and the entire Simferopol NIP-10, which performed the tracking and control functions during the entire route to the moon. 11 American surveillance assets had precisely determined the location of the large antenna near Simferopol, as well as the large antennas at NIP-16, the Yevpatoria Center for Deep Space Communications. Why did the American press, and later the European press, write more good things about us than we did ourselves? We didn't understand and we were outraged. Tyulen, who was very well versed in the entire process of signing off on the texts of official communiques, chuckled over our emotions and retorted, "Why report about the Simferopol Center if we are forbidden to report even about the launch site?" It wasn't the first time that, in response to our indignation, Keldysh had to make the excuse that it was out of his hands. The office of the Central Committee is invoking the higher interests of the state and, in so doing, is using the argument, we shouldn't report anything about our failures. If the Americans guess what's going on and know about a lot of other things, then that's their business, their worries. We should not be the source of such information. More succinctly put, let the whole world find out about the launch site, the control center, and our hardships and failures, just not from us. Tyulen told us that he had asked Korolev to allude to the harm done by this kind of half-truth in publications about the space program during his next personal meeting with Khrushchev or conversation with him over the Kremlin phone line. But, Tyulen added, Sergei refused to bring up this subject. Meanwhile, we had lost so much faith in the reliability of the four-stage 8K-78 launch vehicle that all of us, plus the State Commission, were psychologically unprepared for a successful launch. As soon as the Dolinsk, which monitored the operation of Block L via the TRAL telemetry system from the Gulf of Guinea, reported the nominal operation of all systems and that the integrator had shut down the engine, we dashed to the high-frequency communications system to ask the Moscow Ballistics Center. They weren't ready to answer the question, where are we flying to? Subsequent flight control had been transferred to NIP-10 in Simferopol. At Site Number 2, the technical review team and the entire State Commission gathered for a brief meeting. Korolev asked me who was now personally responsible for flight control. Without hesitation, I named Yevgeny Boguslavsky, who, according to the duty schedule, was supposed to be at NIP 10.12. Boguslavsky had assigned his deputy, Israel Pykovsky, to prepare the S6 onboard radio complex at the firing range, and he personally supervised the adjustment of the NIP 10 ground equipment with the faint hope of finally seeing the then largest parabolic antenna operate. Korolev didn't trust anyone to transmit instructions to NIP 10. Communications via secure high-frequency channels from Tyr-Tam to the Crimea went through Moscow. Korolev demanded that Boguslavsky go to the high-frequency telephone at NIP 10. Despite a very poor connection, SP explained to him in detail how crucial the NIP 10 task was now. He said that the State Commission would fly out to Simferopol, and that he, Korolev, would fly to Moscow, and he asked Boguslavsky to personally see to it that Korolev had a detailed report about the status of the spacecraft sent to him in Podlipki in 6 hours. 13 If everything went according to plan, he promised to be in Simferopol the very next day. On the spot, lists quickly materialized indicating who was to be on what airplane to which destination. Korolev personally signed off on each list, and the expedition leader responsible for order among all the civilians was given the strictest order: seating on the airplanes will take place only in accordance with these lists. 1 hour later we were already in the air over the endless steppe of Kazakhstan. Along the banks of the Syr-Darya River, fresh pools of water from the spring thaw glistened in the sun. The steppe had turned green only to become parched and scorched once again in a couple of months. Every flight from Tyr-Tam to the Crimea was truly delightful for me. Back then the airplanes flew at altitudes no higher than 6,000 to 7,000 meters. Usually, they landed to refuel in Astrakhan. The route passed over the Caspian Sea and the Caucasus Mountains. I was glued to the window the entire time, trying to recognize the familiar peaks of the Central Caucasus, as well as Dombay and Svainty Yar. Katya and I had not hiked through the Caucasus since before the war. In 1935, Katya was even awarded a mountain climber of the USSR badge for climbing Mount Elbrus. I was not a real mountain climber, but even touring in the mountains gives one an undying appreciation for their grandeur. Vysotsky put it very aptly, only mountains can be better than mountains 14 when one has neither the strength nor the time for mountain climbing, merely gazing at the mountains improves a person's emotional state. Image credit, from the author's archives. Chertok and his wife, Yekaterina Galakina, on holiday at Lake Balde. From the airplane under a clear sky, a panorama of magnificent beauty opened up. I started to orient myself by searching for Elbrus. It was impossible to confuse its two sparkling snow-white peaks with any other mountain. During these brief minutes of flight over the Caucasus, the thought inadvertently arose, why squander my life on this ghastly technology and fly to the Crimea to some huge antenna to figure out whether there is dust on the moon? Who needs this if, right here, just 1 kilometer below me, there is such earthly splendor? But we quickly left the mountains, and below us now was the Black Sea resort coast. We were flying over the sea, and soon we would land at the concrete runway of the airport in Simferopol. Here, NIP-10 Chief Colonel Nikolai Bugayev is already there to meet us. We climb into automobiles and arrive at NIP-10 in 30 minutes. Despite the scrupulous execution of all the ballistics specialists' demands regarding trajectory correction, we did not hit the moon. Luna 4, which our institute referred to as Yes-6 Vehicle Number 4, passed over the lunar surface at 0426 hours on April 6, 1963 at a distance of 8,500 kilometers. With that, releases of official communiques ended. For us began the tedious job of searching for the reasons behind the missed moonshot. It was determined that the primary cause was an error in the SAN. Morichevsky's OKB was named the culprit. For several reasons, including the fact that this OKB had been created at Keldish's initiative, and in order to attach a great deal of importance to the program's reliability problem, the State Commission appointed Keldish as chairman of the Accident Investigation Commission to determine the causes of the failure. I was included in Keldish's commission and devoted a great deal of time searching for possible causes for the failure of the SAN equipment. Despite laboratory investigations, which were wide-ranging and quite objective, no unequivocal cause could be determined. An analysis of the SAN circuitry, construction, and debugging methods helped to find so many vulnerabilities that the Commission was astonished. Where were you all before? It's hardly necessary to fly to the moon in order to find dozens of defects in such a complex system. All of this is evident during inexpensive laboratory and factory inspections. Keldish, who was burdened with a multitude of duties as Academy of Sciences president, surprisingly devoted a great deal of time to the Commission's work and delved into such technical details that he often embarrassed the system developers. He posed questions to the developers, Pylyagin, me, and even military acceptance. There were no excuses, other than references to the constant rush and fear of missing deadlines. During the uproarious proceedings, dozens of measures to increase the reliability of the SAN were proposed to the developers. The most labor-intensive of these was to establish a normal thermal mode for the instrumentation and all the system elements. Despite the perpetual fear of being overweight, the developers decided to provide a backup for angular trajectory measurements, installing a Mayak radio direction finding system. Korolev, whom I briefed on the results of the Commission's work, was outraged. These are going to be completely new instruments. You and Morichevsky are going to throw the program off schedule. And sure enough, we spent an entire year manufacturing the new series and retesting it. And so once again we were flying to the firing range to prepare and launch spacecraft number 6 in the Yes-6 program. February, March, and April 1964 was a time of interplanetary pandemonium at the firing range. Preparations were underway to launch 4 8K-78 vehicles, one after the other. On February 19, we were scheduled to launch an automatic interplanetary station to Venus. On March 21, the Yes-6 for a soft landing on the Moon, and on March 27 and April 2, Venus launches again. In the event that the latest Yes-6 failed, there was one more launch in reserve, scheduled for April 20th. Work at the MIC continued around the clock. The State Commission alternated sessions regarding Venus with those regarding the Moon, discussing both minor glitches and serious defects. They listened to the excuses of chief designers and factory directors. Under conditions of extreme stress, and with the testers at the engineering facility suffering continuous sleep deprivation, there were exasperating incidents. One time, through the error of the testers, the pyro cartridges of the compartment and KTDU ejection mechanisms were detonated. Another incident was the destruction of an automatic lunar station in the pressure chamber due to the external overpressure because they forgot to equalize the pressure in the ALS pressurized housing after leak checks were performed. 15. Tyulen signed telegrams to the ministers demanding punishments for the low quality of the spacecraft. Nevertheless, the 4-stage launch vehicles carrying interplanetary stations were rolled out to the launch site and launched on dates within the launch window with delays no greater than 24 hours. Despite a multitude of defects in the electronic equipment of the interplanetary stations, the weakest link of the entire system continued to be the 4-stage 8K-78 launch vehicle itself. On February 19, a very bizarre incident occurred. During the launch of a Venus probe, the engine of Stage 3 Block I failed to start up. An investigation showed that the failure was the result of a leak in the kerosene feed line, which passed through a conduit in the liquid oxygen tank. The distribution valve leaked and kerosene froze in the conduit line. The third stage failed to engage altogether, and the probe was lost. On March 10 at the firing range, the State Commission heard Yevgeny Shabarov's report on this matter and accepted the program of interplanetary launches for the next 2 months. On March 11, the State Commission summoned all the chief designers to Moscow to brief a meeting of the VPK at the Kremlin. It seems that Khrushchev's patience has run out, and he has ordered his people to mete out the punishment we deserve, Tyulen speculated. We flew to Moscow en masse, leaving Shabarov and Ostashev at the firing range with the instruction not to halt preparations on all the spacecraft for even 1 hour. On March 13, 1964, at 1700 hours everyone who had just arrived, as well as Korolev and Keldysh, who had remained in Moscow, appeared at the Kremlin before the USSR Council of Ministers Commission on Military-Industrial Matters. VPK Chairman Leonid Smirnov conducted the meeting in the Oval Hall of the building designed by famous architect Kazakov. 16 All the commission members were present, ministers, state committee chairmen, and the leadership of the Central Committee Defense Department. Korolev reported first. He began by saying that Comrade Brezhnev had called him in for a briefing and that all of us would need to fly back to the firing range that night, and, therefore, he strongly urged that the discussion not be drawn out. As far as the last failure was concerned, this was an aggravating misstep that would not affect subsequent spacecraft. The guilty parties had already been punished for their negligence, everything had been rechecked, and all that was needed was approval for the upcoming launches. Despite the pace that Korolev had set, Keldysh deliberately read the findings of all the expert commissions on the Yes-6 and MV program slowly and tediously. Then he said that the following day he would be flying to Tokyo and would not be able to participate in the project for the next 2 weeks. After very brief reports from the chief designers and Tyulen's conclusions, without further discussion the VPK amicably resolved to take into consideration the reports of the chief designers comrades Korolev, Ryazansky, Pylyagin, Krustalev, and Morichevsky that during preparation of spacecraft 3MV and Yes-6, the necessary measures were taken to ensure a high degree of reliability of all the spacecraft and launch vehicle systems, taking into consideration the recommendations of the expert commissions and the experience of previous launches. Next, the VPK changed the subject to a discussion of the status of preparation for the piloted Phoscode launch. That's when I was handed a note, B. Yeah. Go to the reception area immediately. Iron. Obviously something terrible had happened, because Iron, the disciplined and highly experienced secretary in the VPK reception area, would not have ventured, without extreme necessity, to call me away from such a meeting. When I slipped out of the hall, Iron told me that I was to call my office immediately using the Kremlin line. Shabarov has put a high-frequency communications call through there from the firing range. Shabarov informed me that 1 or 2 hours before, while testing the S6ALS, Pykovsky had mixed up the cables and started a fire on board. The batteries and instruments had been knocked out of order. The spacecraft was not fit for launch and the schedule was totally disrupted. When I emerged from the phone booth, Iron remarked, "The look on your face has changed quite a bit." How could it not? At that moment, the doors swung open and the swarm of meeting participants poured out of the hall, making arrangements as they walked for who would go where in what car. Korolev waved me off without stopping to listen to me and dashed over to his meeting with Brezhnev. I told Tyulin what had happened. We drove to his office and began to call around over the Kremlin line, the high-frequency communications line, and ordinary telephones. The first task was to order new batteries. At Lidarenko's institute we found out that Irina Yablokova, the person in charge of all space-related batteries, had already received the news from the firing range and was getting a new set ready. At our factory, they were already removing the cables from the next ALS to send them on an overnight flight to replace the burned ones. At NII 885, they were rechecking 2 new instruments to replace the supposedly burned up units and preparing to dispatch them by airplane. Without any orders from the top, in response to a call for help from the firing range, all sorts of people had responded and, sure enough, by 3 a.m. everything that was needed to remedy the consequences of the mishap with the ALS had been delivered to the airfield. Before driving out to the airfield, I managed to call Boguslavsky in Simferopol. He was sound asleep at NIP 10. For starters, he swore, but then he said that his deputy Pykovsky really had burned up the ALS, and he added, "But if you think that I'm going to lose any sleep over that, you're mistaken. I'm sure that you'll botch up on the trajectory before it even gets as far as the ALS." Shabarov called me just 1 hour ago and said that he had gathered people. People had promised him that everything would be done by the time the State Commission arrives. That frosty night at 3 a.m., Tyulin, Kadarev, Morichevsky, Klebnikov, and I took off from Vinakovo on our N-12 airplane. 17 We immediately dozed off. The pilot woke us up and informed us that Tyuratam was fogged in, the airfield was closed, and we were going to land in Tashkent. Tyulin flew into a rage, but the pilot was adamant. We had left Moscow, where the temperature was -19 degrees Celsius, and landed in Tashkent on a blindingly sunny, hot day. While we snacked on shish kebab in the bazaar, Tyuratam cleared the airplane to land, and we were back in the air. After a 12-hour journey we were home again. The people that Shabarov had mentioned the night before over the high-frequency communications line with Boguslavsky, kept their promise. They managed to restore the ALS even without the new cables and instrumentation that had arrived with us. Now they were trying to make up for lost time and keep on schedule. Meanwhile, the MiG was humming like a beehive. Launch vehicles were undergoing testing in shifts, and at the same time, so were 3 spacecraft. Piles of cigarette butts cropped up overnight in areas where smoking was prohibited. There was no time to get away to the designated areas for smoke breaks. In the testing hall, the testers were discussing circuitry, calling around to the hotels looking for someone and urgently summoning them, arguing about errors in the instructions, resoldering something, and feverishly operating control panels where multicolored indicator lights were flashing on and off. On March 21, 1964, the 4th launch of the program ended very quickly. The main oxygen valve on the launch vehicle's 3rd stage block I failed to open. This was the landmark 100th launch of a Semyurka from the now historic Site No. 1. Voskresensky, who had left his fast-paced testing job and taken on the role of a consultant, gave us a good-natured cussing out about this launch. Here we have the Semyurka, our most reliable launch vehicle, which we use for piloted launches, and it pulls this kind of stunt. And you, Sergei, and Mishin, want to launch a crewed N-1 to the moon without rig testing. 18. Koersberg's engine specialists were to blame for the failure of the main oxygen valve. The valve pin broke off, such was the finding of the Accident Investigation Commission. All the valves for the Block I stages were to be modified. After the S6 launch on March 21, we did not fly home. On March 27, there was a launch to Venus. All 3 stages of the launch vehicle operated without any glitches, but once again the Block L shattered our hopes. The automatic interplanetary station remained in a transfer orbit. But this time the cause was determined unequivocally. When it passed for a second time over Tyr-Tam, the new Yakhont flight recorder, the pride of Bogomilov's telemetry specialists, downlinked information about the sequence of events from the attempt to start up the Block L engine during the preceding first orbit. It turned out that the circuitry developed by Pylyagin's electrical engineers did not take into consideration the built-in time for the actuation of the power switches. The system broke down, and power was not fed to the valves of the Block L orientation and stabilization system at the time of engine start-up and operation. In an unoriented mode, Block L tumbled in its transfer orbit. This fundamental defect in the circuitry, puzzled out thanks only to the new flight recorder, might have been the cause of the previous Block L failures. As soon as the cause of the latest failure had been determined, Korolev and Tyulin, both furious, started looking for Pylyagin. He turned out to be at the series production factory in Kharkov. They demanded that he fly to Tyr-Tam immediately. Meanwhile, for the next Venus launch, this fatal flaw in the circuitry was corrected using a soldering iron in an operation that took 20 minutes. 20 minutes to correct an error that had resulted in the loss of at least 3 rocket complexes. Anatoly Kirilov could not pass up an opportunity to rebuke Pylyagin's staff. "You're nuts? How can you report to the State Commission that it took you 20 minutes to correct an error that may have caused the loss of 3 launch vehicles? You should have said that after investigations that lasted all night, substantial changes were made to the circuitry. Its reliability is guaranteed. Repeated testing has confirmed that the measures taken were correct." After a report like this, the brass wouldn't be so angry. On April 2, automatic station Zond 1 was launched toward Venus. All 4 stages operated normally, Zond was on its way, and we switched back to launch preparation for Yes-6 number 5. It turned out there was a gap of time between the Venus shots and the latest Yes-6 launch, which was scheduled for April 20, 1964. This gave me the opportunity to leave the firing range to check on how things were going with the preparation of the Malny Ya-1 and bare my soul to my comrades about all the defects discovered during the most recent launches. During this period, Korolev had many meetings and conversations at the highest level. Relations between the strategic rocket forces and the Air Force had become quite strained. General Kamenin, who was in charge of the cosmonauts, was campaigning to draw up a resolution transferring piloted cosmonautics to the Air Force. In his opinion, the numerous failures were caused by the incompetence of the engineering staff of the rocket forces. The missile officers responsible for the acceptance and quality control of the technology in the industry did not have the experience that aviation specialists had accumulated. Kamenin, with whom I had had the occasion to meet regarding Vostok and Voskhod control systems as well as cosmonaut training with control technology, once let it slip that Marshal Nikolai Krylov was not at all suited for the post of Commander-in-Chief of the Strategic Rocket Forces. He is strictly a Joint Services Commander. If the Minister of Defense entrusted strategic weaponry to him, that's not so bad. But Krylov doesn't understand the objectives and problems of cosmonautics. What's more, it gives him too much trouble. He can't grasp, much less support, anything new. That was the opinion of a hero of the Kiliaskin epic. But from the hints of actual missile officers, I understood that General Kamenin wasn't the only one who thought that way. Korolev invited Marshal Krylov to visit OKB-1, hear our long-range proposals, discuss the N1 program, and have a look at our organization. The visit took place on April 16. That morning I flew out to the firing range. The scheduled 5th attempt at a moonshot was just 4 days away. The following morning, under heavy fog, we rolled out the latest rocket train from the MiG to the launch site. 1 hour later we were notified that Korolev was flying out from Vnukovo to join us. Would he be able to land in such fog? I decided to drive to the airfield to meet him. Shabarov, Ostashev, and Kirillov were supposed to show that everything was shipshape at the launch site by the time he arrived. When I arrived at the airfield, the fog had dissipated. Our squadron commander, hero of the Soviet Union Kvastunov, landed the brand new Tu-134 beautifully. After taking a seat next to me in the car, on the way home, Korolev immediately started to tell me about Krylev's visit. What SP had to say jibed to a great extent with what Kamenin had told me. He gave us the essence of the facts. In his words, Nedelin's death had been a much greater tragedy for our cosmonautics than we had thought. After Nedelin, celebrated marshals ended up leading the rocket forces. Perhaps each of them was a great commander and good military leader, but they had no sense of the future prospects for cosmonautics. Moskalenko, Beryazov, and now Krylov had absolutely no interest in what was happening on the Moon, Mars, and Venus. 19. Thank God, Air Force Commander-in-Chief Konstantin Vershinin handled the cosmonauts, but the rocket forces were responsible for the problem of reliability as a whole, and this obliged their senior officers to delve into a lot of problems that were incomprehensible and unfamiliar to them. So SP tried to tell Krylov about the N1 and the lunar mission profile. But this did not interest the marshal. He perked up only when the subject of the solid-fuel RT-2 combat missile came up. And once again, what interested him was how this missile would affect the civil war, the dispute between Yangel and Shalomi for a place in the ICBM system. 20. It wasn't just commanders-in-chief who had no desire to gain a deep understanding of our problem, Minister of Defense Marshal Malinovsky didn't either. When we drove up to site number 2, SP changed the subject to everyday matters. On April 20, 1964, we made our 5th moon launch attempt. This time all 3 stages of our 8K-78 launch vehicle operated normally. The 4th, the Block L with the ALS, entered a transfer orbit around Earth. Once again, we were in suspense waiting for reports from the Dolinsk in the Gulf of Guinea. The report was delayed, and we were already accustomed to consider this a bad omen. And sure enough, the omen proved to be true. The engine of the Block L had again failed to start up. The startup support system had not received the command. This was already the 3rd failure in the operation of the electrical circuitry of Pylyagin's I-100 instrument. According to established tradition, the presumed culprit is named chairman of the Accident Investigation Commission. The State Commission named Pylyagin chairman, and I was once again a member of the latest Accident Investigation Commission. The trial tapes that came to us 2 weeks later, by special courier from the Dolinsk, did not reveal an obvious, clear cause of the failure. Extensive thermal testing began on Iosifyan's PT500 current converter and thermal and vibration testing on Pylyagin's I-100. Despite the experience of Pylyagin's designers, it was discovered that many elements of the I-100 had been exposed to unacceptable levels of local overheating. Iosifyan had every reason to exact revenge on Pylyagin for the accusations about dry nitrogen. Relations between the two enterprises became so strained that I had to take on the role of mediator and peacemaker. Benefiting from the bitter experience on Keldish's commission, I insisted on modifications to the I-100. To alleviate the thermal mode, Fanajeyev proposed introducing pre-launch cooling of the instrument. Barman agreed to air cooling before blastoff, despite the complication this entailed for its launching equipment. It took almost another year to implement all the measures that our commission had come up with to increase the reliability of the I-100's circuitry. So many events had taken place during this year that sometimes our worries about a soft landing on the moon receded into the background and seemed inconsequential. The spacecraft launched on April 2, 1964 continued its flight to Venus. 21 Zenit launches continued and development of the first Malny Ya-1 was stepped up. From time to time, I completely dropped what I was doing with the S6 and immersed myself in the problems of my pet project, Malny Ya-1. In June, it began to fly in its unusual orbit. 22 Malny Ya-1 was charming by dint of its practical orientation. In June, the purely scientific Electron satellites were launched. During this same hot month, June 1964, someone brought a TASS synopsis of a von Braun interview about possible dates for a flight to the Moon. Judging by the text, von Braun was certain that the Americans would land a man on the surface of the Moon before 1970. The chief developer of the German vengeance weapon, the V-2 missile, asserted that the scope of operations achieved in the US on the space programs would secure them the leading role in the world. It was hard for us to read this interview, realizing that the N-1 program was clearly lagging behind the Saturn V. It seemed that we couldn't possibly master such a simple program as the soft landings of the small automatic S-6 station, simple, at least, compared to the N-1L3 program. However, it was comforting that the Americans hadn't yet succeeded in their program for the soft landing of an automatic spacecraft either. 23. Meanwhile, Khrushchev had not forgotten about the Moon. Korolev, Chelomy, Keldysh, the leaders of the rocket space industry, and commanders-in-chief of the Air Force and Strategic Rocket Forces were summoned to appear at the Presidium of the Communist Party Central Committee. As a result, on August 3, 1964, Central Committee and USSR Council of Ministers Resolution No. 655-268 on work for lunar and space research was issued. This document ordered Chelomy to prepare for and execute a piloted flight around the Moon in 1967 using the UR-500 launch vehicle. Previous resolutions committing Korolev to prepare an expedition to land a man on the Moon and return him to Earth by 1967-68 were reconfirmed. 24 The same resolution approved the schedule of operations for the production of spacecraft by the end of 1968. The Mars and Venus programs were not forgotten in this 5-year plan. Reading this resolution, the abundance and grandiose scale of the tasks was breathtaking. At the same time, the disparity between what was desired and what was possible became abundantly clear. When Korolev shared his impressions about the discussion of the space plans at the Central Committee Presidium, I asked him whether the S-6 program had been mentioned. He replied that no one had raised this subject, and this was for the best. There was no need to aggravate the situation around the failures and invite increased tension from the brass. Korolev, Keldysh, Tyulin, Busheyev, and many of our primary subcontractors immersed themselves ever deeper in preparation for launches of the 3-seat Voskhod. This was also good in the sense that those involved in the Malny Ya-1, MV, and Yes-6 projects were not so persistently bothered by the continuous and nerve-wracking scrutiny by the brass. As before, the intense activity on combat missiles continued unabated. The competition with Yangel no longer bothered Korolev. He was much more occupied with relations with Chelomy, who, bolstered by Khrushchev's support, refused to cooperate with us on the N-1 program, and set to work on flight around the Moon using the UR-500K. Korolev said that he had a meeting with Chelomy. He proposed supplementing the UR-500K fly-around program with Earth orbit docking. But Chelomy asserted that he didn't need docking and would create a new heavy UR-700 launch vehicle. Until this time, all flights of Soviet-piloted spacecraft had been accident-free. But we had one failure after the other with the automatic stations intended to explore the Moon, Mars, and Venus. This was depressing and made us think that the cause, after all, wasn't the complexity of the automatic stations, but a lack of attention on the part of the developers during the acceptance process. For piloted spacecraft, the so-called 3K accountability system was in effect, i.e., a completely different sense of accountability was evident. Consequently, it remained only to lower the very strict discipline in the production of piloted spacecraft to the level of automatic stations, and it might have resulted in a catastrophe. What was needed was an administrative, ethical, and formalized responsibility at a single and highest level for both piloted and automated programs. Korolev summed it up saying, "No one should be cut any slack for any glitch." At the very beginning of 1965, News of the death of Semyon Aryevich Kosberg in an automobile accident stunned us all. 25 The third stages of all Semyorkas were equipped with his engines, and to this day, not a single space project can do without them. In early March 1965, I once again returned to THIRD and completely immersed myself in the preparation of the latest YES-6. The measures recommended by all the accident review commissions were implemented on the ALS. Now we thought that it was just a matter of launch vehicle reliability. At the firing range, the work was being performed under particularly difficult conditions due to the great convergence of supervisors of all ranks. At that time preparation was underway for the launch of Voskhod 2, carrying cosmonauts Belyaev and Leonov. Priority was given to this launch, but due to all sorts of delays on the Voskhod 2, the lunar program got ahead of it, and on March 12, 1965, the sixth YES-6 launch took place with ALS number 9. The 8K-78 launch vehicle lifted off normally. After following it visually until it disappeared in the high clouds, I went over to the telemetry experts and found out that all three stages had operated without glitches. The lunar portion of the missile was inserted into Earth orbit. But then, 1 hour later as expected, we received one more updated report about the latest failure of the Block L engine to start up. The entire lunar train remained in Earth orbit. While we mulled over the reports from the Dolinsk and developed hypotheses, Moscow demanded that the State Commission send the text of a communiqué because it was impossible to hide the presence of such a large satellite from U.S. space surveillance systems. Korolev, quite crushed by the latest failure and preoccupied with preparations for the launch of Belyaev and Leonov, brushed off this problem. Keldysh proposed writing at least part of the truth. Tyulin accepted the responsibility and arranged with TASS, which reported about the launch of the latest Cosmos satellite. Thus, a brief report appeared about Cosmos 60 in high orbit with a perigee of 201 and an apogee of 287 kilometers. During a discussion of the most probable causes of the failure, Pylyagin once again blamed Iosifyan for the PT-500's lack of reliability. Iosifyan demanded that Pylyagin look for the cause in his own circuitry. This resulted in an actual breakdown in previously normal personal relations. Pylyagin telephoned his institute from the firing range and assigned them the task of setting up PT-500 bench tests with extra vigilance. They carried out their boss instructions with particular zeal, and as a result, after a run lasting many hours, they discovered a balancing washer on the PT-500 rotor that could catch on the fastening screw of the housing lid. Such hampering interference supposedly would cause the PT-500 to malfunction, its windings would burn, followed by a short circuit and general failure of the entire power system. Whether that happened in flight or not, they didn't find any other credible causes, and the State Commission gave its approval for the next launch under the condition that the PT-500 be replaced with another converter. Iosifyan accused me of favoritism. Boris, you're a former electrician, you understand that we're glossing over Pylyagin's sins with a decision like this. I explained myself, arguing that the presumption of innocence in the struggle for the reliability of our technology is unacceptable. We must proceed from the principle that for any glitch there must be an action removing all suspicion of unreliability. You can't pass judgment on and punish an individual based solely on suspicion. Circuits, instruments, cables, and assemblies in our systems need to be changed or modified, without demanding full evidence of their culpability in one accident or another. The PT-500 had not been proven guilty, but suspicion had been voiced against it. Consequently, it had to be replaced and the Block L modified. Sending fully manufactured Block L stages and spacecraft back to Podlipki from THIRD for modification was considered an inexcusable waste of time. A brigade from our factory performed the modifications right there at the MIC at the firing range. This time, instead of one PT-500 current converter, two PT-200 converters were going to be installed. Mechanically, this was not such a complicated thing to do, but it required serious changes in the entire electrical power circuit, in the testing procedures, and at the same time, verification of the thermal mode. It was amazing that after so many failures, people were working with exceptional effort. The example of successful, accident-free piloted launches boosted morale. After all, if it was possible to fly accident-free with a human being on board, this stroke of luck was bound to reach the lunar program at some point. The description of the sixth Y-6 launch in official reports ended with the brief statement, "The accident was caused by the failure of the PT-500 converter." I left for Moscow for several days to familiarize myself with the experiments that were being conducted at Iosifyan's Institute. The experiments could be interpreted in two ways, and once again I was convinced that the correct decision had been made. Incidentally, Korolev's lunar program wasn't the only one that was plagued with failures. On March 24, I departed for Tyuratam on the An-12 with Kirim Kirimuov, chairman of the State Commission for Malny Yawan, and Murad Kaplanov and Nikolai Sheremetyevsky, the chief designers of the Malny Yawan onboard systems, to prepare and launch the Malny Yawan communications satellite. Before our departure from Vinokovo 3, the crew of the aircraft warned that our landing time would coincide with the launch of Kilomy's new heavy UR-500K launch vehicle, which was scheduled for this same hour. This uprated three-stage launch vehicle is now called the Proton. Back then, it was called the Piatisatka since it was assumed that its launch mass would be around 500 tons. 26 As a matter of fact, it reached a weight of 700 tons, and later in a three-stage version, and then in a four-stage version, it reached a weight of 900 tons. On our approach to Tyuratam, we pressed up to the windows, hoping to feast our eyes on the liftoff of the new rocket from the airplane. But the launch was postponed, and we were given the green light to land. That evening, comfortably ensconced on the roof of our MiG, we observed the Piatisatka lift off. The sun had already set. The distance, as the crow flies, was no more than 30 kilometers. The majesty of our Semyurka launches always set them apart from combat missile launches. Nighttime launches were particularly exotic. Suddenly the steppe was flooded with a sea of light. The spectacle of a launch as daylight turned to dusk promised to be breathtaking, even for us rocket engineers who were already accustomed to beautiful launches. The liftoff from site number 95 appeared as a fiery explosion on the horizon. There was a spray of fire and red clouds of gas. As the rocket gained altitude, resting on its fiery plume illuminated from below the horizon by the sun, its new contours gradually became more clearly defined for us and it settled into its assigned course. Everything pointed to a confident beginning, but, a few minutes later our admiration of the majestic launch image suddenly came to a halt. The long tongue of flames from the working engines shortened, became ragged as if they had begun to cough, and the rocket, which had just been glistening in the rays of the setting sun like a Christmas ornament, suddenly fell to pieces. Hundreds of sparkling fragments against the backdrop of the dark evening sky and internal emptiness. A failed launch, like a sudden death, is a devastating sight. 27. As if to compensate for this otherworldly but soul-shaking spectacle, 2 days later we feasted our eyes on the latest beautiful launch of our now tried and true combat R-9A. Violet hues. Rise up with the dawn. To fire at such a time, one needs to be a poet. In our rocket experience, launches very often took place at dawn or dusk. If Nikolai Tikhonov, who wrote those lines during our Civil War, could have participated in rocket launches, he would have to say we were all part of a poetry workshop. 28. A distinct fiery plume pierced the violet hues of the sky. Leaving behind a white contrail, the latest Devyatka departed for Kamchatka. 1 hour later, we received the report that the warhead had reached the target with a deviation of just 500 meters. If this Devyatka had had a standard 2-megaton payload instead of a dummy warhead, it's unlikely that such a deviation would have been noticeable. Just 24 hours later there was one more incident during a combat launch of the latest Yangel missile. During launch preparations, a launch control team operator, who was scurrying around in the bunker, caught the sleeve of his service jacket on a toggle switch that controlled the electrical clamps holding the fueling hoses. The fueling hoses were disconnected and oxidizer poured onto the launch pad. At that time, the tanks were also being filled with propellant. Propellant vapors mixed with vapors from the spilled oxidizer and ignited. The first stage of the missile was already completely filled and it burst into flames. There were no casualties, not counting the bruises that people received jumping out of the windows of the service building in a panic. At that same time, at Kongsberg's Enterprise in Voronezh, a large engine firing test rig was destroyed in an explosion. The explosion was caused by a spark in the oxygen pump inducer. It all would have ended with the local destruction of yet another turbo pump assembly, but at that same time, the oxygen line ruptured. 5 metric tons of liquid oxygen streamed out onto the small flicker of flame, causing a fire the likes of which Voronezh had not seen since the war. However, these incidents did not delay the preparation and launches of the next YS-6S. On April 10, 1965, the 7th YS-6 launch took place. This was ALS number 8. No 8 won't hit the moon anytime soon, the now superstitious officers of the launch control team gloomily joked. They were justified in taking caustic jabs at the civilians, the developers of the missiles and spacecraft. There hadn't been a single failure through the fault of the launch control team or military detail at the engineering facility at Sites 1 and 2. In all, the calamities, the design, circuitry, or production process had been the culprits. The life of officers at the firing range was by far more difficult than service in aviation and artillery troop units. There, everything was strictly regimented and on a very tight schedule. There was a time for training, sport, family, and rest. At the THIRD firing range, the officers working with us always had their daily routine disrupted depending on the number of glitches and defects that were found, changes in launch times, and instructions from the accident investigation commissions. Number 8 required yet another accident investigation commission. The third stage engine did not build up to its operating mode due to a leak in the pressurization system of the propellant and oxidizer tanks. Another possibility was a case of engine burnout in the Block I. The remains of the lunar train, destroyed during entry into the atmosphere, fell into the waters of the Pacific Ocean. The next day we drew up a new preparation and launch schedule for the S6ALS vehicle No 10.29. After all the shifts and resolute shortening of the testing cycles, launch day fell on a sacred date, 9 May 1965. Numerous war veterans were about to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the great victory with a real fiery salute at the launch site. Hundreds of soldiers and officers would be on duty at their workstations at the tracking stations along the flight route. Crews on Pacific Ocean expedition ships and those in the Atlantic were also obliged to track the flight on that holiday. In the interval between the 7th and 8th YS-6 launches, the latest Malny-Ya-1 communications satellite had to be launched. Everyone involved with the Malny-Ya-1 program was extremely enthusiastic about launching before the May holidays. On May 9, I was faced with having to celebrate in 2 locations, at night, in Shchelkovo on the occasion of the first television broadcast of a newsreel of the holiday festivities over the Vladivostok-Moscow line, and in the morning, at the General Staff Building, where reports about the YS-6 launch would be relayed from the firing range. On Front Street, in the General Staff Building, there was a communications center where information was gathered from all the tracking stations. General Andrei Karas, who was in charge of the command and measurement complex, took advantage of the holiday and arranged for all the information about the YS-6 launch and flight to be transmitted to the office of the Chief of the General Staff. On the morning of May 9, a small group of lunar project planners and I walked through the deserted hallways of the Soviet Army General Staff Building. The officer who met us led us into the office, which, he said, was the main site for the planning of military operations during the last 2 years of the war. General Karas was clearly pleased with his initiative and predicted that on such a festive day, and monitored by the General Staff to boot, the YS-6 launch would have to be successful. It was an unusual honor to celebrate the 20th anniversary of victory in this office. We watched the military parade on television and listened to reports from Vladivostok about the quality of the transmission via Malny-Ya-1. The broadcast was successful, and I even forgot about Yes-6 for the time being. After NIP-15 reported from Usharysk, it became clear that all three stages of the launch vehicle had functioned normally. 1 hour and a half later, we got the most exciting report from Odessa. The Krasnodar in the Mediterranean Sea and the Dolinsk in the Gulf of Guinea transmitted telegrams indicating that Block L had performed its task. Kara's officers, who were at the station for communicating with the firing range, were instructed by Korolev to force their way into the General Staff office and deliver the following order: Chertok and his group are to immediately depart for Simferopol. On the morning of May 10, I was already in Simferopol. Korolev, Keldysh, and the primary specialists involved in the spacecraft preparation flew here from the firing range. May in the Crimea is a beautiful time. At NIP-10, Colonel Bugayev, chief of the tracking station, attempted to create a relaxing atmosphere for the honored guests and to arrange for special food. But events en route to the moon made it impossible to appreciate the wonderful meals prepared by the cook who had been specially called in for this occasion. Day and night, the trajectory parameters were evaluated and compared with the design value, course correction settings were determined and transmitted to the spacecraft, and confirmation signals from the spacecraft were verified. From time to time, glitches occurred in the reception of telemetry or confirmation signals. The entire radio engineering complex was plagued by operational lapses. During one of the communications sessions, Boguslavsky reported that there was strong external interference. Evidently, the Crimean or Black Sea Fleet air defense troops system was interfering with us. Korolev immediately contacted the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, and he personally, on behalf of the president of the Academy of Sciences, requested that an order be given to shut down all radio facilities. The admiral reasonably replied that he could do this on the ships, but that he was not authorized to deprive the Air Traffic Control Service of communications. Moreover, he added, the radio facilities of the Simferopol airport were not subordinate to him. Right from the start, I had my doubts as to whether external forces were contributing to unusual interference, which had given us no cause for complaint before. While SP, who had summoned Boguslavsky for consultation, tried to shut down the air defense, naval, and Air Force radar stations via military communication channels, Pykovsky and I set off on our own fact-finding mission. We began by checking the cooling system of the maser, the input loop of the large antenna. After climbing up to the base of the 32-meter parabolic mirror, we caught an officer and an engineer who worked for Boguslavsky in the act of pouring liquid nitrogen from vacuum flasks into the maser's cooling system. We were joined by another of the specialists who had measured the level of the interfering signal. Turning red and stammering, he explained that the interference had suddenly disappeared. The truth is that the liquid nitrogen delivery was late, and evidently, a self-excitation occurred in the first heterodyne, he said. Pykovsky and I quickly descended to the control room, pulled Boguslavsky away from Korolev, and explained the situation to him. He turned to Korolev and calmly said, "Sergei Pavlovich, it's all my fault. There wasn't any interference. It was a malfunction that my comrades just discovered and corrected. Please pass on my apologies to all the admirals and generals that you had to contact through my fault alone." Everyone who was present in the large control room braced themselves for an outburst of indignation and a threat such as "You'll walk to Moscow on the railroad tracks." 30 But SP chuckled and right then and there started to make phone calls apologizing to the admirals and generals. By all appearances, not only were they not offended, they were flattered to have had even this unusual encounter with cosmonautics and a conversation with the mysterious chief designer. However, getting rid of the false interference did not help. Yes-6 number 10, which had been called Luna 5 in the TASS report on the evening of May 9, lost attitude control during the first correction attempt. We managed, with some difficulty, to get Luna 5 to settle down, and we puzzled over what had caused its somersaulting. It turned out that the floating gyroscopes in their settings had been given too little time to warm up. When the engine fired for a correction maneuver, the gyroscopes were not yet ready to support attitude control. During a second attempt, it was the ballistics specialists' fault that they were unable to execute the correction maneuver. They made an error in calculating the set points. Korolev sent Vitaly Biverby, our man responsible for the calculations, along the railroad tracks back to Moscow and demanded that Keldysh apply the very same sanctions against his OPM employee Mikhail Lidov. These two future professors and doctors of science got out of sight, but neither of them set foot on the railroad track. SP, who had accepted Boguslavsky's apology with a chuckle, was absolutely livid after the mistakes that the ground had committed. He called up Mishin in Podlipki, and accused him of losing his sense of responsibility, demanding that he personally supervise all ballistics calculations. For 3 days, we tried to make a correction in order to land anywhere on the moon. We took 1 or 2 hour catnaps. We managed to hit the moon, but the braking session went awry, again due to the cold gyroscopes. Because of a lack of attitude control, the spacecraft deviated from the calculated landing point by 700 kilometers. On May 12 at 2210 hours, having made a splendid salute to Victory Day, Yes-6 number 10 crashed into the surface of the moon. For us this was a painful, but very instructive failure. The world-famous voice of Levitin broadcast the latest TASS communiqué. Luna 5 reached the surface of the moon in the vicinity of the Sea of Clouds. During the station's flight and approach to the moon, a large volume of information was received, which will be essential for the further development of a system for a soft landing on the moon's surface. For the first time, it had been officially announced that work was being conducted on the soft landing problem. This was Keldysh's doing. He had finally broken through the wall of harmful ideological censorship with the simple argument, if we launch ALSs to the moon so often, then we need to show the scientific results to the world's scientific community. We don't have any yet because they will appear only after a landing. At the end of the day, we need to explain why we are launching 1.5-ton automatic stations, one after the other. The latest Accident Investigation Commission analyzed all the information and demanded that the control system be modified to guarantee that the liquid of the floating gyroscopes would warm up before correction and braking sessions. In addition, they discovered unacceptable disturbances when the pressurized container of the impact bags was released and jettisoned. Once again, all hands rushed to perform emergency modifications, retest the unit, and make reports to the State Commission. Just a month later on June 8, 1965, the 9th launch of a Yes-6 took place. The launch vehicle performed its mission completely, and the automatic station, which was given the official name Luna 6, departed for the moon. For this launch, Korolev assembled all the chiefs in person at the firing range. After confirming the preliminary reports that Luna 6 was moving on a trajectory close to normal, Tyulen and Korolev announced that we would depart immediately for Simferopol. The launch took place at 1040 hours Moscow time, and at 1400 hours a team made up of Korolev, Tyulen, Pylyagin, Ryazansky, Pykovsky, Morichevsky, Biverby and I had already departed for Simferopol. During the flight to the moon of Yes-6 number 7, we were supposed to demonstrate once and for all that control from Earth was possible and reliable. Before the next correction session, I had the indiscretion to tell Korolev and Tyulen that NIP-10 personnel had gained so much practice in the preceding failures, that now everything should go well. SP suddenly flew into a rage, rapped his knuckles on the wooden table that we were sitting around in the control room, and said crossly, "Boris, you need to keep your mouth shut. You're going to jinx us again, with 2 days of flight still ahead." He hit the nail on the head. The next trouble occurred toward the end of the day on June 9 during the 12th communications session. Up until that session, all systems had been running precisely according to the program. All commands were executed and telemetry was good. The last trajectory correction needed to be performed for a precise approach to the landing area. And suddenly during correction, the engine failed to shut down at the moment specified from the ground and continued to operate. It ran until it had burned up the entire fuel supply, including what was intended for the braking session. The off-nominal burn carried the station far off to one side. After the first measurements, the ballistics specialists calculated that it would pass approximately 160,000 kilometers from the moon. What had happened? As usual, when the onboard telemetry information was compared with the recording of commands issued from the ground, operator errors were figured out very quickly. Before the correction maneuver, the command Mark T2 failed to pass from the ground to the sequencer specifying the engine operation time. Control personnel who weren't paying very close attention to proper setting, or phasing of the timer, committed the error. The mark limiting the engine operation time was lost. They didn't phase the marker, explained Boguslavsky. As Colonel Amos Bolshoi later told me, Korolev and all of us were a pitiful sight to behold. Colonel Bolshoi coordinated the work of the industry specialists and those of the command and measurement complex who were subordinate to the military. He was a very knowledgeable radio engineer, a decent human being, and a good-hearted comrade. We were on friendly terms. I later heard from him that, in those hours of general despondency, I had been the one who came up with the idea of using the station's flight past the moon to test its functionality to the maximum extent possible. I don't remember whether it was my idea, but it gave us the opportunity to take action again, overcoming our funereal mood. To everyone's surprise, Korolev did not excoriate Ryazansky, Boguslavsky, and their co-workers for the flight control errors committed. He participated directly in developing the subsequent program of experiments and demanded that it be executed precisely. Thus, we tested the operation of the radio system to a range of 600,000 kilometers, once again verified the normal operation of the attitude control system, performed the separation of the ALS from the KTDU using a command from the ground, and even verified the normal pressurization of the rubber bladders of the shock absorbers. This launch enabled us to test everything in real flight mode except establishing a vertical, performing a braking session, and transmitting images. But as always, initiative is a punishable offense. We accumulated additional glitches that required modifications to the circuitry and logic. In June, after returning from NIP-10 Center in the Crimea, Korolev assembled all the lunatics together with the factory directors. Georgy Babakin was invited. The production stock needed to be checked to see if it would allow the soft landing program to continue. With his inherent thoroughness, Turkov showed that his factory would not be capable of producing, testing, and shipping a Block L or a new ALS to the firing range before September. As always, SP took a good look at the schedules, corrected them with his beloved blue pencil, and demanded that the next launch take place without going beyond August. Korolev introduced Babakin as the person who would take over the Lunar Automatic Station program. It's time for us to make a complete switch to the piloted program. We are sending a man to the moon in about 3 years. During that time, Georgy Nikolaevich is supposed to land so many automatic stations on the moon that there won't be any room left there for the Americans, joked SP. There was a serious discussion as to when we would finish up and when Babakin would begin. Babakin announced that he did not want to duplicate our work by making reproductions of the S6. His conceptual designers were already working on a lunar satellite and even on a self-propelled lunar vehicle. But if we needed help, he was ready at his production facility to manufacture a couple of S6 type ALSs. Our mission, SP summarized, is to conclude the soft landing program and prove that the moon is solid. Turkov needs to assemble another 2 or 3 ALSs from production stock, and for insurance and practice, he said turning to Babakin, you will start up their production at your facility. And with that, it was decided. Korolev got what he wanted. The factory demonstrated wonders of efficiency. Every day Turkov walked through all the shops that determined the fate of the ensuing S6 launches, and made quick decisions in a style he liked to call everything for the front, everything for victory. I will remind the reader that, for the first time, 2 stages of the 8K-78 launch vehicle were manufactured at the Progress factory in Kubyshev and delivered directly from there to the firing range. Our factory, where Comrade Turkov was director, manufactured the third and fourth stages, i.e., blocks I and L, and the S-6 lunar rocket itself, which was supposed to land the automatic station on the Moon. In August, the latest 8K-78 launch vehicle with Block L and S-6 number 11 was delivered to the engineering facility at the firing range. The next, 10th, moonshot was scheduled for September 4, 1965. Failed launches and mishaps in the programs of flights to the Moon, Mars, and Venus had made many participants superstitious. Before blastoff, they avoided uttering any prognosis aloud. Everyone thought to himself that this time Lady Luck would not betray us after all. But nobody could have predicted what happened. The rocket simply failed to lift off. As it was approaching launch readiness, the apparent velocity regulation system issued a malfunction notification. A sensor in the RKS system had been prematurely uncaged. It was not possible to replace and reset the system on the fueled rocket. There were smart Alecs who allegedly recalled seeing a cat run across the railroad tracks before the rocket was hauled out of the MiG to the launch site. Others were sure that there was a woman in the bunker during preparation, and this was just as dangerous as a woman on a naval vessel. One way or the other, the rocket would have to be drained and returned to the engineering facility. Everyone who had been making a mess of the lunar program for 3 years could expect to be punished for this launch disruption. However, once again for the umpteenth time one had to admire Korolev's foresight. At his initiative, with Keldish's support, one of the automatic stations designated for a launch toward Mars had been modified and converted into a space probe. This Zond 3, which we launched on July 18, 1965, passed over the invisible, far side of the Moon. The photo-television unit developed to transmit images of Mars was used to photograph and transmit images of the far side of the Moon. The quality of the photographs obtained was significantly better than what we had obtained in 1959. This gave our press reason once again to talk about a major victory of Soviet science. In 1964 and 1965, while approaching the Moon, the American Ranger spacecraft had provided very good quality photographs of areas of the visible side of the Moon. 31 But when it came to photographing the far side of the Moon, once again we were ahead. We obtained excellent images of regions of the Moon that had been invisible beforehand. The images were transmitted in the microwave band using the parabolic antenna installed on board. During communication sessions, with the help of the attitude control system, this dish antenna aimed with great precision at the large ground-based antenna. Commands from the ground prompted the image transmission. OKB-1 developed the entire control system and the antenna technology. This was the work of teams that Roskenbach, Urasov, Kalashnikov, and I managed, and also of our department chiefs, Karpov, Bashkin, Legosteyev, Bobkov, Krayushkin, Shustov, Kupryanchik, Shizhikov, and Velitsky. They did not conceal their jubilance in this connection. After their successes controlling piloted spacecraft, not without pride, they said that they had fared better controlling the Malny-Ya-1 satellite and interplanetary automatic stations than Pilyagin's and Morichevsky's specialized enterprises had done controlling the S-6 system. This major victory of Soviet science muted our S-6 failures for a while. Nevertheless, after the September embarrassment, the launch cancellation tension was growing at the highest level and needed to be relieved. Korolev warned me not to rush off to the firing range to prepare the next S-6 launch. He had been informed that Ustinov, who was then secretary of the Central Committee for all Defense, Missile, and Space Issues, had demanded that Smirnov hold a meeting of the VPK with a report about our lunar crimes and issue appropriate organizational conclusions. At best, organizational conclusions meant a reprimand at the governmental level, and at worst removal from one's job. It was impossible to remove Korolev from the job and improper to reprimand him. Consequently, one of his deputies needed to be dealt with. Everyone knew that Korolev had appointed me as his deputy for the S-6 program. There were many individuals who were guilty of disrupting the program. Among them were, Pylyagin, who was responsible for the control system, Ryazansky responsible for the radio complex, Morichevsky responsible for astronavigation, Konopatov responsible for the failures of the Block I engine, etc. But they couldn't punish them all because misery loves company. In this situation, I turned out to be the scapegoat for the accumulated sins of all the program participants. Which meant I needed to be singled out for punishment at the Kremlin to teach everybody else not to spend so much time debugging systems from now on. My former colleagues, who had been promoted to jobs in the VPK and had studied the inside facts of similar sessions, warned me in advance that, regardless of what the report contained, the decision would be prepared in advance, and the organizational conclusions deliberately coordinated with the majority of the VPK members, were inescapable. At the same time, a draft of sanctions was already being prepared, in which my name would be at the top with a proposal to the minister to examine my adequacy and, as regards the system's chief designers Pylyagin, Ryazansky and Morichevsky, the ministers were instructed to take all necessary actions. However, there was no VPK meeting in September. Our friends in the office of the Council of Ministers, who were keeping a close watch on discussions of space plans, explained that a lot of urgent issues had accumulated, and they never got around to moon matters. Taking advantage of the postponement of the S6 discussion at the Kremlin, Korolev decided to continue the launches. He needed the support of Keldysh and Tyulin. If the next attempt at a soft landing was successful, and theoretically, there was nothing to prevent that, the threat of sanctions at the highest level would be removed. Those involved in this program understood perfectly well that the road they had traveled had been too long and difficult to give up. Victors are not judged is a saying that proved true on multiple occasions in the rocket space field. There was a lull in piloted flights. Consequently, Chairman of the State Commission for the S6 and First Deputy Minister of the new Ministry of General Machine Building Tyulin needed arguments in favor of the S6 and MV programs, both of which he actively supported. The American activity in similar programs was a convincing argument. Korolev and Keldysh needed success, not for the sake of honor and glory, but to be certain of work on the N1L3 program. All three, Tyulin, Korolev, and Keldysh, joined forces and pressed the offices of the Central Committee and VPK with the request that we be allowed to continue launches. In all, at the end of the year, 3 8K-78 launch vehicles in the S6 configuration and, correspondingly, 3 ALSs had been prepared. 2 ALSs were again manufactured within extremely short time frames by the heroic efforts of our factory, while the production of the third was completed according to our documentation at the Lavochkin OKB. Our 2 ALSs received serial numbers 11 and 12. At Babakin's suggestion, the third was assigned number 202 and not number 13. Babakin had assigned number 201 to the ALS that he had managed to manufacture for ground testing. This was undoubtedly his greatest service. The ground testing process was legitimized for all of Babakin's subsequent new developments. ALS S6 number 11 was the first to be prepared according to the launch schedule. The launch schedules were cut and recut so that they wouldn't interfere with the preparation of 3 more spacecraft headed for Venus. At the same time, we needed to have a month in reserve to launch ALS S6 number 12. As a result, they managed to select the historic date of October 4 for the launch of number 11. This was the 8th anniversary of the launch of the world's first artificial satellite. Korolev was not in Tyuratam for this launch. Descending into the bunker early in the morning after a sleepless night spent at the launch site, Kirillov tried to cheer us up. At the front, he said, I had the feeling that in this battle none of my soldiers or I would be killed. And it came true. Now I have the feeling that we'll have a normal orbital insertion. But then, after that at the moon, that's not my battle. You're on your own there. It turned out he was right. All 4 stages of the launch vehicle operated without a glitch, and the 5th headed for the moon. TASS issued a communiqué about the launch of automatic station Luna 7 toward the moon. 24 hours later, all the program chiefs and essential specialists once again flew to the Crimea. The mid-course correction maneuver was performed at the calculated time without any glitches. After processing, data was received about the movement of the fifth stage in the calculated landing area. Korolev, Keldysh, and Tyulen checked into Simferopol's Central Hotel. Early in the morning, they drove to NIP 10 and listened to my general report about that night's events and the remarks of the chief designers on the systems. They accepted proposals on the procedure for subsequent flight control operations. Boguslavsky usually did the latter, explaining in detail when and to where the radio command would be issued and how its passage would be monitored. The I-100 thermal mode gave us a lot of trouble. Pyliagin required that this primary instrument be shut down frequently to cool, which tremendously complicated control and monitoring during the last flight phase. But in general, everything went so well that Korolev stopped cursing the ballistics specialists for their imprecise knowledge of the moon's albedo at various distances. 32 The most heated emotional moment came on the fourth day, before the lunar vertical setup and braking session. The calculated time from the moment the session began until landing was around 2 hours. Nervous tension mounted with every passing minute. A command from the ground activated the astronavigation system at the calculated time and the dramatic and complex orientation process began. An automatic system executed a sequential search for the Sun, Moon, and Earth. After the entire fifth stage settled down, the disk of the Moon would be in the center of the field of view of the astronavigation system optics. At the same time, another optical system would keep Earth in its field of view. If all went well, the antennas of the radio altimeter would be pointed perpendicular to the surface of the Moon and it would begin to measure the rapidly decreasing distance, and at the proper moment, the KTDU would automatically execute a braking burn. If, due to some random reason or an error in the settings, Earth drifted out of the field of view of the Earth scope, KTDU startup would be inhibited. At the calculated time a report rang out over the public address system, "We have lunar vertical setup." A few minutes later, radio altimeter measurements are in progress. 5,000 kilometers to the Moon. The minutes of agonizing waiting dragged on, 4,000 kilometers to the Moon. And suddenly, a shock for our nerves, loss of Earth registered. "What does this mean?" Korolev asked, crestfallen. "Losing the Earth," I explained, "inhibits KTDU firing. There won't be a braking burn. We've got to do something. Why aren't you giving any commands?" But what could we do? Only after studying the telemetry and comparing its data with the parameters of the astronavigation system settings could one understand the causes of the latest control system failure 4,000 kilometers from the Moon. Radio control established a lunar impact of enviable precision. The latest reports elicited only bitter smiles. At a brief gathering right then and there in the control room, keeping their emotions in check, Korolev and Tyulen gave out instructions obliging all the chiefs to submit operational reports and for me to write up a summary of the events and issue general findings concerning the causes of the failure. Keldysh, as usual remaining calm even in the most critical situations, proposed, "We should give orders for the urgent preparation of the next launch so that we can squeeze it in this year." Keldysh and Tyulen edited the task communiqué, published on October 9, about the completion of the flight of station Luna 7. It reported that Luna 7 reached the Moon in the vicinity of the Ocean of Storms. It went on to say, "During approach to the Moon, a majority of the operations necessary for the execution of a soft landing on the lunar surface were performed. Certain operations were not performed in accordance with the program and require additional optimization. During the flight of station Luna 7 a large amount of practical material was obtained for subsequent operations." What's true is true. We did obtain a large amount of practical material. The last phrase of the task communiqué gave rise to great debates during the process of approving the text. It left open the issue of what was meant by these subsequent operations. But they simply couldn't come up with better wording. All night we studied the telemetry recordings and tormented Morichevsky's staff. By morning, we had put together a plausible scenario of the failure. The angles at which the optical Earth-seeking sensors had been set when the equipment was adjusted contained an error. After Earth appeared in the optical sensor's field of view, control was carried out for 30 minutes. In the process, Earth's image fell on the very edge of the sensor's field of view, giving a signal that Earth was present. Some random factor, which in a normal situation would have been completely acceptable, caused Earth to drift out of the sensor's field of view, and the engine's braking burn was inhibited. At the same time, errors were also discovered in the devices issuing the lunar vertical setup signal. In conclusion, our group drew up measures that Morichevsky would have to implement on the next astronavigation system package that was already at the firing range for YES-6 number 12. On our return flight, in the cabin of our IL-14, Tyulen predicted, "Now Uncle Mitya won't pass up his opportunity. You can expect to be called out on the carpet at the Kremlin." 33 Sure enough, 2 days later Mozorin telephoned. 34 As director of the head institute, he had received personal instructions from Ustinov to prepare a report on the status of operations on the YES-6, explaining the causes of all the failures and including the surnames of the specific guilty parties. "Keep in mind," added Mozorin, "his patience has run out and he's ready to mete out punishment." Chapter 14. Last launches under Korolev. After Luna 7 crashed into the moon, they really did decide once and for all seriously to sort us all out. This was Ustinov's initiative. We were faced with reporting about the YES-6 program at a meeting of the USSR Council of Ministers Commission on Military-Industrial Matters. The VPK administered and coordinated the work of all the defense branches of industry, science, and technology. In principle, it replaced the specialized interdepartmental committees created soon after the war. 1. After Khrushchev's overthrow, the reverse reconstruction of industry began. The republics, Krays, and oblasts lost their economic independence in the management of the domestic economy. 2. The regional councils of national economy were dissolved and their authority was transferred once again to central ministries. The ministries of the military-industrial complex were created on the basis of the old state committees for the appropriate branches of science and technology, since their chairman already held ministerial rank. During 1965, the VPK consolidated 8 ministries. To the great disappointment of the leaders of the republics and oblasts, the Sovnarkozy were abolished and the production capacity of the defense industry was returned to the ministries. The authority of the VPK was not limited to industry. The president of the Academy of Sciences, deputy chairman of the USSR Gosplan, commanders-in-chief of the Air Force, Strategic Rocket Forces, Navy and Air Defense Troops, and Deputy Minister of Defense for new types of armament were also VPK members. The VPK chairman was simultaneously a deputy chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers. Such a representative body made it possible to make decisions that had defining significance for the nation's military might. Essentially, the bulk of the scientific and technical intelligentsia was involved in one way or another with the projects of the military-industrial complex. The ministries of the electrical industry, ferrous and non-ferrous metallurgy, transport and heavy machine building industries, instrument building industry, and many other industries were not officially subordinate to the VPK, but they were tasked with plum orders for the military industry considerably more than they were for civilian production. Institutions of higher technical learning and universities received secret assignments for scientific research projects. Consequently, the number of secret dissertations, both at the candidates and doctoral levels, increased. In terms of the VPK makeup, it seemed that tremendous authority was concentrated in the hands of its chairman, the entire military-industrial complex and 4 branches of the armed forces. In fact, the authority and might of the VPK were strictly limited. The VPK did not have the right to independently issue government resolutions. However, the offices of the VPK prepared, coordinated, and sorted out the draft resolutions of the Central Committee and USSR Council of Ministers. It was only after the General Secretary of the Central Committee and Chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers signed them that any resolution acquired the force of law, and the ministers comprising the VPK and the industries on which this honor had not been bestowed were obliged to execute them. The chief of the Central Committee's Defense Department and his staff vigilantly monitored the actions of the VPK to head off any attempts to display excessive initiative that might pose a threat to the sovereignty of the Politburo and party bureaucracy. The Minister of Finance and Gosplan chairman were not officially subject to VPK decisions. The VPK could not be in charge of the distribution of material supplies and budgetary appropriations. A Central Committee resolution or a direct order from the chairman of the Council of Ministers was needed to obtain budgetary assets, funding for materials and equipment, or hard currency. The Ministry of Finance, Gosplan, and Goshnab recognized no other authority. 3. Personnel matters were also outside the authority of the VPK. The VPK was not authorized to remove or appoint a director of even a minor defense factory. The Central Committee Secretariat dealt with high-ranking personnel. The ministers themselves were supposed to be in charge of local personnel, but with the approval of the Central Committees of the local national communist parties, regional committees, territorial committees, and municipal committees. Nevertheless, VPK meetings and their subsequent decisions were of great importance. Here, leaders of industry and scientific institutions were afforded the opportunity to present their ideas on new types of weaponry and prospective technologies in considerable detail. The ministers turned to each other for assistance, appealing to the chairman when necessary. It was possible to critique projects, the setup of experiments, and introduce proposals that went beyond the scope of the capabilities of a single ministry. Cosmonautics was completely accountable to the VPK. After discussing the technology and approving the proposals for the next launch, which had not only military but also political significance, a meeting usually ended with a decision to approve the text of a letter to the Central Committee on this matter. The Central Committee, rather than the VPK, even appointed and replaced the chairman of the State Commissions on Missile and Spacecraft Flight Testing. But the chairmen of the State Commissions were accountable to the VPK. The VPK brought up the most crucial strategic problems for discussion before the Defense Council. The chairman of the Defense Council was the Central Committee General Secretary. 4. The VPK also issued its own decisions that did not require the expenditure of new budgetary funds and did not affect the interests of branches of industry outside the VPK's scope of authority. The VPK discussed plans for the development of new types of armaments, programs, and dates for spacecraft launches, and they appointed accident review commissions. Lists of particularly outstanding defense industry workers singled out for government awards also passed through the VPK. Weekly plenary sessions of the entire VPK were held at the Kremlin in the Oval Hall, where the USSR Council of Ministers usually convened. After undergoing a triple check of their credentials, those invited to a VPK session entered the former Senate building designed by Kazakov. The great architect harmoniously blended an austere layout with rich stucco molding and bas-relief. Even though I frequently visited the Council of Ministers building, these occasions always made me feel a sense of majesty and pride from being involved with achievements of national importance. Again and again, I realized that many of my friends also experienced similar feelings. I must admit that, in those days, just being in the inner rooms of the Kremlin evoked certain solemn patriotic feelings that were not kindled in me in the offices of the Central Committee on Old Square or in the offices of various ministries. Korolev made me prepare very seriously for the upcoming report on the S6 program at the Kremlin. Twice he scrapped posters that I had prepared with the input of lead designers, conceptual designers, and contractors. The third time around he finally approved the visual advertising for the VPK members. The posters depicted the technology and flight program with a list of all the launches and the causes of the failures. Separate posters for each failed launch listed the measures we had implemented in large print so that it wouldn't be necessary to peek at a crib sheet during the report. The general picture proved to be so convincing that Busheyev, who was present during our meetings with Korolev, said, "After a report like that, they should give you an award rather than punish you." Korolev pored over the thesis of my report, and then he corrected, rewrote, and rebuked me for not emphasizing the significance of the actual process of mastering a totally new system while I was stating the facts. Criticizing my thesis, SP said, "If one were to listen to you, they'd get the impression that after each failure we instantly understand everything. That begs the question, where were we beforehand? We waited for a failure so that we could quickly make modifications and conduct a new launch? And we conducted 10 launches like this? Do you want them to think that we're just bumbling along irresponsibly? But you know better than I do that's not the way it is at all. You need to explain that we are going through a comprehensive learning process. Our ministers are hardly stupid, they will understand. We are gaining tremendous experience. After reworking the report, thesis and posters many times, I came up with an illustrated history of the lunar launches beginning in 1958. Considering that the S6 program used the 4-stage 8K-78 launch vehicle, which was also used for Mars, Venus, and Malnya launches, a large amount of time in the report was devoted to issues of its experimental development, its reliability, and explaining the differences between the versions of its third and fourth stages in the various programs. During my last rehearsal, I spent 40 minutes on the report. Korolev was satisfied, but he warned, they won't give you more than 10 minutes to report before they'll start interrupting, asking questions, and then they'll launch into a free-for-all discussion between Kalmykov, Dementayev, and Tyulin. Afanasyev, our new minister, is not yet up to speed on these projects. 5. He'll keep quiet. It's a good report for Keldish's Interdepartmental Council, but not for the VPK. 6. You hold on to it, but go through it again and cut it down to 10 to 12 minutes. Unfortunately, I no longer have the text of the report, but I have reproduced the gist of it from notes jotted down on notepads and from memory. The first objective was to reach the moon and deliver a USSR pendant. This was accomplished using the 3-stage 8K-72 launch vehicle. The first 2 stages were standard R-7 rockets, and the third stage was the Blockya with Kongsberg's engine. The capsule containing the pendant, which we proudly referred to as the Automatic Interplanetary Station, weighing 360 kilograms, crashed when it reached the moon. The durable pendant survived. The instant loss of radio contact with the station served as proof that it had hit the moon. It took 6 launches to accomplish the mission. Of these, 2 failures took place during the Stage 1 flight phase, 2 occurred during the Stage 2 phase, 1 launch missed the moon by 5,000 kilometers due to a ground control station error, and finally, in September 1959, the mission was accomplished. Having expended our efforts on 6 launches, we solved the following basic problems. Optimized the 3-stage launch vehicle and mastered startup of Stage 3 for the first time. Increased the reliability of the first stages after studying the phenomenon of longitudinal vibrations, and conducted radio communication for the first time at lunar distances. These 6 launches proved to be very useful for the development of technology, but did not provide any new scientific data about the moon itself. The second objective was to photograph the far side of the moon and transmit the images to Earth. We accomplished this objective in 2 phases. During Phase 1, using the same 8K-72 launch vehicle, we inserted a Ye-2 model automatic lunar station on a path toward the moon. The first Ye-2 launch was successful. After that, 2 launches with an improved automatic lunar station called the Ye-3 failed due to the launch vehicle. High-quality photography of the far side of the moon was not achieved until 1965. Launch vehicle model 8K-78 with blocks I and L, the same models used for the automatic interplanetary stations of the Mars and Venus programs, were used for this mission. A Mars Automatic Interplanetary Station Model 3MV4, which was called Zond 3, performed the photography. In all, it took 4 launches, of which 2 were successful, to obtain images of the far side of the moon. The mission provided unique scientific results. It must be admitted that the third mission, which is being examined today, soft landing, has exceeded our expectations in terms of its difficulties. We began implementing this program in 1963. We conducted launches of the S6 automatic lunar station concurrently with our Mars and Venus flight program. Launch Vehicle 8K-78 was used for these programs. However, we were forced to modify the Venus and Mars version of the launch vehicle for a soft landing, and in its lunar version it actually has 5 stages rather than 4. A space rocket performs the role of the 5th stage. It has a triple-mode KTDU with a stabilization and braking system. 10 launches of the 8K-78 launch vehicle were performed before the S6 program began. A wealth of experience was gained with Stage 4, the Block L. For that reason, one might rightfully ask, why was it necessary to develop another version? For a soft landing, it was necessary to increase the payload weight. In this case, this meant 500 kilograms of propellant for braking. That is why we asked Pyliogen to create an integrated control system for Blocks I, L, and the space rocket carrying the automatic lunar station for the soft landing. This system was created along with the new astronavigation and radio control system, but it called for other cooperation and considerable time for optimization. 10 launches were performed for the soft landing program. In the course of these launches, we did not have a single failure in the first and second stages. 2 failures resulted from problems with the power supply system of the engine of the Block I. 7 failures were the fault of the new control equipment of the Block L and the spacecraft, and 1 more failure was due to an error in the radio control procedure. Due to the insufficient accuracy of measurements in the astronavigation system, we also installed Mayak radio equipment on board. Yevpatoria, Usharaisk, and Moscow receive the Mayak signals. The measurement results are processed at 3 ballistics centers at Mstislav Vsevolodovich Keldish's OPM, at NII-4, and at NII-88. All systems and all modes were tested for practical purposes under actual flight conditions. More than 100 measures were implemented for modifications to increase equipment reliability. A tremendous amount of flight control experience was gained. At this time, thanks to our programs, 2 space flight control centers are operating in the Crimea IP-10 in Simferopol for lunar programs and a flight control center in Yevpatoria for flights to the planets of Venus, Mars, and beyond. In 10 to 12 days, we will finish the assembly and factory tests on the next YES-6 number 12. Its launch is scheduled for early December. Comrade Babakin is collaborating with us to manufacture another YES-6 unit as a backup. We are fully confident that we will solve the very difficult problem of a soft landing with the upcoming launch. I feel it necessary to point out that we have not had a single serious glitch with Chief Designer Isayev's new KTDU system. As for the Ministry of the Aviation Industry's astronavigation system, Chief Designer Pyliogen's emergency control system, Chief Designer Ryazansky's radio complex, and the Ministry of the Electrical Industry's converters, action has been taken in response to all their glitches, providing confidence in their reliable operation for the next launch. On the instructions of the technical review team, I request that the Commission grant permission to conduct a YES-6 program launch during the period from November 25 through December 5. When deciding who would comprise our delegation to the meeting at the Kremlin, besides me, Korolev named Mishin, Busheyev, Tsybin, and Tikhonravov. In the morning before our departure, SP unexpectedly announced, "Chertok is the only one going with me. The rest of you stay here and work." I was left without the moral support of my comrades. VPK meetings were usually attended by the senior administrative staff of the Council of Ministers, Central Committee instructors, chief designers involved with the program in question, and chiefs of the main directorates of the ministries, depending on the matter under discussion. A long table was placed down the middle of the Oval Hall of the Council of Ministers building. The VPK members were seated around it in previously assigned places. All other individuals who had been summoned and invited seated themselves in 2 groups on either side of the central table in chairs with fold-out reading desks. Image credit, Asif Siddiqui. A model of the YES-6 type lunar probe on display at the Tsiolkovsky State Museum on the history of cosmonautics in Kalyuga. The package on top is the lunar lander. The 3 silver balls visible in the foreground are 3 of the 4 gas storage bottles for the attitude control system. The 4 black and white nozzles facing down are verniers. The main KTDU engine is at the bottom of the entire spacecraft. Minister of the Aviation Industry Petr Dementiev, Minister of the Shipbuilding Industry Boris Budoma, Minister of the Defense Industry Sergei Zverev, Minister of General Machine Building Sergei Afanasyev, Minister of the Electronics Industry Alexander Shokin, and Minister of Communications Nikolai Psirtsev, who infrequently appeared at the meetings, sat to the right of VPK Chairman Leonid Smirnov. 3 or 4 chairs in this row on the right-hand side of the table usually remained unoccupied in case new ministers showed up. Before long, that's what happened. The Ministry of Machine Building split off from the Ministry of the Defense Industry. 7. In essence, this was the Ministry of Munitions and all sorts of detonators. Minister Vyacheslav Bakirev occupied the corresponding place. On the left side of the table, also in a permanent seating order, were deputies of the VPK Chairman, Academy of Sciences President Mstislav Keldysh, Minister of Medium Machine Building Yefim Slavsky, Minister of the Radio Industry Valery Kalmykov, Chairman of the VPK Scientific Technical Council Academician Alexander Shchikin, then the Commanders-in-Chief of the 4 branches of the Armed Forces, usually represented by their deputies. Having arrived with Korolev about 20 minutes before the meeting began, I was busy setting up the posters on the special stands. The hall gradually filled. After taking their seats, Ministers Dementiev and Zverev opened bulky folders and began to study their daily correspondence, believing that the upcoming discussion wouldn't concern them. To my surprise, Korolev sat at the ministers' table and not in the guest rows. When I started to look for a place to sit, he suddenly called, "Boris, sit here next to me." He pointed to a chair to his right and added, "Don't worry, nobody's going to kick you out." I objected, "It will be awkward to get over to the posters for my report from here." "And you won't have to, you're not going anywhere." I was crushed. So, it had already been decided they weren't even going to hear my report. At 10 o'clock sharp, VPK Chairman Smirnov and Central Committee Secretary for Defense Ustinov appeared. Smirnov opened the meeting and announced that the first issue under consideration would be the status of operations for a soft landing on the moon. He reminded the gathering that the 1959 decree had not yet been fulfilled. OKB-1, the head organization on this project, along with its collaborating enterprises, must explain what is going on. The VPK would have to assess the situation and figure out whether this objective would be achieved or whether we had decided to relinquish precedence for a soft landing to the Americans. Comrade Chertok has the floor to report on this matter. Korolev managed to stand up before me, and I felt his hand on my left shoulder pressing down, preventing me from getting up. "Allow me to speak on this matter," he said. "But Sergei Pavlovich, you're the one who named Chertok to deliver the report, and we're waiting to hear what he has to tell us." "True, but doesn't the chief designer have the right to take the floor in place of his deputy?" "I request that I be given the floor." Smirnov hesitated. Evidently, Korolev's move messed up the previously arranged order. During this brief pause, Keldysh entered the fray. "This is a very serious matter. I support Sergei Pavlovich's request." 2 ministers Dementiev and Kalmykov supported Keldysh. Smirnov delayed another moment and looked over at Ustinov sitting to his left. The latter said nothing, but nodded slightly as if supporting the request. "Sergei Pavlovich, Korolev has the floor," announced Smirnov. "Everything that Chertok was about to tell you will take a lot of time. An explanation of what caused all the failures while solving the soft landing problem is presented in detail on these posters, focusing on each individual launch. But there is one general cause that explains everything. This is a learning process. In our plans and schedules, we did not make provisions for the expenditure of resources and time on the learning process. That is where we made our mistake. We have paid for it, and I dare say that in the very near future the mission will be accomplished. Our learning process has taken us down a rough road, but we have gained invaluable experience. I request that the Commission permit us to conduct a launch and make the final decision, if you deem it necessary, based on the results of that launch. Korolev fell silent, but remained standing, waiting for the decision in response to his démarche. Smirnov also stood up. Will there be any questions for Sergei Pavlovich? Apparently, with Central Committee Secretary Ustinov present, no one felt compelled to ask substantive questions. They needed to comment on Korolev's proposal right then and there. Being well attuned to the mood of such meetings, Ustinov relieved the suspense with the brief remark, "I support Sergei Pavlovich." For appearance sake, Smirnov asked, "Will there be any other proposals?" There were none. The entire discussion lasted 10 minutes instead of the scheduled hour and a half. The individuals who were supposed to report on a second matter hadn't shown up yet, and Smirnov announced a recess. While I took down the posters and rolled them up, Ryazansky, Pylyagin, Morshevsky, and Tyulin came up to me, and smiling, congratulated me on my brilliant report. Korolev had rescued not just me, but them as well. After my brilliant report that never took place, and Korolev's minute-long speech, Tyulin gave an assessment of the VPK decision. We have been granted remission of our sins until the next launch. One more failure and there will be no mercy. Sergei really bailed all of us out. But he also put us on the spot, assuring them that the learning process is over and that there will absolutely be a soft landing on the moon this year. We only had a month to prepare for this decisive launch. During this same month, 3 back-to-back Venus launches were scheduled. Preparation for this program was proceeding more confidently than for the S6. This was explained by the fact that the control system for the Venus and Mars spacecraft was completely in our hands. We shared responsibility only with the radio specialists, Ryazansky and Boguslavsky. The days were numbered until our crew would depart once again for the firing range. And it was late in the game to undertake any serious modifications to increase equipment reliability. Morochevsky's mechanics had implemented the measures that we had come up with right at the firing range the night after Luna 7 crashed. However, for reassurance, our conceptual designers performed thorough calculations of the disturbances that the spacecraft would be exposed to during the lunar approach segment up until the braking burn began. They analyzed all the instrument temperature modes one more time. They found no more new crimes. After the Kremlin meeting, SP had devoted a great deal of time to the N1L3 issue and to a new variant of the piloted lunar flyby using Kilomy's Piatisatka. Several times he slipped away to the Little Kremlin, the hospital on Granovsky Street where all the big shots were sent. They had already sentenced him to an operation and, evidently, they were in a hurry. At lunch in our cafeteria, he let down his guard, "We're headed for Venus, we're done with the moon, and I'm leaving you for a week or so. Those doctors won't leave me alone." Only after his death did we find out that S.P.'s hospital absences had to do with rectal bleeding that he had also experienced during his trips to Tyr-Tam. After making arrangements with Ryazansky, Pylyagin, Morochevsky, and Krustalev, I convened a technical review meeting on control systems reliability for the upcoming Venus and S6 launches at OKB-1. The supervisors and specialists from the subcontracting firms took part. The meeting was well attended and raucous. During the general report on the MV and S6 programs, I was forced to level serious charges against my friends. The main complaints had to do with the fact that equipment had been delivered to us at the pilot production plant in a form that had not been optimized to an appropriate degree of reliability. The instrumentation of the radio complex on the MV and S6 spacecraft had been replaced several times each in the process of testing at the plant and at the firing range engineering facility. For the MV, we had created a mock-up spacecraft through which every flight unit passed. This enabled us to screen out instrumentation that had been released with obvious defects. Nevertheless, new failures occurred during the testing process in the control and test station both at the factory and at the firing range engineering facility. On the whole, the situation was better with the reliability of the MV instrumentation than for the S6. On the last three YES-6 spacecraft, the I-100 instrument had been removed for replacement and repairs 5 times. We had introduced a strict testing regime for MV equipment at the factory, which had helped us achieve a substantial reduction in the number of failures during tests at the firing range. Unfortunately, we could not allow ourselves this for the YES-6. The systems from NII-885, NII-944, and from the NII-923 branch arrived so late that the flight units were loaded onto airplanes, having had no opportunity to be checked out at the factory. It wasn't until they reached the firing range that they had to go through inspection for the first time as a unit. Addressing Pylyagin, I complained that his deputies had no sense of their leading role responsibility for the YES-6 control system as a whole. My long report was full of incriminating examples. I cited the last 3 YES-6 failures as proof of the lack of a systemic approach and strict control over errors in the adjustment of equipment. All 3 are on the conscience of control system developers, I declared. A very heated discussion broke out. The meeting was attended by the military representatives of all the invited organizations. 8. My complaints regarding quality and reliability threatened suspension of the acceptance process and a disruption of delivery schedules. On numerous occasions, the result was that after our claims, a military representative stopped acceptance at contracting organizations until he had obtained exhaustive proof that all the glitches had been corrected. Thus, we stepped on our own tail, so to speak. Just raise a fuss over reliability and then the delivery dates get disrupted, and consequently, our deadlines, which were approved at the very top. After my report, our testers and lead designers voiced their shrill accusations. The conversation proved to be very useful. Listening to the accusations directed at his new NII, Pylyagin first turned sulky and began to chew his tongue, which was usually a sign that he was angry or offended. 9. But toward the end, he expressed many useful thoughts about an operating procedure for the future. We have an integrated stand for each rocket, and we put the entire flight complex through it before we send it for installation, he said. But for the YES-6, after 3 years, such a stand hasn't been set up for Morichevsky's equipment, or for Isayev's automatics, or for Boguslavsky's radio system. This is our failing. We will correct it. I'm giving this assignment to Finajeyev and Kovrizkin. Of course, if we're sitting on the moon in a month, maybe the stand won't be necessary. After all the contractors had left, our cohort, taking stock of the difficult conversation, decided that it was time that we not only take over supervision of testing at the firing range, but it was essential that we also take over interplanetary flight control. For Vostoks and Voskhodies, Korolev himself fulfilled the role of flight director, having as his assistants Feoktistov, Gagarin, and all the chief designers, who did their duty in shifts in Kirillov's office and in the MIC conference room. For long-duration interplanetary flights, it would be necessary to switch to having a staff professional flight director. For the time being, Yevgeny Boguslavsky was the one at NIP-10, while Pavel Agadzanov began to be in command of the MV flights at NIP-16 in Yevpatoria. So far, we had not had our own flight directors. We would begin to argue how best to direct, but quickly cooled down when we remembered with annoyance that beginning next year the entire automatic interplanetary station program was moving from us to Babakin. Let him take up the problem of who would control these flights. Korolev's proposal to transfer the Malny-Ya communications satellite to new chief designer Mikhail Reshetnev in Krasnoyarsk, and to transfer all projects involving automatic interplanetary stations for the Moon, Mars, and Venus to chief designer Babakin in Khimki, was accepted by the VPK without objection and made official by the appropriate Central Committee and Council of Ministers resolution. 10. Korolev defied the objections of his deputies and other close colleagues, who had invested perhaps the best years of their creative lives to these projects. Roskenbach, his staff, and I were among the offended. So much work, and now, when we're finally so close to victory, we give it all away. What other chief designer could be so generous? I can't cite comparable examples. Such generosity was also a Korolev phenomenon. Korolev himself didn't fly out, but he tried to force almost all the chiefs out to the firing range. Shabarov and Ostashev had been toiling at the firing range for a month without budging from there. They complained that many contractors' representatives were not resolving issues until their chief designer arrived. On October 25, we flew out to the firing range with a large group of chief designers. Here, in the most literal sense, everything was at a standstill. The thing was that the MiG at site number 2 and the pad at site number 1 did not have the traffic handling capacity to satisfy the plan for the number of launches by the end of the 1965. With the approval of the State Commission, the Firing Range Command transferred part of the launch vehicles to site number 31 for preparation and launch. For the first time, 2 4-stage launch vehicles were being prepared at a new MiG for launch from a new launch pad. New squads of military specialists had been brought in for the job. Doubling the firing range's launch capacity also required increased numbers of launch participants from industry. An ever greater number of specialists and workers left their enterprises and were at the firing range for long-term business trips. The day after Ostashev, Shabarov, and I arrived, we drove out to site number 31. The work conditions here were incomparably worse than at our site number 2. In the new MiG, which was not yet habitable, the air was saturated with dust, the floors were filthy, the laboratory rooms had not been completed, there were no chairs, no desks, and people sat at the consoles on boxes. More than 1,000 people had already been housed in the residential village 1 kilometer from the engineering facility. Up to 5 people had been squeezed into a single 15-square-meter room in the hotels. The bed linens were changed only when there was a change in lodger, and even that did not always happen. One had to stand in line at the dining hall for almost 2 hours to get something to eat. A group of young engineers approached me. The young fellows complained that military officers have separate tables with a pretty waitress in a starched apron, and the rest of us get tables cluttered with dirty dishes, and the only utensils left for us are aluminum spoons. Meanwhile, you walk 1 kilometer from the MiG, stand in line, eat lunch, walk another kilometer back, and it's already time for dinner. Despite all of this disarray in living conditions, which was so normal for our new construction sites, our people worked heroically. A particularly difficult lot fell to the installers from our factory. The working class, as we referred to them, knew how to adapt to inconveniences quicker and better than the technical intelligentsia. 11. They did not use the dining hall a brigade arranged for food right in the workplace. They kept their workstations and hotel rooms clean and orderly, unlike the engineering staff. "We work as much as we have to," said the foreman. "You just do a bad job providing us with documentation for preparation. A lot of time is spent deliberating. There aren't any instructions and there's no one to ask. But don't worry, we're doing our job and we won't let you down." By and large, they really did learn to prepare the 4th stage, the Block L, and the launch vehicle calmly, without flaunting their heroic efforts. The State Commission approved the following schedule: Venus launches would take place on 12, 16, and November 25. Yes-6 vehicle number 12 would be launched to the moon from site number 1 on December 3. We argued for a long time over which naval ships to send and where to send them to monitor the flight. During this period, Yangel, who was conducting maximum flight range tests on combat missiles, had also laid claim to the ships. This time, instead of the Dolinsk, they sent the Krasnodar to the Gulf of Guinea. 2 motor vessels, Chashma and Suchin, covered the Pacific Ocean basin. The launch of 3 MV-4 number 6 to Venus on November 12 was the first launch of a 4-stage launch vehicle from the new launch site. At 7 a.m. we were still at T-60 minutes when from Yangel's launch site just 4 kilometers away, the latest R-16 lifted off like a shot and headed for Kara. 12. The cold pre-dawn steppe lit up brightly for several seconds and a rapidly fading roar rolled over it. Having descended into the new spacious bunker, I ensconced myself on a box next to State Commission Chairman Tyulin. he was already on the high-frequency phone line reporting to Moscow. In distant Kaliningrad at NII-88, Korolev, Mozorin, Afanasiev, Pashkov, Serbin, and many fans from the Central Committee, VPK, and ministries had gathered. Launch Chief Kirillov complained, "This bunker is spacious but blind. There are just 2 lousy periscopes. This is because they were special ordered for rocket specialists, while the old bunker has excellent periscopes from old submarines." Launch preparation proceeded without any mishaps. Our 4-stage 8K-78 carrying AMS-3MV4 No. 4 lifted off right on time. Reports began to rapidly pour into the bunker: preliminary, main, separation. Tyulin reported to Moscow, "From the new launch site all 3 stages have operated normally. We're going over to site No. 2. After a sleepless night, we slowly climbed the stairs and stepped out of the bunker into the cold wind. The driver raced the vehicle along a gray ribbon of concrete at top speed. We needed to cover the 30 kilometers to the communications center at site No. 2 before Moscow asked, 'What happened there with you guys this time?' We made it." Settling in at Kirillov's warm office, we waited for information from the Far East tracking stations. NIP-15 Usharysk reassured us, "After Block L separation all parameters normal." From the Pacific Ocean, the Chazhma pinpointed the estimated start-up time of the 4th stage. For a brief period of time, all the tracking stations fell silent. These were the most suspenseful minutes. Hundreds of people were waiting to see whether the latest Venera had entered the design orbit or would remain an Earth satellite, the umpteenth new cosmos. Suddenly reports rolled in one after another. All the southern tracking stations had pinpointed a strong signal right above the horizon. First question: what trajectory are you following? Answer: we're flying precisely according to target designation. Hurrah! It meant the spacecraft was en route to Venus. Information from the Gulf of Guinea was no longer of interest. We hugged and congratulated each other, passing our congratulations to Moscow and the command and measurement complex stations. "It's early for us to be celebrating," I warned. "It takes more than 3 months to reach Venus. A lot can happen." And indeed, 3 hours later NIP-16 reported that telemetry data had disappeared. We began experimenting with sending commands to the spacecraft to switch to backup units. Here was another advantage of the 3MV over the S6. When any radio complex instrument failed, a command from the ground could switch to the backup unit. After trying all sorts of combinations, telemetry came back and a quick report followed: antennas deployed, radiators deployed, solar arrays deployed, solar current normal, signal strong. There were 107 days of flight ahead. On February 27, 1966, Venera 2, as it was officially announced in the latest TASS communique, passed by the surface of Venus at a range of 24,000 kilometers at 0552 hours Moscow time, but Korolev did not live to see this moment. On November 16, almost all of the events described above were repeated. Spacecraft 3MV3 vehicle number 1 lifted off for Venus. On March 1, 1966, 105 days later, Venera 3 delivered a pendant with the emblem of the Soviet Union to the surface of the mysterious planet. On November 23, 1965, as a backup to 3MV number 4, we launched 3MV4 number 6. But our lucky streak was over. A failure of the Stage 3 propulsion system turned this next Venera into an Earth satellite. It was called Cosmos 96. The Venus launch on November 23, 1965 was the last in the interplanetary program of Korolev's OKB-1. Beginning in 1966, all operations related to the automatic stations for Venus and Mars exploration were handed to Babakhin at the Lavochkin OKB. Over a period of 5 years, we had conducted 19 launches toward Earth's closest neighboring planets. Of those, only one ended in success, delivering a USSR pendant to the surface of Venus on March 1, 1966. En route to those planets, we conducted an extensive set of scientific studies, accumulated a wealth of experience for all the systems, and gained crucial experience in the design of interplanetary automatic stations. For the sake of this program, the nation's most powerful center for deep space communications and flight control was created in the Crimea. Hundreds of specialists took science courses that were not offered in a single university, and for which there was not a single textbook. The very process of gaining this experience, the learning process, as Korolev called it, came at a high price. Cosmonautics was going through its infancy, when everything was learned by touch, by trial and error, right there in space. Spacecraft were installed on launch vehicles that were not yet tried and true. It seemed that if we performed many launches, we would quickly achieve our goals, while rigorous ground developmental testing would require time and resources that we would not be given. And indeed, we were not limited in resources to order dozens of launch vehicles or manufacture dozens of spacecraft. But just try to ask for much fewer millions of rubles to build a laboratory for thermal vacuum, vibration, electromagnetic and all kinds of other tests, or to procure special stands and measuring instruments, and you would hit a wall of incomprehension. Engine specialists Glushko, Isayev, and Konopatov had long understood that the reliable operation of propulsion systems in flight could only be assured after numerous experiments and hundreds of firing rig tests in various modes with thorough analysis of the results of each one. 13. In spite of this, in-flight failures caused by engines occurred from time to time. It was not that the designer overlooked something during testing, rather, these failures were primarily the result of production defects that occurred after the many months of experimental development. Experimental engines, as a rule, were rig-tested long before the first flight units were manufactured. If test rigs for the testing and verification of spacecraft systems were even manufactured by then, it was so late in the game that the temptation arose to ship the spacecraft to the firing range, and perhaps, even launch it into space without waiting for the results of the ground testing. The time of working according to strict standards and multi-step reliability assurance programs was yet to come. It took 5 to 7 years not only to develop laboratory and experimental facilities, but also to alter the mentality of the entire engineering corps. On November 28, without having caught our breath yet after the 3 Venus launches, the State Commission at the firing range was discussing the matter of the S-6 launch. We began with the earliest date 30 November. Everyone was so eager to leave the cold and windy Kazakhstan steppes as soon as possible and go to the still warm Crimea or home. But, as packed as the schedules were, the launch was moved back to December 3. Korolev and Keldysh flew to the firing range before this launch. Shabarov, Kirillov, Samokhin, and I drove to the airfield for the traditional meeting. The reader deserves a special introduction to Samokhin. Mikhail Ivanovich Samokhin was a colonel general of aviation, a hero of the Soviet Union, and had been awarded many combat medals. Retiring from active military service due to age, he accepted Korolev's offer to become deputy chief of OKB-1. There had been a sharp increase in the scales of the organizational problems at the firing range in connection with the construction of the N-1 assembly factory. A tremendous burden was placed on our air transport. We needed a strong organizer to manage the business of industry trips, vehicular transport, and our aviation detachment, which had grown so rapidly that Vnukovo Airport was forced to allocate a separate area for it, calling it Vnukovo 3. Once again, one must note that Korolev had not erred in his selection of a manager for a very troublesome sphere of activity. A former Don Cossack and cavalryman, after the Civil War, Samokhin asked not to be discharged and entered a school for naval pilots. 14. He was more successful in aviation than in the cavalry. In addition to building the world's first proletariat air force, Samokhin climbed up the ladder of military service. A rank-and-file pilot, then squadron commander, commander of an aviation regiment, at the beginning of World War II he already commanded Baltic Fleet aviation, participated in the defense of Leningrad, and completed his wartime service near Königsberg. Samokhin's last post was as deputy commander of the nation's air defense troops. At that time, The first deputy commander of the air defense troops was the legendary pilot Colonel General Georgy Baidyukov. When I told Samokin that I had become acquainted with Baidyukov back in 1936, when he was a test pilot at Factory Number 22, he took a shine to me. Soon thereafter, after drinking to Bruderskaft, we started addressing one another as Ty. 15. Samokin abounded with energy and the desire to render us all kinds of assistance using his high general's rank and connections with the Ministry of Defense. He quickly got acquainted with all the chiefs and lead specialists. With his convivial nature, extraordinary organizational skills, and an inexhaustible supply of breathtaking old war stories, Samokin won everyone over. Soon his presence at the firing range became absolutely essential for solving organizational, business, transportation, and domestic problems. The minister turned directly to him if an airplane was needed. Chief designers called him regarding the transport of urgent cargoes and hotel reservations. Newcomers, who didn't yet have transport, asked him to get them a car. Everyone praised the extensive menu in the dining halls and grumbled if there was no hot water. But Samokin's primary concern was supervising new construction. The military command at the firing range was forced to contend with the fact that a colonel general represented industry in THIRD-WORLDISM, while the director of the entire firing range back then was only a major general. So as not to put the officers and generals at the firing range in an awkward position, Samokin only wore his general's uniform on solemn occasions, or in this case, to meet high-ranking guests. Before we departed, Samokin informed us that Korolev wanted to go straight from the airfield, before any meetings, to the construction site of the big new MiG for the N1. Samokin also warned the military builders about the impending visit and asked Barman to go to the construction site. Barman usually arrived for the launches a few days before the other chiefs. He oversaw the readiness of the launch system and listened to Boris Klebnikov, his almost permanent representative at our firing range launch sites. Now Barman had acquired many new worries at even more launch sites, too. Construction began at once on 2 launch facilities for the N1 rocket. A government decree named Barman the main chief designer for the development of launch facilities for this rocket of unprecedented dimensions. The new launch pads, created using Barman's design for Kilomis Piatisotka the Proton, were also extremely complex. But there was no comparison between them and the scales of the launch pads for the N1. Many dozens of organizations were already involved in creating the systems associated with the future launch of the N1. All this abundance of systems would have to be integrated into a single huge system for which he, Barman, was the head and principal responsible party. Usually the director of the firing range and his chief of staff came to meet the arrivals at the airfield. That's how it went. There were as many people in the welcoming party as there were arrivals when the chief theoretician and chairman of the State Commission flew with the chief designers. Samokin received a cable listing all the passengers on board. I noticed that Glushko and Kuznetsov were missing from the list, but Isayev and Pylyagin were on it. The first day of December was unusually warm and calm. All those who had arrived on the plane were happy to stretch their legs after disembarking in THIRD-WORLDISM. Right off the bat, Korolev and Tyulin announced that the State Commission meeting would take place at 1700 hours at Site Number 2, and first they would drive out to the N1 construction site. It turned out that almost all the arrivals and those who had turned out to meet them also wanted to see the construction project of the century, fortuitously located almost right on the way to Site Number 2. At all of our big construction sites, good access routes appeared only after construction was over. The new construction for the N1 was no exception. It was not easy to drive right up to the construction site in light vehicles over a road that had been beaten up by hundreds of trucks. Reinforced concrete columns already marked the outlines of the new, enormous assembly shop. The total area of the main building was 30,000 square meters. They were simultaneously building the main building, the auxiliary service areas, and 1.5 kilometers away a new town with hotels, barracks, dining halls, and various sundry services for 6,000 to 7,000 people. The military project managers never failed to complain to visitors that just 5,000 soldiers from construction battalions were working on the project, and in order to complete all the facilities in 1 year's time as the Ministry of Defense had ordered, they needed to double the number of men on the job. However, the orders were not backed up with real assistance. For safety considerations, 2 and 1 launch sites were built 10 kilometers from the large assembly factory. The general scope of construction and assembly operations at the launch sites was just as great. Barman, who had driven up from the direction of the launch sites, added that the scale of the construction was now many times greater than what it was when the firing range was being created, but the rate of construction was that much slower. He noted that the Ministry of Defense, which was responsible for the construction, took no interest in it. The Americans have not completed their launch site for the Saturn V either, said Barman, but, after all, it's there in Florida, and we have the Tyuratam winter right around the corner. Korolev, Barman, Tyulin, and Keldysh immediately agreed that when they returned to Moscow after landing on the moon they would make the appropriate presentation to Smirnov and to the Central Committee. That evening at the State Commission meeting we discussed and confirmed the date and time of the launch of the next Yes-6 for December 3rd at 1346 hours 14 seconds. In this case, the estimated time of the moon landing was December 6th at 2357 hours. The ballistics specialists calculated down to the second the coverage areas for NIP-10, the time of powered flight for all the stages and rocket blocks, the distance to the moon for establishing the lunar vertical, and the altitude for the beginning and end of the braking burn. All these time-tagged events were reported as if no one had any doubt that the flight would go without a hitch according to the schedule. The conceptual designers gave the weight report with the same scrupulous precision, beginning with the total weight of the fourth stage down to ALS Yes-6 number 12. It turned out that the goal of our labor was to gently lower just 104.5 kilograms onto the surface of the moon. It was this 100 plus kilograms that would secure the next dramatic success for Soviet cosmonautics. Image credit, Nauka Izhizn. A model of the Yes-6 type lunar lander shows its ingenious pedal design. In scene I, we see the Luna spacecraft with automatic lunar station which is covered by a thermal covering. Ideally, at an altitude of 75 kilometers, the padding around the ALS would be pressurized as we see in scene 2. At a command from the radio altimeter located at, 2 side packages from the main bus are jettisoned and the main KTDU retro engine is turned on. At a given altitude from the lunar surface, the pressurized ball would be separated from the main bus and would impact on the surface as shown in scene 3. The pressurized covering surrounding the ALS would then separate into 2 parts revealing the inner ALS. As shown in scene V, the pedals of the lander would then unfurl, stabilizing the main body of the ALS, allowing a small suite of scientific instruments to operate. These included antennae and a camera. Korolev demanded that data on the fueling of Isayev's KTDU with propellant and oxidizer, and the time of its operation, be reported. There were many other questions for which precise answers were provided on the spot. The great deal of experience gained from the preceding launches was evident. Next came the traditional reports of all the chief designers regarding the measures that had been implemented and the certification of the absolute reliability of the system for which each of them was responsible. After that, everything went according to standard procedure. In the bunker, I manned the station at the guest periscope. The most dramatic seconds of a launch usually pass without telemetry reports. An experienced eye can ascertain the situation quicker than the monitors can indicate it. Ignition, the roiling fire and smoke of the preliminary stage and the flame of the main stage. The launch suspension arms fell back, and the roaring rocket smoothly lifted away from the swirling flames and rapidly disappeared in the gray shroud of the low cloud cover. The actual liftoff differed from the calculated one by just 0.3 seconds. The slightly agitated reports from the tracking stations resounded over the loudspeakers in the bunker, enveloped in silence. 90 seconds, flight normal. All the stages functioned according to design. 1 hour later, after driving to the engineering facility, we received the report that the Block L had finished its burn and Yes-6 number 12 was flying to the moon. The previous failures had taught us all to be restrained, and we did not exhibit any particular emotion in this regard. Little more than 80 hours remained until the moon landing. The first scheduled correction burn was to take place on December 4 at around 2000 hours. Korolev and Tyulin suggested that everyone go to bed a little early. The next day at 7 a.m., everyone would be flying off to their different destinations, some to Moscow and the State Commission and all the lunatics to the Crimea. Korolev would depart from Tyuratam for the Crimea. He would never participate in another launch. None of us knew at that time that Korolev was spending the night for the last time in the Korolevian cottage that he had stayed in for 8 years. Korolev had no way of knowing that this would be the last time that he would ride along the paved road from his dvoika to the airfield, that the steppe he was viewing would be called the Baikonur Cosmodrome, and that the world's mass media would extol the name of the hitherto unknown academician Korolev. Despite my fatigue, I felt that the emotional stress of the last few days wouldn't let me fall asleep, and after dinner I stopped by to see Isaev. He was obviously pleased and right away handed me a pack of his beloved Bellamar cigarettes. The days of our youth spent in the romantic aviation field and our adventures on German soil had long ago receded into the past. But as the years had passed, the two of us had an increasing need for visits that allowed us to share our innermost thoughts. Isaev said that he had asked Korolev and he would not be flying to the Crimea. He was having a lot of trouble with the naval missiles. He needed to fly to Krasnoyarsk immediately. "I simply can't deal with these bandits," said Isaev, referring to the production engineers at the Krasnoyarsk factory where his engines were in series production. "But, after all, this is just a trifling issue. In the end, we'll finish them off. And then, you guys and the N1, in my opinion, you're really stuck in a mess. I don't want to be a prophet. I'm certain that Kuznetsov won't have an engine anytime soon. 16. That is, they can produce lots of metal in Kubyshev. They have colossal capacities there. But to optimize reliability for such a rocket, especially when you have delivered 30 bottles, each weighing 150 metric tons, just for the first stage. 17. The day before yesterday, I was looking at that gargantuan construction project and thinking that it wasn't in your best interests to speed it up. They'll round up another 10,000 soldiers and they'll build it. We know how to do this brilliantly. But as for the engines, with all the fittings, and particularly with the new closed-loop configuration, Vazhia Mishin and Miss Hamelnikov described these engines as their own personal achievement. Supposedly, they convinced Kuznetsov to pick this configuration. But I trust Vanya Raykov more. He doesn't share their optimism. In 68 we won't have the engines. Then Isaev told me about the scene that he happened to witness on the airplane the other day. You've noticed that when I fly with your managers, I don't like to sit in the forward cabin. I sit in the coach class cabin where I can read or sleep without having anyone bother me. I had just dozed off when I was invited into the forward cabin, supposedly to drink tea. Well, there was tea and cookies, of course, and even about 15 drops of cognac apiece. But that's not the point. Keldysh got it into his head to ask me, in front of Korolev, my opinion of Kuznetsov's engines. At the same time, he also suggested that perhaps Glushko's high boiling component engines would achieve greater thrust earlier. After all, he was getting ready to make large engines for Chelomy and Yangel. You understand, in this group of people, not to mention the gloomy Korolev, I didn't want to say what I was really thinking. And why did I need to talk about this so that later Keldysh could quote me somewhere to people in high places? They will drag me to expert commissions ad nauseum. I just started to give non-committal responses and then Korolev blew up, Mstislav Vsevolodovich. Stop this game. As it is, you've already done quite a bit to the detriment of the N1. And your posturing with Glushko is only doing harm. Well, I can honestly say that I had not expected this turn in our amicable tea-time conversation. Keldysh's refined smile immediately vanished. it seemed to me that he even turned pale. I have noticed for some time that Korolev and Keldysh address one another as Ty. But Korolev switched to the formal Vy and Keldysh responded to him in kind, Sergei Pavlovich, please don't forget yourself. I am not about to meddle in your personal relations with Valentin Petrovich. But the N1 project is a matter of such a scale that I have a right to take an interest in the opinions of specialists without having to contend with your biases. He really told him off. But then Tyulen intervened. He shouted, that's enough, fellows. Put an end to this talk. This is not the right place. Does anyone have another bottle? You know, it's amazing, but we couldn't find another bottle. Then Tyulen went to the crew and arranged to get coffee for everyone. And so I suffered through the flight in this cabin until we landed instead of getting a nap in a nice comfortable seat. Isaev and I continued talking on many other subjects long into the night. I hoped that I would be able to catch up on my sleep on the plane. If Korolev or Keldysh were on board, Squadron Commander Kvastunov piloted the flight from Tyuratam to the Crimea without making a stopover in Astrakhan. The flight usually lasted around 4 hours. Each person tried to use these 4 hours in his own way. Napping, unwinding from the constant tension, discussing something important, or simply collecting one's thoughts, thumbing through notebooks, remembering something, and jotting it down. This time, Korolev, having grabbed a bulging folder, pretended to be absorbed in the Daily Mail that he had brought from Moscow. Keldysh was snoozing, having set aside some thick book on the seat. Tyulen had decided not to disturb either of them. Ryazansky was being tormented by thoughts that demanded discussion. Neither Tyulen nor Ryazansky would let me sleep and they whisked me off to the aft cabin, which was half empty. Let's discuss the situation calmly, Tyulen proposed. He pulled out a piece of paper covered with notes and enumerated, this year alone for the soft landing we have conducted 4 launches, counting the one yesterday. 3 failures. Counting the Zond 3, we've made 4 Venus shots. 2 Veneras are in flight, so it's still unclear what will happen with them. Believ and Leonov, even though they landed in the taiga, they returned to Earth safe and sound, thank God. After all, just between us, it could have been a tragedy. We launched 2 Malniyas, and, to your credit, Boris, kudos, they are still working. I know that the Far East Cray Committee Secretary thanked Brezhnev personally for the successful relay of the Moscow programs. Things have also been going pretty well with the Zenits. In any event, in the Defense Council they said that there is no need to be stingy with resources for this technology. Even though the results were not outstanding, Chelomi launched 2 protons with a lot of hubbub. The Piatisatka has begun to fly. That's beneficial for all of us. After long delays, the Devyatka has finally been put into service. 18. Sergei did not quiet down, and they're launching solid propellant missiles from Kapustin Yar. If you add to this all of our space reconnaissance projects, then that means we already have 64 space launches this year. And together with Yangel's and Kilomi's combat missiles, the number has far surpassed 100. This is in just 1 year's time. Imagine what a burden this is on industry and on all of us. We can absolutely compete with the Americans in terms of the effectiveness of our combat missiles. But when it comes to space, I am afraid they will soon be ahead of us. It's time for me to give serious thought to concentrating our efforts on our main projects. Construction on the N1, of course, is behind schedule, but that's not where the main danger is. Korolev, Glushko, Yangel, and Chelomi are not capable of working together as a team. My relations with the minister are complicated. I know that Uncle Mitya also has few friends in the Politburo right now. The famous Council of 6 Chiefs has turned into a Council of 66, and within it Nikolai and Viktor are at each other's throats, and as are you, Mikhail, and Lesha Bogomolov. Sergei's relationship with Valentin has gone bad permanently. Incidentally, Mishin's aggressiveness has contributed to this. The military men are debating whether we need piloted flights. Malinovsky is obviously displeased with the Air Force's activity in this field, and he doesn't think lunar landings are necessary. I'm saying all this, continued Tyulin, so that you will give some thought to how we can affect this headstrong foursome Korolev, Glushko, Chelomy, and Yangel not from above, but from below. You, control specialists, are sort of non-partisan. Especially you, Mikhail, you work on everything. Boris should reconcile Nikolai and Viktor, and let's give some thought to how to patch up the relationship between Sergei and Valentin. Tyulin continued talking for a long time under the droning of the aircraft engines. I jotted down his monologue from memory many days later, and now I am reproducing the gist of it without details. Mikhail and I interrupted, clarified, and complained about our own behind-the-scenes complications. The upshot was, we convinced one another that we needed to resist more actively the chief's dysfunctional tendencies. I didn't pass up the opportunity to remind them of Korolev's attempts at rapprochement with Chelomy. I told them about my meeting with Khrushchev's son, who was quite close to Chelomy. 19. You bear in mind, said Tyulin, that Chelomy doesn't have Sergei Khrushchev anymore. And your former contacts with him have little clout. I was annoyed when I noticed that, because of this long conversation, I had missed my opportunity to admire the main Caucasian range one more time. The airplane was descending, and we returned to the government cabin. Korolev, Keldysh, Ryazansky, and Tyulin checked into the best hotel in Simferopol. When he needed to travel from town to Nipten or return to the hotel, Korolev invited Ryazansky or Tyulin to ride in the car that had been secured for him. On his initiative, Colonel Bugayev wheedled an additional vehicle from the Crimean authorities for the president of the Academy of Sciences. Ryazansky had also been a witness to the scene on the plane that Isaev had recounted. He believed that it would be some time before Korolev and Keldysh would be able to ride in the same car. Nevertheless, during all the communication sessions, they listened amicably, and then discussed detailed plans for the next coverage zone. We all usually ate dinner together without leaving Nipten. Those who were staying in Simferopol hotels said that the food was much tastier at Nipten than in a restaurant. Here, Bob Aiken joined us. During dinner he told about his young design bureau's plans in the field of interplanetary automatic stations. During such conversations, Korolev and Keldysh acted very interested. There was no outward sign of their falling out. When we appeared at Nipten, Boguslavsky reported that on board everything was A-OK, but someone had proposed conducting a false correction session that evening for greater confidence. The plan was to switch on all the attitude control systems, but not permit KTDU startup. Korolev and Keldysh supported the proposal. Turning to me, Korolev said, "Boris, don't go anywhere, let's sit down, and you'll explain everything to me." On a sheet of red graph paper I prepared a schedule of the session containing a list of commands to be issued from the ground, onboard sequencer tags, and actions of the onboard systems. On December 4, 1965 at 20:30 hours in the Simferopol Nipten control room with all the participants gathered around, a tense silence set in. "Yevgeny Yakovlevich," Korolev said loudly. "You take charge of all the sessions. Don't pay any attention to us. Just, please, give the commands loud and clear. I also want to understand what's going on." At 20:47 hours Boguslavsky announced, "Transmitter on. We're starting to measure range and radial velocity." I put the first check mark on my schedule. Korolev moved the schedule over to himself and demanded, "Explain quietly." The commands came one after the other. Boguslavsky announced, "Correction program on, SAN on, searching for the sun, search for the moon has begun, I-100 switched on for warm-up, number check in progress, I-100 checkout in progress." At 2219 hours, onboard equipment off, spin-up initiated. At 2242 hours, end of session. No anomalies observed. "It seems like we've entered," said Korolev. He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead. The next, full-fledged correction with a KTDU burn on December 5 also proceeded without a hitch if one overlooks the demonstrational reaming out that Korolev gave to Biverby and Lidov for a slight velocity underrun during correction. NII-88, NII-4, and OPM had performed the calculations for the correction settings. Actually, OPM, considered to be completely Keldish's domain, had developed the whole calculation procedure. It was difficult to figure out which of the three organizations was more guilty of the slight error. But the tongue lashing had such a demonstrative nature that for a while it diffused the tension that had reigned among those working at NIP 10. Tragedy fell on the night from the 6th to the 7th of December 1965. Everyone understood that, in any event, we wouldn't be sleeping. We all had an early supper together, and at 1830 hours we were involved in the communications session, during which all the systems, except for the firing of the KTDU, were checked for the last time. I once again prepared a detailed schedule on graph paper of all the operations in Moscow time. A lot of people were milling about the control room. There were those directly involved, those who rooted for us even though not involved in the work, and those who just worried on our behalf. Even the Crimean Regional Committee representative showed up. Having assessed the situation, Korolev called over a bunch of us, Station Chief Colonel Bugayev, Ryazansky, Boguslavsky, and me, and loudly announced, so that everyone heard, everyone who is not involved in this session, go into the adjoining rooms, you'll have all the information there. No one but Boguslavsky is going to issue any control commands. I forbid anyone to bother him. State Commission member Ryazansky will ensure compliance with this order. Colonel Bugayev is responsible for seeing that the personnel execute all instructions precisely and for checking all the equipment. I ask all participants one more time to make sure the systems are in good working order. Keep your performance and telemetry data reports short and to the point. Speak briefly and succinctly. Is that clear? It was all clear. Having removed his jacket, SP was now wearing the woolen shirt that we sometimes referred to as the Korolevian uniform. After taking his seat, he turned to me and said, "Sit by me, set the schedule down. You're going to give me a blow-by-blow account," in a low voice. Keldysh and Tyulin settled in at an adjacent workstation. Boguslavsky, microphone in hand, walked about the control room and gave his last instructions. On December 6, 1965 at 2230 hours, Boguslavsky, clearly with trepidation, and almost solemnly in the midst of the silence that had fallen over the room, issued command number 17, switch on onboard transmitter. Next came the reports, receiving numbers, monitoring settings, stage 5 telemetry on. At 2244 hours, the command permission to start up onboard program setup lunar vertical was issued 3 times. The commands were issued continuously. And reports flowed continuously: SAN activated, precision telemetry activated, spacecraft is stable, receiving control numbers for final adjustment of settings, search for the sun complete, searching for the moon. Korolev, flinching just a little with each report, placed a checkmark and checked the time. I reassured him, so far we're right on schedule. The lunar search entails turning the entire spacecraft relative to the direction toward the Sunday. I understand. Spare me the chatter, grumbled Korolev. At 2330 hours, they began the search for Earth, and the SAN switched to precision mode. At 2351 hours 6 seconds came the triumphant report, "We have a lunar vertical." Korolev shuddered. This was the spot where we messed up the last time. "We're out of the woods," I said. "Shut up." Korolev crossly cut me off and put down 2 checks one after the other. After hearing the reports, I 100 on. Altimeter on for warm-up. Next came the reports, altitude 8,272 kilometers. Tags T7 and T8 have passed, shock absorbers are pressurizing, we're waiting for KTDU burn. According to the schedule, the KTDU was supposed to perform a braking burn when it reached the specified altitude of 74.8 km at 0051 hours. Everyone froze in anticipation. The S6, oriented about the lunar vertical, was falling toward the moon. The last time, the failure took place before the lunar vertical was set up. Through my shoulder I felt Korolev stiffen. He listened attentively and placed checkmarks. We've jumped over the area of the previous crash and gone farther. Another report, we see a loss of pressure in the spherical tank. To the moon 1,200, 1,000, 800 kilometers. And suddenly, altitude measurements have stopped. Korolev reeled in my direction, maybe it's a mistake. A random failure. But Boguslavsky had already come running up with the microphone. Sergei Pavlovich. Something inexplicable has happened. As I see it, the spacecraft spun around and the altimeter stopped its measurements, then it once again got on course for the moon. Some hope still lingered. Soon the engine will fire, stabilization will be restored, braking will take place, and all of this spinning is just a bad dream. After all, this was the 11th launch. We were so close to our goal. I explained that if the altimeter lost the moon, then the KTDU couldn't execute a braking burn. Reports came in that extinguished all hope of a happy ending, 51 minutes, 30 seconds. End of reception. No signal. The command to fire the engine passed. The engine operated for 9 seconds instead of 42. It's got to be a crash landing on the moon. At 0051 hours 29.6 seconds, communication abruptly ended. I pushed my way into a huddle of flight planners, control specialists, and radio operators already whispering amongst themselves. Everyone rushed to share his impressions and hypotheses. I finally managed to pacify them and get them to report calmly. Gradually the picture cleared up. Up until tags T7 and T8, all systems had operated normally. When these tags were issued, the valve of the high-pressure spherical tank opened and the rubber bladders of the shock absorbers started to pressurize. The altimeter began to lose its orientation on the moon 13 seconds after this command. Loss of the sun was detected, and then Earth as well. The control specialists managed to calculate the rate of spin at the moment the engine started up was 12 degrees per second. Boris and Kovriskin together with the SAN specialists determined that the destabilizing moment at such a rate of spin was 3 times greater than the control moment capabilities. Image credit, RKK Energy Yacht. A model of the S6ALS showing its ingenious pedal design. I returned to Korolev. He was giving no instructions and was sitting unusually passively, listening with obvious annoyance to Tyulin and Keldysh, who had already hashed out the form and content of the report to Moscow. "Well, what?" SP asked at last. "The first impression is that a hole formed in the shock absorbers and the leaking air created a destabilizing moment that the control system couldn't cope with." Babakin came up and tried to reason, "We already have a new automatic lunar station ready. Let's do this again in 2 months. Over that period of time, we'll figure out what happened. It's clear it was something stupid." "Yes, we'll do it again if they trust us after this," Korolev responded sadly. Everyone shared a feeling of guilt. Rather than divide us, it rallied us. No one wanted to rest, despite it being the dead of the night. 5 days of thorough investigation was needed to understand the true cause of the failure. It seems Palo was the first to get to the bottom of things. He and the rubber specialists had conducted a whole gamut of experiments to debug the inflatable rubber shock absorbers. When he was informed that the bladders had probably leaked, he categorically rejected the accusation and began a thorough investigation. When they are pressurized, the shock absorbers rest in the fiberglass support bracket securing the lobe antennas. They checked the bracket. It broke easily, forming sharp edges. During pressurization, the broken piece of bracket had pierced the rubber bladder. This is what caused the destabilizing moment. but why hadn't the previously manufactured brackets broken during testing? Palo discovered that the fabric, which formed the basis of the material, had been placed in the mold improperly. This was a fundamental process error of the worker who had placed the workpiece in the mold before curing and pressing. The bracket's breakage and the piercing of the rubber bladders were entirely reproduced in full on an experimental unit. Mozorin once again received Ustinov's order to prepare a reliability and quality report that would make it possible to deal not only with Chertok, but also with Korolev himself. Really, what kind of quality control system is this anyway? If the error of a worker who doesn't know where this fiberglass cloth is going, or what it will be used for, can cause consequences like these? And what kind of design is this if a bracket that broke inadvertently lacerates the rubber and generates destabilizing moment, causing such a spacecraft to spin? The VPK administration began preparing for the next meeting to discuss what had caused all the S6 launch failures. This time there would be a report from Korolev and Tyulin. For this VPK meeting, I prepared a chart showing all the spacecraft launches using the 4-stage 8K-78 launch vehicle. It provided some idea of the scale of our operations at that time. I am citing it in this book in a somewhat supplemented form. For the reader's convenience, I am also citing a table that explains the designations of the R-7 launch vehicle modifications. Subsequent tragic events prevented the VPK from hearing Korolev's report. On December 14, at the age of 51, Leonid Voskresensky suddenly died. In 1963, due to heart disease, he had withdrawn from active testing duties at the firing range. On his initiative, a flight vehicle testing department was set up at the Moscow Aviation Institute. In early 1964, a heart attack sent him to the hospital, but he did not succumb, and after recovering, he returned to work performing light duties. As Korolev's deputy for testing, Voskresensky had to participate in design work on the N1 and sign off on the relevant draft plan materials. In this regard, serious differences of opinion arose between him and Korolev and Mishin. Voskresensky was unable to convince them that they needed a firing rig to perform tests on the first stage. Table 1 R7 Launch Vehicle Modifications. Table-based text. Finding no support within the staff at OKB-1, he gradually drifted away from his operational testing work and limited himself to the development of procedures and scientific research projects. He immersed himself more and more into organizing his academic activity in his department at MI. During the summer of 1965, a couple of times we arranged family outings together. We drove out in our private cars to the woods along Moscow's first air defense missile ring and enjoyed picnics with campfires and mushroom gathering. These picnics were attended by all of Korolev's deputies who lived at 3 Ostenkinskaya Street, Busheyev, Voskresensky, Okapkin, and I and Chekist Yakovenko, Korolev's deputy for security. 20. We were joined by MVTU Professor Fyodosyev, who was a friend of Okapkin. Our picnics were light-hearted and very laid back. Our wives wouldn't let us get carried away with work-related tirades, and being in our own cars prevented us from overindulging. During these rare excursions into nature, Voskresensky livened up. He cracked jokes and told stories about stage, theater, and film premieres. In this regard, the Voskresensky family was unrivaled. Table 2. List of launches to the Moon, Venus, and Mars and of Malny-Ya-1 communications satellites by the 8K-78 launch vehicle in the period 1960 to 1966. Text-based table. On December 14, the Voskresenskys had been with friends at a concert in Tchaikovsky Hall. After the concert, they dropped in on friends. And here, Leonid himself asked them to call an ambulance. When the ambulance arrived, he was already dead. The next morning, Korolev called Mishin, me, Shabarov, Turkov, Yakovenko, and party and labor union leaders. He looked shaken and despondent. After he announced what had happened, he said, Leonid was a trailblazer. We must repay him. Despite the fact that he was not a party member, I propose that his memorial service be held in the Palace of Culture. I've already telephoned Ustinov. He remembers Leonid well. He expressed his condolences and promised to arrange for his burial in Novodevichy Cemetery. Now, as for the funeral commission, I've prepared a draft decree. Boris, you were his good friend, you will be chairman, and Chabarov your Leonid's successor, you'll be deputy. The makeup of the funeral commission had been specified, and Korolev signed the decree right then and there. Thus, I became chairman of the commission responsible for organizing Voskresensky's funeral. Dozens of volunteers showed up to help Chabarov and me. For the first time, I felt that organizing a funeral called for a systemic approach. In terms of the number of interactions and things to keep track of, it was as daunting as preparing for a rocket launch. Not a single thing could be missed, and all the proceedings had to be executed strictly in real time. On the day of his memorial service and burial, thousands of people passed by his casket in the Palace of Culture. Delegations flew in from Leningrad, Kubyshev, Dnepropetrovsk, the Northern Fleet, Kapustin Yar, and Tyratam. Dozens of Moscow delegations continued to arrive, filling every nook and cranny of the palace with wreaths. Opening his memorial service, I said, "How awkward it is to say Leonid Voskresensky's name in the same breath as the word funeral." Thousands of people knew the talented and daring engineer, our first tester, who became a hero of socialist labor, professor and doctor of science. We, his close comrades, loved our remarkable friend, who knew how to encourage us with his sharp wit and wise advice in a difficult moment, to lift our spirits, make us smile, to always love life, and place a high value on friendship. I don't know what official historians will write, but Leonid he represents an entire epoch in our work, imbued with romanticism, courage and the hard work of the conquest of space. It is painful, dear friend, that you departed so soon. Farewell. Having reread the text of my speech after 40 years, I would not take back a single word. At Novodevichy Cemetery, the first gravestone with the image of a flying rocket appeared. I suppose Voskresensky's death was harder on Korolev than the deaths of other close comrades of his. Right after the funeral, Korolev checked back into the hospital and was, for once and for all, sentenced to an operation. Several days later, I dropped in on him to brief him on the progress of the Venera flight and to clarify our relationship with Babakin for the last Yes-6 program launch scheduled for January. I was surprised to see him display indifference for the first time. But, that familiar Korolevian twinkle flashed in his eyes once again when he started to ask about the status of the development of the L3 lunar spacecraft control system. I told him that we calculated that we could gain another 200 to 300 kilograms for the L3 because of the launch vehicle, referring to the last studies on the installation on stage 3 of a variable current turbo generator. Iosifyan and Sheremetyevsky had made the suggestion 1 year before. They had developed an unusually light brushless AC generator. It was supposed to generate power up to 25 kilowatts and provide power for all 3 of the rocket's stages. Arkhip Lyulka had begun developing the high-speed turbine to drive the generator. 21. Korolev was already acquainted with Lyulka from the Academy of Sciences. He had several meetings with him, persuading him to work on the development of a liquid hydrogen rocket engine. 22. I heard that Korolev was quite enthralled with Lyulka's distinctive Russian-Ukrainian diction. Right away, Korolev supported the turbo-generator project. 3 years later, this idea was implemented and paid off completely. Chapter 15. The Malny-Ya-1 Communications Satellite. This chapter and the next contains recollections not only about the creation of the first satellite communications systems in the Soviet Union, but also about certain contemporaneous events of the first half of the 1960s. The cooperation of the technocratic structures that coalesced around Korolev's staff accounts for most of the top achievements of Soviet cosmonautics during 1961 to 1965. Among their triumphs were the piloted flights of 6 Vostoks and 2 Voskhodi's, the secret Zenit photo reconnaissance satellites, a series of launches to test out a soft landing on the Moon, almost 20 launches of automatic spacecraft headed for Venus and Mars, and 4 Electron satellite launches to study Earth's radiation belts. During this same period, development began on new piloted spacecraft, including prototypes for the future Soyuz series and an enormous launch vehicle and spacecraft for the N1L3 lunar landing project. At the same time that this highly sophisticated space technology was being developed, the R-7A ICBM and its 3- and 4-stage launch vehicles were being modified, the R-9 combat missile, the GR-1 global missile, and solid propellant missiles also were being developed. Central Committee and Council of Ministers decrees, VPK decisions, ministers' orders, and the schedules themselves packed all of the programs into a very tight time frame. It seemed impossible to find an opening for any new space project in this work schedule, which was incredibly tight in terms of production and human intellectual resources. Our attempts to find such an opening reminded me of preparing to set off on a mountain climbing trek. We would stuff our knapsacks until they were about to explode and we could hardly lift them. And then after they were finally packed, we discovered we'd forgotten something. We would open up the knapsacks, pack things tighter, and squeeze in the forgotten item. We found just such an opening for communications satellites. Design studies began in 1961, and on April 23, 1965, the third in number and first successful launch of the first Soviet Molniya-1 communications satellite took place. The very next day, the Soviet Union's first communication session via space between Moscow and Vladivostok was conducted. This event was not accompanied by the propagandistic hoopla that was customary for those times. Its anniversary is rarely celebrated in space history. My contemporaries did not appreciate the true importance of this event. I will describe the history of the creation of Molniya-1 in greater detail below. Developed almost 40 years ago, it has undergone several modernizations but has not become obsolete. Point 1. The methods and work style on the Molniya project are quite instructive. Modern space enterprises have already accumulated so much experience that continuity is an essential condition in new developments. The greater the number of adopted ideas, developments, and mastered technologies, the sooner the authors will earn awards. The more innovative new proposals are thus raising the prospect of future changes in design and production, the greater the resistance they provoke, frightening away conservative managers who are afraid of the personal costs of unpredictable results. In the early 1960s at OKB-1, work was officially spurred using the banner "Maximum Use of Ready Equipment." But this was a slogan to calm upper management who, for the sake of decorum, pretended that that's the way it was, although they understood full well that spacecraft were literally created from scratch. Molniya-1 is an example of a development that started from scratch. Officially, the organization of operations at Korolev's OKB-1 at that time conformed to policies approved at the ministry, and the selection, placement, and training of personnel was in keeping with party directives. Point 2. According to administrative division organizational charts, there were no interest-based brigades. Nevertheless, such groups of energetic, self-motivated, young engineers who had concentrated their efforts to achieve a common goal did join forces without regard for which of Korolev's deputies were their official bosses. Above all, Molniya-1 owed its birth to Korolev's unbridled initiative. He squeezed it into his jam-packed knapsack. False modesty aside, I will say that my personal contribution and the contributions of my comrades in the creative aspects of the development of Molniya-1 exceed much of what we did for the Vostoks and Foskods. But in addition to initiative, Korolev's clout, and the creative enthusiasm of the immediate authors, considerable material expenditures were required for a project whose potential was still quite vague. The top managers, on whom the very existence of Molniya-1 depended, already had every government award imaginable. The industrial teams couldn't complain of a dearth of decorations and medals either. Every time a new missile was put into service, it brought with it, as a rule, yet another series of awards. The military saw no acute need to have a special communications satellite. Nor did the conservative bureaucracy of the Ministry of Communications, which had an absolute monopoly in radio and television broadcast technology, fully appreciate the prospects that cosmonautics would open up. At the Ministry of Defense, orders for new communications facilities were under the jurisdiction of Marshal of the Communications Troops Alexey Ivanovich Leonov. 3 The command subordinate to him was promoting work on tropospheric radio channels and radio relay links, but first and foremost, it was focused on secure wire and cable links for encrypted multi-channel high-frequency communications. 4 Rather than the military communications operators, it was the military missile specialist subordinate to the Strategic Rocket Forces Commander-in-Chief Marshal of the Soviet Union Nikolai Ivanovich Krylov, who supported the idea of satellite communications. The military missile specialists were in dire need of reliable communications between the central staff and the missile divisions where dozens of new missiles carrying nuclear warheads had gone on duty. Subordinate to the Missile Chief Command, Military Unit 32103, the actual proprietor of the Command and Measurement Complex, also actively supported the creation of new long-range communications facilities. The main Directorate of Rocket Armaments was formed at the Strategic Rocket Forces headquarters in 1960.5. The chief of the 3rd Directorate of GURVO was Kirim Alievich Kirimov, our comrade in arms from Bleakerode and Kapustin Yar. 6 He actively supported the Malny Ya-1 project in the bureaucracy of the Ministry of Defense. Minister of Communications Nikolai Demyanovich Psurtsev, who until 1948 had been Deputy Chief of the Soviet Army Communications Troops, at first showed no particular interest in the ideas of satellite communications. 7 But there were several devotees in the Ministry of Communications system who supported our proposals from the very start. This helped us obtain the necessary ministry authorizations on the draft governmental decrees. When it came to the launch of the first Malny Ya-1, Psurtsev's attitude had changed and he consented to take on what was at that time the risky post of chairman of the State Commission responsible for testing it. This enhanced the prestige of the entire program. That was the broad context. Now let's return to the story. The idea of using artificial satellites for super long-range radio communications and radio broadcasts coincided with the appearance of the first artificial satellites. Historian debates as to whose idea it was to use artificial satellites for these purposes seem pedantic to me. The story of the practical implementation of this idea is much more interesting. Without exaggeration, it can be said that not a single achievement of cosmonautics is of such economic, political, and cultural significance in today's post-industrial society as satellite communication systems. According to futurologists' predictions, our civilization will soon be transformed from post-industrial to informational. All inhabitants of the planet will receive unlimited opportunities for communication with one another. The concept of universal audio and video communication will be realized using space systems in the near future. Direct television for any program for any inhabitant of Earth in real time is no longer a technical problem, but an economic one. The Americans began the first experiments in communication via special artificial satellites in 1960. On August 12, 1960, they inserted into space the inflatable Echo-1 passive relay satellite with a diameter of 30 meters. The metal-coated surface served as a reflector of radio signals sent from one ground station to another. Echo-1 had an orbital altitude of a little more than 1,500 kilometers. The research conducted using this passive satellite enabled scientists to gain greater knowledge in the field of radio wave propagation in near-Earth space. The large metal-coated surface of Echo-1 was a good reflector not only of radio waves but also sunlight. Echo-1 was very clearly visible in the night sky over Kazakhstan. During the flights of our Korablo Sputniks carrying dogs, we used to joke that our dogs barked loudly whenever they passed beneath the orbit of Echo-1. Our dogs did not bark in vain. There were no subsequent communication systems developed on the basis of passive reflector satellites. The first American active relay satellites were the Telstar 1, launched on July 10, 1962, and the Relay 1, launched on December 13, 1962. 8 Both satellites were inserted into low near-Earth orbits and were stabilized by rotating about their longitudinal axis. Their transmitters had a power of just 2 watts. Reception on the ground required a large diameter antenna. Their low orbits prevented long-duration communication sessions, and their rapid movement over the horizon required continuous automatic tracking. In 1963, for the first time, the Americans attempted to insert SYNCOM satellites into geostationary orbit using the three-stage Thor-Delta launch vehicle. 9 In near-Earth space, only one stationary orbit is possible. A satellite's angular velocity in such an orbit is equal to the angular velocity of Earth's rotation. The plane of the geostationary orbit coincides with the plane of Earth's equator. In this orbit, a satellite is constantly over a specific point of the equator at an altitude of 35,880 kilometers. The orbital period of such a satellite is equal to a sidereal day 33 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. Such a geostationary satellite has continuous, round-the-clock line of sight coverage of 1/3 of Earth's surface. The presence on the satellite of an active retransmitter made it possible to conduct radio communications between any points located within this area. SYNCOM-3 became the first satellite inserted into geostationary orbit on August 19, 1964. In the ensuing years, geostationary orbit began to be used intensively. 30 years later, hundreds of communications satellites, both operating and expired, are located in that orbit. Strict international rules have been implemented due to overcrowding in space. According to these rules, after a time-consuming, expensive, and arduous process, the International Telecommunication Union, permanently headquartered in Geneva, issues a ticket granting the right to be in geostationary orbit. 10. Despite the obvious advantages of geostationary orbit, a different orbit was selected for the first Soviet Malny-Ya-1 communications satellite. Before 1961, work on communications satellites in our organization was limited to such talk as, "We have the staff, we have a place, we have a partner, but we have no time." Really, none of us had any time. The timid hints from radio specialists that the Americans supposedly had already begun and we were still waiting for something, ran up against our backbreaking workload. The irritating glow in the night sky of the U.S. Echo, and information about the American preparation of new satellites, were the impetus for the First Central Committee and USSR Council of Ministers decree for the development of an experimental communications satellite on October 30, 1961. The idea was to conduct experiments to study radio wave propagation and gain experience transmitting in telephone and telegraph mode. It stipulated the involvement of the leading radio engineering organizations, state committees, and of course, the Ministries of Defense and Communications. We were authorized to manufacture 2 experimental satellites. The VPK was supposed to develop a detailed plan to support implementation of the decree. For those times, that was a weak decree. In the early 1960s, the majority of scientists in the space industry still underestimated the prospects of satellite communication systems. Korolev was the first one who, openly in the press and covertly in the form of letters to the Central Committee and government, raised the issue about developing a satellite communications system. On December 31, 1961, Pravda published his article "Soviet Soil Has Become the Shore of the Universe." As usual, Korolev was using his pseudonym Professor K. Sergeyev. In the article, he reflected on 1961, a year rich in space-related accomplishments. After paying tribute to the flights of Gagarin and Titov, he wrote, "Outer space, as yet little explored, undoubtedly is of great practical interest for solving a whole series of applied problems of national, economical, and scientific importance. In the near future one can expect the development of a system of satellite stations for communications and to relay radio and television broadcasts, for ship and airplane navigation, for systematic weather observation, and in the future, perhaps, also to exercise some active influence on weather formation." 11. Professor K. Sergeyev did not have the right to divulge information about the beginning work on communications satellites and about the fact that the Central Committee and Council of Ministers, at the initiative of the author of this same article, had already adopted their first decree. At that time we had already begun design work. In early 1961, SP had already tasked me to meet only in that regard with Kotelnikov, Ryazansky, Bogomolov, Bykov, and with whomever else I deemed it beneficial to gather information to select our approaches. Meetings with the colleagues listed above took place quite often anyway, but they were filled with such a number of current, hot, and urgent issues that it was simply inappropriate to begin a conversation about satellite communications. It was all the more surprising that, having instructed me to initiate these special conversations, Korolev was already conducting them himself. And he personally had written the corresponding paragraphs in Pravda after these meetings. I should take this opportunity to note that, despite his enormous workload, Korolev did not assign anyone to write the articles for Professor K. Sergeyev, not even a first draft. The thought and writing that went into the Pravda articles was all his. It didn't matter at whose initiative the work on the new spacecraft was being performed, it always originated in the conceptual design department. In 1960, spacecraft designs began to be developed in Department No. 9, where Mikhail Tikhonravov was in charge. The subject matter in the department was divided between two sectors. Piloted spacecraft designs were developed in Konstantin Feoktistov sector, and unpiloted spacecraft automats, in our terminology, in Yevgeny Ryazanov sector. Groups conducting work on the Zenit photoreconnaissance satellites and the numerous interplanetary spacecraft were subordinate to Ryazanov. These projects required the department chief's particular attention and didn't mix well with the piloted projects. While Korolev farmed out projects dealing with ballistics, design, and control systems to Vasily Mishin, Sergei Okapkin, and me, when it came to conceptual designers and testers, they were sort of his own personal guard, despite the fact that he had Busheyev and Voskresensky as the respective deputies for these areas. He personally and very meticulously monitored the conceptual designers, the organization of the design work, the editing of the baseline data, and the draft plans. Image credit, from the author's archives. 4 of Korolev's high command at OKB-1 shown here during the May Day parade in 1964 at Red Square. From left to right are Leonid Voskresensky, Igor Sadovsky, Sergei Okapkin, and Pavel Tsybin. After discovering that Tikhonravov's department was clearly overloaded, Korolev divided it into two departments, No. 9 and No. 29. Feoktistov was named Chief of Department No. 9 and Ryazanov of No. 29. Tikhonravov received the job title of Deputy Chief Designer, and Department No. 9 was made subordinate to him. 12 Pavel Tsybin returned to us at that time from the aviation industry. Korolev also appointed him as his deputy and made Department No. 29 subordinate to him. Despite their high positions, Konstantin Busheyev was placed over Tikhonravov and Tsybin as deputy for space projects. 13 I never observed friction, antagonism, rivalry, or any rank pulling among the Busheyev, Tikhonravov, and Tsybin design trio. The main disputes flared up while distributing the job assignments of good junior specialists who had already gained some recognition. 14 All three were distinguished by such refinement and decorum that other deputies agreed with Voskresensky, who once remarked, in front of them, as in the company of ladies, "You can't allow yourself to use strong language." Despite the workload of Department No. 29, when Korolev demanded that Ryazanov start work on the communications satellite, the latter decided to pull several men away from work on the beloved Zenit for this and then shore up that field with new junior specialists as needed. Operations on the communications satellite were entrusted to 27-year-old Vyacheslav Dudnikov. He already had 2 years of experience on Zenit layout designs and was considered to be a very sharp, inventive, and self-sufficient designer. Dudnikov put together a small group of even younger guys, who had not yet learned that you can't do it that way because nobody has ever done it that way. To a great extent, the credit for the top new ideas in the early stages of design development goes to a team of young designers: Slava Dudnikov, Validia Osipov, Talia Bayanov, Boris Korolev, Viktor Stetsiyura, and other members of the design group, in which the average age was barely 26 years. Image credit, from the author's archives. Vyacheslav Nikolaevich Dudnikov was chief of the design group in charge of developing the Malny Ya-1 communications satellite. Vyacheslav Nikolaevich Dudnikov, the young chief of the design group, was presented the opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities, having started work with a clean slate. He was the heart not only of the small design group, but quickly won recognition as unofficial leader among everyone brought into work on the first domestic communications satellite. Dudnikov possessed a quality essential to a designer, that of having a thoughtful and even empathetic attitude toward ideas and suggestions that came not only from his own but also from outside specialists. Rather than stifling his subordinates, Dudnikov's inexhaustible energy, initiative, and exacting nature stimulated them to show their own initiative while maintaining a sense of responsibility. For the time being, we could only count on the 4-stage 8K-78 launch vehicle for the launch into synchronous orbit. In 1961, it had seemed to us that after the 2 years that would be needed to produce the satellite, this launch vehicle for the Moon, Venus, and Mars shots would be well optimized. Young ballistics specialists Mikhail Floriansky, future cosmonaut Georgy Grekko, Yevgeny Makarov, and other ballistics specialists subordinate to battle-tested luminaries Sviatoslav Lavrov and Rifat Apazov got to work on the calculations for orbit selection. Since 1947, in NII-88's Department No. 3, Korolev had entrusted the management of computational and theoretical ballistics calculations to Vasily Mishin. Mishin had managed to create a very strong team that knew how to quickly calculate the optimal trajectories for missiles and orbits for spacecraft. It is hard to explain how, before the appearance of the computer, these young ballistics specialists managed in a day, and sometimes in hours, to calculate several alternative options. The leading lights of ballistics were up to their ears with other programs and had been threatened with being packed off on the first train from Tyuratam to Moscow if they missed a deadline. Surprisingly, for all its multi-echelon structure, the work on Malny Ya-1 was taken up from below without strict master schedules and orders from above. Geostationary orbit was the starting point for research. The ballistics specialists' calculations showed that our 4-stage 8K-78 launch vehicle, which had sent almost 1 metric ton on its way to Venus, was not capable of inserting more than 100 kilograms of payload into geostationary orbit. And it was all because of the need to match the orbit with the equatorial plane. Even the boldest of the young enthusiasts could not imagine such a small satellite. Having given up on the requirement for geosynchronicity, the designers and the ballistics specialists began to calculate what would happen with the duration of communication sessions for our expansive territory if there were consecutive orbital periods of 4, 6, 8, and finally, 12 hours. During a brainstorming session, they came up with the idea of using a highly elliptical orbit. At an inclination of 65 degrees, a value determined by the site of the launch from our firing range, the orbital apogee was 40,000 kilometers above the northern hemisphere and the perigee was 400 kilometers above the southern hemisphere. Such an orbit provided continuous coverage of Moscow and Vladivostok from the satellite for 8 to 9 hours. The most amazing thing was the fact that a satellite with a mass of 1,600 kilograms could be inserted into such an orbit. However, a strict weight discipline was maintained even for such a heavy satellite. A battle was waged for each kilogram of mass, each milliampere of power consumption, and each control command. As a result of the design process, a unique situation was achieved after development. There was a 10% mass margin. Right off the bat, we obtained the biggest, and consequently, the most powerful communications satellite in the world. The American communications satellite designs at that time did not exceed 300 kilograms. We could have large area solar arrays, not skimp on the mass of the buffer batteries, and have a good margin of propellant for multiple orbital corrections. Due to redundancy, it was possible to promise a satellite service life of many months and perhaps even a year, and finally, the radio engineers could be allowed to make a repeater that was so powerful that on the ground it was not necessary to build enormous antennas to receive television information. As for the radio engineers, I went contrary to Korolev's expectations. Rather than pester Ryazansky and Bogomolov, I recommended that NII 695 be tasked with developing the onboard equipment for the communications link, namely the repeater or relay station. Korolev was very well acquainted with Zarya chief designer Yuri Bykov and asked whether such an additional project would bother him. 15 I assured him that at NII 695 they were working on a different project, which Murad Rashidovich Kaplanov was managing. He had no idea of what we were going through with the piloted flights and agreed to work with us on communications satellite problems. SP didn't know how to put such decisions on the back burner. He immediately called up Bykov on the Kremlin direct line and said, "I've got Chertok sitting here in my office. He proposes assigning development of the repeater for the Malny Ya-1 communications satellite to Kaplanov. I don't know him. What's your opinion as institute director?" Bykov's response put Korolev at ease. After that he instructed me to introduce him to Kaplanov. Just do this diplomatically. Don't go and pass on an order. I simply want him to tell me about his ideas. Kaplanov and his close associate, Ivan Bogashev, had to meet often with our designers and antenna specialists who couldn't do their job without getting a handle on the main payload, the powerful repeater. It was simple to arrange for Kaplanov to visit Korolev. When they met, I was already quite convinced of Korolev's skill at performing strength checks on people in person, without farming out the task to his deputies. He artistically came up with improvised psychological tests, and based on the results of his observations, he formed an opinion about the individual. Contrary to my assurances that for the time being only an experiment had been conceived, Korolev began to talk about a crucial government assignment. He said that we would not be developing a satellite for experiments, but would immediately build a communications system for the entire territory of the Soviet Union. The satellite's service life was supposed to be at least 6 to 9 months, and to ensure the beginning of the trial operation they needed to put at least 5 to 7 satellites into production. I must confess that this improvisation was a surprise to me. Later Kaplanov accused me of hiding our real plans from him. What could I say? Kaplanov belonged to the category of people that you trust the moment you meet them, akin to the feeling of love at first sight. Right off the bat, I developed a feeling of sympathy and trust for him. He presented his ideas simply and convincingly, without trying to make himself the center of attention, and was very respectful in arguments with his listeners. During one of our many vigils at the firing range in the course of piloted launches, while waiting for the next communication session, I was conversing with Bykov about Malny Ya-1. He said that we were fortunate to have Kaplanov, and for the first time he mentioned Kaplanov's difficult life. Later in 1964, also at the firing range while preparing to launch the second Malny Ya-1, Kaplanov, Sheremetyevsky, and I were sharing one of the 4 now historic cottages at Site No. 2. Nights spent at the firing range brought people closer together than years of normal on-the-job work. With his melancholy sense of humor, Murad Kaplanov told us a little of his unconventional biography. Back then the personnel forms contained the infamous item number 5, ethnicity. Personnel department employees who had studied Kaplanov's personal information became confused when they found that item filled in with Kumyk. In today's parlance, he was a person of Transcaucasian ethnicity. Sheremetyevsky and I confessed that although we had traveled through the Caucasus on a number of occasions, we had not heard of that ethnicity, and it was not right to accuse the personnel office employees of being ignorant. It turns out that the Kumyks are a small ethnic group in Dagestan. 16 Kaplanov's grandfather had been a Kumyk prince and wealthy landowner. The wealthy Kumyks emulated the Russian aristocracy in their zeal to fit in with Western culture. Murad's father had been sent from wild Dagestan to Paris to the Sorbonne, the most prestigious institute of higher education at that time, and received a law degree. In Paris, Rashid Kaplanov fell in love with a young Jewish woman and married her. The prince cursed his son for marrying outside of his religion. 17 However, in 1914, as he was dying, he summoned his son back to Russia and left him his land. When filling out autobiographical information and personnel forms, Murad had been forced to respond to the social origins question with father landowner, attorney. During the Stalinist repressions of 1937 to 38, Among all the social strata of the Caucasian peoples, the intelligentsia suffered most of all. Attorney Rashid Kaplanov, former landowner, son of a prince, a son who had received his education in France, automatically ended up on the list of enemies of the people and disappeared in 1937.18. Before his father's arrest, Murad had managed to finish his course of studies in the electrical physics department of the Moscow Energy Institute. In 1938, Murad was arrested and convicted for failure to report a crime. After spending 5 years in a correctional labor camp, he was completely rehabilitated in the Red Army, and after being discharged, he received the right to work in a P.O. box under the vigilant supervision of security authorities. 19. It wasn't until the 20th Party Congress that Kaplanov was freed from the constant feeling of social inferiority. No matter what they say about Khrushchev, I am grateful to him. On that note, Kaplanov ended his nocturnal tale at the firing range. He had talent, enthusiasm, optimism, and kindness to spare. In early 1962, Kaplanov helped to prepare the first prospectus publicizing the Malny Yawan proposal, which was distributed to the Central Committee, VPK, and all interested ministries. This prospectus announced Malny Yawan as an experimental communications satellite intended to test the design concepts and reveal the operational capabilities of long-distance radio communications systems. For the time being, the experimental system via satellite was proposed only between Moscow and Usharaisk. 20. Connecting the system to the existing radio relay lines was supposed to link the Far East with the main cities of the European portion of the USSR and Western Europe. The prospectus said that, satellite relay equipment makes it possible to transmit a television program or to carry out multi-channel telegraph or telephone communications. After reading this document 33 years later, I appreciated the clarity of the mission statement and the listing of stumbling blocks and main problems to be studied. I felt a new sense of respect for Korolev, who approved this prospectus, Kaplanov, myself, and everyone who took part in its development. In essence, the prospectus was a program document that justified the need for 2 or 3 experimental launches to obtain data on the operation of the entire communications complex and develop recommendations for the construction of an operational system. In the program, particular attention was given to the experimental development of systems and equipment to achieve reliability and prolonged operation. It was proposed that this work be conducted concurrently with the execution of the satellite's first launches. Further along in the prospectus, these prophetic words appeared: managing the Malny Yawan satellite project this way will prepare a reliable base for implementing a rather long-term operational communication system using artificial satellites in 1964-1965. Unlike the promises we made for programs involving a soft landing on the Moon and reaching Venus and Mars, this promise was fulfilled without much ado. From the first days of 1962, the very design of the satellite and the development of its structure and all its systems exceeded the capacities of Dudnikov's design group. Guidance and control specialists, electrical engineers, thermal engineers, and onboard antenna specialists were actively brought into the project. The Malny Yawan project was fortunate in the sense that no one interfered with the young staff's tendency to let their imaginations run wild. At first, it seemed that instead of working, they were like children playing make-believe. In actual fact, the little kids were growing up fast. They took into consideration the failures on other automatic spacecraft that had already flown. When it came to Malny Yawan, SP granted me considerably more rights and freedoms than he had on any other spacecraft. From among the deputy chief designers, I was teamed up with Tsibin, who oversaw Grigory Boldyrev's design department. Other deputies tried not to interfere in this project. I believed that my primary goal was to join the forces of the specialists of our departments and the subcontracting organizations for a systemic, integrated handling of the problems. Understanding people, maintaining a creative atmosphere, and establishing close, amicable relations for the solution of each specific problem was a lot more difficult than sorting out technical glitches. Distracted by their own local problems, Narrowly focused specialists sometimes forgot about the assembly process, usability, testing procedure, production capabilities, and ground preparation. Dudnikov's young team of designers didn't stand on the sidelines where these issues were concerned either. Dmitry Slisarev, whom Korolev had appointed as the lead designer of Malny Ya-1, also proved to be a good assistant. Korolev enjoyed saying that lead designers were a chief's eyes and ears. That he was. But Slisarev did not abuse his right to report to the chief. His involvement facilitated the solution of a multitude of day-to-day conflicting issues. In mid-1962, the engineering drawings started to come in. Our factory, perhaps the most essential performer, got involved in the Malny Ya-1 project. Roman Anisimovich Chertok, director of the pilot factory, was at the same time first deputy to the chief of OKB-1, i.e., to Korolev. At the factory, he was an absolute master in the best sense of the word. The two of us established not simply a business relationship but also trust and friendship. Having been through the grueling school of heavy gun production during World War II, he had not grown callous like many veteran directors. 21 Outwardly he was stern and demanding, but inwardly he was a kind, sensitive man who enjoyed and appreciated frankness and a sense of humor in others. Chertok had a brilliant memory. He knew how to tell apropos and instructive tales about wartime production events. All the while, he would look at the younger members of his audience with a barely perceptible genial smirk. Isaac Hazanov was another production chief on whom the Malny Ya-1 project depended. Exuberant energy, initiative, and extraordinary organizational skills soon made him the number 2 man at the factory. One of his valuable qualities was his ability to quickly establish contacts with subcontracting production facilities and other factories. More often than not, we found ourselves in hopeless situations in terms of production capacity. In these cases, Hazanov had the rare ability to find outsiders who could save us. I painted quite a rosy picture of the prospects of satellite communications for Chertok and Hazanov. I briefed them in depth on the project and warned them that it would be impossible for us to avoid a large number of changes in the production process. I implored them to speed up the manufacture of the first assemblies and mechanisms so that we could run pre-flight service life tests for 6 to 8 months. It was mid-1962 before we got the green light to put Malny Ya-1 into production at the factory. However, as soon as production got underway, a stream of design changes ensued. Sometimes, after yet another design change in a drive, antenna, or control instrument during the course of production, Chertok would tell me over the phone that I was like a husband who was the last to find out about the unseemly behavior of his wife. But I, for one, shouted Chertok, am sick and tired of your beloved Malny Ya disrupting operations on all of our other articles. We agreed that Hazanov and I would look into the situation and report all of our findings to Chertok. These investigations with Hazanov, right in the shops, always ended with solutions that increased reliability, regardless of the number of modifications they involved. Korolev couldn't stand it if we didn't inform him of any changes made in the drawings of Vostoks and Foscodes, no matter how minor. He was not disturbed by changes in the technical documentation of Malny Ya-1. The designers were more afraid of Chertok himself than his threat to tell Korolev. Usually Chertok began his workday by making a tour through the shops. During the process and without fail, he selected the biggest trouble spots. After returning to his office, he would call up the managers and ask, in shop number 5, after all the modifications, according to your leak integrity tolerances such and such a valve doesn't pass. What are we going to do? The chief deputy or department chief didn't know anything about that yet that morning and urgently summoned his subordinates and reamed them out. Why has the factory director found time to call me and you don't tell me anything? Trouble spots were identified and rectified quicker using that method than during a tedious talking to at logistics meetings. The manufacture of Malny Ya-1, its assembly, the installation of all its components, experimental operations, and finally, the last factory tests were concentrated at the second production territory. That is what we started to call the forested area that we had inherited from Graben.22. German Semyonov was in charge of all of the production facilities in that area. He was an all-around production man. At NII-88 he had been the chief of Korolev's pilot shop. Then he went to Dnepropetrovsk where he learned series missile production. 23 His kinship with Korolev did nothing to facilitate his situation. On the contrary, his bosses and subordinates thought that they could demand more and more from him, supposedly because Korolev would always help him. More than once I realized that SP was more demanding of German than others. Sometimes during production briefings, German would parody Korolev in a good-natured way, ending the meetings by slamming his fist on the table and exclaiming, "Make it happen. Or you'll be walking home on the railroad tracks." After Busheyev was transferred to the first territory a bit closer to Korolev, I occupied his place in Graben's former office, and German and I actually bore the responsibility for everything that went on at the second production territory. 24. At any aircraft or rocket space factory, the site most frequently visited by upper management is usually the assembly shop. Before our merger, we had just one assembly shop, number 39 at the first territory. Here, missiles, the first Semyonkas, and the first spacecraft were assembled. The control and test station was at the end of the shop's production line. In 1962, spacecraft assembly and testing was transferred to the second production territory. For this purpose, another assembly shop No. 44 was set up. Grigory Markov was appointed chief of this facility. Malny Ya-1 was to be assembled in that shop. With the physique of a weightlifter and wearing a snow-white lab coat, Markov met guests with the hint of a bashful smile. He really was a kind-hearted and shy person, even though he established strict order, cleanliness, and exemplary discipline in the shop. Despite the stream of changes that my departments brought down to the assembly shop, there were never any conflicts between Markov and me. In late 1962, Markov completed the assembly of the first Malny Ya-1. Testing is the finishing touch for the engineering process in missile and spacecraft production. The KISS, formerly part of the assembly shop, became an independent subdivision. Administratively, the KISS was part of the factory. However, the abundance of engineering problems and the complexity of the test processes, which required the involvement of dozens of engineers, made the KISS a place where it wasn't so much the quality of the factory's production that was being tested but the intellect of the engineers who had developed the hardware. The most difficult thing was beginning and ending the tests. It was difficult to begin because there was always something missing: equipment, instructions, test consoles, and all sorts of other hardware. It was difficult to end because, during the testing process, a multitude of glitches would occur and a decision would have to be made on each of them. Unlike any shop foreman, a KISS foreman must deal many times a day with dozens of the development engineers in the most varied specialized fields from his own and subcontracting organizations. A KISS foreman must be able to patiently listen to each one, intelligently articulate the claims, and without holding up the testing schedule, if possible, find a way out of an initially inextricable situation. Inextricable situations usually occurred at the interfaces of various systems. Invariably something in the apparatus would not match up with the electrical circuits or did not correspond to the instructions. The worst were parasitic coupling and cross-coupling between systems that came as a total surprise to the system's creators. When there was an obvious failure of an instrument during the testing process, the decision was made to replace it. But removing and replacing an instrument is only half the battle. Testing cannot be considered complete until the developer of the failed instrument submits his analysis of the causes of the failure and issues a document guaranteeing the reliability of the newly installed unit. The bureaucratic procedures for obtaining findings with many signatures took time. This prolonged the tests but instilled discipline in all the participants. Each began to understand that making it through KISS with the hope of performing follow-up modifications at the firing range was possible only if done legally with the consent of the chief designer and senior military representative. Decisions on complex, integrated matters were made at the KISS during management's regular meetings. Where Malny Ya-1 was concerned, I was usually in charge of them. Anatoly Nikolaevich Andrikhanidze was the KISS foreman at the 2nd Production Territory. Testing the entire Malny Ya-1 series was a difficult exam for the 28-year-old foreman. In the most complicated situations, one had to have the skill to prove that one more day or week was needed for testing. As a rule, deadlines were missed even before the object was handed over to KISS. Managers at all levels, including the deputy ministers responsible for the program, tried somehow to make up for lost time by shortening the work cycle at the KISS. This situation required fortitude and forbearance on the part of the KISS foreman to resist the temptation to push a spacecraft that had not been fully tested out to the firing range. Back then, Andrikhanidze was just learning to be firm and amicably obstinate. In the ensuing 30 years of managing factory tests, he released so many spacecraft that it is quite possible that he can claim an entry in the Guinness Book of World Records. Image credit, from the author's archives. Anatoly Nikolaevich Andrikhanidze was a foreman at the KISS at OKB-1 during the development of the Malny Ya-1 communications satellite. Out of all the wealth of technical inventions from the first space communications system, I would single out the following: the onboard repeater, the control system, the Earth tracking high-gain antennas, and the ground stations. The onboard repeater actually consisted of 5 transponder units. Kaplanov correctly considered that a disruption of communication caused by the repeater threatened to compromise the entire concept. He justified the selection of a single frequency of 800 MHz for the ground-to-space link and 1000 MHz for the space-to-ground link. The transmitters of the 3 transponders had a radiated power of 40 watts each. The true service life of the transmitters was not yet known. We believed that if each one operated until its first failure, it might last up to 1 year. In the event of a power shortage, the repeater had 2 more transmitters with a power of 20 watts each. The transmitter's most critical element in terms of reliability was its traveling wave tube. 25, that is where the power from the onboard power source was converted into high-frequency current. The TWTs had a very low coefficient of efficiency for such conversion. The bulk of the energy was lost as heat. Therefore, our thermal engineers Oleg Serguchev and Yevgeny Bilyevsky proposed placing all of the TWTs in a separate assembly and devised liquid cooling for it. The temperature mode for the entire unit was maintained by keeping the satellite's longitudinal axis constantly pointed at the sun. A radiator heater constantly illuminated by the sun was installed in the same plane as the solar arrays on the pressurized compartment of the body. Its surface was covered with photovoltaic converters, thus increasing the overall area of the solar arrays. A radiator cooling unit was installed behind the radiator heating unit around the cylindrical shell of the pressurized compartment. By automatically reversing the flow of the liquid circulating in the radiators, it was possible to cool the TWT unit and maintain the thermal mode in the entire spacecraft. The mode of the repeaters required particular attention when they were activated during ground testing. They could burn up while still on the ground, not just from overheating, but also when the antenna was switched off. Because their energy could not be converted into radio waves, it was converted into heat. While the KISS personnel were accumulating operating experience, they managed to burn up 1 repeater. When Kaplanov found out about this, he put a pill under his tongue. I forbade activation of the repeater without Kaplanov's representatives present. The development of the control system complex required the greatest number of inventions. We didn't use a single one of the many systems that had been created by that time, not even as a starting point. A small team from Roskenbach's group devised a new multi-mode control system for Malny Ya-1, which has been basically preserved to this day. It was possible to combine many of the functions that the system was to perform during its long service life thanks to the multipurpose use of a fundamentally new type of gyroscope, a free control moment gyroscope with controlled rotor speed. The gyroscope played a leading role in virtually all attitude control system operating modes. Yevgeny Toker developed the rather complex theory for its use. Since this instrument was a specialized electrical device, we were unable to manufacture it ourselves. Specialists at Andronic Iosiphians Institute set to work on this project without coercion and with enviable enthusiasm. Nikolai Sheremetyevsky was in charge of the project. The Malny-Ya-1 gyroscope was the source of a new scientific and technical field at All Union Scientific Research Institute of Electromechanics Control Moment Gyroscopic Stabilization for Spacecraft. The attitude control system began to operate once the satellite's angular rate had dissipated after its separation from the launch vehicle. Next, a special sun sensor searched for the Sun and the satellite's longitudinal axis, perpendicular to the surface of the solar arrays, was pointed at the Sun. By changing the angular rate of spin of the gyroflywheel, the entire spacecraft was made to rotate about the direction to the Sun until one of the two parabolic antennas was in a position enabling it to track Earth. A special optical sensor monitored the necessary angular orientation. To achieve the maximum influx of electrical energy from the Sun's illumination of the solar arrays, it was necessary to maintain continuous orientation toward the Sun for the entire long orbital segment before the satellite entered Earth's shadow over the southern hemisphere. During flight through the sunny segment, one of the repeater's two high-gain antennas was supposed to orient itself continuously, tracking the direction to the center of Earth. An ingenious orbital correction maneuver was devised whereby, before reaching perigee, the satellite oriented itself so that at the point of perigee, the propulsion system directed a correction pulse along a tangent to the orbit. In those cases when the powered gyroscope did not have enough control moment or it needed to be desaturated, the thrusters operated in the most basic relay mode. Vladimir Brainase, Vladimir Semyakin, and Yuri Zakharov developed the dynamics of the artificial satellite, controlled by a single electric motor flywheel and all the relay control modes. The average age of the dynamics specialists and developers of the control system hardware was 30. They were a whole 4 years older and more experienced than the conceptual designers. These 4 years proved sufficient to make real what had seemed to be a make-believe system. The engineers who designed Malny-Ya-1 in the early 1960s became respected scholars with numerous disciples. But neither they nor their students would have solved such a problem today without dozens of personal computers and a pool of powerful machines at the computer center and without the experimental development of the system on analog and digital models. At that time, no one had dreamed of such possibilities. Incidentally, James Watt, the inventor of the centrifugal governor for the steam engine, had only mastered 4 mathematical operations, while George Stephenson's first steam locomotives, which reached a speed of up to 50 km per hour, were produced in the early 19th century without even the use of a slide rule. 26 In the 20th century, the theory of centrifugal governors and of locomotive construction was complicated by so much mathematical baggage that if those same inventors were alive, they would not quickly make sense of it. For the control of modern satellites, it is simply impossible to develop a system without using an onboard computer that assumes the responsibility for several different processes, selecting dynamic operating modes according to the flight program, activating the onboard equipment at the proper time, performing diagnostics, monitoring propellant consumption, and performing many more calculations that way back when were entrusted to the onboard sequencer and ground services. Isaac Sosnovic and Nina Kwiatkowska invented a transistor-based sequencer that controlled onboard systems according to a program that could be uploaded from the ground via command radio link. The command radio link itself, which was combined with the orbital control and telemetry transmission hardware into an integrated complex, had been ordered for development by SKB 567. Kadarev, Malakhov, and the entire radio team that had been around for the bitter experience of the Mars-Venera automatic spacecraft developed the radio system for Malny-Ya-1. The selection of the chief developer of the electrical system and logics for the onboard control complex was difficult. Yuri Karpov was usually in charge of this work. He had experience in the integrated developments of the principles and electrical circuitry for all the first satellites, the Vostoks, and the Venus-Mars spacecraft. His next assignment was the new piloted 7KOK spacecraft, or Article 11 F615. After some conflict and hesitation, we made the following decision for Malny-Ya-1, to develop the onboard complex simultaneously with the ground testing equipment, so that it would be possible right away to test the entire spacecraft. In addition, instead of dozens of operators at consoles for each system, we would have just one or two at a central console, having supplemented it with a device to automatically record their actions, whether correct or erroneous. Anatoly Shustov's radio department undertook this complex development. The department had grown significantly by dint of specialists who had joined it after our merger with Graben's staff. Viktor Popov's laboratory began to develop the entire complex under Shustov's management. However, engineers who had left us earlier to work in the VPK administration lured Popov away to the Kremlin office suites. After working at the Kremlin for a short while, he transferred to the administrative offices of the party Central Committee, and until 1991, he remained our man in the Central Committee Defense Department. Petr Kupryanuk took over Popov's laboratory. He correctly judged that a simpler onboard system would make it easier to automate its testing but would also make the ground system more complex. In the literature on cosmonautics, I have encountered no references to the problems of developing ground testing equipment, despite the fact that such equipment is always featured in the background in numerous photographs and in movie and television footage on rocket and space subjects. Developing ground testing complexes and all the ground-based equipment was implicitly considered less prestigious work than developing onboard equipment. This prejudice came to rocket space technology from aviation. In modern aviation, the ground is acquiring ever greater significance. 27 Although each passenger on a modern airliner knows that he or she is flying on an Ilyushin, Tupolev, or Boeing airplane, not one knows about the company or the chief designer who developed the incredibly complex radio-electronic equipment for ATC. In rocket space technology, the ground plays a much greater and more vital role than in aviation, and therefore, for people in the rocket space business not to appreciate the ground is a harmful mistake. Only a good ground makes it possible to rigorously test and launch a reliable onboard into space. A bad ground can result in a failure even before launch. The disaster of October 24, 1960 was a grim but instructive example of this. 28 We had hundreds of instances, fortunately, without human losses, of onboard failures while still on Earth due to false commands issued by the test ground. Petr Kupryanuk arranged for joint development of the Malny Ya-1 onboard layout and test ground. The ground station that was designated 11N650 performed the bulk of the electrical tests. Anatoly Maximov, Boris Bugarya, and Artur Termisasov developed its operational principles. I came up with the idea of completely automating testing. This required a system for recording all the test operations. Demand gave rise to supply. Engineer Boris Burin proposed to Kupryanuk a device that automatically issued commands to the onboard using perforated tape and a system that automatically printed all the results onto another tape. This automatic system was called Volna. The drawings of this test equipment, which was complex for those pre-computer times, were developed in Shizhikov's instrumentation design department under the supervision of Ivan Ivanovich Zverev. "I have a bird surname," said Shizhikov. "I don't get along well with wild beasts." 29 Accommodating the wishes of the working classes, we split the design departments. Shizhikov kept the onboard, while Zverev was assigned the entire test ground. Thus, the ground obtained a full-fledged design department. Our instrument production facility manufactured only 2 sets of 11N650 test stations along with the Volna system, one for the KISS and one for the firing range engineering facility. Even during testing of the first Malny Ya-1, we understood that the age of full automation had not yet arrived. We needed to develop a compromise semi-automatic system that was more general purpose than the 11N650. As often happens, difficulties encountered in the process of developing something new lead to solutions that are better than those originally intended. The idea of developing an integrated ground test station was in the air. Searching for the optimal designs, Yuri Karpov and his firing range seasoned comrades in arms Vladimir Kuyantsev, Vladimir Shavilev, and Rem Nikolaev proposed a structure for the test station that was not fully automated, yet provided thorough diagnostics, flexibility, and the capability to quickly modify the test technology. The system involved a multiplex, multi-channel remote signaling line. This system was not going to make it in time for the first Malniyas. However, the need to develop such a system was so obvious that I proposed combining and accelerating the development of the entire ground in a single project team. Petr Kupriyanchik and Artur Termisasov were in charge of the project. The first model of the general-purpose test station appeared in 1964. The appropriate directorate within the Ministry of Defense validated this development as a universal facility for spacecraft ground tests and assigned the station the designation 11N6110. We first used this station to test the first 7K spacecraft, the future Soyuz. The experience proved to be so successful that it created a demand for series production. This was still beyond the capacity of our production facility. Without external coercion, Nikolai Vasilyev, director of the Azov Optical Mechanical Factory, took on series production of the 11N6110. Eventually, the station was so widely used that, in all, more than 100 of them were produced. These successful technical designs proved to be long-lived despite their obsolescence. Even in the 1990s, during the triumphant march of digital computer technology with its boundless capabilities for automating the most varied types of tests, diagnostics, and data processing, the old 11N6110 stations remained in operation in factories and at firing ranges. During 1966, when we began to hand over Malniya 1 to Mikhail Reshetnev at the Krasnoyarsk branch, testing was geared only to the 11N6110. In 2004, I visited the Mazeysky Military Space Academy in St. Petersburg. To my great surprise, among the operating training systems, I saw the 11N6110 station. It was a graphic and functional instructional aid. This was 40 years after it was developed. On modern communication satellites, one of the principal problems is selecting the type of antennas and their design. For Malniya 1, without any experience, we solved the problem head-on and proposed two parabolic antennas, each with a diameter of 1.4 meters and each one serving as backup for the other. They were installed on special booms and controlled by an electric drive. Kaplanov supported our proposal. This reassured our antenna specialists, who were responsible for converting the power of its repeater transmitters into the end product, radio wave energy. To transmit signals from on board to all the ground stations located simultaneously in the coverage zone, it was necessary to develop an onboard high-gain antenna to receive and transmit simultaneously. By that time, Mikhail Kryushkin's antenna laboratory had grown and distinguished itself as an independent department. The department staff announced that they were going to take on the radio engineering aspects of antenna problems, including everything from designs and simulation to acceptance testing. Vladimir Estrovic, Ivan Dortis, Gennady Sasulin, Nadezhda Ofitsarova, and the mechanical engineers of the mock-up workshop performed the most difficult part of the task. This and many subsequent developments clearly demonstrated how important it was to have the ingenuity and magic touch of skilled workers in the immediate vicinity of the laboratory, not just in factory shops. The emergence of computers made it possible to significantly shorten the amount of time required for the theoretical design work that preceded the release of the drawings. However, for all the power of modern computer technology, it has not been possible to create a single high-gain antenna without preliminary experimental development on mock-ups. In this laboratory modeling process, one cannot overstate the role of the foreman and worker who understands the engineer before he barely says a word and who needs no detailed drawings. Only after repeated modifications did the factory receive official by-the-book drawings for the manufacture of flight models of the antennas. The individuals who finally fabricated the antennas out of metal would not have guessed that their conceptual design was rooted in the solution of a system of differential equations discovered the century before. Medvedev's tubes were installed on the antenna feed. That was what we called the optical sensors, which, after capturing the edge of Earth's disk in their field of vision, sent signals controlling the antenna drive, thus turning the entire object so that the antenna would be pointed at the central portion of the visible disk throughout the entire communication session. At that time, Boris Viktorovich Medvedev, an optical electronics engineer from Geophysica, had just begun to develop what would later become his extensive inventory of all manner of sensors for space technology and then for submarine-launched missiles. Point 30. The electromechanical antenna control drive proved to be a complex mechanism. It was supposed to operate under space vacuum conditions continuously during each communication session. Ensuring its reliability was one of the most difficult tasks. Vladimir Syromyatnikov and Lev Velitsky, the chief of the Department of Control Surface Actuators, Drives, and Mechanisms, spent most of their time in the factory shops waiting to find out when they could get their hands on the first model of the drive for development tests. I implored Turkov and Hazanov to speed up the manufacture of the first mechanism so that before the flight we could test their service life for 6 to 8 months. They also reinvented the onboard power supply system. 31 Powering the primary consumer. The repeater plus various and sundry service systems during a communication session required receiving up to 1500 watts continuously from the solar arrays. In 1961, such an output for a spacecraft seemed as enormous as the output in 1921 of the Fokhov hydroelectric power plant, which was the first project in the State Commission for the Electrification of Russia Plan. 32 At the time, its 60,000 kilowatt output also seemed fantastic. Alexander Shuru, who distinguished himself in the art of radio control for an anti-tank missile while working for Vasily Grabin, developed the power supply for Malny-Ya-1. "I have every right to be proud of the SEP for Malny-Ya-1, said Shuru, recalling the heroic epic work of the early 1960s. "I decided to use the development of the Malny-Ya-1 for a revolution in cosmonautics, introducing a new, uniform standard of 27 volts for everything in the onboard and in the ground instead of the mishmash that existed on spacecraft." The aviation sector also had been contemplating switching to a standard of 24 to 27 volts. We were in danger of falling behind. After merging with Grabin's team, the size and professional skill level of our electrical engineering groups increased so much that we could assume the leading role in drawing up a new standard and proving its advantages on an actual spacecraft. Malny-Ya-1 was a very suitable vehicle for this. At the same time, a similar revolution would also be enacted on the Zenit reconnaissance satellite. Shivilev and the Petrosian brothers were developing the electrical equipment for it under Karpov's supervision. After I had accused them of hard-headed conventionalism, they became part of our alliance under the new 27-volt standard. Having determined that I would have support from below, I needed to find some allies among the subcontractors. Our primary customer, Kaplanov, supported me without any reservations. The switch to 27 volts made it possible to reduce the mass of the onboard cable network twofold. We understood that Malny-Ya-1 was just the beginning. During 1959, decrees had been issued calling for the design of large launch vehicles and new heavy spacecraft. We argued all the advantages of 27 volts taking these prospects into account. After discussions during which a majority did not accept the new rating value with unanimous approval, I announced the decision in favor of 27 volts as an ultimatum from the head organization. I seldom resorted to that sort of tactic, trying to avoid conflicts that might result in Korolev's arbitration. Ryazansky unexpectedly objected. He was supposed to take over from SKB 567 the manufacture of the control radio complex, which had been derived from the 12-volt Venus-Mars spacecraft. This required modifications, and as usual, complications arose at the factories. Korolev supported me in the most decisive way. A standard of 27 volts plus or minus 3 volts was authorized, and it is in effect to this day in all rocket space technology. The second problem with the SEP was selecting buffer batteries with a guaranteed service life in a charge-discharge cycling mode of at least 1 year. Silver-zinc batteries had indisputable weight advantages, but they could not compete with nickel-cadmium batteries in terms of the number of cycles. After consulting with us, Viktor Tenkovtsev of the All-Union Scientific Research Institute of Batteries in Leningrad developed a new type of sealed nickel-cadmium battery with a built-in pressure sensor. This sensor enabled us to develop a master controller, which ensured voltage within a range of 24 to 31 volts by adjusting the number of individual storage batteries comprising the onboard battery that were connected to the onboard network at a given time. A spacecraft's primary source of electrical energy is the sun, and therefore without Nikolai Stepanovich Lydarenko it was impossible to prepare for even a single space flight. By this time, the All-Union Scientific Research Institute of Current Sources, where Lydarenko was both director and chief designer, had actually gained a monopoly in the production of solar arrays. We developed the structure of solar arrays and the mechanics of their deployment following separation from the launch vehicle after coordinating all the parameters of the silicon photovoltaic converters with Lydarenko. Arkady Landsman and Valery Kuznetsov were the primary developers of solar energy converters at VNIAT. Skipping ahead, I will say that Molniya-1's growing pains were above all associated with the solar arrays. During Molniya-1's third and subsequent space flights a rapid degradation of the photovoltaic converters was detected. 33 It was the manifestation of a little-known effect of irradiation when passing through near-Earth radiation belts. Another factor affecting the performance of the solar arrays was thermal cycling, a temperature differential from plus 120 degrees in the Sun to minus 180 degrees in the shade during each orbit. In 1966, to reduce degradation and extend the life of the solar arrays, Lydarenko's institute introduced a silica glass coating to the working surfaces of the photovoltaic cells. We had to give in and increase the mass, but we had some leeway there, thanks to the efforts of Dudnikov's designers. Additional solar arrays shaped like special pleated curtains were installed, which made them heavier. When needed, the curtains opened and fresh elements that hadn't been harmed by radiation or thermal cycling were put into operation. One of the few systems appropriated from the Venus-Mars vehicles was the correcting engine unit. 34 Isaev gave us the go-ahead to use it. He had made minor changes to it, having been assured that we would fire it for correction maneuvers no more than 3 or 4 times. This was enough for a year of operation. Our dreams did not extend beyond a year. The KDU was placed on the hull so that the thrust vector coincided with the longitudinal axis constantly pointing at the Sun. Infrared sensors, local vertical sensors sensitive to the infrared area of the spectrum along the edges of Earth's disk visible from space, were installed on both ends of the hull. 35. 2.5 hours before Molniya-1 approached perigee, when the satellite was still in the coverage area of the Shchelkovo tracking station, continuous orientation on the Sun was switched off. The antennas, equipped with their own infrared sensors, also lost Earth. After this, one of the 2 infrared sensors located on the hull was switched on and the entire satellite turned until Earth was in its field of vision. The longitudinal axis constantly pointed at the center of Earth until the satellite reached a point in which its axis was parallel to the velocity vector at perigee. At this moment, the infrared sensor switched off and the satellite continued its flight in a state of inertial attitude, having memorized the orientation of the longitudinal axis before the point of perigee. At that point, the KDU was activated and fired a correction burn to accelerate or brake, depending on which of the 2 infrared sensors had been selected from Earth. After KDU shut down, the solar sensor switched on, the solar arrays were once again pointed at the Sun, and the Molniya-1 was again ready to conduct communication sessions. The sequence of the described operations could not be transmitted from the ground because the maneuver took place over the southern hemisphere outside the coverage zones of our ground tracking stations. In this case, a sequencer, the primitive predecessor of the modern-day onboard computers, took the place of the ground operator and command radio link. TSKB Geofysica on Stromanxa Street developed new optical electronic sensors for Sun and Earth orientation according to our specifications. Vladimir Krustalev, the chief designer of the system, did not let us down. We received the complex instruments on time. Krustalev said, "This is because, thank God, you don't require celestial orientation for Molniya. The truth was that the star orientation sensors for the MV spacecraft and YES-6 gave them a lot of trouble. Khrushchev had more than enough headaches in that regard. Any problems that cropped up during the development and manufacture of the first Malny Ya-1S, to one degree or another, fell into my purview. I was directly involved in resolving the main issues. I gave advice on other issues. On a third type of issues, I gave instructions such as, "That's your business, you decide," and on a fourth, I simply made note of them. Design documents, calculations which we referred to as Rs, electric schematics for the entire satellite, and descriptions of the main systems were all works of a collective nature. It was not possible for a single manager to study the thousands of working drawings for the entire spacecraft, instruments, and various and sundry internal components, even if he were a genius and worked around the clock. At best, his job was to familiarize himself with the general configuration and give the go-ahead to hand over the entire set of drawings to the production facility. According to our established procedures, detailed drawings required signatures no higher than department chief. Korolev personally approved Rs that determined flight trajectory, launch vehicle parameters, and general layout with a specific spacecraft. He read and approved each volume of the draft plan without fail. As the dates for the beginning of flight tests approached, there were more and more problems that required Korolev's attention. He had not brushed aside Malny Ya-1, but more and more one sensed his desire to expand the piloted flight program and his distraction with problems concerning the circumlunar mission and the N1L3 program. Humankind had seized its first tiny foothold in space. It needed to be secured, and on the wave of our first successes, expanded. Korolev sensed this better than we did. The draft plan for Malny Ya-1 was completed in 1962. By that time, it was not yet completely clear what the structure of the ground facilities for the first communications satellite system would be. The primary work on the ground was performed by NII 695, under Kaplanov's supervision, and a new subcontracting organization on satellite communications systems, NII Radio, headed by Alexander Dmitrievich Fortushenko. New people joined our work from the Ministry of Communications. Among them, Nikolai Vladimirovich Talizin stood out as the most active, striving to coordinate within his ministry all the projects pertaining to the system. I first met him in Shchelkovo while discussing the preparation of NIP-14 for upcoming flight tests. Talizin was a specialist who had a thorough understanding of the intricacies of communications problems, which I was encountering for the first time. He had an attitude of distinct respect for us rocketmen, as the ground communications specialists referred to rocket engineers, and did not begrudge the time to recount the specific problems of ground radio and telephone communications. In 1965, 36-year-old Talizin was appointed deputy minister, and in 1975 Minister of Communications for the USSR. 36 It was fortunate that the technology of Soviet satellite communications systems had this future Minister of Communications as a pioneering lead engineer. In late 1962, we were confident that the new satellite would be ready for launch in 1 year. It was impossible within that time frame to produce a special ground for Malny Ya-1 by the beginning of flight development tests. Having studied the pool of ground-based equipment that was already in operation for all the other space projects, Fortushenko, Kaplanov, and Talizin proposed using an array of Saturn system ground stations, which had been developed at NII 695 under Guskov's supervision. 37 In 1963, NII 695 merged with NII 885, and Ryazansky tasked Guskov and Kadarev with adapting Saturn to perform these new tasks. Almost all ground tracking stations were equipped with Saturn system stations. They were used in systems monitoring rocket trajectories, spacecraft orbits, and in command transmission systems. Parabolic antennas with 12-meter diameters provided the requisite communications radio link power margin for Malny Ya-1. That is how a simple solution was found for the first years for ground-based communications facilities. Joining the Malny Ya-1 project were officers from Military Unit 32103, whom we knew quite well from previous projects: Agadzanov, Fedyaev, Bolshoi, and the chiefs of 4 tracking stations, NIP-15 in Usharaisk, NIP-4 in Yeniseisk, NIP-3 in Saryshigan, and NIP-14 in Shchelkovo. High-frequency cable and radio relay lines connected NIP-14 with the Moscow Broadcasting Center and long-distance automatic telephone exchange. Communication between NIP-15 in Usharaisk and Vladivostok was conducted via radio relay line. Fortushenko and engineers from NII-380 in Leningrad developed equipment to link up the ground tracking stations with the broadcasting centers in Moscow and Vladivostok. To link up satellite channels with the long-distance telephone trunk lines, Kaplanov developed the Russia single-channel multiplexing and encryption system. Somewhat later, when Malnya-1 was no longer an OKB-1 project, Kaplanov would develop the Koran satellite system for troop control. This was the first space link with digital data transmission. In April 1964, a decree of the CPSU Central Committee and Council of Ministers appointed Psurtsev, despite his personal objections, to the post of chairman of the State Commission for Testing Malnya-1. Korolev let slip that he had exerted quite a bit of effort for the Minister of Communications to become chairman. This will make him delve more deeply into the substance of the matter and devote greater attention to satellite communications, and we will still be in charge of business that first year, he said. While preparing the decree, Korolev had sensed indifference and even antagonism toward satellite communications ideas in the office of the Ministry of Communications. In his opinion, appointing Psurtsev as chairman of the State Commission would be a turning point and we would obtain new allies. So that someone would be in charge of business, we hurried to staff operations groups to manage testing. I was slated to be the technical leader of the State Commission. The chief executive, i.e., a chief designer, had been appointed to that post in all previous state commissions. In 1964, Korolev had already occupied that post on 3 different state commissions: piloted launches, flights of automatic spacecraft to the Moon, Mars, and Venus, and the R-9 combat missile. During flight tests, the chief of the main operations group was also appointed. The main operations group bore primary responsibility for management and decision-making during flight control. This was an organ of the State Commission that was entrusted with operational decisions, leaving the Commission to deal only with strategy. Through a process of heated debates involving the project chiefs, the leadership of the Central Directorate of Space Assets, Military Unit 32103, and the many organizations involved in the new project, we came up with a list of working groups and their makeup. 38 The main operations group was in charge of specialized duties such as program development, flight control, communications, complex testing, analysis and decryption of telemetry information, spacecraft control, groups responsible for the operation of NIP-14 and NIP-15, and even a separate group responsible for writing up task reports. There were as many as 100 specialists on the working staff of each group. This included the chief designers of all the systems, the chiefs of the ministry's main directorates, the command and measurement complex leadership, and conceptual designers and developers of all ranks. This was both the intellectual and command and control nucleus upon which the system's future depended. Modern flight control services that depend on powerful computers and automated data processing and display systems are staffed with professionals who have no other obligations beyond working at the Flight Control Center. In the 1960s, only the ballistics centers had computers. Flight control operations groups had a simple telephone at their disposal as the primary means of receiving, transmitting, and processing information. However, the majority of operations group members had already passed through all the stages of spacecraft development, design, production, and experimental development at the factory KISS and the firing range. The regular staff of the operations groups viewed Malnya-1 not as someone else's child, but as their own flesh and blood, for which they must do their best to send it on its way. Back then the control centers were free of hierarchical subordination and formal lines of control. A spirit of camaraderie, mutual trust, and solidarity, regardless of departmental affiliation, prevailed. I was certain that Korolev would recommend to Psurtsev that he approve my candidacy as chief of the main operations group. In that case, I was hoping that after a successful first launch, I would leave the firing range along with my friends and set up in the outskirts of Moscow in Shchelkovo. I dreamed of plunging into the study there of space applications for the promising spacecraft that our Malny-Ya-1 could become. But Korolev had decided otherwise. And he had reasons. One day in March 1964, I was headed down a corridor in building number 65 to Korolev's office. Suddenly SP literally flew out of the reception area followed by Konstantin Feoktistov. Seeing me, SP said, "Oh, good, come with us." It was no use asking questions on the way. We went through the passageway to the new building number 67. Here, at S.P.S. initiative, exhibit items for our future museum had been collected in a half-empty hall. The main exhibits were the 3 descent modules that had returned Gagarin, Titov, and Tereshkova from Space. 39 The other descent modules had been donated to other exhibitions. Along one entire wall of the hall lay a fully assembled 4-stage Semyonka stack. Korolev walked up to Tereshkova's descent module and began silently and thoughtfully to examine the interior layout through the open hatch. Then he quickly returned to Feoktistov and me and said, "Here's an assignment for you. Instead of 1 person, we need to fit 3 in here." This order was the beginning of transforming the Vostok into the Voskhod. Truly revolutionary decisions needed to be made. It was impossible to accommodate 3 cosmonauts in spacesuits. Without spacesuits, Feoktistov just barely managed to pack them in like sardines. Feoktistov had a very strong incentive for this reconfiguration. He saw an opportunity to make room for himself in the crew. Here was his chance not just to design for others, but also to fly to space in his own spacecraft. Why did Korolev suddenly, without preliminary design studies and discussions, make a decision so quickly for a 3-man flight that previously hadn't been part of our plans? I found out about this from Alexander Sergeyevich Kosho after the Voskhod carrying the crew of Komarov, Feoktistov, and Yegorov had successfully returned from space. Kosho, the lead designer for the R-7 launch vehicle, had been in Korolev's small office giving a briefing on the latest glitches and operations. The Kremlin line rang and Korolev picked up the receiver and motioned him to be quiet. As soon as Kosho heard, "Yes, Nikita Sergeyevich," he simply cringed in his chair. Korolev listened in silence. Then he said, "That's impossible." Again he listened in silence. Once again he said, "That is difficult and will require a lot of time." But the conversation ended with a promise, "We'll size things up, and I'll give you a report." Kosho recounted that the expression on Korolev's face had completely changed. It was somber and distant. He listened no further to Kosho's report. "He wants me to make room for 3 cosmonauts right away," said Korolev. Feoktistov was called in immediately and Kosho was sent out of the office with instructions to keep his mouth shut. The meeting described above and the conversation next to Tereshkova's descent module took place after this conversation. The reconfiguration of the single-seater Vostok into the 3-seater vehicle that would be called Voskhod was the primary reason why I was not going to be afforded a little breather in Shchelkovo. Korolev already knew something that we, his comrades in arms, did not know, that regardless of the outcome for Malny-Ya, we would be handing it over to someone else, just as we did with the Zenit reconnaissance satellites. My duties as technical leader of the main operations group for the S6 was the second reason. A third reason to free me from the leadership of the operations group was Korolev's upcoming trip to Czechoslovakia. This was quite incredible. The highly classified chief was being allowed to go on vacation abroad with his wife, Nina Ivanovna, for nearly a month. Of course, our embassy had been given all the necessary instructions, and the Czech government had given the corresponding guarantees. All the more so, Korolev decided that during this special period all of his deputies should be in their places, at the firing range or in Podlipki. Under these hectic circumstances, Korolev appointed Pavel Tsybin chief of the main operations group for control of the first flight of a Malny-Ya-1. Nikolai Fedyaev, a colonel from Military Unit 32103 and 2 high-ranking supervisors, Viktor Bogdanov from the Ministry of Defense Central Scientific Research Institute of Communications and Petr Gobits from the Ministry of Communications, were approved as his deputies. 40. I was left with the responsibility for preparing the first Malny Ya-1 at the firing range. The first Malny Ya-1 complex along with the first experimental automatic test ground underwent testing at the KISS for 14 months. This was a record-setting length of time for factory tests. At that time not a single spacecraft had been debugged for so long. In that regard, Kupryanchik and Andrikonis said, "Nobody bothers us, nobody rushes us. Any glitch is thoroughly analyzed. We continue to make changes to the onboard and ground." Preparation began on Malny Ya-1 vehicle number 2 in the KISS before testing was completed on vehicle number 1, number 2 was clearly farther along. It turned out that they could be shipped to the firing range almost simultaneously. Notification that Malny Ya-1 number 2 was ready for shipment to the firing range was issued on April 19, 1964, on the eve of the launch of Yes-6 vehicle number 5. In a radiogram from Turkov, Korolev wrote simply, "Set up acceptance." There were no instructions for me. The next Yes-6 launch took place on the dark Monday of April 20. The wake-up call at the hotels came at 6 a.m. After a quick breakfast, we were seated in our vehicles at 7 a.m. and departed for the launch site. The launch took place at 1308 hours 30 seconds. The flight normal reports ended abruptly 295 seconds into the flight. 41. We dragged ourselves up the steps out of the bunker. A feverish item-by-item search for the possible causes of the latest failure alternated with thoughts about the 3MV on its way to Venus. 42. That night a report arrived from Yevpatoria saying that commands were not getting through. To make contact with the spacecraft, which was already millions of kilometers away, NIP-16 boosted the power of its ground transmitters to the maximum. Resorting to all kinds of tricks at a radiated power of 50 kilowatts, we managed to push through several commands to prepare for a correction session using a star tracker. Meanwhile, for the failure of the Yes-6, I was once again appointed chairman of the Failure Investigation Commission. By midnight, we believed we had identified the PT-500 converter as the culprit. Korolev insisted that I fly to Moscow at once. We needed to decide what further action to take with the PT-500 and, if possible, save the automatic interplanetary station headed for Venus. I was faced with an inglorious and joyless return to Moscow. "Now Comrade Levitin won't get to talk himself hoarse," said Anatoly Kirillov in parting. "You can leave and come back with your summer clothes. When you return for Malny Ya-1 it will be over 30 degrees C." On April 21, I was discussing the program of operations for Malny Ya-1 with its lead designer, Slisarev, who had just flown in. He was very well versed in the special features of all the systems and did not attempt to pressure the developers needlessly. His composure combined with his genuine sense of responsibility favorably impressed me. In the work of a lead designer, it is very important that his large and motley team of specialists and subcontractors heed his instructions and feel that he is a wise assistant in the organization of operations, rather than a slave driver. Upon my return to Moscow, after making arrangements with Busheyev, I convened a council to discuss how to increase the reliability of Yes-6 and make maximum use of the MV experience. After listening to my proposals, Busheyev, Tsybin, and Ryazanov doubted that Korolev would agree with them. The spacecraft needed to be radically modified. An interruption in launches of 1 to 1.5 years was inevitable. Roskenbach came to the council meeting with Bashkin and Skotnikov. It was proposed that they undertake the development of the onboard control system, replacing Pilyagin's and Morichevsky's system on the Yes-6. All three in unison said it would be 2 years until the next launch, and only as long as there weren't any other new projects. Boguslavsky and Pykovsky, whom I had also invited to the discussion, said that modifying the radio system for the sake of integrating it with the 2MV would mean losing the experience accumulated on the moonshots. Both were also opposed to my idea because it was unrealistic to transfer control of a flight to the moon from Simferopol to Yevpatoria. I gave in and announced that I would not take this proposal to Korolev. I am remembering this incident as an example of a mistake of what, at first glance, seemed to be reasonable demands for the standardization of spacecraft, but turned out to be not so. Still to come was a series of scandalous sessions of the Investigation Commission, during which Pylyagin and Iosifyan crossed swords over the culpability of the PT-500 in the latest Yes-6 failure. Nor did Alexey Fedorovich Bogomolov pass up the opportunity to rub salt in the open lunar wounds. He proposed a complete replacement of Boguslavsky's radio system with one developed by his OKB-ME, as well as an altimeter and a lunar vertical. I advised him to switch his energy to the piloted lunar landing vehicle for the L3 project. I voiced this recommendation, hinting at the recent tirade that Korolev had unleashed upon Bogomolov at the firing range before the launch. Unaware of the situation, Alexey Fedorovich had approached Korolev offering his services on the radio system for the lunar program, suggesting that he could guarantee the reliable passage of commands. At this time, Kirillov had been informed of a failure of Bogomolov's trajectory monitoring instrument. Kirillov approached Korolev and Bogomolov recommending that a delay be called so they could replace the instrument. Korolev flew off the handle and shouted at Bogomolov, "Get out of my sight and don't ever come back." 43. After this launch, other things overshadowed this incident, but by all accounts, it was like water off a duck's back to Bogomolov. At the next session of my investigation commission, Colonel Yevgeny Panchenko was harshly critical. He declared that the S-6 could not be launched with the control system in its current condition. 4 out of the 5 launches had failed due to the control system. Of the 5 primary control instruments on the latest spacecraft, 2 had been replaced in the last few days at the engineering facility before the launch. Meanwhile, on May 12, there were plans to attempt to carry out a star correction session on the 3MV spacecraft. The Venera continued to lose precious nitrogen from the instrument compartment. The fan no longer circulated air over the instruments and the temperature rose menacingly. To be closer to the Venera, I flew to Yevpatoria with a small group of developers. The Crimea in early May is magnificent. Carpets of red poppies spread along the roadways from Saki all the way to NIP 16.44. The air is lush with intoxicating scents, making us all the more reluctant to enter the smoke-filled rooms of the service buildings that were grandiosely referred to as the control center. The work proved to be incredibly hard. Commands to load the settings for the star correction were repeated many times. Energy-conserving modes were selected to save the mortally wounded interplanetary station. The first correction got through but with errors. The AMS flew right past Venus. We began each day by developing a program to issue commands in a series consisting of several combinations. Finally, on May 14, at a range of more than 13 million kilometers, we managed to start up the KTU. Everyone thought that the star correction had at last been accomplished. But the telemetry provided no solace. The engine had fired for 20 seconds less than the calculated time. We did not lose hope. We decided to repeat the star correction session. This time it worked. The NII-4 Ballistics Center reported that the last burn amounted to 53 meters per second. 45. This was clearly a shortfall. Preliminarily, calculations indicated a miss by at least 100,000 kilometers. Once again we had gotten a Zond off the ground, but there had been no pennant on Venus. Kadarev and Malakhov tried to convince everyone that the transmitter's carrier frequency shift was a clear sign that the onboard instruments were overheating. Shura corroborated their claim: hot batteries don't take a charge. If we activate the transmitters, they'll be shut down immediately to protect them against U minimum. Low voltage. Reporting the details of our latest attempts to revive the Venera to Korolev over the high-frequency line, I said, "We are like general practitioners at the bedside of a seriously injured patient. We need a surgeon to mend the hole. Our patient is dying from a high fever. Korolev replied, I already promised Chertok I'd weld his process engineers' holes shut because of the quality of their work. Let things cool down, we'll make one more attempt at correction on May 30th, but you get back here right away. After returning from the Crimea, Korolev received me as if I had been lounging around and enjoying myself at a resort. Fly out and get to work on Malny-Ya 1. I'm not going to be at the firing range. You and Chabarov will be in charge. Give me daily reports. But after the launch, I will not allow you to take a holiday in Shchelkovo. Psurtsev has asked me to head up the review team. So we agreed that you would be the chief of the operations group permanently based in Shchelkovo. But for the time being, Tsibin is going to replace you. You supervise all the operations groups. Give Tsibin the best people. But don't let yourself get sidetracked. Organize work on the L3 design. I cannot accept the weights that Busheyev quoted to me. You understand that we cannot come out with a design that has a 2-ton deficit. I have to have a margin. 46. P.O. Boxes to disguise their true names. Chapter 16. Malny-Ya 1 in space. On May 24 I flew out to Tyuratam with an intermediate stopover in Uralsk for refueling. The traditional Uralsk breakfast of calf's tongue and a glass of thick sour cream took the edge off the rest of the flight over the steppe, which had not yet been scorched under the hot sun. On May 25, upon my arrival at the engineering facility, we held a review team meeting. Compared with the stream of defects that we had experienced with the S6 and MV, the state of preparations with Malny-Ya 1 according to the report from Slisarev and those responsible for systems was, as Kirillov said, amazingly, knock on wood, quite satisfactory. Naum Alper, whom I remembered from my student years at May, accounted for the reliability of the powered gyroscope. Kaplanov reported briefly that the alpha repeater had been rechecked and wasn't needed anymore in the tests, but they needed to straighten things out with the antenna feeders. The poor matching of the antennas was reducing the output power from 20 to 8 watts. Tenkovtsev and Shuru mentioned that, due to an error in the design of the automatics of the power supply system, there had been a dangerous accumulation of hydrogen, but now everything was fine, and the problem had been solved by resoldering. On May 30, Kirimov held a meeting of the State Commission in the MIC. As Korolev had anticipated, the official chairman of the State Commission, Minister of Communications Psurtsev, assigned Kirimov, who was in charge of the Malny-Ya project at TSUKOS, to conduct all ongoing work. I had been on excellent terms with Kirimov since the days of Bleakirod and Kapustin Yar. The State Commission meeting proceeded in an atmosphere of complete mutual understanding. Meanwhile, the last communications session with 3MV1 No. 4 spacecraft was on May 30. Yevpatoria reported that they had barely managed to find the carrier signal among the noise on the frequency. They tried to communicate using the descent module transmitters. The Malny-Ya launch was scheduled for June 2. On May 31, the traditional rollout took place from the cool MIC onto the sun-baked, and now rust-colored, steppe. Everything was going according to the pre-launch preparation schedules until T-3 hours. Right before the fueling operation, during a standard check of the strap-on booster's separation system, a pyro cartridge designed to jettison the nozzle lid to vent the Block G strap-on booster activated. A study of the circuit, which had flown dozens of times, showed an anomaly in both the circuit and in the instructions. The two overlapped. It was impossible to repair at the launch site. The entire launch vehicle was taken back to the MIC. At the MIC, they unmated the Block G and replaced the pyro locks that had fired. On June 3, the rollout to the launch site took place again. Since morning, the air had been a scorching 35 degrees Celsius. Image credit, RKK Energy Ya. A diagram of the Malny-Ya 1 communications satellite shows its primary systems. The legend reads: body of the satellite, framework for instruments, thermal control system, radiator of the thermal system, solar panel, transponder, antenna drive, flywheel, gyroscope, solar orientation sensor, earth orientation sensor, balls for pressurized gases for the attitude control system, correction engine unit, radiometer and vacuum screen insulation. New bobeaks appeared on the launch vehicle during the second preparation process. The instructions didn't match up with the measurement results. During breaks, the launch crew uttered "Malni Yazbaking, this doesn't bode well," or words to that effect. On June 4, 1964 at 8 a.m., the 8K-78 launch vehicle lifted off from the launch pad carrying the first Soviet communications satellite, Malni Ya-1 vehicle number 2. After 287 seconds of flight, the second stage deviated from the trajectory, without having passed the baton to the third stage. This Malni Ya-1 didn't even make it far enough to be called the latest Cosmos. In the local folklore, such launches were popularly referred to as beyond the hill shots. As far as the eye could see, there were no hills on the steppe, but this phrase covered all sorts of launch vehicle failures. During the day the heat was stifling in the MIC rooms where we were studying the telemetry tapes and arguing over what caused the failure of the second stage. After dreaming of a flight to Moscow to begin experiments with Malni Ya, the devastated Malni Ya team was released to go rest until evening. When the heat let up, I assembled the managerial staff to lift their spirits and give them an assignment to speed up preparation for the next launch. It turned out that it would be 1 month before a suitable launch vehicle would be at the firing range, and I granted permission to the main Malni Ya contingent to go enjoy a week in the cool climate of Moscow. Meanwhile, the latest investigation commission determined the cause of the malfunction, a failure in the Block A tank emptying system. The kerosene fuel got used up prematurely. Without fuel, the Block A turbo pump assembly started racing, and the automatic engine unit shutdown command was issued. The chief designer of OKB-12 was the primary hardware developer for the tank emptying system. 1 But the tank's fuel level sensors, which issue commands to regulate the throttle drives, and the throttle drives themselves, were produced in my departments. Technically, I was also at fault for the failure in the Saab. Konstantin Mark's department not only designed the sensors, but he also oversaw the work of OKB-12. While the commission was working on the launch vehicle, changes took place in the leadership of the State Commission for Malni Ya-1. Surtsev correctly judged that the State Commission for Malni Ya-1 needed a chairman who could devote considerably more time to it than the Minister of Communications was able to allow himself. The VPK made the proposal, the Central Committee approved it, and Kirim Alievich Kirimov was appointed the new State Commission chairman. A year later he was transferred from TSUKOS to the new Ministry of General Machine Building and became chief of its third main directorate in charge of space technology. 2 He remained chairman of the State Commission for Malni Ya-1 for a long time, despite these career moves. As chairman, Kirimov announced that the technical leadership of the main operations group must be made up of high-ranking specialists. Korolev yielded, and after the unsuccessful launch of Malni Ya-1 No. 2, I was confirmed as its chief. At that time, Korolev really did not have enough time for Malni Ya. A mock-up dropped from an airplane to test new landing systems had crashed in Feodosia. Tidov's Vostok 2 descent module had been used as the mock-up. 3. On August 21, Korolev was supposed to give a status report to the VPK about the preparation of the future FOSS code. Disputes continued as to the makeup of the crews. There had been no experimental development of a soft landing system. It was clear that Malni Ya was far from being a priority for him. Turkov managed to send Malni Ya-1 vehicle No. 1, the second in the series, to the firing range without prompting. Smart Alex at the firing range had a simple explanation for the first failure: we shouldn't have launched No. 2 out of order. Now on August 22, 1964, preparations were underway to launch No. 1. Compared with the previous experience, testing at the engineering facility proceeded quietly, without sensational failures. Kirillov even complained to me, "This 11 F-67's behavior during testing has been suspiciously calm and smooth." Can any good come of this? 4. It turned out that it couldn't. On August 22, 1964, an altogether trouble-free launch placed Malny Ya-1 vehicle number 1 into an intermediate trajectory, then the Block L fourth stage operated normally, and according to the assurances of the NIP-14 Ballistics Center, the spacecraft was placed in the planned trajectory. Slisarev checked and gave to me for my approval the list of those who would be flying to Moscow early in the morning. They would have to go directly from Vinokovo to NIP-14 in Shchelkovo to work in the operations groups. That night the attendant on duty woke me up for an urgent conversation over the high-frequency communications line with NIP-14. And now our superstitious premonition was confirmed. Shustov, who was in charge of the data analysis group, and Popov, supervisor of the telemetry data analysis group, reported an incredible defect. According to preliminary data, both parabolic antennas, each one acting as the backup for the other, failed to deploy. They had moved but not set up in the nominal position. I asked to speak with Dudnikov. After confirming the report, he said that it seemed as if someone were holding both antenna booms and wouldn't let them move. We are developing an operating program, Dudnikov tried to reassure me. Deputy for the main operations group Arkady Bakurin asked me what commands I would give in this unusual situation. I responded, do a thorough check on all the other systems. But the most important thing is try to understand the cause of the antenna failure. Dudnikov picked up the receiver again and asked, should we wake up Sergei Pavlovich? After all, the first report he received was that Malny Ya was placed in the planned orbit. Wake him up, I replied. There's no point in concealing this. There was no way I was going to get any more sleep in the time remaining before our departure. I telephoned the State Commission chairman and woke him up. I told him about the report from Shchelkovo. I sensed that my message was a heavy blow for Karamuov. To replace Minister Psurtsev as chairman and get off to such a bad start. After all, this was the second launch, and practice was supposed to make perfect. We arranged to meet at the airport and come up with a further plan of action on the airplane. The flight from the firing range to Vinokovo Airport gave us the opportunity to relax for several hours. On the airplane, no one gave anybody marching orders, there were no telephones, and each of us enjoyed his own time free of cares and emotional stress. Groups formed for card sessions, someone was immersed in an unfinished book, some caught up on lost sleep having tuned out those around them, and those who had missed breakfast pooled together the snacks they'd managed to grab and divvied up the last of the alcohol in glasses solicited from the crew. Repeatedly I found that on an airplane, even Korolev would organize his notebook and try not to talk about pending business. He also gave in to the general tendency to relax for a few hours. IL-14 airplanes made it possible for us to spend 7 or 8 hours relaxing on board with a 1-hour stopover for refueling in Uralsk or Aktyabinsk. With the advent of the jet age, our flight unit received an Ilyushin IL-18, then a Tupolev Tu-134 and Antonov An-12 cargo planes. Our blissful flight time was cut in half, but the traditions continued. This time there was no bliss for us. For half the trip, we discussed with Karamuov possible causes for the antenna's failure to deploy. Deep down, each of us hoped that during the course of our flight everything would straighten out, and the antennas would go into their nominal position. There was mayhem at NIP-14. All the shifts of the necessary and not very necessary operations groups had assembled. They waited for us with the hope that we would bring some life-saving prescriptions from the firing range that were still unknown in Shchelkovo. In countless debates about the causes of the failure, we raised the usual questions that were eternal for such cases: who is to blame, and what is to be done now? As early as the first decade of the rocket age, a system had developed to search for answers to these eternal questions. It consisted of a series of unwritten rules that are worthy of listing here. First, call a halt to noisy, chaotic discussions. Second, reject the legal principle of presumption of innocence. When searching for the causes of a failure, a maximum number of potential guilty parties are accused. In the process of searching for the true causes of a failure, each accused party is obliged to prove his or her innocence without the assistance of an attorney. Third, to do this, commissions and groups are formed that represent all the possible ways to investigate, studying schematics and designs, analysis of telemetry, factory test procedures, and glitches during preparation at the firing range, gathering documents and reports on developmental history and other evidence. Fourth, they are tasked with reproducing the flight situation on the next spacecraft available at the factory or engineering facility, a sort of reenactment of the crime. Fifth, the members of operations groups who are not under suspicion, and specialists called in for the job, must develop and execute a checkout program for all the operating systems and provide flight control so that the patient will not be harmed. Malny Ya-1 vehicle number 1 entered an orbit very close to the planned orbit and, according to the laws of celestial mechanics, was not about to leave it in the near future. We immediately decided to take advantage of that to check out all the systems. While commands were being received and executed, and while telemetry was being transmitted from the spacecraft, we needed to gain control experience and accumulate statistics on the performance of the systems. Sixth and finally, without waiting for the results of the work of all the groups and discovering the true causes of the incident, a drafting group needed to be formed right away to begin writing the findings of the investigative commission. For the time being, they'd have enough work writing up what had already been determined. As a rule, the leader of the most important working group privately already has some of his own hypotheses. He can seek ways to very quickly check them out, but in doing so he must not exert one-sided pressure on the minds of others who are also looking. Without drawing out the process, a report needs to be given to the higher-ranking officials about the broad plan for finding the answer to the question who is to blame. For a while, this provides the opportunity to analyze the group's work in a relatively calm atmosphere. Korolev instilled us with the habit that whenever problems occurred during testing, whether on the ground or in flight, that we had to report to him immediately and independently of reports to any individual in the government bureaucracy. The chief designer was always guilty in the eyes of the bureaucracy standing over him. But he needed to be shown mercy and forgiveness, while his deputies were to take the heaviest fire.